李卫东穿越1960饥荒年，开局家徒四壁，全家饿得眼冒金星。不慌，脑海里自带一本老黄历，每日一卦趋吉避凶。今日大吉，后山北坡白捡300斤壮硕的大野猪；明日大吉，砸开冰窟窿，爆出100年老鳖和1000斤大鱼。别人啃树皮吃观音土，李卫东带着全家顿顿红烧肉、白面馒头馆构造。极品亲戚想占便宜，大嘴巴子扇飞；村霸支书想使坏，反手送他进局子吃牢饭。就连那高冷的下乡女知青也赖在李家不肯走。李卫东，别惹我，我只想关起门来过红火日子，谁挡路谁死。从山野猎户到全城首富，这荒年硬是被他过成了肥年。第1章，金手指显灵，半小时内抓到3斤野兔，大嫂看傻了。华龙历1960年冬，北漠省黑水县青山公社。李卫东是被冻醒的，刚一睁眼就觉着肚子里像塞了一团火，那是饿过劲儿后的灼烧感，烧得人心慌气短。稍微一动弹，身下那张不知铺了多少年的烂草席子就发出沙沙的脆响，听着比窗外的风声还凄惨。屋里昏暗的紧，唯一的亮光是从窗户纸那个破洞里钻进来的，照在饭桌上。桌子也就是几块烂木板拼的，周围坐了一圈人，一个个脸色蜡黄，颧骨高耸，跟地里没收成的干瘪萝卜似的。喝吧。说话的是坐在上首的老头，李卫东的爹李大山。老头穿着件打满补丁的黑棉袄，棉花早都不保暖了，硬邦邦的贴在身上。他手里攥着根铜烟袋锅子，也不点火，就那么干坐着，吧嗒吧嗒响。那条在战场上被鬼子炸瘸了的左腿，直直的伸在那，像根干枯的树杈。李卫东垂下眼皮，瞅向面前那所谓的饭，粗瓷大碗里盛着大半碗清水，水底沉着几粒可怜巴巴的棒子面，清澈的能倒映出他那张还没洗的脸，头发蓬乱，眼圈发黑，嘴角还甚至挂着一丝睡觉留下的哈喇子。这就不是粥，这是涮锅水。老二，醒了就吃，别愣着。李大山把烟袋锅子往桌沿上一磕，那双鹰一样的眼睛扫了一圈桌上其他人，尤其是正想张嘴的大儿媳妇陈桂兰，谁也别给我拉长个脸，这年头有一口热乎的就不错了。陈桂兰把到了嘴边的抱怨硬生生咽了回去，只感那眼白狠狠剜了李卫东一下。他怀里抱着个2岁大的丫头，孩子饿得连哭都没力气，干张着嘴像条缺水的鱼。李卫东没吭声，端起碗一口气灌了下去。热乎水下肚，稍微压住了胃里的火，但也仅仅是压住。这点东西连给肠子润滑都不够。随着这口水下肚，一股子属于原主的记忆像潮水一样冲进了脑人。李卫东苦笑，嘴角那抹习惯性的混不吝笑容差点挂不住。这开局何止是地狱，简直是把人往死路上逼。原主是个不折不扣的混球，二流子，整天游手好闲，除了好事什么都干。就在昨天，这败家玩意儿把家里最后那点保命的5斤棒子面偷偷背出去，跟隔壁村的刘麻子推牌九，输了个精光。那可是全家老小熬过这个冬天的救命粮啊！这要是换了旁人家，早就被打断腿扔出去了。可偏偏这李大山是个出了名的护犊子，还是那种没道理可讲的护。哪怕知道是二儿子干的混账事，昨晚还是硬顶着全家的怨气，把事儿给压了下来，只说是粮袋子破了，漏了，5斤粮食能漏得一粒不剩。李卫东心里五味杂陈。上辈子他是商业巨鳄，什么样的风浪没见过，可如今面对着空荡荡的米缸和一家子饿得眼冒绿光的亲人，他也觉得后背发凉。就在这时，脑海中突然嗡的一声，一张泛黄的旧纸页轻飘飘的在他脑海里浮现出来。纸页上头是用老式油墨印的红黑大字，看着跟供销社里卖的挂历一个样。华龙历1960年腊月初8，咦，出行、捕捉、纳财、祭、安葬、口舌，这几行字底下还跟着3行黑体小字，像是谁用毛笔刚填上去的，墨迹还没干透。小吉辰时，灶堂深处压着一盒受潮的火柴，也是钱。中吉巳时，村口老槐树南边10步，土坑枯草里有一只撞晕的野兔，3斤，半小时后醒。大吉未时，后山废弃陷阱里有一只落单的傻狍子，但这东西劲儿大，这身板去了是送死。李卫东眼皮子猛地一跳，这是卦。他这人向来信奉听其言观其行，是不是真的试一试便知。他把碗往桌上一推，发出咣当一声脆响，双手往破军大衣袖筒里一插，身子往后一仰，那副吊儿郎当的二流子样瞬间上身。我不吃了，尿急。说完也不管桌上人啥反应，起身就往灶房走。大嫂陈桂兰气得把筷子拍在桌上，小声嘀咕，这家里都要揭不开锅了，还要去哪也？那是尿急吗？那是去灶房偷嘴。闭嘴！李大山低喝一声，手里的铜烟袋锅子猛地举了起来，再多嘴老子抽你！老二那是饿得慌，去喝口凉水。李卫东没理会身后的动静，钻进灶房。灶堂里早就凉透了，全是黑灰。他蹲下身，那双常年不沾阳春水的手在黑乎乎的灶堂深处摸索，手指头触到了一个硬邦邦的小纸盒，拿出来一看，这火柴盒皮都受潮软了，但里面 火柴头还在。李卫东心里一定，真准。这年头，一盒火柴2分钱也是紧俏货，还要票。他把火柴揣进兜里，眼神瞬间变了。那只兔子，按照情报，那兔子半小时后就会醒。现在去，正好。李卫东大步流星走出院门，寒风扑面，刀割一样疼，但他浑身的血都热了起来。院子里，大哥李卫国正蹲在墙角磨那把生锈的镰刀。这汉子1.9米的个头，像座黑铁塔，听见动静抬头，一脸憨笑：“二弟，出去啊！这天冷，别冻着。”李卫东看着这个傻大哥，心里一酸。这大个子，因为那5斤粮食，昨晚愣是把自己的半个窝头省下来塞给了原主，自己饿得直喝凉水。哥，我去溜达溜达，给你弄点荤腥。李卫东拍了拍李卫国的肩膀。李卫国挠挠头，嘿嘿傻笑，压根没信。这年头连耗子都饿得搬家了，哪来的荤腥？出了破败的院门，李卫东缩着脖子，双手依旧插在袖筒里，这模样跟村里其他的闲汉没什么两样。村路两边都是黄土墙、茅草顶，破败的像刚遭了冰灾。几个穿着黑棉袄的老头正蹲在背风的墙根底下晒太阳，实际上是在为了少消耗点热量。看见李卫东过来，几人眼神里透着毫不掩饰的鄙夷。哟，这不是卫东吗？怎么，刘麻子那还没够？老李家真是倒了8辈子血霉，摊上这么个败家玩意儿。闲言碎语顺着风往耳朵里钻。要是以前的李卫东，这会儿早就跳着脚骂回去，甚至能撒泼打滚讹上一笔。但现在的李卫东连眼皮都没抬一下，他脚步没停，嘴角叼着根枯草棍，眼神冷得像数9寒天的冰坨子。跟这群人置气，那是浪费体力。在这个饿死人的年代，体力就是命。他的目标只有一个村口老槐树，脚下的硬土路硌得脚底板生疼，那双露着脚趾头的解放鞋早就磨没了底。到了，那棵几百年的老槐树光秃秃的，像个张牙舞爪的鬼怪矗立在村口。李卫东没急着过去，而是眯着眼往四周扫了一圈。这会儿正是上工时间，虽然地里没活，但社员们大多都在大队部听瞎话，这边没什么人。就在老槐树南边，有个积雪融化后形成的泥坑，坑边长着一丛枯败的蒿草。李卫东的心跳微微加速，他没有像疯狗一样扑过去，而是保持着那种懒散的步调，看似随意的溜达过去，仿佛只是想找个地方撒尿。走到枯草边，他眼角的余光往下一瞥，那一瞬间，浑身的毛孔都炸开了，一股巨大的喜悦直冲天灵盖。一只灰扑扑的野兔正4脚朝天的躺在枯草窝里，一动不动。看那体型，足足有3、4斤重。兔子的脑袋软塌塌的歪在一边，显然是慌不择路，撞在了藏在草里的石头上。这就是肉，这就是命。李卫东没有丝毫犹豫，刚才还慢吞吞的动作瞬间暴起。他整个人像是一张绷紧的弓，猛地蹲下，右手如闪电般探出，死死掐住了兔子后脖梗。入手温热，还有心跳，活的。就在这时，手里的兔子似乎感觉到了杀气，后腿猛地蹬了2下，想要挣扎醒来。到了老子手里还想跑？李卫东眼神一狠，手腕猛地一抖，大拇指极其熟练地按住兔子的颈椎骨，寸劲一发，咔嚓一声微不可察的脆响，兔子停止了挣扎，彻底软了下去。这一套动作行云流水，狠辣果决，没有半点拖泥带水。李卫东迅速解开军大衣的扣子，把这团温热的血肉塞进怀里，紧贴着那是排骨的胸膛，身体瞬间被这一团温热熨烫，那种满足感简直比睡了3天3夜还爽。他站起身，重新扣好扣子，双手插回袖筒，脸上那股子狠劲瞬间消失，又变回了那个混不吝的李家二流子。只是那双眼睛里多了一抹藏不住的光。第一顿饭有着落了，但他没急着回家，而是把目光投向了远处连绵起伏的大山。脑海里那张旧黄历上大吉那一行字还在隐隐发红，那是更大的肉，也是更大的危险。李卫东摸了摸怀里逐渐变凉的兔子，咧嘴一笑，露出白森森的牙齿。这日子有点意思了。他转身顶着刺骨的北风，哼着不知名的小调往回走去，背影在灰蒙蒙的天地间竟透出一股子说不出的桀骜。
Chapter 2 The good-for-nothing son returned with a plump rabbit, and my sister-in-law cried out that the family should be divided. Li Weidong hummed a little tune called Shiba and Mo, his hands still tucked into his sleeves, swaying as he walked. The warmth in his arms, not yet cold, felt like a hot coal, pressing against his ribs and bolstering his courage. Just as he reached the outside of his courtyard wall, before he could even step through the dilapidated fence, he heard a piercing wail from inside the house, loud enough to nearly lift the decaying thatch roof. This is unbearable. Life cannot go on like this. Wu, Li Baiwu, you spineless wretch. Are you going to sit idly by while your brother brings ruin upon the whole family? That is 5 pounds of cornmeal. That is Yaya's life. Immediately followed by the sound of a ceramic bowl shattering on the floor, a sharp crack that sent a tremor through the heart. Li Baidon Bauza, the dry twig in his mouth twitching slightly. It was his sister-in-law, Chun Gilan. This woman, usually meek and submissive, seemed truly driven to the edge by the loss of 5 pounds of grain. A cornered rabbit will bite, and so will a starving wolf with cubs. Gillen, calm down. Our father is still here. His elder brother Li Weiguo's deep voice, mingled with the cries, sounded particularly feeble, like a frostbitten eggplant. Father? All father cares about is that good-for-nothing. Chun Gillen's voice suddenly rose by an octave, piercing the ears like a needle. Today we must divide the family. If we don't, I will take Yaya back to my family. And if we must die, let us die away from here. I refuse to be a cushion for that waste. Li Weidong did not rush to enter. Instead, he wiped the mud from his shoes on the bare jujube tree at the entrance, wearing his trademark mischievous grin, though his eyes held no amusement. Divide the family? In this era where one has nothing but their life, division is akin to seeking death. Without strong labors and the warmth of unity, a widow and her orphan would starve to death within 3 days by the roadside. He pushed open the creaky wooden door and strode into the courtyard. The living room was a chaotic mess. The rickety square table was overturned, and Chun Gillen, disheveled, sat on the floor, clutching the gaunt child who could only roll her eyes from hunger, one hand patting her thigh, crying with snot and tears. Li Weiguo, the towering man, was kneeling on the floor, wanting to pull his wife but afraid to, his forehead slick with sweat. Meanwhile, the old man, Li Dashan, trembled with rage, his withered legs shaking, a polished copper pipe raised high, pointing at Chun Gillen's forehead, the veins on his neck bulging like worms. This is an outrage. Li Deshang Gaspat. I'm still alive. The Li family is not for you, an outsider, to take charge. Divide the family? Unless I kick the bucket. Then kill me now. Chun Gillen, too, had reached her breaking point. Her neck stiffened, her eyes bloodshot. If we were to starve without food, dying at your hands would at least be swift. You are so biased. Why don't you see what that good-for-nothing has done to your granddaughter? He is your brother. We are family. Huh, he is a debt collector. You, Li Dashan's anger surged. Darkness clouded his vision, and the copper pipe in his hand was about to come crashing down. If that pipe struck, Chun Gillen's head would surely split open. Oh, what a grand performance in the early morning. A lazy voice cut in abruptly, like a bucket of cold water splashed into boiling oil. Li Weidong pushed aside the greasy black cotton curtain, sidestepped inside like a slippery loach. The room fell silent in an instant. Then, all the pent-up anger found its outlet. Upon seeing Li Weidong, Chun Gillen's eyes looked as if they were ready to devour him whole, and she lunged at him, shrieking, Li Weidong, you heartless beast! How dare you come back? Return my grain. Return it to me. Li Weiguo quickly pulled his wife back, his feet stamping in distress. Second brother, you must leave. Don't make this worse. Li Dashan, seeing the culprit's nonchalant demeanor, felt an even greater fury rise within him, and the pipe that should have struck his daughter-in-law was turned with great force towards Li Weidong's head. You scoundrel! How dare you return? Today I will break your legs. The wind howled. The old man had been to war, and this pipe, fueled by rage, showed no mercy. Li Weidong did not even blink, his body unmoving. Instead, taking a step forward. Bang! A dull thud echoed. It was not the sound of the pipe striking his skull, but rather a heavy object hitting the rickety wooden table. Li Dashan's pipe froze in midair, just an inch away from Li Weidong's forehead. All eyes in the room were drawn to the dusty, furry creature on the table. It was a rabbit, a plump, greasy rabbit weighing 3 or 4 pounds. The rabbit's neck hung limply, utterly lifeless, yet its gray fur seemed more dazzling than gold in the dim room. Chun Gillen's wailing abruptly ceased, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg, tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes, yet her gaze remained fixated on the rabbit. Unable to tear away, Li Weiguo's mouth gaped open, saliva dripping down, his Adam's apple bobbing audibly. Even Li Dashan forgot to lower his hand, his eagle-like eyes wide with astonishment, the murky old eyes sparkling with light. Meat! This is a whole rabbit! In this age where cornmeal is treated like gold dust, this is not merely a rabbit. It is a life-saving bodhisattva. Divide the family? Li Weidong leisurely loosened the buttons of his collar, adopting a rogue's demeanor once more. He glanced sideways at Chun Gillen on the floor, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? You were going to take Yaya back to your family? Very well. Then that rabbit shall not belong to you too. Chun Gillen's body jolted violently. The fiery spirit she had just displayed vanished without a trace. She stopped crying, ceased her commotion, and her arms clutching the child trembled. This was from excitement. Her daughter Yaya had not smelled meat for almost half a year. Old second, Li Weiguo stammered, wanting to reach out and touch the rabbit but hesitated, fearing he might ruin this prized possession. Where did this come from? Did it fall from the sky, and you went to pick it up? Li Weidong rolled his eyes, plopping down on the rickety long bench, propping his legs up. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and boil water. His voice rang out like a general giving orders. Li Dasan finally regained his senses, slowly lowering the pipe back into his waist. The old man cast a deep glance at his second son, his expression complex, filled with astonishment, relief, and more so a sense of gratitude for surviving a calamity. He did not ask where the rabbit had come from. In these times, some questions are better left unasked. Knowing the truth might bring disaster. Eldest, Li Dasan straightened his back, shaking off the previous despondency that had nearly sent him to his grave, and shouted with vigor, "What are you still dawdling for? Did you not hear your brother? Boil water. Shut all the doors and windows tightly. If anyone dares to let even a whiff of meat scent escape, I will skin them alive." "Hey, hey!" Li Weiguo answered promptly, springing to his feet, moving faster than the rabbit, rushing toward the kitchen, even forgetting to put down the rusty sickle in his hand. Shun Gilin no longer sat on the floor. Wiping her face of tears, she approached with Yaya in her arms, yet she dared not look at Li Weidong. Only fixated on the rabbit, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Should I go and skin this rabbit? I am skilled. I can skin it whole, and even make a hat for Yaya." Just moments ago, she was adamant about dividing the family, and now, for a rabbit's skin, she was bowing lower than anyone. Such is the plight of the impoverished. This is indeed a world where human life is as cheap as grass. Li Weidong remained silent, merely extracting the damp matches he had just pilfered from his pocket, tapping them twice on the table. "Sister-in-law, the task of skinning is too bloody. You should refrain from it. Instead, prepare the dough and grind the remaining sweet potato slices into powder. Even if some are slightly moldy and old, bring them out." At this point, Li Weidong paused, his gaze sweeping over his emaciated little niece, who was sucking on her fingers. Her eyes filled with longing as she stared at the dead rabbit. A sharp pang struck a tender spot in his heart, yet he maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. His voice dropping a notch, "Today our family shall feast." Chen Gilin felt as if a great mercy had been bestowed upon her, tears streaming down her face. But this time they were tears of joy. She looked at her second-rate brother-in-law with newfound admiration, even though his face still bore the ill fortune from last night's gambling losses. At this moment, he appeared heroic. The atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. The stifling despair that had hung in the air dissipated, swept away by the sudden scent of meat. The sounds of the bellows working in the kitchen, the splashes of water from the jar, and Li Weiguo's uncontrollable chuckles filled the space. Li Dasan sat at the edge of the Kong, resuming his pipe without lighting it. His murky old eyes fixed on Li Weidong, and after a long pause, he hoarsely uttered, "In the future, refrain from frequent visits to Lu Maji." His tone was less stern than usual, carrying a hint of negotiation, even a plea. Li Weidong did not respond, merely fiddling with the matchbox in his hand, his gaze drifting through the holes in the paper window towards the overcast sky. A single rabbit could mend their crumbling home, transforming his sister-in-law, who had just been shouting for blood, into someone more affectionate than a mother. Such is the power of food. The words great fortune and blood red on the old calendar burned like coals in his mind. Furthermore, once the rabbit meat hit the pot, its fragrance would have the ability to spread like wildfire. In this Red Star Brigade, where everyone's eyes sparkled with hunger, a pot of meat could very well be a matter of life and death. Li Weidong squinted, flicking a match that ignited with a soft hissing sound, the bluish flame dancing in his pupils, revealing a glimmer of wolfish ferocity. "Want to eat meat? First, you must possess the ability to protect it." "Father," Li Weidong suddenly spoke, his voice imbued with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. "Once the meat is stewed to tenderness, barricade the door. No matter who knocks, do not open. Even if it is the King of Heaven, he must wait until I finish this mouthful of meat." Chapter 3. The second rate becomes ruthless. Lu Maji awaits a brick to the face. The rickety wooden door was firmly held shut by Li Weiguo's shoulder. He found a door prop the thickness of a child's arm and wedged it against the doorframe, securing the trembling door panel tightly. After accomplishing this, The burly man wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and squatted down in front of the stove, delicately handling a few dry corn husks for kindling. His movements as gentle as if he were embroidering. The air within the room was thick and restless, stirred by the rumblings of hunger from the entire family. At this moment, Chun Gilin had ceased her crying, her previous bitterness replaced by a fervent enthusiasm. She placed Yi at the head of the Kong, rolled up her sleeves to reveal her bony wrists, and took the dead rabbit from Li Weidong's hands. In that instant, her grip was even steadier and more resolute than Li Weidong's had been while killing the rabbit. Second, you rest. This dirty work is for me, sister-in-law. Wait for your feast. Li Weidong did not hesitate, tossing the bloody boning knife onto the counter with a muffled thud. He plopped down onto a small stool by the stove, hands tucked into his sleeves, legs crossed, adopting his usual arrogant demeanor once more. Leave the skin intact. I'll exchange it for some tobacco at the pigeon market later. Rest assured, sister-in-law's skills are unmatched. Chun Gilin replied readily, yet her hands did not falter. In these rural times, women had their skills honed by necessity for sustenance. She expertly made an incision on the rabbit's hind leg, using no knife, but tearing it with her hands instead. With a soft ripping sound, the grayish fur smoothly peeled away, revealing the tender, pinkish-white flesh within. In the dim light of the oil lamp, its hue was more radiant than a young maiden's face. Li Weidong squinted at the sight. The rabbit was plump, and as the skin was removed, a thin layer of white fat glistened, tightening his throat. Brother, stoke the fire. Li Weidong kicked Li Weiguo, who was grinning vacantly at the stove. Stop being stingy. Today is not a day to pinch pennies. Toss in that firewood you've been saving for the new year. All right. Li Weiguo, now completely obedient to his brother, grabbed a handful of dry birch branches and shoved them into the stove. The flames leaped up, licking the bottom of the blackened iron pot, creating a crackling symphony. Chun Gilin chopped the rabbit meat into chunks the size of mahjong tiles, her knife skills astonishing. The few remaining potatoes were peeled and cut into large pieces. Without oil, they would be dry-fried. The rabbit was fatty enough. As the meat hit the heated iron pot, it sizzled, and an intoxicating aroma instantly filled the air, causing everyone to shudder with delight. At that moment, the only sounds in the room were the crackling fire and the chorus of swallowing. Li Dashan sat at the head of the Kong, puffing on his empty pipe, his old eyes fixed intently on the steam rising from the pot, his throat bobbing like a bellows. He knocked the pipe against his shoe, pretending nonchalance as he muttered, "What a pathetic sight. Wipe your drool. Someone might think our Li family has never seen meat." Yet, his hand, trembling slightly on the pipe, betrayed him. As the water boiled, the aroma intensified, as if it had hooks drilling into their brains through their nostrils. Even with the doors and windows tightly shut, the scent fought to escape. Seal it tight. Li Weidong barca. Chun Gilin hurriedly placed the chipped wooden lid onto the pot, wrapping a piece of rag around the edge to prevent any steam from escaping. They let it simmer for a good half-hour, until the potatoes turned soft and mushy, and the rabbit's fat was fully rendered, transforming the broth into an enticing sauce color. Lift the pot. At Li Weidong's command, Chun Gilin deftly removed the lid. With a whoosh, the white steam mingled with the rich aroma of meat, instantly filling the entire kitchen. Li Weiguo carried the large, chipped ceramic basin, and Chun Gilin ladled the meat and broth into it, filling it to the brim. The family gathered around the rickety, square table, the dim yellow light casting long shadows on the walls, resembling a group of starving ghosts. Li Weidong held chopsticks in hand, scanning each face around the table. Li Dashan sat upright, maintaining the dignity of the head of the family. Li Weiguo rubbed his hands together nervously, his eyes nearly popping into the basin. Chun Gilin cradled Yi in her arms, using the chopsticks to dip into the meat broth before feeding it to the child, who savored each bite with sheer delight. This was no ordinary meal. It was a solemn ceremony. What are you all staring at? Waiting to give birth? Li Weidong skufa, extending his chopsticks not toward the meaty back, but precisely pinching a plump rabbit leg. Chun Gilin's eyelids twitched, and she instinctively tightened her hold on the child. Li Weidong swayed the rabbit leg in the air, the juices dripping down along the meat fibers. He opened his mouth wide, taking a hefty bite, tearing off a large chunk of meat, barely chewing before swallowing it whole. That satisfying sensation slid down his esophagus into his stomach, unleashing a wave of warmth. Delightful. Truly delightful. What are you staring at? I caught the rabbit. If I want to eat a leg, what of it? Li Weidong mumbled as he chewed, cursing anyone who dared to challenge him to go catch their own. No one dared to speak up. At this table, whoever brought food was king. Li Weidong spat out the clean bone onto the table and reached for more. This time, he picked up another hind leg. Li Weiguo's eyes dimmed momentarily. An Chun-Gilin lowered her head to hide a flicker of disappointment. After all, this scoundrel had always been one to hoard for himself. Could anyone expect him to leave the good bits for others? However, the rabbit leg turned mid-air and landed with a thud in Li Dasan's bowl. The room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Li Dasan's hand, which was holding a cigarette, froze as he looked up in astonishment at his second son. What are you staring at? Hurry up and eat. It'll get cold and taste foul. Li Weidong didn't lift his head, grabbing a piece of tender spine meat and tossing it into his mouth, his nonchalant demeanor unchanged. That leg of yours is for the devil to gnaw on. Eat a rabbit leg to replenish your strength, or you'll end up limping around with a smoking pipe. Li Dasan's weathered face twitched, and his lips moved. But he said nothing, merely bowing his head to bite into the rabbit leg fiercely, as if to chew down all his pent-up emotions. Brother, this piece is for you. Li Weidong continued to deftly use his chopsticks, tossing a piece of meat, skin and all, to Li Weiguo. You need to be well-fed to have the strength to work for me. Tomorrow, patch up that hole in the courtyard wall. It's letting in drafts. Li Weiguo grinned as he accepted the meat, nodding repeatedly, yes. Don't worry, second brother. I'll get the mud before dawn. As for Chun-Gilin, Li Weidong didn't offer her any. He tapped the edge of the basin with his chopsticks, producing a crisp sound. The rest, sister-in-law, you could divide. Don't starve yourself. You still need to nurse Yaya. If that girl gets thin, I'll send you back to your family. Though his words were harsh, they sounded like sweet music to Chun-Gilin's ears. Her eyes reddened as she hurriedly served herself a spoonful of potatoes, mixing in some shredded meat, and began to eat heartily. The meat broth soaked into the potatoes, soft and savory, delicious enough to bring tears to one's eyes. The meal vanished swiftly like a whirlwind. Even the last remnants of broth at the bottom of the basin were washed away by Li Weiguo 3 times with hot water, leaving it spotless. Sated, the atmosphere in the room finally lightened a bit. The oppressive cloud of despair that had loomed over everyone seemed to dissipate somewhat with this meal. As night deepened, the north wind howled outside, causing the tattered window paper to rattle noisily. Li Weidong lay on his worn straw mat, the cold earthen bed beneath him, yet his belly was full, keeping him warm. The whole family had fallen asleep, while next door, Li Weiguo's thunderous snores echoed. Yet Li Weidong remained awake, his eyes closed, his consciousness sinking deep into his mind. The old calendar page had turned, and new characters began to emerge slowly, like ink swirling in murky water. Hualong calendar, year 1960, 9th day of 12th month. Favorable for travel, breaking ice, sacrifices. Avoid, moving earth, borrowing. The 3 lines of small characters below, which had occupied his thoughts, finally became clear. A small blessing during the rabbit hour beneath the east wall of Widow Wong's house next door. There lies a jar of coarse salt left over from last year's pickled vegetables. Digging it up can be exchanged for half a gene of corn flour. Li Weidong snaratinwarli. Widow Wong? That woman is trouble. Those who associate with her find themselves cursed. Moreover, digging around someone else's wall is too likely to get one caught as a thief. The risk outweighs the reward. This small blessing is discarded. He shifted his gaze downward. Moderate blessing. During the dragon hour in the wild reed marsh at the eastern edge of the village, there lies an abandoned ice hole covered in dry grass. 2 grass carp, each weighing over 3 gene, are frozen beneath the ice, gasping for air. If the surface ice is broken with a hammer, they can be easily collected. Grass carp. Li Weidong's eyes snapped open, a gleam of excitement flashing in the darkness. Over 3 gene of fish and 2 of them. If these were sold on the black market or at the pigeon market, they would certainly be valuable currency. In these times, meat is precious and rationed. Aside from the new year, no family expects to see any. Fresh fish, especially in the dead of winter, is a rarity, and the information clearly states they can be easily collected. Isn't this far better than digging around the widow's wall? He glanced at the last line. Great blessing. During the noon hour, not available at this time. 30 miles outside Hongxing Production Brigade, at the scrap recycling station in Haishui County. No transportation available to reach. Li Weidong Skufa. A great blessing is excellent, but if it can't be reached, it's of no use. 30 miles on foot, and by the time one arrives, they be frozen solid. It seems the target for tomorrow will be those two fish. He turned over, pulling his threadbare coat tighter around him. Figuring out how to bring those fish back is a technical task. If he were to carry them back to the village in broad daylight, it would certainly invite trouble. The idle men in the village, starved and desperate, would fight for a mere half of a steamed bun. If they saw two large fish, they would surely tear him apart. He needed a plan. Just as he pondered, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly reached him from outside. The sound was light, crunching on the frozen snow, not passing by, but lingering around the dilapidated courtyard. Weidong's muscles tensa instantly. Soon after, the rickety door was gently pushed, creaking in protest. It didn't open. The person outside seemed unwilling to give up, leaning against the door, taking a couple of sniffs through the crack. Damn, that aroma is intoxicating. Where's that meat coming from? The voice was low, laced with a hint of lewdness, but Li Weidong recognized it immediately. It was Lu Meizi, the gambler who had just won 5 gene of cornflour from him, nearly driving the original owner-s family to despair. This scoundrel has the nose of a dog. How could he smell the food, even with the door so tightly sealed? Li Weidong lay still in the darkness, his hand stealthily reaching for the half-brick kept under his pillow, used to elevate the bed. A cruel smirk crept across his lips. Initially, he had planned to settle accounts with Lu Meizi in a few days, but since he had come knocking at his door like a gift, he couldn't pass up the opportunity to practice his skills. Want to eat meat? Fine. I'll treat you to a feast. Chapter 4. Using matches as currency? Li Weidong's big stick and carrot approach to subdue Lu Meizi the door was pounded with a thunderous bang, dust falling like snow. Li Egitsi, stop playing dead. I can smell the aroma. Lu Meizi's distinct voice pierced the cold wind, brimming with arrogance. Braised rabbit meat. Huh? Hiding in here, eating well, while owing debts. Aren't you afraid of choking, you bastard? Open the door. The air in the room instantly froze. The warmth of the meat-eating mood dissipated significantly with a shout. Li Dasan slammed his smoking pipe on the table, the copper tip marking a white imprint on the wobbly table. The old man's neck bulged with veins, his face turning a deep shade of crimson, filled with rage. That damn Lu Meizi! Li Dasan gritted his teeth, pushing himself up from the bed, unable to endure such blatant provocation. Back in the day when he fought with knives, Lu Meizi's father was still playing in the mud in open crotch pants. Father, please sit down. Li Weidong casually shoved the half-brick in his hand under the Kong mat, his movements deliberate, reminiscent of someone savoring a morsel of meat they had just consumed. Rising to his feet, he wiped the grease from his mouth with the back of his hand, his perpetually half-squinted eyes revealing an inscrutable intensity. Eldest brother, remove the door bar, he commanded. Li Weiguo hesitated, his honest, dark face reflecting reluctance as he grumbled. Second brother, we cannot open it. That rascal has ill intentions. He is here to steal our meat. I possess enough strength to keep him out. Steal? Li Weidong skufa, slipping his hands into the sleeves of an indistinct military coat, his posture slumping into that of a carefree rogue. This is a society governed by law. He would need more than mere audacity. Open the door and let him in. I am curious to see what he can conjure. Famous for his obedience to his younger brother, Li Weiguo, though inwardly resistant, trudged over and removed the sturdy door bar. As the door creaked ajar, a gust of frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in, causing everyone to shiver. Following the wind was a large foot clad in tattered cotton shoes. And before anyone could fully register the scene, Lu Meizi's sharp, monkey-like face squeezed through the opening. His appearance was that of a schemer, nostrils flaring as if catching a whiff of something foul. Oh, everyone is here? Upon entering, his shifty triangular eyes scanned the table. Unfortunately, the rabbit meat had already disappeared into several bellies, leaving only a large, clean porcelain basin devoid of even a drop of broth. Lu Meizi's throat bobbed with disappointment, quickly replaced by avarice. Without hesitation, he plopped down on the lone long bench, crossing his legs in a thoroughly unrefined manner. Well, Lier, life seems to be treating you well. While the whole village is subsisting on gruel, you're feasting on meat behind closed doors. Lu Meizi's smile was insincere as he produced a crumpled note from his pocket, slapping it down on the table. Since you have meat to eat, you ought to settle the debt you owe me. It was an IOU, scrawled in an unsteady hand and marked with a crimson thumbprint. We had an agreement. Those 5 gene of cornmeal were worth 2 kwai. Today is the due date. You must either repay the debt or Lu Mei's gaze shifted to the child nestled in Shen Gilan's arms, then back to the empty basin. The aroma of the meat had been potent. Surely it had not fully digested yet. What else do you have of value? Bring it forth. 2 kwai in this era was not merely a considerable sum. It was a debt that could drive a person to despair. The room fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the howling wind. Shen Gilan clutched her child tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Li Dasan gripped his smoking pipe, aware that there was not even a single coin in the house. Where could they possibly procure 2 kwai? No money, Li Weidong replied without lifting his eyelids, leaning against the stove, a dry stick of grass hanging from his mouth, embodying a reckless indifference that could infuriate anyone. No money, Lu Mei's screeched, leaping to his feet. Without money, what do you think you're eating? If you lack currency, then offer something in exchange. I reckon this shabby house could fetch a decent price. And your elder brother's physique could earn something at the black mine. A sharp sound interrupted Lu Mei's tirade. It was not the sound of a slap or a pipe striking a head, but rather Li Weidong slapping a matchbox-sized object onto the table, precisely atop the IOU. Take this, he said, spitting out the grass stick, his tone languid as if dismissing a beggar. This is worth 1 kwai. Lu Mei's paused, looking down. It was indeed a matchbox, the word batu partially worn off due to age. A box of matches? Lu Mei erupted into laughter, his twisted face contorting further. Lier, are you jesting? A box of useless matches is worth 1 kwai. The supply and marketing cooperative sells them for just 2 fun. Have you lost your mind? Li Dasan and Li Weiguo were equally perplexed, unsure of what scheme Li Weidong was concocting. Without a word, Li Weidong approached, picked up the matchbox from the table. He had unearthed it from beneath the stove yesterday, damp and rendered useless. However, when he had turned to close the door, he had slipped it into his pocket, and now it emerged dry, as if newly manufactured. With a swift motion, Li Weidong struck a match against the phosphor strip. A vivid orange flame erupted instantly, illuminating the dim, cold room with a blinding brilliance. See clearly, he declared, holding the match aloft, its light casting an eerie glow on his pale face. He was smiling. It sent chills down one's spine. In this frigid winter, the supply and marketing cooperative had been out of matches for over half a month. Ask around. If anyone has extinguished their fire, where would they borrow from? This is a life-saving ember. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the match arcing through the air, landing precisely on Lu Mei's tattered cotton jacket sleeve, prompting a startled yelp as he frantically swatted at it. This box of matches is a rare commodity from the provincial capital, windproof and moisture-resistant, Li Weidong continued, spinning a tale more convincing than truth itself. Someone would pay 2 kwai on the black market, but for you, I will let it go for 1. What say you? You are extorting me. Lu Mei sputtered in a fit of rage, saliva flying. I don't believe it. This is just a worthless box of matches. Not interested? Libaidos smilabanisha. Replaced by an intense demeanor. In that moment, the carefree rogue was gone, leaving a fierce protector in his stead. He stepped forward, nearly pressing his face against Lu Mei's. The aura of someone who had long roamed the streets, combined with an intensity from a past life, felt like a mountain crashing down. In a flash, Li Weidong's right hand darted out, seizing the chopping axe propped in the corner. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the table, mere inches from Lu Mei's fingers. Splinters flying. Lu Mei recoiled in fear, nearly losing control of his bladder, collapsing backward, chair and all onto the floor. Li Weidong, speak the truth, he proclaimed, leaning on the axe handle, towering over the fallen scoundrel. His voice was low and gravelly, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. You will take this match, whether you want it or not. The remaining 1 kwai, I shall return to you in 3 days. If you dare utter a single refusal today, he paused, scraping the blade lightly across the IOU, producing an unsettling sound. I will show you what it truly means to be a rogue. The room fell into a profound hush. Li Weiguo gaped, staring at his younger brother as if seeing him for the first time. Was this truly the same second brother who only knew how to throw tantrums? This display of both the carrot and the stick, this fierce determination, was far more intimidating than any bandit of yore. Lu Mei lay sprawled on the ground, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He was a ruffian, but he was also a coward who preyed on the weak. He recognized the genuine murderous intent in Li Weidong's eyes. This was not mere intimidation. If the boy truly lost his mind, being attacked in this desolate wilderness would be nothing extraordinary. Moreover, that box of dry matches was indeed a valuable commodity in this deadly winter. All right. Lu Meizi scrambled to his feet, snatching the matchbox from the table and clutching it to his chest, fearful that Li Weidong might change his mind. He dared not linger, the glint of the axe instilling a deep fear within him. Lier, you have some guts. If you can't produce that one kwai in 3 days, we shall see what transpires. With a dismissive remark lacking conviction, Lu Meizi scurried out into the biting wind and snow, not daring to look back. The door closed once more, dissipating the stifling atmosphere within a room. Li Dashan took a couple of puffs from his unlit pipe, a flicker of clarity igniting in his murky old eyes as he scrutinized his second son for a moment before grumbling. You wasteful brat, that axe was just sharpened. And now you've dulled it. Although the words were scornful, they were laced with an unnoticeable hint of relief and pride. Li Weidong chuckled, tossing the axe into the corner, reverting to his usual carefree demeanor. Elder brother, wash the pot. Tomorrow, rise early and accompany me to King Hitan. What for? Li Weiwu instinctively inquired. Li Weidong reclined on the straw mat, hands cradling his head, gazing at the dark beams of the ceiling. As the words about ice holes and large grass fish glimmered in his mind. To make a fortune, he uttered, closing his eyes. This first hurdle was cleared. Yet in a world as harsh as this, merely having a box of damp matches was insufficient to live with dignity. The 2 fish awaited tomorrow would be the true feast. The following dawn, Li Weidong was roused by the cold. In these times, if the earth in Kong was not stoked with enough firewood, the latter half of the night was as frigid as sleeping on a gravestone. He tightened the tattered quilt, which even revealed hard patches of cotton, as the sensation of a mystical dizziness washed over him once more. A yellowed scrap of the old lunar calendar silently emerged in his consciousness, the handwriting scrawled hastily as if penned with a low-quality charcoal pencil. Auspicious, declutter, travel. Avoid, breaking ground, marriage. Following that, 3 lines of vermilion characters gradually became clear. Slightly auspicious. The dirt road at the village entrance has been flattened by coal trucks. A pile of unburned coal cinders lies in the southern ditch, from which 2 baskets can be gathered. Moderately auspicious. Jean Kwa from the neighboring team borrowed clothes to maintain appearances. The right armpit seam has come undone, and her daughter has long been involved with a driver from the county transport team. Very auspicious. The county supply and marketing cooperative will handle a batch of damp blue khaki fabric as defective goods at 3 o'clock this afternoon, without requiring fabric tickets. At 20 cents per foot, Li Weidong's eyes snapped open, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Fabric without tickets? Now that is true hard currency. In an era where clothing depended on 3 years of new and 3 years of old, patched together for another 3, if this batch of fabric was handled well, it would be more precious than meat. As for the moderately auspicious, Li Weidong sat up, scratching at the lice in his cotton coat. Was the original owner's cheap fiancé coming today? If it were the former owner's infatuated self, he would likely be on his knees, pleading not to leave. However, the current Li Weidong viewed this as an excellent opportunity to discard a burden while simultaneously saving a considerable sum. Suddenly, the loudspeaker at the brigade office blared to life. The electric crackle piercingly jarring, followed by the secretary's voice, akin to a rusty saw grating on the heart. Comrades, pay attention. It is bitterly cold today, and each household must keep an eye on their cellars. Accompanying the broadcast, the already rickety wooden door was kicked open. We're the Leaf family. Are you all dead? Get out here. The sharp cursing felt like rusted saw teeth scraping against one's heart. Inside, Chun Gilin, holding half a bowl of mixed porridge to feed Yaya, trembled, splattering a few drops of the scalding porridge on her hand, but she did not bother to wipe it off. Her face turned pale as she looked towards her father-in-law. Father, it's that she-wolf from the Zhang family. Li Dashan, squatting by the stove and puffing on his dry tobacco pipe, heard the pointed insults directed at him, and his face, lined with deep creases, darkened like the bottom of a pot. He struck the copper pipe against his shoe, sending sparks flying. This is too much. The old man stood up. Despite his stiff leg, his back remained straight, as if ready to engage in a duel. Li Weidong, leisurely donning a pair of cotton shoes that exposed his toes, placed his hands in his sleeves, blocking his elder brother Li Weiguo from rushing outside. Elder brother, put down that pole. They're guests. We must show courtesy. Li Weidong smiled brightly, though the joy did not reach his eyes. The morning's drama needed a proper stage set for the performance. As the door curtain lifted, The cold wind swept in with two figures. Leading was a stout woman, her face smeared with low-quality cream, unnaturally pale, with pronounced cheekbones and shrewd, triangular eyes, radiating calculating sharpness. This was Zhang Kuo, a notorious shrew in the neighboring brigade. Following her was a girl with her head bowed, clad in a relatively new floral cotton coat, the original owner's fiancée, Zhang Xiaoying. Oh, everyone is here? Upon entering, Zhang Kuo's shrewd eyes scanned the dilapidated room, finally resting disdainfully on the empty bowls on the table. I thought the Oldley family was doing well, but it turns out you can't even afford a proper meal. With this destitution, you still wish to marry my Xiaoying? Li Dashan, anger causing his beard to quiver, pointed towards the door. Zhang Kuo, state your business without spewing nonsense. State my business? Fine. Zhang Kuo placed her hands on her hips, nearly spitting saliva on Li Dashan's face. Today, I am here to annul the engagement. What is your second son? Who doesn't he know he is a notorious wastrel, a gambling addict? My Xiaoying is of noble birth. How could she possibly jump in your fire pit? Zhang Xiaoying, who had kept her head down, finally raised it, her eyes filled with disdain as she pinched her nose, as if the room harbored some foul odor. Uncle Li, our families are simply incompatible. Weidong is not the type to settle down. Annul the engagement? Li Weidong leapt from the edge of the Kong, neither angry nor flustered, even pulling a grass stick from his pocket to chew nonchalantly. All right, since you look down on our humble abode, we shall not keep the Buddha here. Please return the 5 yuan betrothal gift from our engagement. The door is over there. And do take your leave. Return the money? Zhang Kuo erupted in laughter, her voice escalating, sending dust cascading from the beams above. Li Weidong, have you looked in a mirror? You have wasted 2 years of my Xiaoying's youth. How do you account for that? That 5 yuan is merely compensation for a lost youth. Moreover, you owe us an additional 10 yuan, not a cent less. Or I will report you to the commune for defamation and ruin my daughter's reputation. Shun Geeling gasped. 10 yuan? You want to take back the previous 5 as well? This is outright robbery. So, there's nothing to discuss? Li Weidong's smile gradually faded, and his previously stooped posture began to straighten. As his demeanor shifted, the atmosphere in the room seemed to lower by several degrees. Ignoring Zhang Kuo's rants, Li Weidong took measured steps, resembling a buyer appraising goods, circling the mother and daughter pair twice. His gaze lingered on Zhang Xiaoying's pristine cotton coat, particularly the right armpit area. Auntie, that outfit is rather nice. Li Weidong suddenly spoke, his tone light and airy. Zhang Kuo, taken aback, puffed out her chest, proudly asserting, indeed, I made this especially for today. You see the fabric and workmanship. It's truly quite new. Li Weidong nodded, suddenly leaning inclusive, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, just loud enough for those in the room to hear. Yet, it doesn't quite fit, especially under the armpit. How come the seam is coming undone? On the way here, did you accidentally catch it on a tree branch while dodging that large cart? Zhang Kuo's expression stiffened, instinctively tightening her arms, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? That was borrowed from my sister-in-law for appearances. It was already somewhat small, and in the rush it did indeed tear, but I thought no one would notice. Li Weidong let out a scoff, denying them any opportunity to catch their breath. He swiftly shifted his tone, piercing like a sharp blade. Since you, Auntie, are so affluent in ordering new garments, I shall not spare you any dignity. Xiaoying, the driver of the liberation truck from the county transport team, little Zhao, has been quite busy lately, hasn't he? Boom! As these words escaped his lips, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Zhang Xiaoying's face, which had feigned a look of grievance, turned ashen, her body wavering as if she might collapse. Zhang Kuo resembled a hen caught by the throat, mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. In this era, reputation was a woman's lifeblood. Engaging in a relationship before marriage was considered a matter of conduct. If one were to pursue another suitor before formally breaking off an engagement, it was tantamount to disgrace. Such a scandal could lead to public humiliation and condemnation. You slanderous fiend, Zhang Kuo shouted, her voice quivering with evident trepidation. Am I indeed slandering? Shall we consult the Public Security Bureau? Li Weidong's gaze turned icy, his demeanor exuding the ruthless prowess honed in the ruthless marketplace. I happen to know a few friends who drive in the county. How about I summon little Zhao here for a confrontation? Let us see who is truly engaging in feudal transactions regarding marriage. Dangling one prospect while collecting bride price from another, he advanced a step closer, his eyes resembling a ravenous wolf fixating on two plump sheep. By then, will your daughter's job still be secure? Can little Zhao's iron rice bowl still be upheld? Ani, I trust you are aware of the implications. Each word struck with lethal precision. Zhang Kuo was now thoroughly rattled. She had never imagined that this idle gambler, known for his brawls, could possess such keen insight. Furthermore, his authoritative presence was far more intimidating than that of a commune secretary. If this were to leak out, not only would they lose money, but their entire family might be sent to the farm for re-education. It's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. The flesh on Zhang Kuo's face trembled. Her earlier bravado completely vanished. Grabbing her daughter, she attempted to retreat, declaring, I'll have that 5 yuan sent over tomorrow. Let us part amicably. Now is the time for payment. Li Weidong interjected, blocking the doorway with an unyielding tone. I have a poor memory and fear I may inadvertently divulge little Zhao's matter tomorrow. Zhang Kuo ground her teeth, trembling as she extracted 5 crumpled 1 yuan notes from her handkerchief, slamming them onto the table with force. Let us go. She dragged the dazed Zhang Xiaoying, fleeing from the Li residence as though escaping for their lives, not daring to look back even when one of her cloth shoes was lost. Inside, the room fell silent once more, save for the 5 yuan notes quivering gently in the draft. Li Weiguo scratched his head, glancing at his brother with a simple-minded expression. Second brother, how did you come to know that driver Zhao? Li Weidong pocketed the money, flicking it with his fingers to produce a crisp sound. Just a lucky guess, he casually replied, turning to face their astonished father and sister-in-law. Li Dashan exhaled a couple of puffs of smoke, his gaze complex as he regarded this second son who had caused him headaches for 2 decades. Though aged, he was far from foolish. That recent display of cunning and strategy could not have been mere chance. This rascal had truly transformed. Father, I shall take this money, Li Weidong stated without explanation, placing the 5 yuan into his pocket and retrieving a tattered bag containing half a jean of cornmeal from the corner. Hearing this, Chen Gilin grew anxious. Second brother, that is the only cash we have. Silence, Li Dashan interjected, wrapping the edge of the Kong with his smoking pipe. Let him take it. The old man cast a deep glance at Li Weidong. Return early. The roads are slippery. Do not fall. Li Weidong grinat. His roguish demeanor returning to his face, understood. I shall treat you all to a feast tonight. With that, he lifted the door curtain and stepped into the swirling snow without looking back. Amidst the tempest, Li Weidong tightened his frayed cotton coat, feeling the warmth of the 5 yuan pressed against his chest. With this capital, coupled with the auspicious fortune that filled his mind, this venture into the county represented the first true turning point in his life during this era of scarcity. The shipment of blue canvas, devoid of ticket requirements, lay quietly in the supply and marketing cooperative warehouse, awaiting its new owner. Chapter 6. 2 big fish shock the family. Sister-in-law admits guilt on the spot. Li Weidong hunched his shoulders, hands tucked within the sleeves of his tattered cotton coat, stepping cautiously through the fields leading to Qinghe Beach. Having just left home, the meager rabbit meat in his belly had dissipated into warm air, and now his stomach began to grumble ominously. He was not in a rush to head to the county. That was a major undertaking, and he needed to first collect the side earnings from Qinghe Beach. According to yesterday's fortunate intel, 2 lost big grass carp lay beneath the ice holes at Qinghe Beach. In a year when even sparrows had their nests raided, 2 large fish were akin to golden bars. Qinghe Beach was not far from the village entrance, usually a dry creek. It could claim a life or 2 during the summer floods, but in winter, it froze solid, devoid of any ghostly presence. Li Weidong stood at the riverbank, squinting as he surveyed the area. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the whistling of the wind through the withered reeds. Without hesitation, he navigated to a backwater bay obscured by dead grass. This spot was sheltered from the wind, and the ice was not too thick. He crouched down, testing the surface with his heel. Crack! The ice fissured, revealing several white lines. Li Weidong glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then retrieved a sharp filleting knife he had casually pocketed before leaving, an heirloom taken from the Japanese during the war by his father, Li Dashan. Although it had been shortened, it remained razor-sharp. He began to chip away at the ice along the crack. Before long, a basin-sized hole had been excavated. The dark, cold river water seeped in, chilling to the bone. Li Weidong remained patient, silently squatting like a lurking turtle. After about 10 minutes, the water surface suddenly rippled. Soon a large mouth, displaying a bluish-black hue, sluggishly broke the surface, gasping for air. This was what they called an oxygen-deprived fish. In winter, the water below becomes stagnant, and if fish find whole, they rush up as if they found their long-lost father. Here it comes. Li Weidong's gaze sharpened, his previous laziness dissipating instantly. Holding the knife in his right hand, he poised himself like a bowstring drawn to its limit. Just as the large grass carp emerged halfway, he lunged forward, his fingers snatching the fish's gills with steel-like grip. Splash! Water erupted in all directions as he forcibly lifted the fish, which weighed around 5 to 6 gin. Its tail thrashing wildly in the air, splattering Li Weidong with icy water. Goodness, this must weigh nearly half a pig's leg. Li Weidong grinat, flicking his wrist to slam the fish onto the ice. It bounced twice before becoming stiff from the cold. Shortly thereafter, a second fish surfaced, following the same method. Within the span of mere moments, 2 hefty specimens lay obediently on the ice. In the black market, one would hardly fetch less than 3 to 5 yuan for such catches. However, there was often more demand than supply. Just as Li Weidong prepared to stow the fish inside his military coat, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby reed marsh, accompanied by the distinct sound of hard-soled rubber shoes crunching through the ice shards. "Halt! What are you doing?" A commanding voice boomed, laced with the authority typical of officials. Li Weidong's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he spotted 2 militia members, armed with old-style rifles, making their way toward him. The leader, wearing a crooked dogskin hat and sporting a face full of flesh, was none other than Zhao Ergu, the squad leader of the commune's militia. This fellow was notorious for causing chaos in the village, stealing sunflower seeds and snatching green onions. He reveled in putting others in awkward positions. If he were to catch sight of these 2 fish, not only would he refrain from indulging in meat, but he would also be burdened with the accusation of undermining socialism, a fate that would only be lightly punished by public humiliation. Escape? How could 2 legs outrun 2 guns? Moreover, this bare ice surface is akin to a live target. Zhao Ergu is now less than 50 meters away, rapidly advancing. Li Weidong's countenance darkens, yet he remains still. In this fleeting moment, a thought crosses his mind. Deep within his consciousness, that abyss which seems capable of devouring light shudders slightly. The 2 large grass carp on the ground, along with the conspicuous puddle of water, vanish into thin air. This is his trump card, a personal storage space. It can only hold inanimate objects and is no larger than a modest earthen room. But at this moment, it serves as a sanctuary of salvation. Ah, is that not Captain Zhao? Li Weidong slowly straightens his back, slipping his hands into his sleeves, a mischievous grin once again gracing his face. On such a frigid day, instead of snuggling with his wife by the warm Kong, he comes here to brave the bitter winds? Zhao Ergu, panting heavily, rushes forward. His shifty eyes scan Li Weidong before darting about the ice. Aside from the freshly cut hole in the ice, there is nothing else. Li Weidong, why is it you scoundrel? Zhao Ergu adjusts the strap of his gun. His expression one of suspicion. Just a moment ago, I distinctly saw someone floundering here. Where are the goods? What goods? Li Weidong sniffs, his nose, red from the cold. Twitching. I was just preparing to wash my face, and then you arrived. What is the water in this river public property? Must I file a report to wash my face? Spare me your cheeky grin. Zhao Ergu steps forward, nearly thrusting the butt of his gun into Li Weidong's nose. Someone reported that this area is rife with speculation and pilfering of public fish. Quickly, unbutton your coat. I saw you bend down just now. The militia behind him chimes in. Yes. You must be hiding something. This fellow has always been up to no good. Li Weidong chuckles coldly, offers no resistance, and nonchalantly unbuttons his tattered military coat, even giving it a shake. Inside, aside from a tattered cotton jacket, there is nothing, not even a fish scale to be found. Have you seen clearly? Li Weidong wraps his coat back around him, his expression suddenly icy and his tone grave. Zhao Ergu, are you settling personal scores? Should I discuss your eavesdropping by Lu Guafu's wall with the secretary? Zhao Ergu's expression shifts, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. You speak nonsense. What are you blathering about? Whether you blather or not is a matter of your own conscience. Li Weidong presses forward a step. Though he may not be as sturdy as Zhao Ergu, The fierce determination radiating from him forces Zhao Ergu to instinctively take a half step back. If I catch a cold from this winter chill, I shall come to your home to recuperate, eating and drinking your provisions. Let's see what you can do about that. This is the tactic of the slippery eel. You reason with him, and he acts tough. You act tough, and he becomes even more shameless. Zhao Ergu grits his teeth, staring at Li Weidong for a long while. The area around the ice hole is indeed remarkably clean, devoid of even a fishy scent. Could it be that he truly imagined it? Very well, Li Weidong, I concede your cunning. Zhao Ergu spits contemptuously. Better not let me catch you in a bind. Let us go. With that, he waves his hand at the militia behind him and turns to leave, grumbling. Li Weidong stands rooted in place, watching the two figures fade into the reeds at the end of the field, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his narrowed eyes. Only after confirming they have departed does he let out a soft snort, retracting his right hand into his sleeve. With a subtle shift in thought, the heavy sensation returns instantaneously. The two large grass carp remain rigid, appearing in his hand, their icy beads still intact. This storage space preserves freshness and secrecy. Li Weidong wraps the fish in his coat, pressing them tightly against his abdomen, and turns to head back to the village. Since Zhao Ergu has come to stir up trouble, a trip to the county town is no longer feasible this morning. The fish are too large and cumbersome to carry, and they must first be brought home to nourish his family. Upon returning to the dilapidated cave dwelling, his sister-in-law, Chun Gilin, is in the yard feeding the chickens. What she calls feeding chickens is merely chopping up some spoiled vegetable leaves mixed with dishwater. Upon seeing Li Weidong return, Chun Gilin instinctively rolls her eyes, poised to make a sarcastic remark about where he had been fooling around, only to see Li Weidong beckoning her mysteriously. Sister-in-law, boil some water. Chun Gilin is taken aback. For what purpose? Didn't we just reheat the leftover rabbit soup yesterday? Without further ado, Li Weidong darts into the house, swiftly shutting the door behind him, and slams the two still steaming grass carp onto the table. Bang! The sound resonates heavily in the air. Li Dashan, who is busy crafting shoe soles, nearly drops his smoking pipe onto the Kong, almost burning the bedding. Li Daguo, lifting Yaya high, freezes, his eyes wide as saucers, almost failing to catch the child. As Chun Gilin enters, ready to scold someone, she sees the two massive dark fish on the table, and the words she was about to say get caught in her throat, transforming into a sharp scream. Where did these come from? Did the Dragon King manifest? In these times, fish of this caliber are only seen on the table of the commune secretary during the new year. Do not wail. Li Weidong plops down on the Kang's edge, rubbing his frostbitten stomach. I picked them up by the riverside. Luck was on my side, and I stumbled upon two foolish fish. Picked up? Li Dashan snaps back to reality, his old face trembling with excitement. But his first reaction is not laughter, but a swift glance toward the door. Did anyone see? I ran into Zhao Ergu. Li Weidong nonchalantly states. The entire family's hearts leap to their throats. Chun Gilin's legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. It's over. Did that wretched spirit see? They will raid our home. Look at how frightened you are. Li Weidong shukulas, grabs a coarse porcelain bowl from the table, and gulps down some cold water. Let them search. They found nothing. Who am I? Is there anything I cannot hide in these 10 miles? Although uncertain of what trick Li Weidong employed, gazing at the two substantial fish, Li Dashan exhales heavily, his eyes slightly reddening. My younger brother has indeed grown capable. This meal becomes the most extravagant memory for the Li family in 3 years. Chun Gilin retrieves the precious meat, fat usually reserved for the new year, albeit only scraping a nail-sized portion. Yet when it hits the hot pan, the aroma is enough to enchant the soul. With no tofu available, she slices some aged salted vegetables and the last few potatoes into large pieces, simmering them with the fish. The large iron pot bubbles vigorously, the milky white fish soup rolling and blending with the soft potatoes and the savory salted vegetables. The overpowering fragrance wafting through the door, tantalizing the neighbor's big yellow dog, which scratches eagerly at the wall. During this meal, no one speaks. Only the sounds of slurping fish soup and gnawing on bones fill the air. Even Li Dashan, who is usually the most genteel during meals, cleans the fish head to the bone, leaving not a single soft bone behind. Li Weidong picks the fattiest piece of fish belly meat and places it in Yaya's small bowl. The little girl, her face smeared with soup, looks up at him with sparkling eyes and mumbles, "Second uncle, good." Just this one utterance causes Chun Gilin, who often wished to sweep her brother-in-law out the door, to have tears streaming into her bowl. She wipes her face, lowering her head, her voice muffled. Second brother, sister-in-law was just being mouthy before. From now on, in this house, you point the way, and sister-in-law will follow. If anyone dares to speak ill of you again, I will tear their mouth apart. Li Weidong does not respond, merely swallowing the last mouthful of fish soup soaked with multigrain flatbread. The satisfying feeling of a full stomach prompts a long sigh of relief from him. He stands, adjusting his military coat, the previously relaxed demeanor of a scoundrel slightly restrained. Have you all had enough? He scans the faces around him. Li Weiguo let out a resounding belch, grinning as he nodded. Once satiated, he sealed his lips tightly. The fishbone lodged in his throat should not be mentioned to others. Li Weidong felt the 5 yuan in his pocket. The feast was over, and tomorrow he needed to attend to serious matters. In this day and age, mere sustenance was insufficient. One also required proper attire. With a full belly, he was determined that the batch of fabric at the county supply and marketing cooperative would, come what may, be under the name Li. Thus, he pushed through the heavy, cotton curtain, not looking back as he plunged into the swirling snowstorm outside, resembling a lone wolf finally descending the mountain to survey its territory. Chapter 7. Scavenging at the Scrapyard. Bicycle tickets and 20 jin of national grain tickets acquired. As dawn broke, Li Weidong awoke from hunger. The fish and meat from the previous day had indeed been delightful, a true indulgence, yet it did little to stave off hunger. With the oil in his belly completely expended, his stomach began to rebel, the hollow, burning sensation gnawing at him even more fiercely than before he had eaten. In these times, one still needed grains and carbohydrates to truly fill the belly. He turned over, and, in his mind, the worn old calendar seemed to flutter open like a page blown by the wind. Hualong calendar, 1960, 9th day of the 12th month. Suitable, travel, trade, financial gain. Avoid, setting up a bed, excavating. The 3 lines of ink fluidly scrawled beneath stirred Li Weidong's heart. Minor fortune, hour travel east for 3 miles from the village. A piece of rough hemp rope left by the roadside can be used to tie many things. Medium fortune, Chun hour the dry riverbed at the west gate of the county town is unpatrolled today, and someone is in urgent need of aquatic products. A prime opportunity. Great fortune, sea hour under the legless red-painted cabinet at the scrap collection station lies an old book, within which is a hidden treasure. Li Weidong sprang up without disturbing anyone. He wrapped himself in the tattered military coat that had been passed down through generations, stuffed his hands into the sleeves, and hunched his neck as he exited the house. The courtyard was eerily quiet, save for the thunderous snores emanating from Li Dasan's room. He approached the door of the east wing and gently tapped the doorframe. "Big brother, wake up." In no time, Li Weiguo emerged, clad in a slightly short cotton coat, rubbing his sleepy eyes and cautiously wielding a sickle in hand. "Second brother, what's the matter? Get the donkey cart ready. I need to head into the city." Li Weidong lowered his voice, his breath crystallizing in the frosty air. Li Weiguo hesitated, a frown clouding his broad face. "Is that appropriate? The livestock needs a note from the party secretary." "Forget the note." Li Weidong pulled out the half-burned cigarette, but from last night, not bothering to light it, merely placing it between his lips. With a look of a rogue, he asserted, "Father's leg is hurting. I need to go to the county hospital for medicine. Who would dare stop me? Anyone who does would be denying an old revolutionary the right to medical care. That accusation would weigh heavily, even on the secretary." Li Weiguo scratched his head, sensing the reasoning was a bit skewed, yet found himself unable to counter it, and nodded dully before turning to harness the cart. The north wind cut through like a dull knife, stinging his face painfully. The old black donkey snorted loudly, pulling the creaking cart slowly out of the village. Li Weidong sat cross-legged atop the cart, his body swaying with the bumps of the wheels, his eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning the roadside. "Stop!" he suddenly shouted. Li Weiguo tightened the reins. The cart had not yet come to a halt when Li Weidong leaped down. By the roadside, amidst the withered grass, lay a piece of mud-caked coarse hemp rope, resembling a lifeless snake. The rope was as thick as a thumb, although broken. It still measured 5 or 6 meters in length. In this era, even a meter of hemp rope in the supply and marketing cooperative cost 2 cents and required an industrial coupon. "They must have discarded it," Li Weiguo mumbled. "Discarded means it's unclaimed." Li Weidong picked up the rope, wiped the mud on his coat, and casually tossed it onto the cart, saving it for future use. That was minor fortune. Even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Li Weidong never looked down on such finds. The donkey cart swayed its way to the edge of the county town. Haishui County was not large, but it reeked of coal smoke, a gray haze pervading the air. Chimneys towered everywhere, yet vitality was scarce. Pedestrians hurried along with their heads tucked in, their faces not much better than those in the village. Brother, drive the cart to the back alley behind the supply and marketing cooperative and wait there. Don't wander off. If anyone asks, just say you're waiting for someone. Li Weidong jumped off the cart, giving a quick instruction. Aren't you coming with me? Li Weiguo asked anxiously. I have some business to attend to. It's inconvenient to bring you along. Li Weidong patted his already empty pocket, where only the 5 yuan of betrothal money remained. But soon, this space would be filled. After sending off his brother, he navigated the winding streets of memory, slipping into a deserted alleyway in the West Gate. This area had once been a slum in the old society, but after the floods, it had transformed into a dry riverbed, littered with rocks and overgrown with weeds. Yet even in the early morning, shadows of people flickered in the desolate channel. Dove Market. This was the place where countless souls sought to make a living. Li Weidong pulled the brim of his dogskin hat down to obscure half his face, his hands firmly tucked into his sleeves, squatting in a discreet corner among the rubble. He did not rush. Instead, he squinted to observe. Indeed, as the calendar had predicted, the atmosphere here was askew. Normally at this hour, several members of the patrol team adorned with red armbands would have already made their rounds. Yet today, not a single shadow was in sight. Instead, a few middle-aged men, resembling officials, anxiously wandered from stall to stall, seemingly in search of something rare. An opportunity had arisen. Li Weidong felt a spark of inspiration. In the abyss of nothingness, a few frozen crucian carp remained, leftovers from yesterday's unceremonious catch at Kingy Beach. Though less conspicuous than the larger grass carp, they still weighed a solid 7 or 8 jin. Shielded by his coat, he reached into his bosom, and when he withdrew his hand, the 2 fish, strung with dried grass, were now in his grasp. Just then, a middle-aged man in a blue khaki Zhongshan suit, glasses perched on his nose, hurriedly approached. Brother, the man whispered, as if afraid to disturb the spirits below. Are those aquatic products? Li Weidong did not raise his head, but merely lowered the brim of his hat further, exhaling a grunt. How much? The man's eyes lit up, his throat bobbing. Not for money. Li Weidong's voice was raspy, deliberately altering his tone. I want tickets. National grain tickets or fine grain tickets. The man's expression faltered. Brother, I understand the rules, but today is urgent. My elderly father is celebrating his birthday and specifically requested fish soup. I only have cash, a Dachuan ticket. Would that do? Li Weidong cast a sidelong glance at him. A Dachuan ticket? Worth 10 yuan, a substantial sum in these times. Yet in Dove Market, having money did not guarantee goods. 2 fish for 5. Li Weidong was brazen in his demands. If this were the supply and marketing cooperative, it would only cost a few dimes. However, this was a seller's market. Buy if you dare. The man hesitated, clearly pained, but looking at the 2 frozen fish, he steeled himself. Fine, but you must wrap them securely. The transaction was swiftly concluded beneath the cover of the coat's sleeve. A crumpled 5 yuan bill, warm from the man's hand, was pressed into Li Weidong's palm. He did not linger, deftly retrieving the piece of hemp rope he had picked up earlier, wrapping the fish tightly, and stuffing them into the already prepared cloth bag of the middle-aged man. That'll do. Safe travels. With this exchange, along with the leftover betrothal money from last night, his pocket now contained 10 yuan. In the Hongxing Brigade, this represents the hard-earned savings of numerous families over the years. However, Li Weidong did not experience the euphoric joy often associated with sudden wealth. Money is lifeless. It is only when exchanged for goods that it gains vitality. He rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and blended into the crowd, meandering through the pigeon market. Once he confirmed that no one was trailing him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. The main event was yet to come, the scrap collection station. This was the most inconspicuous place in the entire county. It had harbored the greatest number of secrets. As Li Weidong stealthily approached the entrance of the collection station, the elderly gatekeeper, wrapped in a coat, was dozing against the wind. The large iron gate was ajar, and the yard was cluttered with shards of broken glass and heaps of old newspapers resembling small mountains. Old man, wake up, Li Weidong called as he drew closer, producing a half-smoked cigarette from his pocket and wearing a smile of feigned charm. I need some larger sheets of paper for walling at home. The old man did not even lift his eyelids. He took the cigarette, sniffed it under his nose, and waved his hand dismissively. Find it yourself. Just don't rummage through. Weigh it when you're done. 2 cents per pound. All right then. Li Weidong strode boldly into the yard. His gaze swept like hooks, scanning the chaotic piles of scrap. Where was that red lacquered cabinet with a missing leg? He circled the musty pile of newspapers twice before finally spotting a hint of dark red lacquer beneath a heap of rotten wood in the corner. The cabinet had long since collapsed, half buried in the paper, resembling nothing more than kindling. Li Weidong's heart raced slightly, but his movements remained deliberately slow. He pretended to sift through the scraps, picking this and that, all the while subtly inching toward the corner. Once by the cabinet, he crouched down, feigning to tie his shoelaces, while his hand discreetly reached into the gap beneath the cabinet. His fingertips brushed against something hard. The cover of the book was indeed stiff, nearly as solid as a wooden plank. Pulling out, he found an old thread-bound book with a missing cover, its pages yellowed and so fragile that they crumbled with the slightest pressure. This was it. Li Weidong dared not open it on the spot. Revealing its contents would instantly transform the old scrap collector into a ravenous wolf. He quickly grabbed a few moldy posters nearby, wedging the old book in between, then cradled a large stack of scrap paper as if it were a treasure and turned to leave. That is all, old man. The old man glanced at the pile of scraps without examining it closely and pointed at the nearby scale. Put on. 3 pounds and 2 ounces, 6 cents. Li Weidong promptly produced a bill, tossing it onto the table. No need for change. Consider the 4 cents a token of respect for your tea. The old man finally opened his cloudy eyes, casting a surprised glance at the shabby figure in military garb, muttering, "Well, at least you're considerate." Upon exiting the collection station, Li Weidong walked briskly. It was not until he turned into a deserted alley that he leaned against the wall, his heart racing. Trembling, he opened the old, thread-bound book wedged between the posters. As the pages turned, a musty odor wafted up. Nestled within the layers of the book were several colorful slips of paper, quietly lying there. In that moment, Li Weidong's breath caught in his throat. They were 20 pounds of national grain coupons, plus a bicycle ticket, which was more precious than gold in these times. He abruptly closed the book, pressing his hands firmly against his chest. Raising his head to gaze at the overcast sky, the mischievous smile that once adorned his lips transformed entirely. This was no mere scrap paper. It was undoubtedly the first rung of the ladder for the Li family's rise. The bicycle ticket. Li Weidong licked his cracked lips, his gaze profound. With this item, combined with the 10 yuan in his pocket, the game could truly be played. However, given the dubious origins of this ticket, he would need to find a sufficiently reliable buyer to cash it in. He tucked the book deep into his coat, tightened the collar of his military coat, and turned towards the county's largest state-run restaurant. There, he would find the influential figure he sought. Chapter 8. Bicycle ticket for 10 jin of white flour and 30 yuan. The malicious inspection uncovers nothing. The state-run restaurant in Hongshui County, with its red brick exterior adorned with the words "Develop Economy," "Ensure Supply" in white lime, featured 2 weathered wooden doors, their handles gleaming from frequent use. This establishment typically served as the cafeteria for officials and a dining haven for workers. Any ordinary peasant attempting to linger outside would quickly find themselves shooed away by the staff wielding brooms. Li Weidong tightened his tattered military coat, raising the collar to obscure half his face. Instead of entering through the front, he slipped around to the back alley. In the back alley, several large wooden barrels reeking of slop were piled up, while a few scruffy cats peeked over the edges. A side door, draped with thick cotton curtains, was slightly ajar, through which the sounds of a bellows and the chopping of vegetables could be heard. Li Weidong reached down to smear some coal dust on his face, enhancing his appearance as a laborer just finished unloading coal. Only then did he lift a corner of the curtain and slip inside. "Get lost. We have to queue even for scraps. It's not mealtime yet, so why are you here smelling around?" As soon as he appeared, a stout man in a white apron, resembling a rotund Buddha, waved a long-handled iron ladle in a manner akin to shooing flies. This man was none other than the head chef of the state-run restaurant, known as Liu Yishao, whose small, squinty eyes were filled with disdain. Li Weidong remained unperturbed, hands still tucked into his sleeves, slightly hunched over, flashing a grin that revealed a set of white teeth, which stood out starkly against his dark complexion. Master Lu, may I have a word? What a joke. I suspect you're here to borrow money. Hurry up and leave, or I'll call security. Lu Yishao impatiently attempted to close the curtain. Li Weidong sidestepped, bracing himself against the doorframe, and quickly withdrew his hand from his sleeve, flashing something in front of Lu Yishao's eyes. In that instant, Lu Yishao's eyes widened in shock, nearly dropping the ladle on his foot. It was a fish, a sizable crucian carp, wide as a palm, in the depths of winter, with the river frozen 3 feet thick. The fish available on the market resembled solid blocks of ice. How could he have ever seen such a live creature still gasping for breath? Hush! Li Weidong placed a finger to his lips, and the slippery fish instantly vanished into the ample sleeve of his coat, as if it had never existed. This was his carefully preserved stock, appearing as it had entered, remaining fresh and lively. Lu Yishao's greasy face changed color in an instant. His previous disdain morphed into the eager demeanor of someone encountering a long-lost relative. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching and seized Li Weidong's arm with such force that it nearly lifted him off the ground. Brother, come inside. Come inside. You see, I misjudged you. The flood has washed away the Dragon King's temple. The two slipped into a cellar filled with cabbages and potatoes. Lu Yishao rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the bulging contents of Li Weidong's coat. Brother, do you have more? The county has a banquet today. The leader specifically requested fresh fish, and I'm at my wit's end. You are a timely rain. Li Weidong said nothing, merely focused his thoughts and reached into his coat. Plop! A lively crucian carp landed in the nearby basket. Plop! Another followed. He tossed in a total of 5 fish, each one vibrant and bubbling at the mouth. Lu Yishao watched, his mouth watering. In these times, these were not merely fish. They represented his status as a chef, his dignity. That's enough. That's enough. Brother, you are a god. Lu Yishao exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, lowering his voice. What's the price? Cash or tickets? Li Weidong brushed off some fish scales from his sleeve, his previously laid-back demeanor tightening slightly, while his gaze cut through Lu Yishao like a knife. I'm not in need of money. Li Weidong's voice was deep and resonant. I lack the white one. The white one? Lu Yishao was taken aback. Then his expression turned troubled. Brother, you mean the Fukiang flower? That's a precious commodity. I find it hard to manage. In these times, fine grains were as valuable as gold, each tail meticulously accounted for. A smirk played at the corners of Li Weidong's mouth as he observed him, his hand delving into his coat. This time, he did not produce a fish, but instead, an old, tattered book. Without opening it, he merely parted the pages slightly, revealing a hint of an unusual pale green within. It was a corner of a bicycle ticket. Lu Yishao, being perceptive, nearly had his eyes pop out of their sockets. I have fish and you have noodles, but I also possess a ticket that can transform 2 legs into 2 wheels. Li Weidong closed the book leisurely, his tone light, yet laden with significance. Master Lu, can we conduct this trade? The flesh on Lu Yishao's face quivered with excitement. He had saved for 3 years, and this ticket was the missing piece. With it, he could promptly obtain a marriage certificate with his new partner. I'll trade. I'll exchange anything for it. Lu Yishao gritted his teeth, his shrewdness surfacing. Brother, how much do you want? 10 jin of Fukiang flour, 2 jin of pork belly, and a packet of spices. Li Weidong declared, making a bold demand. Additionally, he wanted 30 yuan. This price was exorbitantly high. A bicycle ticket, while precious, could only fetch around 100 yuan in the black market, and one would need luck to find a buyer. Li Weidong's demands for flour, meat, and money felt as if he was carving flesh from Lu Yishao's heart. Lu Yishao grimaced in pain, yet seeing Li Weidong's nonchalant demeanor, he steeled himself and thumped his thigh decisively. All right. 4 brothers' incredible connections. I, Lu Fatty, shall befriend you. A quarter of an hour later, Li Weidong swaggered out through the back door of the state-run restaurant, a bulging fertilizer sack slung over his shoulder. He pocketed 30 yuan, which served as a deposit for the bicycle, leaving the remaining 20 jin of grain tickets untouched as a safety net for his family. As for the 10 jin of pristine Fukiang flour and the slab of greasy pork belly, once he turned into an empty alley, they were swiftly concealed in an unseen void. He felt instantly lighter. Whistling a tune, he grabbed a few dry twigs from a woodpile at the alley's entrance, bundled them with a frayed grass rope, and slung them over his back. This was the perfect disguise. On his way back to the village, The north wind still stung his face, yet Li Weidong felt warmth in his heart. He had secured his first pot of gold, not only settling his debts with Lu Magi, but also ensuring his family could enjoy a prosperous year. As he neared the village entrance, he spotted several idlers huddled beneath the old locust tree, their necks craned and their gazes like searchlights fixed on a road leading into the village. These were the eyes of the commune militia, tasked with apprehending members who ventured into the city for speculative ventures. "Oh, isn't this Weidong?" A militia member approached, wearing his hat askew and holding a red and white striped club. Eyeing Li Weidong up and down, "What brings you to the city? Why have you returned empty-handed?" Li Weidong halted, propping the bundle of twigs on the ground, instantly adopting a sorrowful expression, his transformation quicker than turning a page. "Don't mention it. I went to fetch medicine for my father, but the doctor said there was none, so it was a wasted trip." As he spoke, he kicked the ground in frustration. "Well, since I'm here, I thought I'd gather some twigs to keep my old man from freezing to death." The militia member skeptically poked at the bundle of twigs with his club and then patted Li Weidong's tattered coat. There was nothing but hard bones beneath. The 10 gene of flour and pork lay undisturbed, comfortably nestled in a different realm beyond the militia's imagination, concealed within this second-rate man's belly like a mobile granary. All right. Hurry up and scram. You reek of poverty," the militia member waved dismissively. Indeed, what skill did Li Early possess besides losing money and failing to barter? Li Weidong meekly acknowledged him, picking up the twigs and turning away. In that fleeting moment, the humility vanished from his gaze, replaced by a mocking smirk. Just wait. Tonight, the smoke curling from the Li household chimney would be flavored with meat. Chapter 9. Good news. A cry of an infant from the dry well. Li Weiguo tossed the bundle of twigs he had used for cover into the corner, causing the yellowed earthen wall to shed flakes. He rubbed his frostbitten hands together, his eyes fixed intently on his younger brother Li Weidong's bulging military coat. He had spent the morning guarding a donkey cart in the city, his nose running profusely from the cold, and had seen his brother return with the firewood. Although Li Weidong claimed he had accomplished nothing, Weiguo's intuition told him otherwise. He was certain that his brother was not merely carrying the wind. "Close the door." Li Weidong pulled down the collar of his coat, revealing a face somewhat blue from the biting wind, as he issued the command with a firmness that felt as strong as a nail. Li Dasan was sitting cross-legged on the kong, puffing on an empty tobacco pipe. Upon hearing the command, his weary eyes snapped open without needing further instruction. His wife, Chun Gilin, darted to the door like a startled rabbit, swiftly shutting the rickety wooden door with a loud bang, even nervously tugging at the tattered curtain that offered no real protection from the wind. Li Weidong wasted no time. He pulled the hand hidden in his sleeve out. There were no dazzling effects. He simply placed a dusty cloth bag on the rickety table. It appeared unremarkable, about the size of a pillow. Next, he revealed a square object wrapped in dried lotus leaves, grease seeping from the edges. Chun Gilin swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Li Weidong untied the twine from the cloth bag, pulling it open. In that instant, the dim room seemed to brighten several degrees. White, blindingly white. It was as pure as snow, a fine powder. In this era dominated by yellow earth and gray tones, this touch of white was a captivating enigma. Fukiong flour. Chun Gilin's voice cracked, nearly shattering the roof with its pitch. She clamped her mouth shut, her eyes bulging as if they might plunge into the bag, her body weakened, nearly collapsing to the floor. In these times, cornmeal was life-sustaining, and coarse flour was a luxury. As for this fine Fukiong flour, it was merely a legend. It was only available in limited quantities at the supply cooperative during the new year, and one required a special ticket to obtain such a precious item. Enough with the noise. Li Dasan barked, nearly dropping his pipe as he leaned forward, his old eyes fixated on the bag of flour, his throat bobbing as he swallowed hard. "This must weigh 10 gene, right?" "Exactly 10 gene," Li Weidong confirmed, unwrapping the lotus leaf to reveal a rich, meaty aroma mingling with spices, instantly transforming the usual musty scent of the room. The red and white marbled pork belly boasted a thickness of 3 fingers. Li Baiwu. The simpleton stood to the side, mouth agape, drooling as it dripped onto the ground with a distinct sound, his silly grin reflecting his astonishment. "Stop gaping." Li Weidong plopped down onto the long bench, his boisterous spirit returning. "Sister-in-law, can you make dough? Today we shall not do anything else but steam buns. Cut the meat into large chunks and stew it with vermicelli. Don't skimp. I want half of this bag of flour prepared tonight. Half. Chun Gilin's face contorted in anguish, her features scrunching together. Weidong, that half is 5 jin. That's enough for our family to eat porridge for half a month. Such extravagance is simply reprehensible. If you were to do it, then do it. Li Weidong did not even raise an eyebrow. Life is fleeting and without sustenance. Merely existing becomes a torment. We must act swiftly. If this aroma escapes, even the gods cannot save us. This statement served as a revelation for Chun Gilin. If outsiders were to discover that the Laoli family was indulging in steamed buns made of fine flour accompanied by rich meat, not even a welded door would suffice to deter the ravenous wolves lurking outside. At this moment, Chun Gilin no longer hesitated. Her movements were as nimble as if she had regained a decade of youth. She scooped water and kneaded the dough with a tenderness akin to cradling a newborn. The pristine flour swirled in the basin, blending with warm water to form a smooth dough. This fine grain was indeed exceptional, not sticky to the touch. Soft and imbued with a subtle sweetness. Li Weiguo was assigned to tend the fire, and in his eagerness for a delectable meal, he pulled the bellows vigorously, causing the flames in the stove to leap high. Before long, steam began to rise from the pot. As the vapor ascended, the distinct, sweet aroma of the refined carbohydrates proved impossible to contain. It seeped through the holes in the window paper and even escaped through the chimney, wafting delicately into the air. This fragrance was commanding in its presence. Unlike the pungent scent of stewed rabbit, it was a subtle, seductive allure that stirred the stomach and evoked memories of the satisfaction of a full meal from a past life. Li Dashan, seated on the kong, could no longer suppress his hunger. He tucked his smoking pipe into his waistband, and his injured leg trembled, a manifestation of both hunger and craving. Just then, a series of knocks resounded abruptly at the door. The occupants froze momentarily, Chun Gilin nearly nicking her finger while chopping meat. Li Weiguo sprang to his feet, gripping the fire poker, his muscles taut with tension. "Dasan, are you home?" A raspy voice called from outside, exuding an air of entitlement. It was the neighbor, Uncle San. This old man had a nose for trouble. During times of scarcity, even borrowing a handful of salt would earn him a lengthy lecture. Yet now, drawn by the enticing aroma, he hurried over faster than a rabbit. Li Weidong remained seated at the table, his lips curling slightly in a sardonic smile. "Open the door," he said calmly. Li Weiguo glanced at his father, saw that Li Dashan remained silent, and reluctantly approached to unlatch the door. As soon as he cracked it open, a wrinkled face squeezed through, beady eyes darting greedily around the room, nostrils flaring in anticipation. "Oh, Weiguo, why is the door shut so tightly?" Uncle San exclaimed, a tattered cloth bag in hand, his smile so wide it seemed capable of trapping flies. "Dasan, I could smell it from the yard. What delightful dish are you steaming?" Li Dasan scoffed, refusing to engage. Uncle San, undeterred, pushed his way inside, his gaze locking onto the freshly steamed buns on the stove. Each bun was plump and steaming, glistening in the dim light like silver ingots. Uncle San swallowed hard, the sound echoing throughout the room. "Oh my, is that white flour?" His tone rose in excitement. "Dasan, your family has struck it rich. When can we see such refined delicacies in these times?" Without any sense of propriety, he plopped his cloth bag on the table, producing a rustling sound. "I can see you 1 tea finish this pot. I have 2 pounds of cornmeal at home. Though old, it's finely ground. After all, we've been neighbors for decades. I'll take a loss and trade you 2 pounds for 5 steam buns. What do you say?" His words were delivered with an air of righteous confidence. Trading cornmeal for fine flour? Especially aged cornmeal? This was akin to exchanging dirt for gold. Li Dashan's beard bristled in indignation, ready to unleash a tirade, but Li Weidong preempted him. With his hands still tucked in his sleeves, he hunched slightly, resembling a lazy rogue, and swayed over to Uncle San. "Oh, Uncle San, have you come to offer assistance?" Li Weidong said with a smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Uncle San's confidence wavered upon seeing this scoundrel, but the allure of the buns overcame his hesitation. "Weiguo, why do you say such things? We are all from the same village, helping one another. Your father is getting on in years. Eating fine flour can lead to indigestion. It's coarse grains that nourish." "Enough," Li Weidong interrupted, extending his hand to seize the cloth bag. He weighed it and remarked, "This cornmeal is indeed good enough to use as sand for wall repairs." With a dismissive click of his tongue, He flung the bag back at Uncle San with such force that the old man stumbled back 2 steps, nearly losing his balance. You, Li Weidong, what are you doing? Uncle San fumed, trembling as he pointed an accusing finger. What am I doing? Li Weidong's demeanor shifted abruptly. The playful grin vanished, replaced by a chilling intensity. He stepped forward, towering over the old man who sought to take advantage. Uncle San, you should keep that cornmeal in the family. My father has a delicate stomach and prefers the easily digestible fine flour. Also, do refrain from lingering around here. Our threshold is high, and I would want you to trip and exacerbate your old leg. With that, he grasped the doorknob and swung it shut with a decisive thud. Dust cascaded down onto Uncle San's face as the door slammed shut, muffling his furious shouts. Li Weidong, you selfish wolf cub, are you not afraid of divine retribution? Just wait. I will report you to the village chief. Let him shout. Li Weidong turned back, brushing off the dust from his hands, adopting a languid expression once more. No amount of shouting would procure him any fine flour. The room fell silent. Chun Gilin regarded her younger brother-in-law with a complex gaze. In the past, she would have scolded Li Weidong for causing trouble, but now, as she looked at the tightly shut door, she found herself admiring the man's boldness. Time to eat, Li Weidong declared. On the rickety table, a large bowl of white steamed buns was placed alongside a bubbling pot of pork and vermicelli. There were no exquisite bowls or extravagant side dishes. This simplicity was already the pinnacle of luxury in these times. Li Weidong grasped the bun, its warmth reminiscent of holding a cloud. He took a hearty bite. The flavor of the flour, pure and unadulterated, unfolded in his mouth, sweet like maltose from fermentation. Merging with his saliva, no accompaniments were necessary. The sheer delight of the bun was enough to satiate his hunger. Chun Gilin tore a piece of bun for Yiya, dipping it in the meat broth. The little girl's eyes squinted in delight as she savored the morsel, her lips glistening with oil and emitting satisfied murmurs. Li Weiguo devoured his food ravenously, 2 large buns vanishing in mere moments, nearly choking as he gulped down a bowl of thin porridge that reflected his image. Before reaching for a third, slow down, Li Dashan admonished his eldest son, yet he himself hesitated, cradling half a bun in his hands. The old man's hands, resembling dried tree bark, gently caressed the smooth surface of the bun. Suddenly, a tear, murky and heavy, trickled down his weathered cheek, landing on the pristine bun and dampening a small patch. Father? Li Weiguo was taken aback, his hand clutching the steamed bun, rendered motionless. What was happening? Had he burned himself? Li Dashan waved his hand, remaining silent. He tore off the piece of bun that was stained with tears, carefully placed it in his mouth, and chewed slowly as if he were trying to swallow all the suffering of his life. How wonderful! The old man's voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of tears. He never expected that Li Dashan, on the verge of the grave, could still live such a life. This white flour is truly sweet. This was no mere bun. It was sustenance for life itself. Li Weidong watched this scene, his heart feeling as if it had been struck hard by something intangible. He refrained from his usual banter and silently transferred the largest piece of pork belly from his bowl to his father's. Father, what is this? As he chewed on the bun, his gaze pierced through the thin paper window, observing the increasingly darkening sky. His voice was low and resolute, akin to an oath. This is just the beginning. From now on, we shall eat this every day until you can no longer bear it. Li Dashan lifted his head to look at his second son. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, this son, who had once caused him endless worry, now bore an inscrutable depth within his seemingly careless demeanor. The family feasted until they could eat no more. Even Chun Gilin, who was typically the most frugal, astonishingly consumed 2 large buns. As night deepened, the wind and snow ceased, and the world fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional distant howl of a starving dog. Li Weidong lay on the tattered straw mat, listening to his elder brother's thunderous snoring, unable to find sleep. He closed his eyes, and the yellowed old calendar in his mind slowly turned its pages once more. New characters seeped through like strands of blood. Hualong calendar, year 1960. 10th day of the 12th month. Suitable for marriage, moving in, breaking ground. Avoid long journeys, visiting the sick. At the bottom of those 3 small lines, the vivid red auspicious sign emitted an eerie glow that sent chills down his spine. Great auspicious, during the hour of the pig in the abandoned temple of the village. Beneath the well that has been dry for decades, cries of an infant will be heard at midnight. Do not be afraid, go down and have a look. That is Li Weidong's eyes flew open, his pupils contracting sharply in the dark. A temple? An infant's cries? Was this a tale from Liao, Zai, or a fortune? Yet, without a moment's hesitation, he sat up, moving as quietly as a cat preparing for a night hunt, reaching for the dull axe hidden beneath his pillow. Chapter 10. The discovery of an injured wild boar weighing 300 pounds. Taking my brother to hunt with a flintlock. The sun had yet to rise over the mountain hollows, and the world was shrouded in a chaotic gray. The north wind, having rested for the night, was now swirling through the cracks in the window, causing the flame of the oil lamp to flicker wildly. Li Weidong sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, his hands rubbing 2 heavy silver ingots. These are what he had fished out of the dry well at the temple the previous night. 2 pieces of yuan day 2, or silver dollars. Blowing on them and placing them by his ear, the crisp sound resonated like music for 3 days. These were valuable items, enough to purchase 2 acres of land in prosperous times. Yet in this era of starvation, these 2 pieces of metal were useless for sustenance. Far less practical than 2 steam buns. He casually tucked the silver dollars into his pocket, and with a flicker of thought, they vanished into his secret stash without a sound. His stomach growled again, a protest from his gastric walls, burning with hunger. The previous meal of white buns was merely a stopgap. His body was in dire need, like an insatiable abyss. Li Weidong closed his eyes, and in the depths of his mind, the yellowed calendar page turned again, as if an invisible hand was flipping through its corners. The scent of ink seemed to penetrate his nostrils. Hualong calendar, year 1960, 11th day of the 12th month. Suitable for hunting, forming alliances, setting up the stove. Avoid long journeys, solitude. 3 lines of vermilion characters read. Small, auspicious, during the hour of the rabbit beneath the branches of the pine forest in the back mountain, which have collapsed under the weight of snow, lies half a bag of aged pine cones, excellent for kindling and a lifeline for squirrels in winter. Medium, auspicious, during the hour of the dragon in the abandoned hunter's trap on the west slope, a red-feathered wild chicken is trapped, flapping its wings desperately to escape. If you delay, it will be carried off by a weasel. Li Weidong skufa. Pine cones? Wild chickens? Such trivialities were mere trifles for children. Even combining these with his existing supplies would hardly satisfy the ever-growing appetite of his family. His gaze fell to the last line, the characters darkening ominously as if they were about to bleed. Great auspicious, during the hour of the snake in the old forest of Yangtze, a 300-pound black-haired wild boar, having fought with the local tiger last night, is now injured and lying in a muddy pit, gasping for breath. Boom! Li Weidong's eyelids twitched violently, causing the muscles at the corners of his mouth to spasm. A wild boar. 300 pounds. How much meat would that be? That was a mountain of meat. In an age where even rats were mere skin and bones, a 300-pound wild boar was a walking treasury, a colossal fortune that could make the entire village bloodthirsty. But then a chill crept up his spine. An injured wild boar was a ferocious beast, more dangerous than a tiger. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Wild boars were tough-skinned and meaty, their bodies thickly coated in mud and pine oil, as hard as armor, impervious to ordinary knives and axes. Once enraged, their tusks could pierce a man's thigh. Avoid solitude. The 2 ominous characters on the calendar now stood out starkly. Li Weidong was a gambler, but he was no fool. To provoke an injured wild boar alone was akin to a long-lived man consuming poison. He needed to rally support. He swung his legs out of bed, deftly wrapping himself in a tattered military coat, and nudged his elder brother, who was sleeping like a log. Brother, wake up. Li Weiguo blinked sleepily, drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth, clearly dreaming of buns. What's the matter, second brother? It's not even dawn. Get up. We're heading into the mountains. Li Weidong's voice was low yet unmistakably fierce. Today, we're not playing around. We're going for something substantial. Upon hearing this, any remnants of sleep vanished from Li Weiguo's mind. He knew his brother all too well. When he spoke of something substantial, it was certainly not the likes of a rabbit. Second brother, don't do anything reckless. He stammered, hurriedly putting on his quilted pants while mumbling about wolves in the mountains, recalling how Zhao Laozi had encountered one at Yangtze. Shut up and put on your shoes, Li Weidong interjected, not wasting time on idle chatter. He stepped out of the inner room and headed straight for the main room. Li Dashan was already awake, sitting in front of the stove, rolling tobacco by the faint light of the fire. Hearing the footsteps, he did not raise his head, but his hand that was rolling the cigarette paused momentarily. Going out? He inquired, his voice hoarse. Yes. Li Weidong walked to the corner, his gaze falling upon an old relic hanging on the wall. It was a time-worn flintlock, its barrel polished from years of use, a testament to countless cleanings. The stock was made of jujube wood, bearing several deep scratches. This was the Li family's treasure weapon. Take it, Li Dashan said, lighting his cigarette, inhaling deeply. The glowing ember flickered in the dark, and he noted that there was only half a pound of gunpowder left in the iron box, advising caution in its use. He did not question his second son's intentions or the dangers involved. A father knows his child best. Ever since that meal of white buns, he understood clearly. His second son had grown bold and ambitious. In this world, the brave thrive while the timid perish. Li Weidong reached for the flintlock. It felt heavy in his hands, the weight of a lethal instrument. He skillfully checked the mechanism and cleaned the firing port. The movements flowed effortlessly, leaving Li Weiguo, who had just stepped out from the inner room, momentarily stunned. When did his second-rate brother learn to handle such things? Father, if you don't return by noon, just bar the door. Li Weidong stuffed a bag of iron sand into his pocket and secured a rod along his waist, resolutely refusing to open the door for anyone. Li Dashan exhaled a puff of thick smoke, his murky old eyes glinting with a fierce light behind the haze. Go ahead. If things turn dire, toss the gun away. Preserving one's life is paramount. A gun can be replaced, but a life lost is irretrievable. Li Weidong grinned, revealing a set of stark white teeth, the familiar roguish demeanor returning to his face. Rest assured, wait for your pig-slaughtering feast. As they exited the village, the wind grew fiercer, slicing against their faces like a blade. The brothers trudged through the snow, which barely reached their ankles, making their way to the back mountain with uneven steps. Li Weiguo carried a large burlap sack, tightly clutching a sharpened sickle, his nerves on edge as he frequently glanced around with his bovine eyes. Where are we headed, brother? Erdeo Liangzi, Li Weidong replied, leading the way, the old gun concealed beneath his coat, barrel facing down, his right hand never straying far from the trigger guard. Erdeo Liangzi? Li Weiguo stumbled, nearly collapsing into the snow. That was the old forest. He had heard tales of black bears lurking there, and even of the legendary wild boar king. Are you afraid? Li Weidong halted, casting a sidelong glance at his elder brother. A dry grass stick hung from his mouth, and while a smile graced his face, his eyes were as cold as the falling snow. Afraid? Not really. Li Weiguo instinctively shrank his neck, glancing at his brother's frail silhouette. He straightened his chest, declaring, I have strength. If we encounter a wild boar, I will face it. You run? A warmth flickered in Li Weidong's heart. This foolish elder brother. Run? No way. Li Weidong discarded the grass stick from his mouth and patted his brother's broad shoulder. Today, we are hunters, and it is our prey. Remember, when I give orders, you crouch when I say so, and you strike when I tell you to. Whether we can feast on those hundreds of pounds of meat depends on how swiftly you wield that sickle. As they ventured deeper, the forest thickened. The dry branches resembled countless ghostly claws intertwining above them. The sound of snow cracking underfoot echoed through the desolate woods. Following the guide of the lunar calendar, Li Weidong led his brother through several twists and turns, avoiding treacherous snow pits. In the air, alongside the invigorating scent of pine needles, there lingered an unmistakable, peculiar odor of blood. It was the scent of wild beasts. Li Weidong halted, crouching down. Beneath an ancient pine tree, the thick snow was disturbed, exposing dark brown, frozen earth beneath. A large patch of bark had been scraped off, revealing tufts of black hair as tough as steel needles, along with a pool of dark red blood that had already frozen solid. My goodness! Li Weiguo leaned closer, his eyes nearly popping out as he trembled. Is this wild boar hair? How coarse! What a massive creature! Li Weidong pinched a tuft of black hair, rubbing it between his fingers, the pungent scent filling his nostrils. The bloodstains were relatively fresh, indicating the beast had not strayed far. The lunar calendar does not deceive me. Steady that sickle. Li Weidong stood, drawing the old gun from beneath his coat, clicking the hammer back. Not far ahead lay the muddy pit of Erdeo Liangzi. Suddenly, the wind stilled. The forest fell eerily silent, devoid of even a bird's call. At that moment, a heavy, labored breathing accompanied by the sound of branches snapping emerged from the thicket ahead. Li Weidong narrowed his eyes, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. It had arrived. The legendary meat mountain lay just beyond the patch of dry grass. A life-and-death contest was about to commence. Chapter 11. The second raider becomes the savior of the village? Zhang Kuo regrets, Lu Mei's schemes. Li Weidong crouched behind a windbreak earthen mound. A light layer of snow settled on his ragged coat. The grass stick had long been discarded, and now he gently parted the dry weeds with two frostbitten fingers. It was a colossal beast, beneath the fallen log by the muddy pit. A creature resembling a grinding mill lay in wait. This wild boar, its black fur sharp as steel needles, was caked with pine resin and mud, serving as its natural armor. Even from over 20 meters away, the sound of its labored breathing could be heard. Each exhale produced a cloud of white vapor from its elongated tusks. It bore serious wounds. The flesh on its left hind leg had been torn, likely from a brutal encounter with a black bear, blood saturating the earth in a wide area, the stench overwhelming. Li Weiguo crouched behind his brother, his grip tightening around the sickle. Though endowed with brute strength, the sight of this mountain of a beast made his legs tremble, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Brother, don't shake." Li Weidong did not turn his head, his voice low and tense, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. "If you shake, we'll alert this creature, and our lives will be forfeit." He carefully rested the old gun on the earth mound. Despite its age, Li Dasan had maintained it well. The barrel packed with gunpowder and half a pound of iron sand. At close range, a shot from this would be devastating, impossible to evade. That's too large." Li Weiguo swallowed hard, his voice tinged with panic. Should we go back? If we fail to kill it and it goes berserk." "Go back." Li Weidong shot a cold glance at his brother, his gaze as frigid as the frost of winter. "Going back means starving. 300 pounds of meat is right in front of us. Can you bear to let it go?" Upon hearing the word meat, Li Weiguo's throat convulsed, the fear in his eyes overshadowed by a glimmer of hunger. "Listen carefully." Li Weidong pointed to the old crooked tree to the right of the wild boar. "Circle around and climb up. No need to go too high. Just 2 meters off the ground will suffice. Wait for my signal. Then strike the trunk with the back of the sickle and shout loudly to draw the creature's attention. This old gun offers only one chance. I must shoot it behind the ear where the skin is thin enough for the shot to penetrate. If I hit its back, the layer of pine resin will deflect the iron sand." Li Weiguo gazed at his brother's soot-streaked yet composed face, a strange sense of reassurance washing over him. He nodded, tucking the sickle into his belt, crouching low like a clumsy bear, and, using the cover of the brush, made a wide arc toward the tree. Li Weidong pressed his cheek against the stock of the gun, holding his breath. His heartbeat remained steady. In his previous life, he had signed off on multi-million-dollar contracts without hesitation. It was all a gamble, much like now. The only difference was that failure offered no second chances. Time trickled by, each second stretching unbearably. It was truly cold. The chill crept up his pants, nearly numbing his knees. The wild boar seemed to sense something amiss. Its heavy breathing paused, and its massive head jerked up, small eyes glinting with a fierce, brutal light, scanning the surroundings with caution. Just then, a series of dull thuds erupted from the right, followed by Li Weiguo's altered voice. "You brat. Grandpa is right here. Come on." This shout caused the snow in the forest to tremble and fall. The wild boar, startled by the sudden noise, instinctively swung its massive head to the right. Tusks aimed at the source of the sound, its back legs tensed to spring. Now, at that moment, as the boar's head turned, exposing the tender flesh at the base of its ear and neck, Li Weidong's finger decisively squeezed the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the mountains. The tremendous recoil struck Li Weidong's shoulder like a powerful blow, causing him to stagger backward, his ears ringing. A thick cloud of black smoke erupted, mingled with a pungent scent of sulfur. The wild boar, which had just begun to rise halfway, was struck down as if by a heavy hammer, letting out not even a grunt before its massive body fell heavily into the mud pit. Its forelegs twitched violently for a brief moment, splattering the surrounding black muck. Before it lay still, blood gushed forth like a faucet turned wide open, instantly staining the remnants of snow beneath it. "Is it dead?" came Li Weiguo's trembling voice from the tree. Li Weidong did not rush over. Ignoring the sharp pain in his shoulder, he swiftly retrieved his powder flask from his pocket, deftly preparing to load a second shot. In these times, caution was paramount. Wild boars were known for their tenacity, and many feigned death. Having filled the powder, he raised his gun and cautiously approached. When he reached the boar, he gently kicked its thick rear with his toe, and upon receiving no response, picked up a stone to strike its head. Still, there was no movement. "Come down. It's completely dead." Weidong sat down heavily, exhaling a puff of white breath as the feeling of exhaustion washed over him. Weidong scrambled down from the tree and rushed over, only to freeze in astonishment upon seeing the colossal creature. "My goodness!" Weidong circled the wild boar, his hands trembling as they brushed against its coarse black fur, drool escaping his lips. "How much meat could there be? We're going to strike it rich." "Stop gawking," Weidong urged as he rose, brushing the snow off his backside. "This pig is too heavy. We can't carry it back alone. You need to hurry back to the village, find a cart, and bring back to Sean and me. Remember, don't make a fuss. Just say I asked you to get a cart for firewood. Keep it discreet." Weidong azitata, glancing at the boar on the ground. "What about you? In this desolate wilderness, what if there are wolves?" "I have a gun," Weidong replied, shaking the firearm impatiently. "Just go, no more questions." With this strong smell of blood, if wolves come, neither of us will escape dragging this 300-pound carcass. Weidong, realizing the urgency, hurriedly thrust his sickle into Weidong's hands. "Be careful, second brother. I'll run back and be back in half an hour." Watching Weidong's towering figure vanish into the woods, the fatigue on Weidong's face dissipated instantly. He set the firearm aside and grasped a sharp boning knife. This was the main event. If they would haul all 300 pounds of pig back to the village, it would no longer belong to the Lee family. It would be communal property. Although hunting was encouraged in those days, the collective would certainly take the lion's share, leaving the family with merely a few pounds of scraps and entrails. Why should he, Weidong, toil for the benefit of others? With swift, practiced movements, the blade flashed in the dim light of the woods. Though the wild boar was somewhat lean in the depths of winter, the layer of fat clinging to its skin was a good 2 fingers thick. Weidong focused on that layer of rich fat. It was a prized commodity, rendered into lard. It could be stored in a jar, and a spoonful mixed with rice would be utterly delectable. With a soft hiss, a sizable chunk of snow-white fat was cleanly removed. A thought crossed his mind as his right hand swept across the fat. It vanished in a thin air. Next came 2 prime hind leg cuts, genuine shank meat that exuded freshness even when raw. With 2 more swift strokes, nearly 20 pounds of fine meat, along with the bones, disappeared into his mysterious personal storage. After completing this, Weidong took a deep breath. Observing the now mutilated pig, he remained calm, grabbing the mud and dead leaves from the ground. He smeared them over the cut, flipping the boar onto its side to hide the bloody side beneath. He then kicked the surrounding snow into disarray, disguising it as remnants of the boar's struggle. Unless a seasoned butcher scrutinized the scene closely, no one would discern that parts of the pig had been removed. They would likely assume it had been mauled by wild animals or injured in the fierce struggle. "Perfect." Weidong smiled broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Wiping the grease from his hands on the pig's head, he retrieved a pre-prepared hard biscuit from his pocket and, unfazed by the blood, began to chew with hearty bites. The biscuit was as hard as stone, but at that moment, it was utterly delightful. The sun rose high, and the sounds of bustling voices and the creaking of wheels crunching through snow filtered in from outside the woods. Weidong, obedient to his brother's instructions, not only brought the cart, but also, for added courage, enlisted the help of his close companions, Zhao Taizu and Wang Dazhuang, as they rushed into the woods. The sight of the boar, resembling a small tank, left them in awe. "Oh my goodness, Brother Weidong is incredible," Zhao Taizu exclaimed, circling the boar in disbelief. "He took down such a massive creature with a single shot? This is a blessing from the mountain god." "Enough chatter, lend a hand." Weidong Kumanda, directing the group as they lifted and pulled, expending great effort to hoist the hefty beast onto the cart. All the while, it was impossible to maintain a low profile. The boar was simply too large, its hooves dangling over the sides of the cart and blood dripping onto the ground, leaving a trail of crimson behind. Before they even reached the village entrance, a group of raucous boys, running amok at the village head, erupted in excitement. "A wild boar! Uncle Lee has shot a wild boar!" With that shout, it was as if cold water had been splashed into a calm frying pan. The entire Hongxing production team was instantly in an uproar. People poured out of their homes, from those holding rice bowls to those who were just about to take a nap, all rushing toward the village entrance with newfound vigor. What? A wild boar? Is it true? Oh my goodness. Is that Li's second son? That good for nothing? Look at that pig. It must weigh 300 or 400 pounds. This isn't just a pig. It's a mountain of meat. The old locust tree at the village entrance quickly became surrounded, leaving no space for movement. The cart could hardly be pushed as hungry eyes glared hungrily, eager to pounce and devour. Weidong stood at the side of the cart with his hands tucked into his sleeves, a cigarette dangling from his lips, feigning indifference. However, his vigilant gaze remained fixed on the surroundings, wary of anyone seizing the moment to take advantage. Weiguo pulled the cart in front, standing tall with pride, never having felt so triumphant. Make way! Make way! Don't damage the meat! Zhao Taizu and Wang Dazhuang played the role of path clearers, beaming with pride. At that moment, the crowd parted to make way for a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, draped in an old military coat, with a briefcase tucked under his arm, accompanied by a throng of cadres. This was Zhang Defu, the party secretary of the Hongxing production team, known for his stern demeanor. His face now radiated joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixed on the boar on the cart. Weidong, Zhang called from a distance, extending his hand with enthusiasm. One might think he was greeting a provincial leader. Well done. Truly commendable. I always said our Hongxing team has hidden talents. This shot has showcased the prowess of our impoverished farmers. Weidong jumped off the cart, choosing not to shake his hand, but instead brushing off non-existent dirt from his clothes, grinning with a hint of rebelliousness. Secretary, are you praising me or scolding me? This pig was earned with my very life, meant to fill the bellies of my 2 family members who have yet to wean. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell into a profound silence. The smile on Zhang Jishu's face momentarily froze, but being the cunning old fox he is, he quickly regained his composure, stepping forward to pat Weidong on the shoulder, even affectionately adjusting his collar. Of course. However, Weidong, such a large creature, your family cannot possibly consume it all, can they? This is collective property, and according to the regulations, the hunter keeps half while the other half belongs to the community. Weidong cut him off sharply, his voice firm. As for the remaining pig's head, offal, and the other half of the meat, I, Weidong with high resolve, will donate them to the commune's canteen for everyone to enjoy. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the greedy faces around him, finally landing on Zhang Jishu's plump visage, a smile flickering in his eyes. My father's leg was lost fighting the Japanese. In this winter, with his old leg ailments, he needs nourishment. Jishu, surely you wouldn't confiscate even this bit of sustenance meant for a revolutionary hero? With this weighty accusation, Zhang Jishu found himself at a loss for words. How could that be? How could that be? Zhang Jishu burst into hearty laughter, turning to the gathered villagers and bellowing, Did you all hear that? Comrade Weidong has declared that half the meat will be offered to improve our meals. Tonight, the canteen will be lit. We shall feast on pork dishes. The crowd erupted in excitement. Weidong's righteousness, Lier's integrity. The cheers nearly dispersed the clouds above. Weidong listened to the very same people who had been cursing him just moments ago, now showering him with praise. He turned to the outskirts of the crowd. There, the once proud Zhang Kuo, who had sought to humiliate him by breaking off their engagement, was now cowering in a corner, her face smeared with low-quality face cream. Shifting from pale to green, then to purple, her insides racked with regret. And Lu Maji, whom he had frightened away with an axe, was hiding behind a group of women, casting venomous glances his way, his hands fidgeting in his pockets, plotting something unknown. Weidong touched his chest, where beneath his clothing lay a stack of unspent ration tickets, along with his seemingly bottomless savings. This was merely the beginning. This pig represented not only meat. It was a testament to Weidong's firm standing in this era of hunger. Brother, let us return home. Weidong slipped his hand into his sleeve, his tone languid yet imbued with an undercurrent of formidable authority. Sharpening knives, boiling water, today we shall refine oil. Chapter 12. The pig-slaying knife commands a scene. The rogue wins hearts with meat, thieves scared to piss themselves by dogs amidst the threshing ground. Several pine torches illuminated the night with a fiery glow. The crackling of resin mixed with the heavy breaths of hundreds of people, merging into a wave that sent shivers down one's spine. The 300-pound black wild boar lay on its back, tied to a long wooden plank. Though referred to as a plank, it was merely two door panels hastily assembled. The white foam from the pig's mouth had long since frozen into icy shards, its tusks pointed skyward, exuding a ferocious aura of defiance and death. Li Weidong stood with one foot on the cart wheel, the slaughtering knife rasping against the sole of his shoe, creating an unsettling sound. His other hand rested in his sleeve, his carefree demeanor starkly contrasting with the hungry wolves that surrounded him. Yet he became the focal point of the gathering. Jishu, is the scale balanced? Li Weidong cast a sidelong glance at the elder, hunched over the scale, devoid of any respect in his tone. Zhang Defu wiped the sweat from his brow, which had accumulated from helping lift the pig, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Today, Li Er is certainly acting out of character. Normally, he would shrink away like a mouse before a cat, but today his posture was as rigid as iron. It's balanced. It's balanced. The accountant, old son, who had been in charge of weighing, trembled with excitement, declaring, "The net weight, after gutting, is 260 pounds. Good heavens, and this is after bleeding it out." The crowd erupted into a frenzy. 260 pounds. Given the fat of this era, how much lard could be rendered from it? Their eyes gleamed like hungry wolves. And the younger boys in the front row already had their collars soaked with drool. Li Weidong wasted no time. With a flick of his wrist, the sharp slaughtering knife struck the wood beside the pig's head, embedding itself deeply, the handle quivering. The crowd fell silent. According to our previous agreement, Li Weidong raised his voice, unwavering against the cold wind. Half will go to the public, and half will belong to my Li family. Jishu, you are a busy man. How shall we divide this 130 pounds? Zhang Defu cleared his throat, ready to assert his authority, only to be stifled by Li Weidong's next move. Without waiting for him to elaborate, Li Weidong grasped the pig's head, the knife glinting as he swiftly severed it from the neck. Following that, the blade glided along the spine, relying purely on sheer strength and precision. With a series of crisp sounds, the massive creature was cleaved in two. His skill surpassed that of the butcher Wong who had been slaying pigs for 30 years. Li Weidong pushed the half bearing the ribs and belly onto the scale, his actions as casual as discarding refuse. This half, along with the pig's head, trotter's heart, lungs, large and small intestines, all belong to the community. Although I, Li Weidong, may be a rogue, I am still a part of the Hongxing commune. Today, let everyone indulge in a feast. Consider it my early New Year-esque greeting to you all. This proclamation was splendid. Initially, some harbored resentment, feeling that the Li family was greedy for hoarding half. Yet upon seeing the pig's head, an offal offered to all, their bitterness quickly transformed into admiration. In these times, pig's head meat is a prime delicacy, while the offal is rich, perfect for stewing with radishes. Weidong is righteous. Li Er is generous. The crowd burst into applause, dispelling the chill of the winter night. Li Weidong wore his signature mischievous smile, yet his heart was as clear as a mirror. The pig's head seemed plentiful, but the bones were heavy. The offal was cumbersome to prepare and weighed down the scale. The true treasures lay in the prime cuts from the hindquarters, along with the 20 pounds of lard and shank meat he had secretly stashed in his personal store earlier in the woods, which constituted his real wealth. Trading these scraps for the goodwill of the entire village was a shrewd business. The remaining 130 pounds of meat, a mix of red and white, lay before him on the board. Li Weidong gestured to the back of the crowd. "Grandpa Wu, I will be grateful for your assistance in distributing some for me as well." The crowd parted, creating a path. Grandpa Wong, the village's eldest butcher, trembled as he approached. This elder had often assisted the Li family, even sharing roasted sweet potatoes with them when he was in need. A good lad. Grandpa Wong's cloudy old eyes glistened with moisture as he received the knife, his hand steady. The first cut, 5 pounds of hindquarter for Grandpa Wu. Li Weidong's voice boomed. "Without your sweet potatoes back in the day, my niece would have cried from hunger long ago." Grandpa Wong quivered, wanting to refuse, but Li Weidong held his hand firmly. The knife fell, and 5 solid pounds of fine meat were placed into the old man's embrace. The gazes of those around shifted towards Li Weidong. This was no longer the petty rogue. He was a man who understood gratitude and reciprocity. "Zhao Taizu Wang Daz Wang." Li Weidong called out again. The two simpletons, who had been lurking on the sidelines, swallowing their saliva, jumped at the sound of their names, rushing over. You both worked hard pulling the cart earlier. Each of you will receive 2.5 pounds of belly meat to take home and make dumplings for your mothers. Weidong seized 2 pieces of meat, not bothering to weigh them, his keen eye ensuring they were ample, and directly tossed them into the arms of the 2 men. Weidong Gu, Zhao Taizhu, cradling the still steaming meat, felt his eyes well up with tears, and with a thud, he dropped to his knees, declaring, "From now on, you are my true brother. Wherever you point, I shall strike. Get lost. Spare me your empty words." Weidong retorted with a chuckle, giving him a playful kick, urging him to hurry home and hide it well, lest a rat carry it off. Following this series of antics, the villagers who had previously whispered their criticisms of the Li family found their opinions completely transformed. This child, Weidong, had once seemed aimless, but now he had truly established himself. After all, he had taken down such a large wild boar, sharing the spoils. How noble! Just as this fervor reached its peak, an unwelcome voice rang out near the chopping board. "Weidong, I am your third uncle." The old man in a tattered black cotton coat was none other than the neighbor who had attempted to barter 2 pounds of aged cornmeal for 5 white buns earlier that day. Now, he stood before the chopping board, clutching a broken ceramic basin, a nauseatingly sycophantic grin plastered across his face, leaning in too close. "You see, we are kin, not more than 5 degrees apart. Your big nephew is running a fever and wishes for some meat broth. Just cut me this piece, 3 to 5 pounds will suffice." His bony fingers pointed directly at the fattiest portion of the meat. The crowd fell silent, many glancing at Weidong, eager to see how he would handle this notorious village freeloader. The smile on Weidong's lips gradually faded, and his usually half-squinted eyes snapped open, glinting with coldness. He remained silent, simply slapping the bloodied, pig-slaying knife down onto the chopping board in front of his third uncle. The sound made the old man shudder, nearly dropping his basin. "Third uncle?" Weidong tilted his head, a chilling tone lacing his words. "Did you save those 2 pounds of cornmeal for yourself to celebrate the new year? What? Now you remember you're part of my family?" "Well, it was a tight situation back then," the third uncle protested, his face thick with audacity. "Get lost?" Weidong uttered, the words slipping from his lips lightly. "Weidong, you're being disrespectful. I said get lost." Weidong stepped forward, the knife gliding ominously close to the third uncle's nose, the wind from its arc causing the old man's skin to prickle painfully. The ferocity honed from battles in his past life, combined with the fresh scent of blood, overwhelmed the third uncle, rendering him breathless, and he collapsed onto the ground. "My possessions are mine to give as I please. But think you can take from me empty-handed?" Weidong scoffed, his gaze sweeping over to Lu Mazi, who cowered in the corner of the crowd. It was a display meant to intimidate. Even if he were to feed a dog, he would not nourish a thankless wolf. With that, he sliced off a piece of meat with bone and casually tossed it to the nearby barking yellow dog. The dog yelped joyfully, snatching the meat and racing away. This was more painful than a slap to the third uncle's face. You. The third uncle trembled with rage, rising to point a shaking finger at Weidong. "You little brat. This isn't over. I'll report you to the commune. This is destructive to unity." "Go ahead," Weidong replied, barely lifting his eyelids. "And while you're at it, tell the commune about the 20 pounds of hidden soybeans stashed in your cellar." "Where did those come from?" The third uncle's face drained of color, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. "How did he know?" "Those beans had been pilfered from the production team's storehouse in the dead of night, not even shared with his own wife." "Still not gone? Are you waiting for me to send you off to the security office?" Weidong added. The third uncle, now thoroughly intimidated, clutched his broken basin, tail between his legs, and scurried into the darkness amidst the laughter of the villagers. On the outskirts of the crowd, Lu Mazi, who had been contemplating how to feign a scene to extort some meat, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this spectacle. His hand clutched a partially written report, slick with sweat. This Lier was truly insane and ruthless. This meat could not be taken by force. It required cunning. Having dealt with this rabble, the remaining tasks proceeded smoothly. Weidong instructed his elder brother, Weigua, to pack the more than 100 pounds of meat into 2 large willow baskets. The sturdy man, resembling a black iron tower, wore a grin so wide it seemed as if he could hardly contain it, striding forward with the load, each step thudding against the ground. Upon returning to their dilapidated cave dwelling and closing the courtyard door, the world appeared to split in two. Outside, the cold wind howled in a realm of hunger. Inside, it was a fragrant paradise of warmth and oil. Render the oil. Li Weidong kumanda. The large iron pot, with its chipped edge, was scrubbed clean and heated to a fiery red. Cubes of fatty pork were tossed into the pot, and with a sizzling roar, the most exquisite symphony in the world erupted. White steam rose, followed by an aroma of grease that surged through the cracks of the door and windows, as if countless hands were desperately pushing it outward. The scent was intoxicating. Chen Guan sat at the hearth, working the bellows, the firelight illuminating her flushed face brimming with excitement. As she worked, she wiped away tears, not from sorrow, but from the hope that life was finally looking up. "Yeah, can we save a bowl of the cracklings for you?" she asked cautiously, her tone laden with eagerness. "Save a bowl? Tonight? Everyone can indulge in the cracklings from this pot," Li Weidong replied, wielding a large iron ladle, stirring as the clear pig fat gradually separated. The satisfaction of stockpiling resources was more exhilarating than signing a billion-dollar contract in his past life. Li Deshan sat at the Kong, clutching his polished copper smoking pipe, merely observing his busy sons and daughter-in-law. The old man's face, resembling weathered tree bark, relaxed, and he reached out to touch the freshly polished soil gun resting on the Kong table, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. "Air tonight. The scent of meat may attract some wolves," Li Deshan remarked, his voice low. Li Weidong did not pause in his stirring, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let them come." He scooped a large ladle of golden, crispy cracklings into a coarse ceramic bowl, steaming hot. "I am eager to see who else in this village, aside from Luma Zi and that useless third uncle, wishes to taste the blade of the Li family." No sooner had he spoken than the yellow dog, recently brought in to guard the home, suddenly barked furiously at the dark corner of the yard. The sound sharp and menacing. Then came a dull thud, as if someone had stumbled while scaling the wall and crashed onto the frozen ground. Li Weidong set down the ladle, grasping the bone-cutting knife resting on the stove's edge, with a flick of his tongue against his cheek. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes under the firelight. "Elder brother, it seems tonight's cracklings may require some seasoning." Li Weig was shot to his feet, the fire stick creaking in his grip, his expression fierce. "I'll go take care of him." "No rush," Li Weidong replied, blowing on the knife's edge. "First we eat. Only when we're full can we chase off the dog." He lifted the bowl of cracklings, tossing a piece into his mouth, the crunch echoing, while his gaze remained fixated on the shadowy figure slowly stirring in the corner of the yard. That shadow seemed to flicker with a spark of light, a strange glimmer in the cold wind. Chapter 13. Just finished the crackling meal, and someone comes to steal from home? Flames licked the bottom of the pot, the ancient iron vessel glowing red from generations of use. Chun Gui-lan clutched the gleaming iron ladle, half her body leaning over the stove. Her face, usually marked by sorrow and a pallid hue, was now illuminated crimson by the flickering flames. Sweat beads trickled down her temples, yet she paid them no mind. In the pot, chunks of fatty meat, cut into pieces the size of fingernails, tumbled in the hot oil, with the clattering sound of the iron ladle stirring. The once solid mass of white meat gradually transformed in color, first becoming translucent, then a deep golden hue, ultimately shrinking into clusters of shimmering nuggets. The overpowering aroma of rendered fat permeated the air, relentlessly invading the nostrils. Despite the fact that Li Weiguo had stuffed the cracks in the doors and windows with tattered cotton. In a year, when even the rats were driven to relocate due to hunger, this scent was the most potent aphrodisiac. Li Weidong sat cross-legged at the edge of the Kong, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, his eyes half closed, idly toying with 2 pebbles he had collected from the riverbank. "Sister-in-law, it's time," he suddenly announced, startling Chun Gilin, who was immersed in her culinary endeavor. "Oh, time to take it off the heat." Chun Gilin swiftly removed 2 pieces of firewood, leaving only the embers to simmer. She steadied a large, chipped earthenware basin on the stove. In that moment, she held her breath, flicking her wrist as the ladle scooped up the golden, bubbling liquid along with the crispy residue from a pot. With a sizzling sound, the hot oil cascaded into the basin, releasing a cloud of steam. The basin brimmed with clear, glistening lard, underneath which lay a thick layer of cracklings. This was not merely oil, it was a life-saving golden broth. The room was eerily silent, save for the sound of swallowed saliva, as the entire family collectively gulped. Li Dasan remained seated at the far edge of the calm, cradling an old shotgun. He did not glance at the pot. His weary eyes were fixed on the window, obscured by newspaper, ears perked like a vigilant wolf. Father, it's time to eat. Li Weidong leapt from the calm, scooping 2 large bowls of rice from the corner grain bin, now filled with newly acquired flour and remnants of millet and cornmeal. Although it was called rice, it was primarily cornmeal with a scant amount of millet. Yet, mixed with the steaming lard, it became a dish that even the gods would envy. Chun Gilin, now neglecting her earlier hesitations, took a hefty ladleful of lard, complete with cracklings, and poured it generously over Li Dasan's amount of rice. The hot oil met the warm rice with a gentle hiss, and the aroma burst forth, intoxicatingly rich and overwhelming. Next, she grabbed the salt container, usually treated like precious gold dust, and without hesitation, pinched a generous amount, evenly sprinkling it over the cracklings. The salt hit the sizzling fat, enhancing the fragrance before it even dissolved. Serve more to the second son. Li Dasan did not touch his chopsticks. Speaking in a solemn tone, Chun Gilin's hand momentarily faltered, but she quickly poured a heaping spoonful into Li Weidong's bowl, the cracklings towering above the rice. In the past, she would have scolded him for being a wasteful slacker, but today, witnessing Li Weidong's indifferent expression, she felt only trepidation and an inexplicable reliance. When it came time for Li Weiguo, Chun Gilin hesitated momentarily. Give more to the elder brother. Li Weidong tapped the table, asserting his role as the day's hero. Without his bait of flesh, they would not have captured the pig. Li Weiguo chuckled foolishly, rubbing his large hands together awkwardly. I'm just strong. It's all thanks to my second brother. Eat if you're going to eat. Don't waste words. Li Weidong slammed his chopsticks on the table. Li Weiguo flinched, quickly picking up the gigantic bowl that could serve as a basin. Finally, it was Chun Gilin and Yiya's turn. Yiya's large eyes were fixated on the cracklings. Her little mouth, moving incessantly, drool trickling down her collar, oblivious to it. Chun Gilin selected the best crispy bits and added them to Yiya's small bowl. The family gathered around the rickety square table, the flickering kerosene lamp casting elongated shadows. Eat, Li Weidong comanda succinctly, taking the lead by grabbing a piece of sizzling crackling and tossing it into his mouth. With a crunch, the crispy outer shell shattered, revealing a morsel of tender fat that melted instantly under the warmth of his mouth. The flavors, salty, fragrant, flaky, and crisp, provided an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, reminiscent of the pure animal fat that surged through him, sending tingles across his scalp. Li Weidong said nothing, soon devouring a generous mouthful of rice soaked in lard. The coarse cornmeal, enveloped in the fat, transformed into a smooth delight, each grain bursting with a robust meaty essence. That scalding food slid down his throat, igniting warmth in his belly, dispelling the chill that had accumulated throughout the winter. The table was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of chewing and swallowing, akin to a pack of famished beasts tearing into their prey. Li Weiguo ate voraciously, his towering frame, usually frugal with food, now ravenous. He stuffed his mouth, hardly chewing, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel hoarding nuts, veins throbbing on his forehead with each bite. Li Dasan ate slowly, savoring each morsel with his eyes closed. The flavors evoked memories of a victory feast from his days as a soldier. It was the taste of life. As Li Weidong finished his serving, he slowed his pace. One hand slipped into his coat pocket, feeling for a piece of prepared meat he had procured from the black market, a chunk of braised beef he had withheld until now. Seizing the moment, he nudged Li Weiguo, who was deeply engrossed in his meal. Li Weiguo looked up, a grain of rice stuck to his lip. What is it? Second brother? In a swift motion, Li Weidong discreetly dropped the dark red meat into Li Weiguo's bowl, partially obscured by the rice. Here, I say a little something extra for you, he whispered, his tone firm and commanding. Don't draw attention, just eat. Li Weiguo paused, feeling the firm piece of meat with his chopsticks, distinctly different from the cracklings. As he opened his mouth to inquire, he met Li Weidong's gaze, which held a depth not seen before, radiating a warning that sent shivers down his spine. Instantly, he sealed his lips. This was from his brother. A gift from his brother was fate's design. Without hesitation, he picked up the meat, not daring to examine it closely, and swallowed it whole, mixed with rice. The rich, savory flavor burst in his mouth, contrasting with the pork fat, offering a firmer texture. Li Weiguo Guo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Head bowed as he devoured his rice with fervor, large drops falling into his bowl, mingling with the grease as he swallowed. Meanwhile, Chun Gilin was busy feeding Yiya, oblivious to the brothers' subtle exchange. Yiya's face was smeared with grease, her little belly round and full, until she could no longer fit in another bite and let out a loud burp, calling out, "Mother, my tummy is full. If I'm full, I want to eat anymore. Give it to father." Chun Gilin, no longer picky, poured the remnants from Yiya's bowl directly into her own, finishing it off in a few swift bites. The meal vanished like a whirlwind. The large basin of cracklings and rice emptied without a single grain left, and Li Weiguo rinsed the bowl 3 times with hot water, leaving it spotless. They were full. The sensation of a distended stomach evokes a feeling akin to drunkenness, accompanied by a languid dizziness. The temperature within the room seems to have risen several degrees. Li Dashan set down his empty bowl, exhaling a long breath of stale air, reaching out to touch the copper smoking pipe. "Air, old man," his voice was somewhat hoarse, yet filled with vigor. "If only we could live like this every day. Even if the king of hell were to take me tomorrow, it would be worth it. Worth it." Li Weidong scoffed, leaning back against the wall, replacing the straw stick in his mouth. "Father, have you no ambition? This is just the beginning. In the future, we shall not only feast on oil residue daily, but also indulge in fine grains at every meal, don new clothes, and trample the entire Hongxing brigade. No, the entire Haishui County underfoot." In the past, Li Dashan would have struck him with the smoking pipe, admonishing him for his insolence. Yet today, he merely clicked his tongue twice, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, and remained silent. Just then, the large yellow dog in the yard, having just eaten its fill, suddenly began to growl ominously. It was not the wild barking of a dog that had spotted a stranger, but rather a warning sound indicative of extreme danger. Following that, a faint creaking noise emanated from the base of the backyard wall. The sound was so subtle, akin to the whisper of wind through dry grass. However, to the ears of those in the room who had just experienced a moment of relaxation, it resonated like thunder. The languor vanished from Li Weidong's face in an instant. He straightened abruptly, his half-closed eyes snapping wide open, pupils narrowing to pinpricks, exuding a wolf-like ferocity. Li Dashan's hand instantly tightened around the old shotgun. Li Baiwu, still oblivious to the unfolding situation, was about to belch when Li Weidong kicked him in the calf. "Don't make a sound." Li Weidong's lips barely moved as he stealthily grabbed the bone knife, still smeared with pig fat, from the stove, lightly licking the sharp edge with his tongue. "Someone does not wish for our family to live in peace." Li Weidong rose, moving as silently as a cat, inching toward the doorway. Since they had come, they should not expect to leave unscathed. Outside the door, a dark figure pressed silently against the window paper, seemingly clutching something in hand, blowing air into the crack of the window. Was it a tube of narcotic smoke or a match? Chapter 14. Heavy snow seals the mountains. Grain prices surge. Can 10 kilograms of premium flour be exchanged for small yellowfish? The shadow hunched over, the match poised to strike against the window paper, when suddenly a loud crash resonated as the 2 broken wooden doors burst outward as if struck by cannon fire. "Who goes there?" The figure jumped, the match falling into the snow, and before he could straighten up, an iron-like hand shot out from the darkness, gripping the nape of his neck with a vice-like hold. In an instant, a tremendous force lifted him as if he were a mere chick, slamming him onto the frozen ground. "Oh, my dear mother!" As the cry escaped his lips, a cold, glinting bone knife pressed against his cheek, the scent of fresh pig fat instantly stifling his scream. Illuminated by the dim light from the room, his face, riddled with pockmarks, appeared as pale as paper. It was Loom Maisie. "I was wondering who was practicing martial arts beneath my window at this late hour." Li Weidong stood over Loom Maisie, one foot planted on his chest. His coat collar turned up, the straw stick in his mouth bobbing as he spoke. "You little rat, are you trying to set my house ablaze?" "Misunderstanding. Second master. Grandpa Weidong." Loom Maisie, terrified, felt warmth spreading beneath him, a putrid odor wafting through the cold air. "I was just passing by and wanted to borrow a light." "Borrowing a light, is it? On the window paper?" Li Weidong pressed his wrist slightly, the sharp blade immediately drawing blood on Loom Maisie's face. "It seems I need not repay that 5 yuan debt, and you wish to offer me your 2 hands as collateral?" At that moment, Li Weiguo burst out with a firewood stick, and upon seeing Lu Maisie, his eyes flared with rage. The instinct to protect what was his ignited. Raising the stick to strike, "You bastard! How dare you steal our oil? Brother, stop!" Li Weidong called out calmly. Li Weiguo's stick came to a halt just an inch from Lu Maisie's forehead. Li Weidong crouched down, tapping Lu Maisie's cheek with the back of the knife, producing a crisp sound. "Lu Maisie, remember this. Today, I spare you out of consideration for the heavy snowfall, not wanting to stain my yard with blood. Go back and tell those red-eyed fiends behind you that if anyone dares to extend their claws into this yard again, I, Li Weidong, will not hesitate to chop them up for soup. Get lost." At this low growl, Lu Maisie felt as if he had received a reprieve, scrambling out of the courtyard, leaving behind a tattered cotton shoe in the snow, barefoot, disappearing into the swirling snowstorm. Li Dashan stood at the doorway, cradling the shotgun, his expression impassive, simply puffing on the unlit pipe, nodding to his second son. "Close the door, time for bed." That night, the north wind howled like a banshee, enveloping the entire Haishui County in a desolate gloom. The following morning, Li Weidong was not awakened by the cold, but rather by warmth. In this current Red Star Brigade, such a scenario was almost unimaginable. Outside, heavy snow had fallen throughout the night, causing the dilapidated thatched cottage to groan under the weight. While the temperature plummeted to over 30 degrees below zero, every household was huddled together, trying to conserve the little firewood they had, while the Li family, at this moment, was as warm as a spring day. In the depths of his mind, the yellowing old calendar silently turned its pages, the inked characters bleeding into one another. Hualong calendar. Year 1960, 11th day of the 12th month. Auspicious for settling in, acquiring wealth, keeping warm. Inauspicious for traveling, displaying wealth. The 3 lines of small print clearly appeared. Minor auspicious. Mao hour the pile of coal cinders collected according to intel from the corner of the West Room, half a ton. Waste from the provincial capital's boiler room, half of which was not fully burned, providing strong heat. Moderate auspicious. Chen Hour Secretary Zhang Defuo was making his way here. The entire village had run out of firewood, and he had his eyes on the warmth emanating from your chimney, preparing for mutual assistance. Great auspicious. Sea hour not yet available. Heavy snow seals the mountains. Staying indoors is the greatest blessing. Li Weidong sat up, glancing at the glowing earthen Kong firewall. This was refuse he and his elder brother had brought back from the abandoned coal yard on the outskirts of the county. Following the daily intel, at that time, the villagers had mocked the Li family for scavenging what others had discarded. Now, however, it was clear that this was not mere coal cinders, but rather the precious black gold of survival. Niang, the little girl, Yaya, kicked off the covers, her rosy cheeks still adorned with a sweet smile. Chun Gilin was adding coal to the stove, her previous reluctance to burn it long gone, now shoveling it in with abandon. Inside the room, the lingering scent of the previous night's pig fat mixed with the cozy warmth, creating an almost heavenly atmosphere. Avaka? Li Dashan sat cross-legged at the Kang's edge, an old leather coat draped over his remaining leg, his complexion rosy, appearing more spirited than many young men in their 20s. This coal cinder is a marvelous thing, burns longer than wood and produces little smoke. Indeed, one only needs to look at who brought it back. Li Weidong stretched lazily and donned his coat. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by the sound of crunching snow. "Uncle Dashan, Weidong, are you home?" It was Secretary Zhang Defu's voice. This old fox had indeed arrived punctually according to the calendar. Li Weidong's eyes flickered as he gestured for his elder brother, who was about to open the door, to pause. He swiftly grabbed a handful of ash from the stove and smeared it across his face, tooling his coat collar, instantly transforming from spirited youth into a refugee who had just encountered misfortune. Douse the fire a bit, leave the window slightly ajar. Li Weidong instructed the Naasht Don. Although Chen Gilin was bewildered, she now obeyed her younger brother-in-law without question, hastily securing the stove pit door and pushing open a window slit. The biting cold wind swept in, dispersing much of the warmth lingering inside. "Open the door." Li Weiguo unlatched the door. Zhang Defu, wrapped in a sheepskin coat and wearing a dog fur hat, his eyebrows and beard frosted white, sneezed upon entering, stirred by the residual warmth. 2 shivering villagers trailed behind him, clutching pens and notebooks. Party branch secretary, braving the heavy snow in disguise, are you? Li Weidong shrank his neck, hands tucked inside his sleeves, leaning weakly against the wall. Zhang Defu sniffed and cast a sharp gaze around the room. Despite the open window, the indoor temperature was noticeably warmer than outside, and the air still carried a pungent, oily aroma that seemed to twist the stomach. Weidong, let us speak frankly. Zhang Defu rubbed his numb hands, his small eyes gleaming with shrewdness. This snowstorm is severe. Several households reliant on social welfare have run out of firewood and even cooking rice. I reckon your family hunted a wild boar yesterday, although you donated half. Your life must be more comfortable than most. As an exemplary model, Shun-Ti, we demonstrate solidarity and mutual aid. This was outright extortion, a peculiar form of wealth redistribution characteristic of these times. If it were others, being pinned with such a title by the secretary, they would reluctantly give something despite their pain. But who was Li Weidong? A voracious spirit, only taking and never giving. Mutual aid? Li Weidong shuklad bitarli. Instantly elevating his acting to Oscar-worthy levels. He pulled out his perennial straw stick, clenching it between his teeth, his tone mournful. Secretary, you see only one side. That pork from yesterday looked abundant, but as you know, my father's leg is an old injury that pains terribly on damp days. Last night's meal was to nourish him. We consumed every bit, skin and all. Plus, with my large family, you know my eldest brother's appetite. He can eat half a pig's head in one sitting. I was just worried, thinking of asking you for some relief grain. Zhang Defu's face twitched. Half a pig's head in one meal? You must be joking. Weidong, that's excessive. Zhang Defu gestured towards the warm earthen Kong. Without firewood, how could the room be so warm? That is precisely why I'm reporting to you. Li Weidong slapped his thigh, feigning heartbreak. That's the pile of coal slag I scavenged in the county town a few days ago. It's waste left over from burning. Our Li family is utterly destitute. We burn scraps, and the smoke chokes me until I cough blood. If you don't believe me, the coal slag is in the corner. If you like, take it away. It's public waste. We're merely safeguarding it for the community. Following Li Weidong's finger, Zhang Defu saw the heap of black coal ash in the corner. In the city, this was mere road bed material. Who would have imagined its firepower? If this rubbish were distributed to villagers, they would curse in outrage. Zhang Defu was speechless. He knew this young man was feigning poverty, putting on airs, yet he could find no fault. The meat was hunted by skill, the firewood scavenged. This was self-reliance, not only blameless but commendable. Fine, Zhang Defu ground his teeth, frustrated at the incorrigible rogue, yet powerless. Since your family is also struggling, I won't trouble you further. But Weidong, one must have a conscience. If you see anyone starving, you must help. Naturali, Li Weidong nuda ernasli. As long as I have food, I would never watch the villagers perish. Just now, I even told Lu Meizi to visit often. No need for formalities. Mentioning Lu Meizi, Zhang Defu's expression changed. He had seen Lu Meizi at the village entrance that morning, his face swollen like a pig's head. When asked, Lu said he fell while getting up at night. This Li family's second son was a tough character. Zhang Defu did not linger and left hastily with his men. As the door closed, Li Weidong esa pitiful gisa banisha instantly. Light the fire, he commanded, then continued refining oil. Today, we'll render all the remaining lard. The heavy snow seals the mountains. It's the perfect time to eat in solitude. Chen Gilan agreed crisply, feeling a surge of satisfaction witnessing this scene. Previously, when the secretary visited, even the last handful of rice had to be offered. Now, under her younger brother-in-law's rule, their spine was unyielding. Li Weiguo chuckled as he carried coal slag. Wali Dasan squinted, watching his second son's retreating figure, gently tapping his pipe against the Kong's edge and softly humming an unfamiliar Qin opera tune. Life held promise. Yet Li Weidong did not become complacent over this minor triumph. He approached the window, peering through the paper slit at the vast snowy expanse. The heavy snow sealing the mountains meant roads were blocked. Supplies could neither enter nor leave. But for him, this was a rare and golden opportunity. Rummaging through the warehouse, he found 5 caddies of refined flour. Stroking his chin, his eyes deepened. On the black market, this might fetch the price of a small yellow croaker. This snow closed off the poor man's path, but paved a gilded avenue for the prepared. Chapter 15. The Eagle's Beak Rescue. Li Weidong trades eggs to save Su Qing's life and discovers someone tailoring her. Li Weidong was awakened by a pressing need to urinate. Upon opening his eyes, before savoring the lingering aroma of last night's burnt oil scraps. A familiar dizziness crept into his mind. The brittle, yellowed calendar page rustled in his subconscious. Hualong calendar 1960, 12th day of the 12th lunar month. Auspicious 4. Repairs, stove installation, acts of benevolence. Inauspicious 4. Earth-moving killing. Beneath, 3 lines of scrawled, glaring red text read. Minor luck. Mao hour the rat hole by the east wall harbors 2 frozen sparrows stored last night by the spotted wildcat. Perfect for roasting for ya. Moderate luck. Chin hour the brigade's broadcast speaker wiring is aged and needs repair. The acrophobic electrician is likely to drop a roll of tape, just enough to patch the worn liberation shoes. Li Weidong sneered. These were trifles. His gaze shifted downward to the blood-red, conspicuous line of great fortune. Great luck, see our Su Qing, a sent-down youth from the Black 5 categories. Braved the cold to gather insufficient firewood and dared to venture to the old mountain eagle's beak. Beneath the snowdrift lies a hollow pit. A fall means disappearance. Half an hour later, this pampered city girl will freeze into an icicle. Su Qing? Li Weidong's mind conjured the image of a cool, proud-faced young woman. She was the most striking of the Red Star Brigade's sent-down youth, reputedly from a somewhat controversial family background. Usually solitary, she regarded everyone as owing her 200 taels. The original owner had often whistled outside the Youth Point's gate, only to be chased away twice by this girl wielding a broom, suffering much embarrassment in the village. Dying at the eagle's beak was a pity for such fine clothes. Li Weidong muttered, rolling off the Kong. Had it been others like Lu Meizi or Zhao Ergu, he would have merely sat aside, shelling sunflower seeds and watching the spectacle, waiting to collect a few silver coins once they were cold. But Su Qing was different. She was one of the few enlightened souls in the 10-mile vicinity, the only person from the commune to pass the reinstated college entrance examinations and become a notable figure. This was not merely a life. It was an untapped potential, a future valuable connection. Acts of benevolence. Li Weidong pondered those words on the calendar. Since heaven-ordained business, he would conduct it accordingly. He did not disturb his elder brother and father, who were sound asleep, swiftly wrapped himself in the tattered military coat, secured the bone knife at his waist, and tucked something into his bosom before pushing the door and stepping into the howling snowstorm. The back mountain, the eagle's beak. This was no place for humans. The gnarled branches resembled ghostly claws, clawing at the snow, which reached above his knees, making each step a Herculean effort. The wind intensified, biting at his face like sandpaper, causing pain. Li Weidong tucked his hands into his sleeves, hunched his neck, and followed the faint footprints ahead. These footprints were shallow and delicate, clearly made by someone lacking strength, some places even dragging a mark, indicating a fall. This foolish woman, risking her life just to gather firewood. Li Weidong cursed under his breath, yet quickened his pace. According to the lunar calendar, the person would likely be half frozen by now. Turning over a mountain ridge, the view suddenly opened up, but it was even more perilous. Ahead lay a large inverted funnel-shaped depression, the snow lying flat and firm, hiding a hollow beneath. Amidst the white expanse, a striking blue stood out. It was Su Qing's cotton coat. The person was no longer on solid ground. Most of her body trapped in the snow, with only a shoulder and a head exposed, weakly drooping onto the snow. Her hair frosted white, like a freshly unearthed ice statue. Li Weidong did not rush over. Instead, he tested the ground first, finding a sturdy dead pine branch to use as leverage. Rescuing someone requires a method. He did not want to put himself at risk. Like a nimble monkey, he slid down the slope and seized Su Qing's frozen, purplish hand. It felt icy, akin to touching the flesh of a dead pig. Hey, wake up. Li Weidong had no tender feelings, lifting his hand to slap her frozen, pale face twice, the sound sharp and resonant. If you want to die, do it somewhere else. Not on my turf. How unlucky. Su Qing showed no reaction, her breath as faint as a wisp of smoke, her eyelashes coated in ice. She was suffering from hypothermia. Another moment, and even a deity could not save her. Li Weidong furrowed his brow. It was too late to start a fire. He glanced around to confirm the desolate surroundings, devoid of any human presence, and with a thought, his hand, which had been resting in his coat, extended outward. In his palm lay a still warm object. It was an egg, boiled by Chun Gillen for Yaya that morning, which he had opportunistically stashed in his pocket. This stash was peculiar. Time stood still inside it, and whatever went and came out unchanged. This egg now resembled a small furnace, emanating enticing warmth and the aroma of protein. You're lucky, you spendthrift woman. Li Weidong pried open Su Qing's tightly clenched jaws with one hand and cracked the eggshell with the other, making no effort to peel it, directly stuffing the hot half-egg into her mouth. The scalding sensation exploded in her mouth, radiating warmth that yanked Su Qing back from the brink of death. She coughed violently, instinctively wanting to spit it out, but a rough hand firmly covered her mouth. Swallow it. The voice was fierce, carrying an unmistakable menace. If you dare spit it out, I'll leave you here for the wolves. Su Qing, bleary-eyed, opened her gaze, her vision blurred, catching sight of a stubbled face and fierce eyes. It was that ruffian from the village, Li Weidong. The instinct for survival overshadowed her thoughts. Her throat convulsed as the hot egg, shell and all, slid down her esophagus like a fiery line, instantaneously burning away the chill within her body. Following that, the remaining half of the egg was forced into her mouth. Chew it up. Swallow the shell. Li Weidong squatted in the snow, observing the woman devour the food ravenously, a smirk of derision forming at the corner of his mouth. You seemed so proud before. Now you look like a starving ghost reborn. Su Qing nearly choked, her eyes rolling back as tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling with the melting snow on her face. Whether from choking or emotion, she could not tell. That was warmth. That was life. With one egg consumed, Su Qing's previously stiff body finally regained sensation, beginning to tremble violently. She curled into a ball, her once dull eyes now flickering with life, fixed intently on Li Weidong, as if wanting to engrave his likeness into her very bones. All right, you're not dead yet, so get up quickly. Li Weidong stood, brushing the eggshell remnants from his hands, his usual brash demeanor returning. What? Are you waiting for me to carry you back? Dream on. I haven't even married yet, and you'll ruin my reputation. Can you afford that? Su Qing opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Thank you. Cut the niceties. Li Weidong snurta coldly, looking down at her from above, his eyes devoid of warmth, full of calculation. This matter must remain buried. If anyone finds out I fed you an egg, those women will tear my roof off. Besides, a solitary man and woman in these deep mountains isn't exactly a good story. You bent down, grabbing Su Qing's arm and dragging her from the snow pit like a lifeless dog. I've tossed your firewood up there as well. Whether you can carry it back is your own luck. Li Weidong pointed to the nearby mountain path, adding, and remember, this life is given by me, Li Weidong. If you prosper in the future, don't forget to repay the debt. I never engage in losing propositions. With that, he tucked his hand back into his sleeve, hunching his neck and walking away without a backward glance. His silhouette, diminished by the swirling snow, exuded an indescribable defiance and nonchalance. Su Qing sat slumped in the snow, clutching the bundle of firewood, the lingering taste of the egg still on her lips. She gazed at the figure gradually disappearing into the storm, her expression a tempest of emotions. Was this the notorious ruffian, known for indulgence and vice? The man who was crude, fierce, and never uttered a kind word? Yet the warmth of that egg and the heat of that large hand were the most comforting sensations she had ever experienced. Li Weidong did not look back. He cared little for Su Qing's thoughts. One egg for a favor, a fair trade. In this era, educated youth were the most unstable element, yet the most likely to rise. Plant a seed today, and tomorrow it might yield a mountain of gold. This was the logic of a merchant. After walking a mile, nearing the woods behind the village, Li Weidong suddenly halted. The wind howled, the snow fell, yet his keen, wolf-like eyes fixated on an old crooked tree by the roadside. The bark bore a faint scratch, as if recently brushed by something hard. Moreover, the snow beneath the tree, though swept with pine branches to conceal the evidence, was an amateurish cover in the eyes of a seasoned hunter like Li Weidong. Someone had been there. While he had saved a person, someone had been lurking behind him. Or perhaps someone had been stationed here all along. Li Weidong remained nonchalant, maintaining his leisurely pace, even humming a nonsensical tune. Yet, his hand concealed within the coat's sleeve had silently gripped the knife's hilt. He urinated beside the tree, using the moment to subtly scan the surrounding bushes with a sideways glance. In the shadows lay a faint dark shape, indistinguishable from a dead tree stump unless one looked closely. But tree stumps do not exhale steam. That was the breath of a person. Li Weidong fastened his belt, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Good. Having just saved a fallen phoenix, he now attracted a reckless wolf. It seemed many in the Hongxing Brigade had their eyes on him, Li Weidong. Have you seen enough? Li Weidong avrupli spuka. His voice piercing sharply through the howling wind and snow. If you've had your fill, then get out here. If I have to come fetch you myself, there will be bloodstains on this snowy ground. The wind roared, but there was no response. The shadow lurking in the thicket seemed to stiffen momentarily. Then a rustling sound emerged, like a startled beast preparing to flee. Trying to run? A cold glint flashed in Li Weidong's eyes as his figure surged forward. The once sluggish idler instantly transformed into a predatory leopard, exuding a chilling aura of menace, lunging straight at the thicket. Today was a day for both mercy and mending. It was the perfect opportunity to use this half-hidden rat to fix the glaring lack of respect the Hongxing Brigade held for him, Li Eryi. Li Weidong gave no respite to the rat in the bushes. The ruthlessness honed from his past life in the business world now completely manifested as explosive power beneath his feet. His figure flickered, the tattered military coat trailing a gray-brown shadow in the wind. His bone-picking dagger was gripped backwards, the spine pressed against his wrist, poised to strike at any moment. Don't attack. It's me. The shadow in the bushes tried to slip away, but Li Weidong's foot landed firmly on the small of his back, eliciting a miserable scream as his face slammed hard into the muddy snow. Without wasting words, Li Weidong bent down, grasped the man by the collar like pulling a stubborn carrot, and yanked him up violently, slamming him against the old elm tree nearby with a dull thud. The man staggered in a daze, barely catching his breath before the icy cold steel pressed against his throat. It was a frostbitten, purpled face with wild eyes, a pockmarked visage. Ah, so you're some kind of hero? Turns out you're Lu Ma's cousin, Lu Ergo. Li Weidong's mouth twitched with a blade of grass, but his eyes held no amusement, only a grim, murderous chill. Lu Ergo usually trailed behind Lu Ma, indulging in petty theft and mischief, a rat from the same nest. Perfect. Second master, Weidong Eryi. Spare me. Lu Ergo was so terrified that his innards churned, a hot, foul stench wafting in the cold wind. He had never seen such a scene before. Li Weidong was usually a rowdy scoundrel, but today, his gaze was unmistakably that of a seasoned butcher. Li Weidong pressed down slightly on his wrist, the blade slicing through the thin skin on Lu Ergo's neck. Blood immediately oozing forth. What did you see just now? Li Weidong's voice was low, as if chatting casually with an old friend. Nothing. I saw nothing. I was just passing by. Passing by? Li Weidong sneered, sliding the dagger up along his throat, tapping the sweat-drenched face. Go back and tell that deadbeat cousin of yours, if he wants to die, there's no need to beat around the bush. Tomorrow, if he comes himself and sends another weakling to scout, I'll take off his remaining good leg. Understand? Understand. I'll leave right now. Li Weidong loosened his grip. Lu Ergo scrambled away, losing one cotton shoe and running barefoot through the snow like he had seen the living devil, vanishing in a blink. Li Weidong looked at the puddle of urine left in the snow, disgustedly scraping his shoe against the snow. He did not hurry away, but turned back to the snow nest, hoisting the still unconscious Su Qing onto his shoulder like a sack of grain. The woman was frighteningly light, nothing but bones, with only her cotton jacket carrying some weight. The path back to the village was treacherous, but Li Weidong's mind was steady as a chess masteress. Today's episode was not only a rescue, but also a message to those watching in shadows. By the time he returned to the dilapidated family courtyard, dusk had fallen. The yard was eerily silent, save for the large yellow dog lying in its kennel, lifting an eyelid at the noise, but not barking. Li Weidong carried Su Qing inside and tossed her onto the empty Kong in the west room. The Kong was still warm but hard and uncomfortable. In the main room, Li Dashan sat by the legless square table, wiping an old rustic gun with a rag. The dim kerosene lamp cast flickering light on his deeply lined old face, mood uncertain. Seeing Li Weidong enter, especially the bone-picking knife still stained with blood in his hand, the old man paused. Li Weidong said nothing, slapping the knife onto the table, then grabbed a dipper of cold water from the crock and drank deeply. Handled it? Li Dashan's voice was hoarse, his eyelids barely lifting. That was a weakling, Lu family's second son, Li Weidong replied, wiping water from his mouth and plopping down on a bench. I let him go, told him to deliver a message. Li Dasan nodded without asking what message. A father knows his son best. If he was released, it must serve a purpose. He hung the gun back on the wall, dragging his injured leg as he turned into the inner room. Moments later, the old man returned carrying a long, oil-stained cloth bundle, aged and worn. He placed it on the table, hands trembling slightly as he unwrapped it, releasing a pungent scent. Inside was a triangular military bayonet. Such weapons were rare relics, fierce trophies from past battles. The blade was unsharpened, not needing to be. The 3 blood grooves exuded a chilling aura of lethality. A wound from this would be a gaping hole, impossible to stitch, bleeding endlessly. Father, this is Weidong Esa Gaza Sharpanat. Take it. Li Dasan pushed the bayonet toward him. For the first time, his cloudy old eyes regarded his second son not as a child to be shielded, but as a man capable of standing firm for the family. The bone-picking knife was for slaughtering pigs. This was for self-defense. From now on, the affairs inside and outside this household are yours to command. If you encounter someone blind to reason, do not hold back. The old man's words were few, but their meaning unmistakable. This was the Li family's seal of authority. Li Weidong accepted the cold handle, the rough texture coursing through his body like clutching a heavy, iron-blooded history. He tucked the bayonet into his sleeve with ease. Rest assured, Father, the Li family's sky will never fall. The night passed without incident, only the wind rattling the window paper. At dawn, just as the rooster crowed its first call, Li Weidong opened his eyes. The familiar dizziness returned as expected. Deep within his consciousness, the yellowed, old almanac flipped a page on its own with a rustle. The writing was clearer than a few days ago, as if freshly inscribed in vermilion. Hualong calendar, 1960, 12th lunar month, 13th day. Auspicious, setting up bed, weaving nets, receiving wealth. Inauspicious, quarreling, long journeys. Beneath, 3 lines of fine print caught Li Weidong's pupils tightening sharply. Minor luck, Mao hour at the half-collapsed abandoned earthen kiln east of the village. 2 bundles of dry firewood, long forgotten, can be gathered to burn these dilapidated houses to a fiery crisp. Moderate luck, Chen hour beneath the backwater bay of Kingwan lies a deep pool harboring a big catch, alive and kicking. Prepare long poles and hemp ropes. This is a windfall. Great luck. All day the female, educated youth Su Qing lying on the west Kong conceals in the inner layer of her tattered cloth bag a half-broken old photograph and a brass key. This is her life-saving trump card and the lever to pry open connections with influential figures in the provincial capital. Do not disturb her now. To do so would breed enmity. To preserve her is a monumental favor. Li Weidong stroked the coarse stubble on his chin, a playful smirk curling his lips. This golden finger was intriguing. Once it reported only inanimate things, but today it had begun revealing people. It appears that Su Qing is indeed a promising talent, and this angel investment has not gone to waste. Just as I was contemplating this, a commotion arose from the Westinghouse. A fit of intense coughing was followed by the creaking of a dilapidated wooden bed. Li Weidong lifted the cloth curtain and stepped inside. Su Qing had already awakened. She was huddled in the corner, her hands gripping the tattered quilt tightly, her eyes resembling those of a frightened little beast, filled with vigilance and panic. Her once cool complexion was slightly flushed from the fever that had just subsided. Upon seeing Li Weidong enter, her body instinctively stiffened, and she instinctively tried to retreat. However, her nose betrayed her. In the outer room, Chun Gilin was heating up last night's leftover pork cracklings mixed with rice. The overpowering aroma of meat wafted through the door crack, tugging at Su Qing's already withered stomach like a hook. A loud and untimely rumble emanated from her abdomen, resonating clearly in the room. Su Qing's face instantly turned a shade of crimson, and her urban pride shattered in the face of this primal instinct. Awake? Li Weidong, hands tucked into his sleeves, leaned against the door frame and brazenly scanned her with his eyes. If you're awake, hurry up and come down to eat. What are you waiting for? Do you expect my sister-in-law to bring food to you? The Li family does not harbor idlers or pampered young ladies. Su Qing bit her lip, her gaze fixed on this coarse-mouthed man. As her memories slowly returned, she recalled the scalding egg, that rough hand, and the sensation of being pulled back from the brink of death. This man was undeniably a rogue, yet why? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and you'll pay for it. Li Weidong rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Finish your meal quickly and return to your educated youth team. Don't linger here. Also, about yesterday's incident, If you dare to spread rumors, I will toss you back into that old eagle's mouth. Su Qing watched his retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She touched the cloth pouch close to her chest, feeling its contents still there, pressing against her ribs. What kind of person is Li Weidong? After breakfast, Li Weidong disregarded Su Qing's complex gaze filled with unspoken words and kicked open the door to find his older brother. Li Weiguo, who was trying to laze around on the heated bed. Brother, stop groaning. Go find 2 sturdy long poles and bring the hemp rope you wove. Li Weiguo rubbed his backside, looking bewildered. Second brother, what do we need those for on such a cold day? We're not building a house. Building a house. We're going to king you on. Li Weidong tightened the hemp rope around his waist, positioning his triangular military dagger conveniently, and glanced at the overcast sky, his wolf-like eyes glinting with determination. The meager amount of meat at home is insufficient, so today, the 2 of us are going to procure some genuine hard currency. Whether we can make the entire village envious depends on this venture. The deep pool at King Yuan is the real feast of the day. As for Su Qing, since she is a long-term catch, let her dangle on the hook for now. Chapter 17. Unmasking the one-eyed old ghost-s baiting scheme. The King of Hell unearths 3 wild ginseng. As the sun peered over the eastern mountain ridge, casting a reddish hue, commotion erupted at the entrance of the Hongxing production brigade. Li Weidong wrapped himself tightly in his tattered military coat, which had lost its original color. Wearing his dogskin hat cockeyed and carrying a half-broken bamboo basket, he stumbled out of the courtyard. Following closely behind was Li Weiguo, a man as solid as black iron, holding 2 thick long poles of oak, with a coil of hemp rope soaked in tung oil around his waist, crunching over the frozen ground with each step. Oh, isn't that Weidong? Out to gather firewood this early? A few idlers squatting by the roadside, sipping thin gruel from cracked bowls, mocked the Li brothers upon seeing their preparations. The speaker was the notorious Li Si from the east side of the village, his shifty eyes darting to the hemp rope at Li Weiguo's waist, a smirk plastered across his face. What is the matter? Did you overindulge in pork yesterday, and now plan to empty the back mountain? A nearby woman weaving shoe soles spat disdainfully, her eyes revealing an unmistakable bitterness. Even a wasteful thing like he knows how to work. Li Weidong halted, the dry straw stick he had been chewing on swaying slightly. He ignored the woman and leisurely approached Li Si. Li Si instinctively shrank back, protectively cradling his cracked bowl, and just as he thought to retreat, Li Weidong suddenly kicked. Bang! The rotten basket filled with cow dung next to Li Si was sent tumbling through the air, sending dung flying everywhere, splattering all over Li Si's face. Ouch! Li Weidong, you, he sputtered, mouth full of dung. Then eat more dung. Li Weidong, hands still tucked in his sleeves, didn't he even lift his eyelids. His voice languid, yet imbued with a chilling rogue energy. Did you pave this road? Do I need to report to you, wherever I go? Li Si wiped the dung off his face, glancing at Li Weiguo's towering frame and Li Weidong's sinister gaze, swallowing the curse that had risen to his lips, only managing a few indistinct grumbles. Li Weidong scoffed and swaggered past, leading his brother. Brother, did you see that? In this world, the more you reason with them, the more they treat you like a soft persimmon to squeeze. Li Weidong lowered his voice, continuing to walk. You have to be tougher than them, more ruthless, then they will respect you. Li Weiguo nodded, somewhat understanding, adjusting the long pole on his shoulder, his naive demeanor contrasting sharply with his younger brother's earlier fierceness. Behind the dusty glass window of the brigade office, a pair of triangular eyes were fixated on the retreating figures of the Li brothers. Zhang Defu held a chipped enamel tea mug, the steam blurring his fleshy face. He snapped the lid onto the mug with a clatter, a cold smirk curving his lips. So, this second-rate Li is bringing long poles as well. What scheme is he up to now? Zhao Ergu, squatting in the corner, quickly approached and offered a cigarette with a broad smile. Secretary, I think this kid is just making a fuss. Last night, I overheard Lu Maisie, that useless fellow, say Li's backyard smelled suspiciously good. This kid must have something else up his sleeve. Something else? Zhang Defu scoffed, not taking the cigarette, his gaze as venomous as a snake lurking on a beam. If he has something, it belongs to the collective. In these times, anyone who dares to undermine socialism is courting death. Ergu, don't follow too closely, but if this kid stirs up any trouble in the mountains, he paused, extending 2 fingers across his throat in a slicing motion. Understood. Rest assured, secretary, the paths in the mountains are slippery. If you were to break a leg or encounter wolves or bears, that would just be bad luck. Zhao Ergu grinned maliciously, pulled down his hat brim, and turned to exit the door. Outside the village, the wind grew harsher. The north wind whipped snow particles against their faces like coarse salt on a wound. The path to the back mountain had already been filled with heavy snow, with only a few shallow tracks left by wild animals hinting at the general direction. Li Weidong avoided the main road, opting instead for the wind-sheltered ravines covered with dry grass. His experience in the cutthroat business world had honed his keen instincts for evasion. He knew that the tail was still behind him, but it wasn't time to shake it off yet. Just as he rounded a ridge ominously named Ghost Sea Trouble, he collided with someone. It was an old man clad in an inside-out sheepskin coat, carrying a single-barreled hunting rifle that appeared older than Li Weidong's homemade gun, and a sheathed ox-horn dagger at his waist. His left eye was covered by a black patch, while the remaining right eye gleamed with a hawk-like green light. It was the one-eyed Zhao from the neighboring brigade. This is a renowned old hunter within the territory of Haishui County. It is said that in his youth, he associated with Huzi bandits, and later lost his eye to a wolf. This man possesses a reclusive nature, a dark heart, and never returns empty-handed. When confronted in a narrow path, the one-eyed Zhao halted his steps, his lone eye sweeping over the long pole resting on Li Weiguo's shoulder, finally fixating on Li Weidong's bulging waist, where he concealed the three-edged military dagger bestowed by his father. Oh, is this not the second son of the Leaf family from Hongxing Brigade? The voice of the one-eyed Zhao rasped, akin to iron scraping against iron. With the snow sealing the mountains, instead of warming up in a heated bed with a woman, you come to this desolate place to tread? Li Weidong pausa, the carefree smile on his face diminishing slightly. With hands still tucked into his sleeves, he leaned forward slightly, adopting a posture ready to pounce at any moment. Old Zhao is still in fine form, Li Weidong remarked with a forced smile, his words laced with veiled threats. In our line of work, there are rules. Share the spoils on the mountain, but keep to our own streams. I'm merely taking my brother into the mountains to catch a couple of long-eared rabbits for the little ones at home. What is this? Has the mountain changed its surname to Zhao? The one-eyed Zhao's gaze sharpened. This Li's second rate had previously been nothing but a gambling fool, but today, the undertones of his words and the latent malevolence emanating from him surprised even the seasoned Zhao. Catching long-eared rabbits? With that, the one-eyed Zhao gestured dismissively at the two long poles, a mocking grin curling his lips. Are you thinking of heading over to King Huan for some easy pickings? Heed my advice. The waters there run deep. Tread carefully lest you drown. Heeding the warning of the old man, Li Weidong did not engage further, merely stepped aside, gesturing for Zhao to pass. The one-eyed Zhao regarded him with a penetrating gaze, opting not to waste words, tightening his grip on the rifle slung across his back as he brushed past. In that fleeting moment, Li Weidong distinctly felt the old man's solitary eye scrape across his face. 2 miles ahead, a pack of wolves had just passed through the pine forest. If you wish to survive, take the detour eastward towards the dry gully. The one-eyed Zhao tossed this cryptic remark over his shoulder, crunching through the snow as he departed. Li Weidong stood rooted in place, watching the old, stooped figure vanish into the storm, and spat out the twig he had been chewing. Detour east? Li Weidong scoffed. Deep within his mind, the pages of an old calendar flipped, revealing bloody words as clear as a brand. Beware, east the eastern dry gully is where the wolves hunt in ambush. That one-eyed old man intends to use you as bait while he picks up the spoils. This old fool, indeed, harbored ill intentions. Brother, stay close. Li Weidong did not head east, nor did he continue along the path, but instead plunged into the thicket beside him that appeared utterly impassable. We're heading west, towards Yanwang Bai. Li Weiguo hesitated, old too. Didn't he, that one-eyed gentleman, say to go east? If we follow his advice, we'll end up as wolf dung tonight. Li Weidong did not turn back, suddenly brandishing a gleaming sickle, swiftly slashing through the obstructive thorns, sending juices splattering. Remember, in these mountains, aside from our father and the weapons in your hands, trust no one, especially not these half-buried old ghosts. The western path proved more arduous. The snow rose above their knees, and in some spots, the ground beneath was hollow, threatening to swallow them whole with every step. Yet Li Weidong moved with assuredness, as if he had etched the terrain into his memory. In truth, It was the perceptive ability granted by the spatial function of his portable warehouse that allowed him to sense the solidity of the ground beneath. After approximately half an hour, the landscape rose abruptly. A cliff came into view. This was Yanwangbai, in a sheltered alcove beneath the cliff. Several withered yet resilient dark red plants stood defiantly amidst the snow, catching Li Weidong's attention. He paused, his breath quickening, not from exhaustion, but from exhilaration. Fortuitous, at Chintan beneath the shaded area at Yanwangbai, those plants resembling decayed roots conceal 3 pristine wild ginsengs. They were hidden by a fleeing herbalist seeking refuge. And now is the time for them to surface. Wild ginseng. In this era of scarcity, such a find is worth more than gold. If brought to the provincial city's pharmacies or sold through black market channels to those desperate for a remedy, it would yield not only wealth, but also invaluable connections. Brother, let us get to work. Li Weidong pointed to the snowy ground, his voice hushed yet fervent. Clear that snow carefully. We must not damage the treasures beneath. Though Li Weiguo was unaware of what lay beneath, the seriousness in his younger brother's demeanor compelled him to comply. Laying down the long pole and using his large hands to begin removing the snow. Just then, a chilling and prolonged wolf howl echoed from the eastern direction they had just evaded, carried by the wind into their ears. Following there were several dull gunshots, the sound of the one-eyed Zhao's old rifle. Li Weiguo's hand trembled as he shot a startled glance eastward. Old two. That's the heavens collecting debts. Li Weidong crouched low, his expression cold as he observed a few startled crows rising from the east. The one-eyed Zhao intended to use us as bait for the wolves, but ended up walking into the line of fire himself. This is what one calls retribution. He lowered his gaze, watching the dark red ginseng root slowly reveal itself beneath the snow, a cruel yet satisfied smile playing on his lips. It matters not, brother. If we reveal this treasure, the Li family will stride confidently through Haishui County. The wind seemed to howl even louder, yet within this small, sheltered alcove, the impending wealth ignited a fervent excitement. Meanwhile, not far away, a series of chaotic and fresh footprints silently crept toward them, belonging not only to humans, but also featuring several paw prints resembling plum blossoms. The ominous words from the calendar resurfaced, presenting a disquieting warning. Beware, wolves roam in the northwest, and not just wolves. Chapter 18. Starving Mad. The one-eyed Zhao, chasing after a fox, fell into his own trap, while the Li brothers sought to unearth great treasure. The wind howled like a freshly sharpened knife, slicing down the steep stone face of Yanwangbai, causing the dry, sour jujube thorns to nod in a frenzy, emitting eerie sounds. Li Weidong crouched within a wind-sheltered earthen nook, his tattered military coat tightly wrapped around him, using a sharp bone knife as a tool to carefully chip away at the frozen, hard black soil. Brother, steady your hand. Li Weidong did not lift his head, exhaling a puff of white breath. If you break a root, it'll cost us 10 pounds of white flour. Li Weiguo leaned beside him, his once large hands now resembling chicken claws, afraid to breathe too loudly, although he did not recognize what lay beneath. Hearing his younger brother's words about trading for flour widened his eyes in anticipation, eager to treat this soiled clump with reverence. Is this the legendary ginseng? Li Weiguo whispered, his voice low and reverent, fearful of disturbing the earth's spirit below. Yes, Linxia ginseng. Li Weidong gently pried at the ice-encrusted soil, loosening a segment of yellow-brown root, alongside a main root that resembled a human form. While this specimen lacked the decades of cultivation of true wild ginseng, its length and the slender roots indicated it had matured for at least a decade. In these tumultuous times, the older stock had long been excavated by wandering herbalists. What remained in this shallow soil layer were likely seeds scattered by those fleeing herbalists seeking refuge. No one cares, no one asks. All relies on nature's nurture. This is what we call Linxia Shun. Although its medicinal properties may not rival those of truly wild specimens, in these times of scarce medical resources, it remains a precious lifeline. Li Weidong flicked his wrist, and the ginseng, imbued with the fragrance of earth, was unearthed in its entirety. He did not rush to wipe off the dirt. With a mere thought, the ginseng, still adorned with snowflakes, seamlessly vanished into the void of his coat sleeve, resting securely within the stillness of his personal storage. Work completed, Li Weidong dusted off the soil from his hands, rose to his feet, and stretched his numb knees. Li Weiguo paused momentarily, scratching the back of his head. Second brother, where did that go just now? He had clearly seen his brother holding that treasure, yet it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. I put it in my pocket, Li Weidong replied, casually, adjusting the collar of his tattered cotton coat to cover half his face. Such treasures perish in the light. Do not pry. Let us go. There are pressing matters at hand. Li Weiguo chuckled, refraining from further inquiry. In his heart, he believed his younger brother to be a person of great skill. What could be more than a mere sleight of hand to conceal an object? The two descended along the ridge. Though the snowfall had ceased, the accumulation reached above their knees, each step demanding an arduous effort. As they rounded a bend named Yeji Ling, Li Weidong suddenly halted, pressing Li Weiguo into a thicket nearby. Get down, he whispered, his voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable intensity. Instinctively, Li Weiguo curled into a ball, clutching his long pole tightly, daring not to make a sound. Li Weidong parted the withered bushes before him, squinting down into a sheltered hollow. In that wind-sheltered depression, a hunched figure was laboring in the snow. The individual wore a coat made from sheepskin turned inside out, a battered hunting rifle slung across their back. But the coat bore several large tears, the exposed wool stained a dark crimson. The left leg dragged behind, resulting in a pronounced limp. It was the one-eyed Zhao. This old fellow truly had a hard life. The howls of wolves had sent shivers down one's spine, yet he had managed to reclaim his life from the jaws of the pack. However, judging by his disheveled state, it seemed he had certainly shed some skin in the process. Is that old devil still alive? Li Weiguo murmured from his snowy nest. A calamity that endures for 1,000 years, Li Weidong scoffed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the actions of the one-eyed Zhao. That old man was setting a trap. Not a large clamp for catching wolves, but a slender steel snare. Though his movements were somewhat sluggish, his technique was remarkably seasoned. He buried the snare along a root between two rocks, lightly dusting it with a thin layer of snow. He then produced a filthy little cloth pouch from his pocket, pouring out a few drops of liquid that emitted a pungent odor. It was the urine of a female fox in estrus. This old man, having just crawled back from the brink of death, was not focused on escaping the mountain, but was instead intent on pursuing illicit gains. He was fishing for foxes. Li Weidong discerned his intentions. In such weather, gray foxes, startled, were most easily lured by such scents. A complete gray fox pelt could fetch half a slab of pork on the black market. Just then, from a sparse birch grove in the distance, a gray shadow suddenly darted forth. It was an adult gray fox, its tail as fluffy as a broom, trembling as it had evidently been frightened by the wolves, now carelessly heading towards the one-eyed Zhao. The one-eyed Zhao hid behind a large rock, his solitary eye glimmering with greedy light, slowly raising his rifle, yet refraining from pulling the trigger. If the pelt bore a bullet hole, its value would plummet. He intended to capture it alive or strangle it with the snare to preserve an intact pelt. The fox, however, was astute. As it approached the two stones, it suddenly halted, its pointed nose twitching in the air as it seemed to sense the faint whiff of gunpowder. It abruptly stopped, spun around, and instead of heading into the snare, twisted its body and slid down a nearby, icy slope. That direction led straight to Li Weidong's hiding spot. Damn! The one-eyed Zhao cursed under his breath, disregarding his injured leg as he dashed after it. You little beast, where do you think you're going? The startled fox sprinted, its legs moving like a whirlwind, heading directly towards Li Weidong. His eyelids flickered. This was no ordinary fox. It was a golden opportunity presented to him. Brother, don't move, Li Weidong hissed softly. In an instant, the fox was upon him, equally panicked and completely unaware of the two living men concealed within the thicket of dry grass. Just as it prepared to dart past an old pine tree beside Li Weidong, he sprang into action. He did not rise or draw a knife. Rather, his right hand, concealed within the sleeve of his coat, shot out like a coiled serpent. This grasp sought not precision, but mere contact. The fox's body brushed against Li Weidong's fingertips. Capture, he willed. Without a sound or struggle, the terrified gray fox, in full flight, seemed to vanish as if erased from existence. According to the rules of his personal storage, living beings perish upon entry. At that moment, as the fox crossed the threshold into the storage, its life signs were obliterated by the bizarre spatial law, transforming it into a lifeless yet perfectly intact pelt. Silently suspended beside that lynxia shun, Li Weidong nonchalantly withdrew his hand from the sleeve, casually picking up 2 dried pine branches he had previously marked, and stood up slowly. Just then, the one-eyed Zhao, panting heavily, arrived at the foot of the slope. The old man's solitary eye widened as he scanned the empty expanse of snow. The fox's footprints vanished beneath the old pine tree, as if it had sprouted wings and soared away, or burrowed into the earth. It makes no sense, the one-eyed Zhao muttered, his weathered face contorting in confusion. I clearly saw it running this way. How could it just disappear? Zhao Dage, what are you searching for? Li Weidong's voice suddenly called down from the slope's summit, startling the one-eyed Zhao so much that he nearly discharged his rifle. He jerked his head up to see Li Weidong holding 2 pieces of rotten pine, a simple grin on his face, with Li Weiguo looming beside him like a towering black iron tower. It's you, brat? The one-eyed Zhao narrowed his eye, a hint of malice surfacing. Did you just see a gray fox? Fox. Li Weidong feigned ignorance, even giving the snow a gentle kick with his toe. I didn't see anything. We just noticed these 2 dry branches and thought we'd take them back to burn. What can a fox turn to firewood? The one-eyed Zhao scrutinized Li Weidong suspiciously. This lad appeared ragged, and although his coat was bulky, its shape did not suggest it concealed a large fox. Looking at Li Weiguo, aside from a bundle of rope and 2 long poles, he carried nothing. Most crucially, in the snow, aside from the footprints the fox had left, there are no signs of struggle or hunting. Even if this lad had managed to catch the fox, wouldn't it have bitten him? Would there be blood? Yet, how could a living fox simply vanish? Truly didn't he see it? The one-eyed Zhao was relentless. Taking a couple of steps forward, the barrel of his gun lifted deliberately. Li Weiguo stepped forward, his massive frame acting as a wall, shielding Li Weidong behind him. He thrust the thick oak pole heavily into the ground with a thud. My brother said he didn't see it, so he didn't. Li Weiguo glared fiercely, a hint of reckless ferocity in his innocent demeanor. Why can't you old man understand human speech? The one-eyed Zhao swallowed hard, his condition deteriorating rapidly. Not long ago, amidst the wolf pack, a significant number of bullets were wasted, and a gash was inflicted upon my leg by a wolf's fang, with blood still seeping from the wound. If I were to engage with these 2 naive youths, particularly that Li Weiguo, who exudes an abundance of brute strength, I might not fare well. Very well. Consider yourselves fortunate. Dian Zhao clenched his teeth, spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva, and muttered that even if the mountains do not move, the waters will shift. We shall see. He cast a final cold glance at the broken footprints, unwilling to yield, and hobbled down the mountain, his figure resembling that of a defeated, tailless wolf. As Li Weidong watched Dian Zhao retreat, a smirk gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth, tinged with the satisfaction of triumph. Brother, you see, one must never be too greedy. Li Weidong patted his sleeve, within which a fox still radiated warmth. Attempting to use others as bait nearly led to his own demise. He sought to recover his investment through the fox, yet he couldn't even grasp a single strand of its fur. Has the fox truly escaped? Li Weiguo remained perplexed. Indeed, it has made its way into our pot. Li Weidong refrained from elaborating further, casting aside a piece of rotten pine wood. Come, this small fortune is merely an appetizer. It is at King Yuan where substantial rewards await us. He turned, his gaze fixed on the distant river, a dark stream barely visible beneath the ice. The auspicious sign noted in the almanac promised, not just a few fish. Beneath the deep pool, there must be significant treasures waiting to be unveiled. The wind and snow appeared to lessen, yet Li Weidong understood that this was merely a fleeting calm before the tempest. In this era of hunger, every morsel of food is seized from the grasp of the king of hell. And he, Li Weidong, is the gambler bold enough to draw cards at the table of the king of hell. Stay close. Today, we shall amass great wealth. Li Weidong tightened his coat and strode forward with purpose. Li Weiguo hoisted the long pole, his large feet crunching through the snow, producing a deep, resonant sound as he closely followed his brother. Their silhouettes resembled 2 young tigers freshly emerged from the mountains, poised to survey their territory. King Yuan, while referred to as a bay, is actually a backwater. Here, the current flows slowly, flanked by steep rock walls, with depths that seem unfathomable. Even in this frigid weather, much of the river's surface is frozen, yet there remains a small patch of water in the center that refuses to ice over, exhaling wisps of steam. The elders say that beneath lies a connection to the sea, under the guardianship of the Dragon King. When Weidong and his elder brother arrived, the surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of even a single crow. Only beneath the ice did muffled thuds occasionally resonate, as if the ice was compressing or something beneath was colliding. Weidong stood atop a large blue stone at the riverbank, retrieving the specially crafted net bag from his bosom that he had asked his sister-in-law to sew last night, and affixed it to the end of the long pole. "Brother, tie the rope around your waist and secure the other end to that old willow tree," Weidong instructed. "No matter what we pull up, as long as I don't signal to stop, you must haul it ashore with all your might. Even if we catch a water ghost, you must hold it down." Weiguo shivered at the thought, glancing at the ominous water surface, swallowing hard. Yet he dutifully wrapped the rope around his waist thrice and tied a knot. "Ready? All set." Weidong inhaled deeply, his usually half-closed eyes suddenly wide open, radiating brilliance. Following the direction indicated by the almanac, he aimed for the steaming water's eye, plunging the modified pole and net down like a javelin. This plunge stirred not only the stagnant water, but also the fateful gears of the Li family's destiny in this era of famine. Below the surface, something massive appeared to be slowly rising. Chapter 19. Capture the fox and big fish. The silly big brother saves my frozen leg. The wind whipped the snowflakes like grains of salt, stinging his face. Weidong squinted until Dian Zhao's hunched figure vanished completely behind a mountain, with even the scent of blood blown away by the wind, before withdrawing his hand from his sleeve. With a slight mental nudge, the gray fox that had just entered his personal storage and met the king of hell fell with a thud into the snow. This creature was still warm, its body soft, showing no signs of struggle, departing this life peacefully. Weidong grasped the fox by its bushy tail, shaking off the snow. What a fine specimen. Entirely gray and glossy, devoid of any coarse fur. Most importantly, the pelt is intact, without bullet holes, knife cuts, or injuries from traps. If properly cured, it could be fashioned into a luxurious fur collar. In these times, even the rabbit fur hats at the supply and marketing cooperative, which require no tickets, are fiercely contested, let alone such wild gray fox fur. He mused that this item should not be hastily sold at the pigeon market. It must be preserved. The young, educated woman, Su Qing, lying on the Kong at home, her hidden copper key, and the secret behind the photograph. This fur could serve as the ideal lever to pry open that connection. "Yeah, Eddie?" Weiguo approached with the long pole, his eyes wide in disbelief as he scratched his tousled head. Wasn't that fox just burrowing into the ground? How did it suddenly appear at your feet? He distinctly remembered seeing the fox tumble down the slope, only to vanish in an instant. How could it now be lying here? Escaped? Where to? Weidong casually fabricated a story, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment. It was so frightened that it suffocated itself in the snow. Haven't you heard the old saying about foxes dying from fright? He stuffed the fox into the tattered burlap sack behind his elder brother, brushing the snow from his hands. "Remember, this is what we call waiting for a rabbit by the stump. Heaven is rewarding us for our hardships." "Ah, understood." In his simple mind, his younger brother was like a reincarnated star of literature, possessing great abilities. Whether the fox suffocated or died by colliding with something, he would believe anything. After all, following his younger brother meant there would always be meat to eat. Let us head to King Yuan. That will be the main feast today. Weidong tightened the collar of his drafty coat and turned towards the riverbank. Filling their bellies and acquiring some tangible assets was the utmost priority. The ginseng was their lifeline, to be touched only in dire circumstances, but the fish, now that was something that could tantalize anyone's appetite. The King Yuan area, though referred to as a bay, was actually a backwater. Here, the current ebbed slowly, flanked by steep, black cliffs that cleaved the sky. In the center lay a pool of stagnant water. Although the river was frozen, the bay concealed a spring, and the ice in the middle was not particularly thick, allowing a glimpse of the dark waters below that emanated a chilling aura. "Brother, here it is." Weidong pointed to a section of ice near the backwater. Its color deeper than the rest, indicating a deep hole below, which he had seen bubbling in the summer. "Be gentle when you strike. We don't want to startle whatever is hiding beneath." Weiguo acknowledged, unfastening the large iron hammer he had kept by his side these past few days, a tool used for repairing roads in the production team. He spat into his palms, rubbed his calloused hands together, and raised the hammer to begin. The dull thuds echoed in the vast river valley, causing the snow atop the cliffs to cascade down. Though Li Weiguo appeared simple, he wielded the hammer with precision, landing each blow on the same spot, a skill honed from years of labor. In no time, a hole the size of a basin was smashed into the thick ice. Black water surged forth, carrying the earthy scent of long-secluded depths and a hint of decaying aquatic vegetation. Li Weidong did not rush to act. He carefully extracted an oil paper-wrapped package from within his clothing, gingerly unwrapping it. Inside lay a lump of dark dough, a secret bait crafted under the cover of night, enhanced with a touch of rendered pork fat and chicken blood while his elder sister-in-law was distracted. In these times, fish were ravenous, and such a hint of oil and fishiness was an irresistible lure. He opted against using a fishing hook, for the ice hole was too small. Should a large fish take the bait, a thin line would snap easily, while a thicker line would deter the catch. Instead, he wielded a 2-foot iron rod, salvaged from a heap of scrap metal at a recycling station, its end sharpened to a gleaming point, complete with a barbed hook affixed to a sturdy jujube wood handle. This makeshift spear radiated a fierce energy. "Brother, prepare the net and stay behind me. Do not make a sound unless I call you." Li Weidong crouched at the edge of the ice hole, resembling a cat poised in the grass, every muscle tensed. He tore off a small piece of the bloody dough and gently cast it into the water. The dough swirled upon entry before slowly sinking. The surface of the water was eerily silent, save for the whistling of the cold wind across the ice, reminiscent of a mournful wail. 1 minute passed, then 2. Li Weiguo stood behind, holding his breath, not daring to exhale, as the cold threatened to draw tears from his eyes, fearing it might scare away the large catch his brother sought. Suddenly, a ripple traversed the water surface, a tremor emanating from the depths below. Li Weidong's eyes narrowed, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. It was coming. First, a dark silhouette loomed in the deep, swaying like a submerged log. Then a broad, flat mouth emerged slowly from the shadows, its 2 whiskers quivering as they tentatively approached the sinking dough. It was a large black fish, and Yu Li. Judging by the width of its head, it must weigh at least 7 to 8 pounds. Such a ferocious creature could only be found in these untouched, deep pools. Its black scales glimmered with a cold, steely sheen in the dim light, exuding the aura of an aquatic sovereign. Now, the moment the black fish opened its mouth to consume the bait, Li Weidong sprang into action. His movement was like a thunderclap, offering the fish no chance to react. The jujube spear in his hand came alive, driven by a fierce gust, piercing into the water. The sound of metal penetrating tough scales and flesh was a dull, solid thud. Immediately, a tremendous force surged through the spear into Li Weidong's arm. The great black fish, struck in pain, thrashed wildly beneath the surface, its tail slapping against the water, sending splashes that drenched Li Weidong's face. "Got it," he shouted, straining with both arms to hold onto the thrashing spear, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. "Brother, the net." The fish's strength was immense, and with its desperate struggles, it was too challenging to lift with just a spear. Li Weiguo instinctively grabbed the net and lunged forward, disregarding the risk of slipping. Up! Li Weidong yanked with all his might. The sizable black fish, measuring half a meter in length, was forcibly pulled from the water. Its menacing mouth still clamped around the bicycle spoke, its body writhing in the air, slick with oil and glistening, a sight to behold. Just then, calamity struck. Crack! The ice beneath Li Weidong, already weakened from the prior impact, suddenly split open under the dual pressure of man and fish, creating a gaping chasm. It was the ominous sound of fracture. Li Weidong felt the ground give way beneath him, his center of gravity lost, and he began to topple toward the icy depths. This was a frigid abyss, with temperatures plunging below 30 degrees. The depths of the pool were treacherous. Should he slip in, his soaked cotton coat would drag him down like lead, pulling him straight into the realm of the dead, where not even deities could save him. Second brother. A terrified howl escaped Li Weiguo, raw with primal fear. A massive hand, like an iron claw, seized the back of Li Weidong's collar, just in time. Without a second thought, Li Weiguo lunged forward, dropping to his knees on the ice, using his brute strength to anchor himself and pull his brother back from the brink of the abyss. Thud! Li Weidong landed heavily on the solid ice, still clutching the flailing black fish instinctively. However, In his effort, Li Weiguo's right knee plunged into the newly formed crack in the ice. Splash! Water rushed into his already inadequate cotton trousers, soaking through to his knee, chilling him to the bone. He gasped, his face paling, features contorting in pain. Yet he clung tightly to his brother, dragging him several meters back to safety before collapsing onto the ice, clutching his leg and grimacing. Brother! Li Weidong scrambled to his feet, tossing the fish aside as he rushed to Li Weiguo's side. He knew all too well what wet legs could mean in this weather. If not addressed promptly, the cold would seep into the bones, leaving that leg useless, and perhaps even necessitating amputation. In these times, disability equated to starvation. I'm fine, Li Weiguo stammered through chattering teeth, forcing a foolish smile as he reached out to check if his brother was unharmed. Just a bit cold. Did the fish get away? Li Weidong glanced at his elder brother's trousers, which were beginning to freeze, a flash of concern flickering in his eyes, his heart clenching painfully. This fool. His first concern was still the fish. What nonsense! Your leg is about to freeze off, and you're worried about fish. Li Weidong gripa Li Weiwu isha shulde firmly. His voice stern and urgent. Don't move. Listen to me. Quickly roll up your wet pant leg. Expose the dry layer underneath. Now, as he spoke, he quickly reached into his coat. Second brother, what are you doing? You'll get cold too. Li Weiguo exclaimed, trying to intervene. Silence. Li Weidong swatted his hand away, his gaze fierce, embodying the protective instincts of a lone wolf. Stay still. In this desolate wilderness without a fire, do you want to end up crippled? One leg is already enough for father to endure. Do you want to add another? He didn't remove his coat, but swiftly summoned his stored thoughts from his supplies. Among them was an inconspicuous item, a clump of ash he had saved from the oil refining process the previous night, believing it would be useful for kindling. The storage maintained a constant temperature. This clump of ash still held the residual warmth from the stove pit. Bear with it. Li Weidong rubbed vigorously at Li Weiguo's frostbitten knee with his hands, using snow as an old-fashioned remedy to restore sensation. Then, he grabbed a handful of dry grass, shielding it with his coat, pouring the warm ash over the grass. Though it wasn't hot, in such extreme cold, it served as a vital source of warmth. We must get home. Li Weidong stuffed the warm, ash-laden grass into his brother's pant leg, which would absorb moisture and provide warmth. I'll take the fish. You get the fox. Now immediately run. Do not stop until you sweat. If you don't sweat, you're not allowed to enter the house. Li Weiguo felt a warmth spread across his knee, and, though unsure of his brother's methods, he understood that Li Weidong was trying to save him. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the ice, his tall frame standing at nearly 6 feet, with eyes slightly reddened. Go! Run! Li Weidong hoisted the now frozen black fish, one hand grasping the lifeless fox, giving Li Weiguo a push. The wind intensified, as if it sought to penetrate their very beings. Two brothers sprinted through the snowstorm, one trailing the other. Li Weidong, running behind, observed his elder brother, whose leg limped yet persevered with unwavering determination. The thought nestled within his heart grew ever more resolute, as unyielding as a lump of iron. The world was cruel, and human life was as cheap as grass. Yet this family, this foolish elder brother, Li Weidong vowed to protect. Should anyone dare to harm even a single hair on his foolish brother, no matter who it was, he would skin them alive. They raced to the village entrance, both exhaling clouds of white vapor. Li Weiguo's leg had survived, warmed by their exertion. Chapter 20. Old Father's smoking pipe shatters a leg. The whole village was terrified. Li Weiguo limped ahead. His leg, recently frozen in the icy river, felt somewhat stiff, yet his face was adorned with smiles, holding a large black fish, frozen solid like an iron rod, in one hand, while a bulging, tattered sack rested on his shoulder. The fish stood nearly as tall as a person, its scales reflecting a cold, iron-blue sheen under the pallid sun, its rows of sharp teeth bared, exuding a ferocity reminiscent of the depths of a frigid abyss. Second brother, this hefty fellow is quite heavy, Li Weiguo exclaimed, his breath forming frost on his eyebrows. Let us make soup for father. It will surely be delicious. Li Weidong, with his hands tucked into the sleeves of his worn military coat, a piece of dry grass lodged in his mouth, ambled lazily behind. He remained silent, his eyes, often half-closed, resembled blades sheathed in their scabbards, discreetly surveying the old locust tree at the village entrance. Beneath the tree, several elderly men, hunched and sunbathing against the old wall, had previously appeared lifeless, but now, like flies sensing a fishy scent, they suddenly emerged with curiosity. What in the world is that? An old bachelor rubbed his murky eyes, his throat convulsing violently. Fish! Such a large fish! His shout shattered the stillness like cold water splashed into a calm frying pan. The previously dull village entrance erupted into chaos. Several women, precariously holding cracked bowls of thin porridge, spilled their meals in shock. A group of idle men, engrossed in nitpicking, suddenly turned envious, their eyes glinting with primal greed at the sight of fresh meat. In these times, even tree bark had been stripped bare. One could only imagine the frenzy over such a large fish, let alone a dead rat. This hefty black fish, weighing 7 to 8 pounds, was not merely sustenance in the eyes of the gathered crowd. It represented life, a ticket to extend the survival of an entire family. It's that good-for-nothing from the Leaf family. Is the Leaf family's ancestral grave smoking with good fortune? Yesterday, it was wild boars. Today, it's big fish. Why does he get all the good fortune? The river's bounty belongs to everyone. Whispers grew louder. A potent mix of jealousy and bitterness fermented in the cold wind, becoming almost unbearable. Weidong feigned ignorance, his stride leisurely. He understood this crowd's nature all too well. They preyed on the weak and feared the strong. If he displayed even a hint of fear, they would swarm him, reducing him to nothing but bones. But if he stood firm like a rock, they would merely gnash their teeth in frustration. Just as the brothers approached their home alley, a grating voice suddenly interrupted. Stop! From behind a dilapidated earthen wall emerged 3 or 4 figures. The leader, with a filthy rag wrapped around his head and half his face swollen like a doughy bun, bore fresh bloodstains, a remnant of the previous night's confrontation with the Leaf family. He was Lu Maisie, flanked by a few loafers, each clutching makeshift weapons, their eyes fixated hungrily on the black fish. Lu Maisie had forgotten the fear from last night's encounter, or perhaps his hunger had consumed all sense from his mind. He stared intently at the fish in Li Weiguo's hands, drool trickling down his swollen cheeks, his flesh trembling with anticipation. Yeah! Lu Maisie brandished a stout stick, attempting to intimidate. Did your family build this road? Did you raise this fish? Don't you understand the rule of sharing? Exactly. This is our Hongxing Brigade's territory. The river's bounty belongs to the collective, echoed a sharp-faced man, eager to join in. Do you intend to hoard all? Li Weiguo, a simple man, grew agitated upon hearing this. He clutched the fish protectively, veins bulging on his flushed face. Nonsense. We risked our lives for this. Who cares about your risks? Lu Maisie stepped forward, the audacity swelling within him. Today, you either hand over the fish for everyone to share, or my friends will help you share it forcibly. The crowd of onlookers swelled, yet none dared to intervene. They huddled, eagerly watching, some even secretly hoping Lu Maisie would succeed. If he managed to snatch it away, perhaps they too could savor a taste. Such is human nature. In the face of hunger, the bonds of kinship are as fragile as paper, easily torn apart. Li Weidong halted, slowly discarding the grass stick from his mouth. He withdrew his hands from his sleeves, meticulously adjusting his tattered cotton coat's collar. A cryptic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Lu Maisie, he spoke, his voice calm, yet piercing. Is your face still aching from yesterday's encounter? Lu Maisie flinched instinctively, his hand moving to touch his swollen cheek, a flicker of fear crossing his gaze. Yet, reassured by his numbers, he dismissed the concern. Enough of your threats. Last night was just an oversight on my part. Now, brothers, let's take that fish and go home to make soup. The allure of wealth can drive men to madness, and Lu Maisie's shout ignited fervor among his companions. They rushed forward, howling like wolves. The sharp-faced man moved swiftly, reaching for the tail of the fish in Li Weiguo's embrace. Though Li Weiguo possessed great strength, his injured leg and the need to protect the fish hindered his movements, making him vulnerable to the incoming blows. Li Weidong's eyes flashed with cold determination as his right hand stealthily reached for the bone knife at his waist. He cared little for the fish, but should these ruffians dare to threaten his brother, they would be courting death. Just as the situation reached a critical point, bang! A muffled thud echoed, followed by the sharp crack of bones snapping, reverberating through the crowd. The sharp-faced man screamed, collapsing to the ground like a crushed insect, clutching his knee, writhing in agony as his leg bent at a grotesque angle. Silence enveloped the scene. All gazes turned toward the entrance of the Li household, where the dilapidated wooden gate had swung open. Li Dashan, leaning on a crooked jujube wood cane, stood like a tower of dark iron at the threshold. The cold wind tousled his grizzled hair, revealing a visage etched with deep lines, yet as unyielding as iron. His patched black cotton coat flared open, revealing a straight back, akin to a flagpole planted firmly in the ground. In his right hand, the copper smoking pipe, usually a source of comfort, dripped with fresh droplets of blood, the very instrument that had shattered bones moments ago. I dare anyone to lay a hand on my kin. The voice that emerged was no longer the feeble cough of an elderly man, but rather a fierce resonance that seemed to have rolled forth from a sea of corpses, reverberating through the air and causing the eardrums of those nearby to thrum. Li Dashan's murky old eyes resembled two flickering ghostly flames, fixed intently on Lu Meizi, devoid of warmth, exuding only a chilling indifference akin to that of one who has witnessed death. This was the gaze of a true soldier, one who had spilled blood and clawed his way out from amongst the dead. Lu Meizi, paralyzed by fear, stood before him. He had encountered formidable figures before, but never one as intimidating as this. This was not merely a crippled old man. He was a living embodiment of death itself. Glancing at the writhing form of his companion on the ground, and then at the bloodied smoking pipe in Li Dashan's hand, Lu Meizi's legs trembled uncontrollably, and an unpleasant odor seeped through his trousers. Misunderstanding. Uncle Dashan, it's all a misunderstanding. Lu Meizi stammered, retreating hastily, having lost track of his wooden stick. I'll leave. Just let me go. Li Dashan's voice boomed once more, his copper smoking pipe poised to strike again. The remaining ruffians, now terrified, abandoned their intentions of thievery and hastily dragged their injured companion away, fleeing into the nearby alley in a state of utter panic. The villagers who had gathered to watch the spectacle fell silent, their earlier envy swiftly transforming into fear. It dawned upon them that the seemingly honest Li Laudu was, in fact, the most formidable character hidden within their village. Li Weidong observed his father's imposing silhouette with a slowly unfurling smirk. He stepped forward, not to assist, but merely to shield his father from the biting wind, embodying both respect and support. Eldest brother, what are you dawdling for? Let us head home. His voice rang clear and commanding as he surveyed the shrinking figures of the onlookers. Today, we shall savor this fish as a broth. Anyone wishing to partake may exchange their legs for it. With that, he supported his father, still maintaining a combative stance, while a younger brother, gazing at their father with admiration, strode boldly into the Li family's courtyard. The heavy wooden door slammed shut with a resounding thud, sealing off the avaricious, prying, and fearful gazes from the outside world. This confrontation not only safeguarded the fish, but also shattered the oppressive label of weakness that had long clung to the Li family. Inside the courtyard, Chun Gilin huddled under the eaves with Iya, trembling at the sight of her father-in-law's bloodied smoking pipe, her face blanched with fear. Yet Li Dashan appeared unfazed, wiping the blood off the pipe against his shoe, the fierce aura dissipating as he reverted to his usual taciturn self. He glanced at his second son, his expression complex. Did I bring you shame? Li Weidong grinned, retrieving a box of matches from his pocket to light his father's pipe. Father, your display outshines mine. He tossed a large black fish onto the snow and turned, his gaze darkening as it fell upon the tightly shut window of the west room. The wolves outside had been driven away. Yet within the home remained a guest whose presence was uncertain, a potential source of fortune or misfortune. It was time to unveil the gray fox fur. Chapter 21. The ruffians rescue their brother with fierce determination. The female educated youth. This scoundrel is truly heartless towards his own family. Li Weiguo stepped in, dragging 1 foot behind as if it were weighed down. This towering figure placed the large black fish onto the earthen floor of the main room with a thud. Second brother, the fish is well, he exclaimed, his face a painful shade of purple due to frostbite, revealing a grin that showcased his smoke-stained teeth, resembling a carefree fool. Li Weidong ignored him, securing the door with a firm bolt before seizing his brother's ice-coated pant leg, not caring for the filth, and squeezing it tightly. The man who had faced down Lu Meizi without flinching suddenly tensed, cold sweat appearing on his large face. Get it together, Li Weidong snappat. His voice imbued with a terrifying intensity. He turned to Chun Gilin, who was peeking nervously from behind the stove, and bellowed, "Sister-in-law, what are you waiting for? Brew ginger soup. Chop up all the old ginger. If this pot doesn't tea-pack some heat, no one will sleep tonight." Startled by his shout, Chun Gilin hurriedly stoked the fire in a flurry, abandoning any concern for the ginger she had saved for the new year. "Get on the bed. Take off your trousers," Li Weidong urged, pushing Li Weiguo towards the heated Kong in the east room. The warmth from the refused coal they had brought back enveloped them as they entered. Li Weiguo felt awkward, rubbing his large hands together and chuckling foolishly. "Second brother, it's nothing serious, just a bit stiff. I'll be fine in a moment." "Be quiet," Li Weidong interjected, tossing aside the fishy military coat, firmly pressing down on Li Weiguo's shoulders, forcing the nearly 6'6" man onto the warm Kong. His trousers, already soaked, clung to his legs like ice, so Li Weidong cautiously warmed his palms against the fabric before carefully rolling up. Even an old soldier, like Li Dashan, accustomed to dismembered limbs, hesitated at the sight of his eldest son's leg, his hand trembling with the smoking pipe. The knee was swollen, resembling a freshly steamed bun, glistening yet marred with a disturbing purplish hue, some areas even tinged black, indicating the chilling poison had seeped into the bone. Had he returned even half an hour later, that leg would have been lost to the Grim Reaper. "Father, alcohol," Li Weidong called, not looking back, extending his hand behind him. Without hesitation, Li Dashan retrieved a bottle of treasured old liquor from the chipped redwood cabinet and handed it over. Li Weidong took a deep swig, the liquor spraying onto his brother's knee, before his hands, like iron clamps, began to rub vigorously at the inflamed joint. "Ah, Li Baiwu skramat," almost shaking the snow from the roof with his cry. "Endure it." Li Weidong gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as his hands continued their relentless assault. Each motion was swift and fierce, as though he aimed to peel away a layer of skin. He had to drive out the cold, or his brother would be left with a limp for the rest of his life. "Who will carry my burdens? Who will shield me from danger?" Though the words sounded harsh and devoid of empathy, the warmth of his actions penetrated deep into the flesh. Li Weiguo clenched his teeth, his fingers tearing at the worn straw mat, tears and snot streaming down his face, but he remained silent. His mind fixated solely on one thought. "Second brother is doing this for my sake. I cannot let him down." The commotion carried through the thin, patterned curtain into the west room. Su Qing lay on the hard clay Kong, covered with Chun Gilin's somewhat stale old quilt. Having just recovered from a fever, her mind remained foggy, yet her cool, piercing gaze shone brightly in the dim corner. Through a crack in the curtain, she caught sight of the notorious ruffian. Li Weidong was drenched in sweat, his usually roguish smile replaced by a taut expression as tense as a drawn bowstring. His gaze fixed intently on the injured leg, as if beholding a priceless treasure. Was this truly the man who had roughly pulled her from the snowdrift and force-fed her a hot egg? Was this the same man who, facing Lou Maisie's club at the village entrance, had eyes as fierce and solitary as a lone wolf? Su Qing touched the stiff little cloth pouch beneath her clothing, and the high wall she had built around her heart wavered inexplicably. This man was indeed a scoundrel, but to his own he bared his soul. In these times, such fierce protectiveness was more life-sustaining than the hollow words of so-called gentlemen. "Drink the soup while it's hot." Chun Gilin rushed in carrying a large bowl of dark, potent ginger broth, brewed until even the peel dissolved into a fierce remedy. Li Weiguo, drenched by the harsh tonic, rolled his eyes back as the fiery liquid scorched from throat to heel. Before long, the bruised and swollen knee regained a semblance of healthy color. Li Weidong exhaled deeply and collapsed onto the Kong's edge, his hands reddened and trembling like a monkey-s rump. "All right, this leg is saved," he muttered, fishing a weathered dry grass stick from his pocket. He clenched it between his teeth, his usual nonchalant demeanor returning. "Brother, if you dare be so reckless again, I'll break that good leg of yours first. To save me the shame." Li Weiguo chuckled foolishly, scratching the back of his head. "Iemet dikskinat noburias." "Second brother, you're always thinking about food." Li Weidong rolled his eyes and jumped down from the Kong, heading to the main room. The large black fish had thawed, its dark scales gleaming coldly, weighing 7 or 8 jin. In this village of Hongxing Brigade, where even rats had grown thin from hunger, this was a windfall that could drive one mad with envy. Li Dashan sat on a small stool, puffing on his pipe, staring at the fish with a low voice. "Second brother, this thing is too conspicuous." After the ruckus at the village entrance, half the village is probably cursing. I bet even the party secretary can't sit still. Let them curse, Li Weidong replied. More meat for us. He grabbed the cleaver from the chopping board and scraped it twice on the sole of his shoe, but even in solitary feasting, some mouths had to be silenced. With a sharp chop, the fish's broad tail was neatly severed. Sister-in-law, coming. Chun Gilin responded swiftly, her eyes fixed intently on the vivid red flesh. Cut the tail into 3 pieces. Li Weidong pointed with the knife as tip. 1 piece for old Wang in the front yard. He once gave us sweet potatoes, so the debt must be repaid. 1 for old son, the brigade accountant. He has given us trouble before, but this meat is hush money. He'll think twice before messing with our accounts again. The last piece he paused, a cold smile curling his lips. For the old widow at the village edge. She's the village's loudspeaker. If anyone dares to gossip behind our backs after eating our meat, she'll make their ancestors' graves smoke. Chun Gilin's face twisted with pain upon hearing that such fine meat was to be given away. Second brother, isn't that too much? Our daughter Yaya hasn't eaten yet. Iodful inexperiencia, li Weidong scufa. You can't catch a wolf without setting a trap. This pound of meat will buy us respect and keep our future feast safe from door smashers. Hurry, deliver it. When you get back, we'll salt the fish. The rest is ours. Chun Gilin shrank back under the rebuke, heart aching, but knowing her brother-in-law's words were law. She lifted the battered porcelain basin and braved the wind and snow outside. Li Weidong stared at the remaining large fish body, but did not rush. From the salt jar in the corner, he scooped coarse salt, treating each grain like a treasure as he rubbed it into the flesh. In these times, without refrigeration, the fish had to be thoroughly salted and hung from the beams to dry, a vital source of sustenance. Night deepened. Outside, the wind and snow ceased. The village lay silent as a graveyard. Occasional dog howls pierced the stillness, starving beasts baying at the moon. The Li family had all gone to bed. Li Baigu Sueting now snored thunderously. Li Dasan stood guard at the door, clutching his homemade gun, a steadfast habit. Li Weidong sat cross-legged under the quilt, eyes closed but awake. In the depths of his mind, the yellowed fragment of an old imperial calendar fluttered silently, the red ink almost blinding in the darkness. Hualong calendar 1960, 12th lunar month. 14th day, suitable for traveling, trading, accepting wealth. Avoid disputes, lighting stoves. These prohibitions gnawed at Li Weidong's heart. Though he had sent fishtail pieces as hush money, no wall was truly soundproof. Though Liu Meizhi's gang had been driven off, their malice still fermented. Adding to that, the fate of the one-eyed Zhao remained unknown. The waters of Hongxing Brigade were growing ever murkier. To stand firm in such muddy depths required more than brute force and a few pounds of pork. It demanded wealth, hard currency, and connections that even the commune's secretary must respect. Li Weidong esa tuts shifta. In his palm, hidden in his sleeve, suddenly appeared an object. It was a wild ginseng root, earthy and pungent, slender yet plump at the tip, bound with a red cord for protection. This treasure had been unearthed at great peril from the realm of the King of Hell, amidst prowling wolves. In these times, it was currency as valuable as gold bars. It was clear he must go to Haishui County without delay. Rubbing the rough ginseng skin, a gleam of cunning sparked in Li Weidong's eyes. Keeping this root was a potential source of trouble. Only by turning it into money, food, and capital to raise his family's head high could he truly secure peace of mind. Tomorrow, he would take this treasure to the city, not to escape disaster, but to blow open the stagnant waters of Haishui County. At that moment, a stifled cough came from the west room. Li Weidong's hand flipped, and the wild ginseng vanished instantly. Turning his head to listen, a playful smile curved his lips. That woman, Su Qing, clearly. He would have to bring a burden with him to the city. The copper key in her cloth pouch was due to see the light of day. Wrapping his coat tight, Li Weidong lay back down. The triangular military dagger beneath his pillow pressed against his nape, but brought him immense comfort. The world of martial strife was never elsewhere. This shabby home was the greatest battlefield of all. Chapter 22. A rogue's words expose a scoundrel. The supply and marketing cooperative beauty is flabbergasted. When Li Weidong awoke, the familiar dizziness in his head had just subsided. He did not rush to open his eyes, but mentally flipped through the yellowed, old calendar once more. Today's characters seemed freshly traced in cinnabar, their redness piercing. Hualong calendar 1960, 12th lunar month, 15th day. Suitable for traveling, visiting friends, reaping what one sows. Avoid disputes, revealing secrets, excessive drinking. The small print beneath. As usual, bore an air of foreknowledge and detached observation. Minor luck. Mao hour the donkey cart at the village entrance, with a missing pin on the left wheel hub. If you hand the hardwood stick, you save 2 cents on fare and get a soft grass cushion ride. Moderate luck. Wu hour Lin Zion. A temporary worker at the county supply and marketing cooperative has a darkened forehead today. Her fiancé in the city is contemplating consummating their marriage in the small woods west of town. The man is a complete failure, yet he still has a house and a wife in the countryside. A word of advice. This nail can eventually be hammered into the counter of the supply and marketing cooperative. Daji, Weishi behind the waste recycling station. The one-eyed scavenger has collected a stack of old books today, and among them lies the route guide you're searching for. Li Weidong abruptly opened his eyes, and the dry straw sticking to the corner of his mouth quivered with his breath. Quite intriguing. Lin Zion? Isn't she that arrogant elementary school classmate of the original owner? It is rumored that her family leveraged connections to secure a temporary job at the county supply and marketing cooperative. When she returns to the village, she struts around like a proud goose, looking at everyone as if they are mere cow dung by the roadside. As he pondered the implications of this situation, a clever glint flashed in his eyes. This is not a rescue. It is an invitation for him to bait a hook. The supply and marketing cooperative holds the reins of the entire county's livelihood. If he could plant a personal favor here and later maneuver some scarce goods, his path would surely widen. He rolled off the bed, moving as gracefully as a freshly awakened raccoon. Brother, are we leaving already? Li Weiguo was squatting by the stove, tending to the fire. Upon seeing his brother rise, he hurriedly handed over a pair of warm cotton shoes. Let us go. Li Weidong took the shoes, slipping them on while casually advising, keep a close watch on the little meat and oil we have at home. No one is to open the door for anyone but our father. If that Lu Maisie dares to show his face again. No need for words, just douse him with boiling water. Li Weiguo chuckled, revealing his bright white teeth, and responded in a deep voice, don't worry, brother. If that rascal dares to come, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Li Weidong tightened the tattered military coat that concealed his form. Though it let in the cold, it served as the perfect disguise. In the secret pocket against his chest, he carried 2 fox pelts obtained from the space, along with a wild ginseng root unearthed from the underworld. These were precious goods. One must not flaunt wealth. Such are the rules of the underworld and a safeguard for life. As he exited the village, the wind grew harsher. The donkey cart belonging to Old Ma was parked beneath the old locust tree, its bells silent, but everything else creaking. Ma Day, headed to the city? Li Weidong approached, hands tucked into his sleeves, neck drawn in. Old Ma knocked the ashes from his pipe against his shoe, casting a glance at Li Weidong, and grumbled, 2 cents, not a penny less. Don't think you can hitch a ride. Your second-rate face, 1 tea work here. Li Weidong merely chuckled, squatting down to rummage beneath the cart. He casually picked up a sturdy wooden stick and jabbed it forcefully into the precarious wheel axle. A sharp crack echoed. Old man, this axle is about to fly off, and you still dare to run? He stood up, dusting off his hands, and declared, now it's secure. You could drive it to the provincial capital without worry. Should you waive that 2 cents? Old Ma paused, disembarking to inspect the wheel. It indeed appeared more stable. In these times, livestock and carts were the lifeblood of the production team. If anything broke, he would face criticism. All right, young man. You have some sense. Old Ma's face flushed slightly as he gestured to the only straw mat in the cart. Hop on. It'll be warm there. Li Weidong did not hesitate, plopping down comfortably and releasing a satisfied sigh. Just as the cart was about to depart, a figure hurriedly approached from the village entrance, clad in a blue khaki linen suit, with a red scarf around her neck and a faux leather black bag emblazoned with Serve the People. She stood out like a golden phoenix in a henhouse. It was Lin Zion. She seemed to have just left home, her face smeared with cheap snowflake cream, a scent overpowering to the nose. Spotting Li Weidong in the cart, her finely drawn eyebrows knitted together, and she took a step back, disdainfully, as if afraid of getting dirted. What are you doing here? Lin Zion pinched her nose, her voice shrill. Ma Day, why are you letting just anyone on this cart? It stinks of poverty. I won't ride. Old Ma cleared his throat awkwardly, Zion. We're all fellow villagers. Time is of the essence. If you don't get on, the next cart won't come until noon. After hesitating, she glanced at the chilly weather and reluctantly climbed aboard. However, she deliberately chose a corner farthest from Li Weidong, pulling out a handkerchief from her bag to cover her mouth and nose, her expression more disdainful than if she were looking at a wild dog by the roadside. Li Weidong paid her no mind. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the straw pile to rest, while contemplating how to sell the precious items he held when they reached the county town. As for Lin Zioen, now was not the time for conversation. The situation was not ripe for business. The journey was bumpy, and by the time they arrived at Haishui County, the sun had risen high. The streets of the county were much wider than those of the village, adorned with large slogans painted in white on red backgrounds, while revolutionary songs blared from the loudspeakers. Although the atmosphere remained gray, there was a hint of liveliness and the scent of coal smoke. Li Weidong jumped off the cart, stretched his limbs, and headed directly for the county supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative was the pride of the county, featuring 3 large tile-roofed buildings with bright glass windows, and a wooden sign with black letters on a white background hanging at the entrance. Inside, rows of intimidating red-painted wooden counters lined the space, with sales clerks behind them, each one haughty, knitting sweaters with barely a glance upwards. This was the era's counterclass, holding the resources and standing taller than the county chief. Li Weidong squeezed into the crowd, the mingled sense of kerosene and inferior fabric wafting into his nostrils. He circled the counter, his gaze landing on the sales clerk weighing brown sugar. Coincidentally, it was Lin Zioen. She had changed into a white lab coat, wearing blue sleeves, and wielding a small scale, her movements swift yet arrogant. Several villagers in patched clothing stood before her, smiling as they hoped to buy some brown sugar for their wives who had just given birth. No ticket? What do you want with brown sugar? Get lost. Lin Zioen waved her hand impatiently, as if swatting flies. This is a nutritional product. It's for patients. What business do you country bumpkins have here? The villagers' faces flushed with embarrassment as they retreated, subdued. Li Weidong tucked his hands into his sleeves and ambled over, leaning on the counter with a weathered face. Oh, ISNT this, Lin the clerk? He grinned, revealing a broad smile that seemed out of place in the polished cooperative. Business is thriving, I see. Lin Zioen, already frazzled, shot up her gaze to meet that familiar scoundrel's face, her irritation flaring. Li Weidong, what brings you here? She slammed the small scale onto the counter with a sharp sound. This is the supply and marketing cooperative, not your village's threshing ground. If you want to be a nuisance, go do it outside. Don't be an eyesore here. People around turned to look, whispering among themselves. Li Weidong remained unfazed, lowering his voice and leaning slightly forward, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Lin the clerk, no need to be so fiery. I'm not here to shop. I have a message for you. A message? What could you possibly have? Lin Zioen scoffed, disbelief etched on her face. Li Weidong let his eyelids droop, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the glass counter, his voice low as if it arose from the depths of the earth. You're both from the transport team, Zhao Gang, right? This afternoon after work, ISNT, he planning to meet you in the small woods west of the city? Lin Zioen's expression shifted suddenly, her heart racing. Only she and Zhao Gang knew of this arrangement. How did this rogue find out? Tell me, what are you talking about? Panic crept into her voice, making it sharper. Whether I speak the truth or not, you know in your heart. Li Weidong's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, his gaze devoid of the usual murkiness, instead radiating an unsettling clarity that sent chills down one's spine. It was rumored that Zhao Gang hailed from Wangjietan, a place with which I am quite familiar. I heard he hosted a banquet 2 years ago, and his wife has since given birth to a robust son, currently tending to her in-laws back home. Boom! This revelation struck Lin Zioen like a bolt from the blue, freezing her in place. The abacus beads she held clattered to the floor, her complexion paling to the shade of parchment. You are talking nonsense. Zhao Gang claimed he was single. Whether he is single or not, a trip to Wangjietan will reveal the truth, Li Weidong retorted, retracting his body and slipping his hands back into his sleeves, resuming his nonchalant demeanor. However, if you had ventured to that grove this afternoon, you would find yourself in a predicament. When the grain has been cooked, your golden rice bowl at the supply and marketing cooperative may just slip through your fingers. Having said this, he offered Lin Zioen no opportunity to respond before turning on his heel and departing. His silhouette, amidst the somewhat crowded cooperative, was akin to a slippery loach. Swiftly vanishing through the door, Lin Zioen clung desperately to the edge of the counter, her once proud eyes now filled with terror and doubt. Watching the worn figure disappear at the entrance, her heart raced. Could Li Weidong truly be nothing more than a scoundrel? Once outside the cooperative, the brisk wind sharpened Li Weidong's mind. The first nail had been driven home. Although Lin Zioan was somewhat superficial, she was not foolish. If she chose to investigate, she would unearth every secret of Zhao Gang. In this day and age, issues of conduct could unleash a tempest. The debts of human relations would burden her even if she wished to remain unencumbered. He touched the rigid fox fur in his coat, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. The cooperative was merely an appetizer. The real encounter awaited with the one-eyed dragon. Within that old scoundrel scrap collection station lay treasures capable of transforming the fate of the Li family. He lowered the brim of his cap and made his way toward the disheveled scrap yard in the northern part of the city, where the wind was colder and more pungent than that on the streets. Chapter 23, Black on Black, a counterattack against thugs, selling wild ginseng for a windfall of 50. Before dawn had fully broken, the abandoned brick kiln on the outskirts of Haishui City resembled a monstrous creature with its gaping maw, exhaling the most biting cold air before dawn. This was Decisive City. Inside, there was silence and darkness, only a few flickering cigarette butts illuminating the gloom, resembling ghostly lights over a graveyard. Li Weidong wrapped his tattered military coat tightly around him, his cap pulled low over his brow, revealing only his wolf-like eyes. With his hands tucked in his sleeves, he stepped upon the frozen cinders, producing faint, subtle creaks. Here, transactions were conducted without words, relying solely on the skill hidden within one's sleeves. When two individuals met, a glance exchanged, hands would slip into each other's sleeves, and with a touch of fingers, prices could be negotiated. A nod indicated agreement, while a shake of the head meant departure. No one recognized anyone, nor did they inquire. Today, Li Weidong was not there to haggle over trifles. He was concealing life-saving goods, wild ginseng. According to yesterday's almanac, though Decisive City was a chaotic realm, it harbored true gold and silver. He meandered around twice, pausing briefly at the stall of an elderly tobacco vendor, pretending to browse while casting a sidelong glance at the half-collapsed kiln entrance behind him. There, two figures crouched, their caps pulled low, necks hunched, resembling those waiting for someone, their eyes darting suspiciously towards every passerby's waist. Thieves! Li Weidong scoffed inwardly, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He remained unperturbed, continuing his stroll until he spotted a middle-aged man at a sheltered corner who was idly handling 2 iron weights. Before him lay nothing but a neatly folded piece of red cloth. Those in the know recognized it as a discreet sign for collecting medicinal materials. Approaching without a word, Li Weidong tucked the gray fox fur deeper into his coat, revealing only the dried ginseng root's tip. The man's hand holding the iron weights paused. Li Weidong extended his sleeve, and the man, without hesitation, reached into Li Weidong's coat sleeve. Their coarse hands met in the darkness, gripping fingers to convey the price. The offer was 2 fingers 20. Li Weidong's expression remained impassive, a flicker of derision flashing in his half-closed eyes as he withdrew his hand and turned to leave. The man, growing anxious, opened his mouth to speak, but Li Weidong swiftly darted into a nearby alley piled high with debris, slipping away like a nimble loach. It was not that he was unwilling to sell. Rather, the 2 rats had already followed him. Once inside the alley, the light dimmed further, and the wind swirled with snowflakes, producing eerie howls. "Brother, stop!" A low, sinister voice called from behind, carrying an ominous chill. 2 figures in duck-billed caps blocked the alleyway. The taller of the 2 toyed with a spring knife, its blade glinting menacingly in the faint morning light. The shorter, stockier one brandished a rusty rebar, his face twitching with brutish intent. "New face, eh? Got something of value?" The tall one stepped forward, swiftly spinning the knife on his fingertips. "Mind if I take a look?" Such were the rules of Decisive City. To reveal your wares was to invite slaughter. Those lacking the skill to protect their food would be left with nothing but scraps. Li Weidong halted, slowly turning around. He maintained his lazy stance, hands still tucked into his sleeves, his back slightly hunched, resembling a bewildered country bumpkin. "Want it?" He lifted his chin, momentarily glancing at the spring knife with a hint of amusement, inviting them to take it. The tall one scoffed in this day and age. The timid starve while the bold thrive. "You look like a soft one, probably just a kid sneaking out to trade stolen goods. You're smart enough to hand over what you've got and scram." With a signal exchange between them, the 2 closed in from either side. the stench of blood thickening around them. Just as the dirty hand of the stocky one reached for Li Weidong's collar, he sprang into action. His right hand, previously tucked in his sleeve, shot out with lightning speed. No one could discern the movement. Suddenly, a square brick appeared in his hand, as if conjured from thin air. With a whoosh, the brick struck the stocky thug squarely in the face. Crack! The sound of a nasal bone fracturing echoed sharply, inducing a wince of sympathy from onlookers. The stocky thug fell without uttering a sound, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed like a discarded log, sending up a cloud of cold dust. The tall thug was momentarily stunned. His knife had yet to be brandished, and his companion was already incapacitated? Where had that brick come from? Did this fellow conceal such a weapon in his sleeve? Before he could process the situation, Li Weidong had already lunged forward in a single stride. His movements were as swift as a predatory leopard. His left hand, like a vice, seized the thug's wrist, twisting it painfully in the opposite direction. Crack! The sound was even sharper than before. In the next instant, a triangular military dagger, which had inexplicably appeared, pressed menacingly against the thug's throat. Clang! The spring knife clattered to the ground. Don't move. The tall thug was reduced to a quivering mess, a warm stream gushing from his pants. The foul odor quickly permeating the alley. The blood groove on the dagger was ominously close to his eyes, emanating a scent of despair. This was no ordinary fighter. He was seasoned in the ways of violence. Li Weidong leaned in closer, his face mere inches from the thug's, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes devoid of warmth. Play with knives? You think you are worthy? The military dagger was slightly thrust forward, piercing the oily skin, causing droplets of blood to flow down the neck of vivid crimson. Grandfather, spare my life. I failed to recognize the mountain, the tall, thin man stuttered, his face streaked with tears and snot, his legs trembling as he nearly fell to his knees. Empty your pockets, Li Weidong commanded nonchalantly, his tone as casual as that of an old friend chatting. The tall man dared not protest, trembling as he turned his pockets inside out. He revealed a stack of crumpled bills, a few disheveled ration coupons, and an old pocket watch of dubious origin. Li Weidong, undeterred by the quality, swiftly snatched it and tucked it into his own pocket. It amounted to about 30 yuan, plus several pounds of ration tickets. A windfall indeed. Scram! Li Weidong retracted the dagger and kicked the man in the rear. The man scrambled away, dragging his unconscious companion, like two straggling dogs, not daring to look back. Vanishing into the shadows of the brick kiln, Li Weidong brushed off the dust from his hands. The brick and dagger instantly returned to his personal storage. Engaging in black market dealings proved to be worthwhile. Emerging from the alley, the dawn light began to break on the horizon. Li Weidong adjusted his collar and strolled leisurely to the old site of Tongrentang in the eastern part of the city. Although the place was now state-owned and bore the name of a pharmaceutical company, the proprietor, Wang Suanpan, remained the same. He still recognized money over people. The shop door stood ajar. Upon entering, a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine enveloped him. Wang Suanpan, hunched over the counter, peering through a magnifying glass at a newspaper, did not even lift his head at the sound, gruffly stating, "Not open yet. Go to the hospital for medicine. Not for medicine, but for my life." Li Weidong approached, disregarding the fragility of the counter glass, and slapped the wild ginseng he had in his arms onto the counter. Wang Suanpan's murky old eyes lit up at the sight of the ginseng, akin to a starving wolf spotting prey. He quickly glanced around, rose to secure the shop door, and delicately cradled the ginseng. A fine specimen, Wang Suanpan mused, counting the ginseng roots with his fingers, greed etched in his gaze. This must be at least 20 years old, though a bit bruised, the quality is lacking. 50. Li Weidong interrupted his bargaining tactics, extending a palm with an indifferent gaze. If it's a penny less, I'll walk away. The pharmacies in the provincial capital would pay more. Wang Suanpan choked on his words, taken aback by the audacity of the ragged-looking young man. 50? That is 2 months' wages for a first-level worker. Young brother, that price is a bit steep. In this day and age, who has that much cash on hand? Wang Suanpan continued to struggle, his eyes darting. Without hesitation, Li Weidong yanked the ginseng back. Not selling? Fine. Wait. Wang Suanpan, panicking, pressed down on the ginseng. I'll sell. He had just heard that an old leader in the province was gravely ill and urgently needed this item to prolong his life. This could double his profit. This was an opportunity to gain wealth that one could not afford to miss. Gritting his teeth, Wang Suanpan retrieved a cloth bag from beneath the counter, counting out 5 crisp bills, trembling at the loss. Li Weidong accepted the money, scrutinizing it for authenticity against the light, tossing it into his personal storage, and turned to leave without a word. Stepping out of the pharmacy, the brisk wind invigorated Li Weidong. With the 30 yuan he had just acquired and the 50 yuan he now possessed, in an era where 5 cents could buy breakfast, he considered himself quite wealthy. He did not rush back to the village, but headed straight for the dark alley behind the supply and marketing cooperative, a place dedicated to trading scarce goods. 2 bags of fine flour, the best Fujian flour. I'll take that can of malted milk as well. Wrap up several pounds of coarse salt for me. Li Weidong spent money like water, but every cent was spent wisely. The red tin of malted milk was for the ailing Su Qing and the drooling Yaya at home. In these times, this was considered a nourishing delicacy, bound to entice the eyes of the women back home. With a large bundle of goods, he found a secluded corner, brushed his hand, and everything vanished into his personal storage. Li Weidong felt his now empty pockets and smiled. Money is only money when spent. Hoarding it amounts to mere paper. Just as he was about to head to the recycling station to find the route mentioned in the almanac, a sudden commotion erupted near the entrance of the state-run hotel. "Stop, thief. That's my bag." A woman's piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility. Li Weidong had initially intended to ignore the chaos, but a glance revealed the woman, clad in the same blue cotton coat often worn by Su Qing. "Wait, that's not Su Qing. It's Lin Zioan from the supply and marketing cooperative? Why was she dressed like Su Qing?" Moreover, the figure fleeing with her bag looked eerily familiar, a limping, one-eyed man. The very one who had been chased by wolves on the mountain yesterday. This old man hadn't died. Li Weidong's pupils constricta. The stick in his hand dropping to the ground with a thud. This was intriguing. He did not rush forward, but instead crouched deeper into the shadows, resembling a solitary wolf awaiting its prey, keenly observing the frenzied figure of the one-eyed man. What was this old man after, robbing Lin Zioan? Could the bag contain something more valuable than money? Chapter 24. The sister-in-law kneels at the sight of malted milk. Lin Zioan delivers insider information as a token of loyalty. The north wind howled, driving snowflakes into the collars of people's coats, the noise akin to wailing ghosts. On the dirt road from the county town to Hongxing Brigade, the old cart driven by Old Ma creaked along. The lantern hanging from the cart flickered in the wind, illuminating Old Ma's face, frozen to a deep purple hue. Li Weidong lounged at the back of the cart, his military coat collar turned high, revealing only a pair of half-open, watchful eyes. Li Weiguo loomed beside him like a black iron tower, clutching a bulging sack tightly, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings as if ready to decapitate anyone who dared to glance at the sack. In the corner of the cart, Lin Zioan huddled in a ball, all traces of the morning's arrogance, when she had stood behind the counter at the supply and marketing cooperative, had vanished. Now, her fashionable blue coat was smeared with cold dust, her hair a chaotic mess, and her once pretty face was as pale as paper, her teeth chattering. Whether from the cold or fear was uncertain. The way she looked at Li Weidong was a mix of shock and dread, as if she had encountered a ghost. Just half an hour earlier, she had inexplicably chosen to take a shortcut to the west to find Zhao Gang instead of following the main road. However, upon recalling Li Weidong's ominous warning about the west being dangerous and bloody, an inexplicable chill crept over her, prompting her to take a longer route. As luck would have it, she spotted 2 thugs wielding half-bricks emerging from that shortcut, cursing as they claimed to have come up empty-handed. In that instant, Lin Zioan felt cold sweat soaking her spine. Had she not taken the detour, she would likely have been dragged into a dilapidated kiln by those ruffians, left to fate. Did these scoundrels truly possess an uncanny foresight? Lin Zioan stole a glance at Li Weidong, only to meet his gaze. His expression was bland, yet it felt as sharp as 2 bone-cutting knives slicing through her fleeting thoughts. "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before?" Li Weidong, with a stick dangling from his mouth, chuckled softly. Is Miss Lin feeling a bit discontent today, since she didn't encounter that old acquaintance in the West as she had hoped? This statement struck Lin Zioan like a dagger to her gut. Why, you better not say such things. Lin Zioan's body trembled violently, instinctively clutching her collar. Her voice was sharp yet lacked conviction as she stammered, "I just happened to run into you all, seeking a ride." "Happened?" Li Weidong skufa. leaning back lazily against the burlap sack, exuding an air of nonchalance akin to a sunbathing old cat. Zioan, we are old classmates, so let us speak plainly. Zhao Gang's still immature son is likely riding on his neck right now, so your visit would be futile. Li Weidong. Lin Zioan's face flushed crimson, her eyes welling with tears as she struggled to contain her anger. She had come to realize that he was a ruthless figure, holding her vulnerabilities in his grasp, yet unable to articulate her disdain. Ignoring her indignation, Li Weidong casually patted the heavy burlap sack beside him, producing a dull thud that drew Lin Zioan's attention. The sack was bulging and distinctly shaped. As an employee of the supply and marketing cooperative, her keen eyes discerned its contents. It resembled not firewood, but rather hard goods. In these times, a household fortunate enough to acquire such a sack of grain or mountain goods could find salvation. Where did this scoundrel acquire such resources? A sudden tension gripped Lin Zioan's mind. Though vain, she was no fool. Li Weidong had accurately gauged her difficulties and pinpointed Zhao Gang's troubles. Now, he inexplicably possessed valuable supplies. This man was inscrutable. In these times, having more friends meant more opportunities, especially with someone capable of navigating both the underworld and the upper echelons of society. Biting her lip, she suppressed her urban pride and donned a forced smile, one that was more painful than a frown. Weidong, she addressed him awkwardly, her tone particularly clear amidst the snowstorm. Previously, I was short-sighted. Please do not take it to heart. Regarding Zhao Gang's matter, I merely sought some amusement. It was not serious. This woman could change her demeanor with remarkable speed. Li Weidong did not even lift his eyelids. Speak plainly. Lin Zioan felt a pang of discomfort, but leaned in closer, lowering her voice. Tomorrow, the cooperative will release a batch of clearance items. Li Weidong raised an eyebrow, the straw stick in his mouth twirling around. Oh, is it that batch of blue khaki cloth? Seeing his interest piqued, Lin Zioan quickly divulged it was damp and moldy. But really just a corner got wet from a leaky roof. Most of it is still good. The director has announced that it will not require cloth tickets and will be internally processed at a 3-fold discount. No tickets, 3-fold discount. In this era, those words were akin to gold falling from the sky. This was not merely defective merchandise. It was a golden opportunity concocted by those within the cooperative. Lin Zioan was leveraging insider information to win Li Weidong's favor and forge a connection. Though somewhat naive, she had a keen instinct for such dealings. All right, Li Weidong nudda, showing no reluctance. I'll visit the counter tomorrow morning. If this matter is resolved, I shall overlook Zhao Gang's child's diapers. He did not finish the thought, merely gestured to his neck ominously. Lin Zioan shivered at the implication and hastily nodded. It will be done. I will reserve it for you. Upon reaching the village entrance, Li Weidong dismissed the driver, leaping from the vehicle with his brother, hoisting the burlap sack into the dark alley. As Lin Zioan watched the two brothers vanish into the night, she exhaled a long breath of white mist, collapsing against the vehicle's side. She touched her racing heart, surprisingly filled with relief. Lis dilapidata kabadwading. The interior was warm, the flickering light of the kerosene lamp casting elongated shadows. Li Dashan sat cross-legged on the Kong, rhythmically tapping a copper pipe against its edge, producing a steady thud. Shun Gilan, cradling Yaya, dozed in front of the stove until the sound of the door startled her awake. You're back. As she lifted the door curtain, a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes swept in. Li Weiguo dropped the heavy burlap sack onto the ground with a thud that sent dust cascading from the ceiling. Old two, what is this? Li Dashan squinted at the sack, halting the motion of his pipe. Li Weidong brushed the snow from his clothes without further ado and approached to untie the sack. With a rustle, the opening revealed its contents, causing the entire room to hold its breath. It was a sack of pure white flour, not cornmeal or sorghum, but a commodity of value in the black market. The aroma of wheat, even amidst the coal smoke, was overwhelmingly enticing. Nestled within the flour was a round, tin can. Its red lacquer bore the era's distinctive propaganda, emblazoned with 3 gilded characters. My Ru Jing. Good heavens! Chun Gilan dropped the firewood stick in shock, her body frozen as she stared at the red can. Her feet instinctively inching forward, yet hesitant to draw too close, fearing it might vanish before her eyes. This was something she had only seen behind the glass counter at the cooperative. A special supply for high-ranking officials, a life-saving elixir for the gravely ill. Rumor had it that a spoonful dissolved in water could revive even the most ailing spirit. Old 2. Chen Gilin's voice trembled, tears streaming down her face. Is this really my Ru Jing? Li Weiguo chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Hee. Second brother is impressive. He says it for Yaya. For Yaya? Chen Gilin abruptly turned to Li Weidong, her gaze devoid of past resentment and calculation, replaced by fervent admiration. She knelt down, not in a superficial gesture, but with her knees striking the floor with a dull thud. Old 2. Sister-in-law bows to you. Chen Gilin wept openly. Sister-in-law was blinded by greed. From now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll chop them with a kitchen knife. This was the most fundamental survival logic of the era. What dignity, what face? Was worth anything in the presence of a can of my Ru Jing? Li Weidong did not assist her, merely observing the scene with indifference. He understood the frailty of human nature all too well. With women like Chen Gilin, reasoning held no sway. Only tangible resources could shatter their psychological defenses into dust, earning their unwavering reverence. All right, get up. He retrieved the can of my Ru Jing, tossing it into Chen Gilin's arms. Boil some water, prepare a bowl for father, and a remainder for Yaya. Chen Gilin cradled the tin can as if it were a sacred relic, trembling as she stood, repeatedly affirming, Yes, yes, I'll boil the water right away. Li Dasan had remained silent, his bleary eyes fixated on his second son. He had initially believed that the boy was merely gathering some grains, not realizing he had brought back such a remarkable treasure. This was no longer a matter of mere capability. It was extraordinary. Old 2, Li Dasan finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Is this thing hot to handle? Li Weidong turned to meet his father's piercing gaze, a playful grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Father, rest assured. He pulled out a pack of the Qianmen cigarettes, tearing it open and handing one to Li Dasan. In this world, the bold thrive while the timid perish. As long as we keep our mouths shut, this will not be a hot potato, but rather a golden brick for our Li family to rise again. Li Dasan accepted the cigarette, lighting it with the lamp's flame and taking a deep drag. The spicy smoke swirled in the lungs before being expelled, causing the old man's brow to finally relax a little. Good. Li Dasan uttered a single word, his gaze shifting towards the busy daughter-in-law, firmly securing the door. The window curtains were tightly drawn. If even a hint of this aroma escapes tonight, I shall break your legs. Inside, the water began to boil. Chen Gilin cautiously pried open the iron lid, and an overwhelming, dizzying scent of milk burst forth, akin to the blossoming of spring flowers in this desolate cave during the harsh winter. Li Weidong leaned against the wall, observing the steaming milk extract. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the batch of fabric mentioned by Lin Zioan. That flawed fabric was the true, first move he intended to make in this winter. Meanwhile, the young intellectual Su Qing, lying on the heated bed in the west room, was likely awakened by this intoxicating aroma. The bait had been cast. Now it was merely a matter of when the fish would bite. Chapter 25. Good news. Capture 150 gene of roe deer. Bad news. Encounter a lone wolf. The heavy snow continued to fall relentlessly, suffocating the rows of yellow earth houses in Hongxing Daichuan, in the dilapidated cave of the Li family. As the pale light of dawn began to seep through the papered window, Li Weidong opened his eyes. Once the familiar sensation of dizziness passed, the frayed remnants of an old calendar page fluttered lightly in his mind like leaves in the wind. Hualong calendar, year 1960, 15th day of the 12th month. Auspicious. Travel. Hunting. Accumulating wealth. Inauspicious. Setting up a bed. Opening a market. The previously blurred ink characters now appeared vividly red, infused with a sense of festivity. Great fortune. At the hour of the snake, the north wind sweeps the white grass, and heavy snow seals the northern slope of the Erdeo-Liangzi. In the wind-sheltered depression known as Gui Taitu, a family of 3 foolish roe deer had their bodies half buried in the snow, awaiting a fortunate soul to claim the more than 100 gene of breathing meat. Li Weidong sprang upright, the dry straw stick in his mouth twitching. Had it been a couple of days ago, just having scored a windfall from the black market in the county, with the family still well fed from the strong flour and pork, he might have been too lazy to move. However, these past few days, the aroma of fried pork scraps mixed with rice had been irresistible, leaving everyone feeling insatiably hungry. Moreover, although his elder brother's leg was not entirely incapacitated, it certainly needed some substantial nourishment. Brother, get up. Li Weidong kicked Li Weiguo, who was still snoring. Li Weiguo jolted awake, his bovine eyes still dazed, instinctively reaching under his pillow for the sickle. Who's here? That scoundrel Li Maisie again? Nonsense. Li Weidong donned the tattered army coat he had been wearing for days, fastening the buttons as he stepped outside, grabbing a burlap sack and some rope. Today, we won't be fighting. We're going to collect money. The mention of collecting money instantly banished any remnants of sleep from Li Weiguo's mind. He did not inquire further. When his younger brother spoke of collecting money, it meant there would be meat to eat. Outside, before the stove pit, Li Dashan was already awake. The old man sat cross-legged at the head of the heated bed, holding a homemade gun that had been with him for many years. The barrel gleamed, polished to a shine with a rag, reflecting a cold, eerie light. Not uttering a word upon seeing the brothers, Li Dashan simply extended the gun towards them. Take it. The old man's voice was hoarse. It was unloaded, lacking both gunpowder and iron shot. This contraption was too loud, attracting wolves and people alike. Holding it was merely a matter of courage, enough to intimidate the uninitiated beasts. Li Weidong grasped it. The weight of the gun was substantial in his hands. He understood his father's intent. In these times, gunpowder was precious, and iron shot even more so. Furthermore, the Liangzi was deep in the mountains. A gunshot could easily summon wolves, not to mention the militia from the neighboring brigade or desperate rogues like the one-eyed Zhao. This gun served as both a fire stick and a banner for the Li family. Rest assured, father will just be wandering around the back mountain. Li Weidong slung the gun over his back, muzzle pointing down, a mischievous grin lighting up his face. You just prepare the water, waiting to assist my sister-in-law. Upon exiting the village, the wind cut like a blade, stinging his face. Li Weiguo, burdened with 2 rolls of coarse hemp rope and clutching a patched burlap sack, resembled a moving mountain, each step crunching heavily in the snow. Where are we headed, second brother? Li Weiguo inquired, his neck drawn in with this heavy snow. Even the rabbits are nestled in their burrows. Rabbits are for the impoverished, Li Weidong replied, walking ahead, hands tucked into his coat sleeves, eyes squinting into slits, scanning the snowy ground. Today, I'll treat you to a dish of wild flavor, ginseng. Ginseng? Li Weiguo halted, eyes widening in disbelief. Can that be eaten? The meat of foolish roe deer is even more nourishing than ginseng. The 2 brothers traversed around the chaotic graveyard behind the village, plunging into the undulating foothills of Daxingling. The snow in the mountains was deeper than that in the village. As the wind blew, the snow from the pine branches cascaded down, slipping into their collars and causing shivers. Li Weidong walked steadily, albeit not quickly, while others would need to probe the path with a stick during such snowy days. Fearing a misstep into a snowdrift, Li Weidong was different. Although the calendar in his mind did not grant him X-ray vision, it functioned like a living map, clearly marking which pits were safe to traverse and where the loose soil lay hidden behind trees. Brother, follow my footsteps. Li Weidong, pointing at a seemingly flat expanse of snow ahead, knowing that below it lay an old battlefield pit, 3 meters deep. Li Weiguo was startled into retracting his foot, obediently stepping into his brother's deep imprints. The higher they climbed, the denser the forest became. Upon reaching the northern slope of Liangzi, the wind lessened somewhat. The terrain here was unique, resembling a half-carved bowl. As the north wind blew, it spiraled upwards along the ridge, creating a natural windbreak below. This was a so-called Gui Taitu. Suddenly, Li Weidong came to an abrupt stop, raising a hand in a gesture for silence. Li Weiguo, like a statue under a spell, stood frozen in place, his hefty frame of 200 gene immobilized, even holding his breath, his face flushed red. 50 meters ahead lay a patch of withered shrubs. In that stark white world, 3 earthy-colored shadows were buried in the snow, their heads buried firmly in a snowdrift. They were roe deer, 1 large and 2 small, a quintessential family of foolish roe deer. Their greatest flaw was their overwhelming curiosity, often leading them to freeze in the face of danger. On this snowy day, the snow had not risen above their bellies. They were likely attempting to dig for roots beneath the snow, but had become trapped in the sheltered snowdrift, wholly engrossed in their task. My goodness! Li Weiguo swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with greed. That is not just an animal. That is meat, a pile of braised flesh that can breathe. Brother, listen carefully. Li Weidong lowered his voice, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. You take the large one. Don't use brute force. Go directly for its neck, using your weight to pin it down. The two smaller ones are mine. Don't kill them. Alive they're worth more, and don't damage the hides. Li Weiguo nodded heavily, wrapping the hemp rope around his waist, his palms slick with sweat. Go! With Li Weidong's low command, Li Weiguo's massive form charged forward like an out-of-control tank, snow flying in all directions. The large male roe deer was happily foraging in the snow when it suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath it. Just as it was about to lift its head from the snow to investigate, it noticed a dark shadow looming overhead. Li Weiguo, a man resembling a black iron tower, propelled himself forward with force, his two large hands, akin to fans, clasping tightly around the deer's neck. With a sudden weighty descent, he pressed down upon it with several hundred pounds of force. The deer let out a pitiful cry, its slender legs thrashing wildly in the snow, sending flurries of snowflakes flying around. Yet, against the innate strength of Li Weiguo, the deer's feeble struggles were utterly futile. Be obedient, Li Weiguo, exerting his arms to firmly pin the still struggling roe deer into the snow, rendering it immobile. Meanwhile, Li Weidong was not idle. Although he lacked the sheer bulk of his elder brother, he possessed a deftness and a fierce determination. At the moment his brother lunged, he swung a jujube stick that he had prepared earlier. The two young roe deer, having just realized the danger, attempted to flee, but the deep snow ensnared their legs, leaving them helpless as the figure clad in a tattered military coat approached. Thud! Thud! Two dull thumps echoed. Li Weidong struck with precision, avoiding the head to prevent damage and the body to spare the organs. His blow landed squarely on the delicate spot just above the deer's nasal bone, a vulnerable area that could easily render it unconscious. The two young deer did not make a sound. Their bodies slumped lifelessly in the snow. This fool truly lives up to his reputation, Li Weidong panted, planting his stick into the snow and deftly producing a rope from his waist to bind the deer's legs. In such heavy snow, under normal circumstances, these creatures would bolt like the wind, making it nearly impossible to catch them. Second brother, what strength? Came Li Weiguo's voice from a short distance away. The large male roe deer continued to squirm beneath him, though its struggles had weakened considerably. What should we do? Kill it or bring it back alive? Alive? Li Weidong replied, having tied up the two young deer like rice dumplings and tossed them into his storage compartment, claiming they were placed into a sack. Brushing the snow off his hands as he approached his brother. This creature is a treasure, especially its blood, which is highly nourishing. Let us bring it back alive for father to enjoy a warm meal. The two brothers worked in seamless harmony, and soon the large male roe deer was also bound tightly, a bundle of dry grass stuffed into its mouth, muffling its sounds. The combined weight of the three deer was at least 150 to 160 pounds. If they were to transport them back to the village, even without making a commotion, the rich scent of meat would surely entice the entire village. Brother, let us take a breather, Li Weidong said, plopping down in the snow. He retrieved a half of a dry, hard bun from his pocket, breaking it in half and offering one piece to Li Weiguo to fill their stomachs, as the journey ahead would be arduous. Li Weiguo accepted the bun without complaint, devouring it with a goofy grin that radiated more joy than a festive meal of dumplings. Second brother, our family has truly struck gold this time. If we turn this into cured meat, suddenly, Li Weidong's expression changed. His hand, which was about to lift the bun to his mouth, froze in midair. The wind seemed to halt. The crows, which had occasionally called out from the forest, were now silent, as if their throats had been constricted, leaving behind an eerie stillness. A sensation of being watched enveloped him, akin to countless fine needles pricking the back of his neck, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. This was not the gaze of a human. It lacked warmth, greed, and was charged with an unmistakable intent to kill. What's wrong, second brother? Li Weiguo, chewing on the bun, looked at his sibling's suddenly darkened face with confusion. Li Weidong remained silent, slowly spitting out the grass stick from his mouth, his palm quietly reaching for the unloaded earth gun at his back. Though it was without ammunition, it was still a formidable iron tube capable of shattering bones. His eyes were fixed intently on the dense grove of large trees to his left. There, nestled between two old pines, sat a shadowy figure, still and quiet in the snow. It possessed a pair of green eyes, unlike the fox startled by the one-eyed Zhao or the wild boar driven mad by the snow. This creature appeared unervingly calm, a calmness that instilled fear. It gazed at the brothers as they bound their prey, its lips curling slightly to reveal a row of sharp, white fangs, a viscous droplet of saliva dripping from its elongated snout onto the snow. It was a wolf, a solitary predator driven to desperation by hunger, yet cunning in its approach. It waited, biding its time for the moment the two-legged creatures would lower their guard, anticipating its share of warm flesh. Chapter 26. Slaying the wolf and seizing the meat. A strange trail at the village entrance hides danger. This was a lone traveler driven out by a pack of wolves. The wind whipped the snowflakes into a swirling dance on the leeward slope of the Erdeo-Yongs. The shadow between the two old pines stirred. It did not rush to pounce, but instead crouched low, its green eyes fixated on the large male roe deer beneath Li Weiguo. This was an old wolf, missing a piece of its left ear, with patches of bare skin on its back revealing frostbitten sores. It was gaunt, its ribs protruding like dried twigs pushing against its loose skin, its belly sunken against its spine. Yet, a starving wolf is far more terrifying than a pack of beasts. It had no escape, either feast or perish in this icy expanse. Li Weidong's grass stick had long since ceased its movement. He stood a few paces away from his brother, the unloaded earth gun held firmly across his chest. Though it was a mere replica, he wielded it with confidence, as if it were a lethal, three-edged military dagger. "Brother, don't move." Li Weidong's voice was as soft as falling snow. Yet it carried a chill that made Li Weiguo's neck bristle. The old wolf slowly emerged from behind the pines. It emitted no sound, nor did it bare its teeth. Its bald tail hanging between its legs, its paws silent against the snow. It was calculating, assessing whether this meal could be secured and which of the two-legged creatures was easier to tackle. Its gaze flicked over the iron tube in Li Weidong's hands. A primal fear of hunters rooted deep within it. Yet its greedy eyes quickly returned to the roe deer beneath Li Weiguo. Despite its size, the deer's foolish demeanor and slow reaction to danger were not concealed from an experienced predator like the wolf. A low growl rumbled from deep within the wolf's throat, thick saliva dripping from its uneven yellow teeth, freezing into beads of ice upon contact with the snow. It was driven to madness by hunger. In a brief moment, Li Weidong's eyelids fluttered. The old wolf sprang into action. There was no hesitation, no circling. It propelled itself with its powerful hind legs, its emaciated body launching forward like a taut bowstring snapping, aiming directly at Li Weidong. This creature was shrewd. It recognized that the one holding the iron tube posed the greatest threat. If it could incapacitate him, the hefty figure would be an easy target for slaughter. The attack was swift, as quick as a streak of gray lightning. Li Weidong esa pupilles dilata. He neither retreated nor swung the stick to strike. He understood that at this distance, even swinging the earth gun would not reach the swiftly approaching beast. He loosened his grip on the gun stock, allowing the hand that had been concealed within his tattered military coat sleeve to dart toward his back. However, someone was faster. "How dare you touch my second brother?" A thunderous roar erupted, causing snow to tumble from the treetops. The individual who had just moments ago been seated in the snowdrift, chuckling foolishly while observing the somewhat clumsy black iron tower, suddenly erupted into action. Li Weiguo did not even have the opportunity to stand upright. He sprang directly from the ground. His towering figure, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, exuded an unyielding ferocity, disregarding the wolf's menacing fangs, and boldly leaped forward, akin to a formidable earthen wall, forcefully inserting himself between Li Weidong and the old wolf. In his hands, he wielded not a knife or a gun, but merely the jujube stick that had previously been employed to incapacitate a roe deer. With a resounding thud, the old wolf, initially poised to lunge at Li Weidong's throat, collided mid-attack with a mighty stick that had been swung with such force that it carried the sound of the wind. Li Weiguo exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, relying solely on brute force devoid of any finesse, reminiscent of the raw power of a farmer tilling the fields. The wolf's head was violently deflected, causing its body to lose balance mid-air and crash heavily into Li Weiguo's embrace. The sound of claws rending through the cotton fabric was particularly jarring in the frigid wind. Li Weiguo's already short old cotton jacket was instantly marred with 3 deep gashes, revealing the old cotton stuffing and reed fluff that flew out like snowflakes. Immediately thereafter, crimson blood rapidly soaked through the dull fabric. Were it anyone else, the pain would have prompted a retreat, yet this simple-minded giant remained silent. His ordinarily honest, bovine eyes widened in astonishment, a rare crimson hue surfacing within them, reflecting the fierce determination of a bull protecting its calf upon encountering a wolf. "Damn it, I will slay you." Li Weiguo discarded the stick, and with his enormous hands, akin to large fans, he recklessly seized the old wolf by its coarse nape while his other hand firmly grasped one of its forelegs. Leveraging his 200 pounds of weight to slam the still reeling wolf down into the snowdrift. The struggle between man and beast ensued, a flurry of snowflakes swirling around them as the wolf howled, mingling with Li Weiguo's heavy breaths. "Brother, hold its head." Li Weidong sprang into action. He refrained from shouting or intervening in a chaotic manner. At such a critical juncture, frivolities could cost lives. He discarded his earth gun and, like a poised leopard, seized the fleeting moment when the man and wolf rolled together. Hearing his brother's voice, which resonated with ingrained obedience, Li Weiguo paid no heed to the wolf's claws that continued to scratch at his chest. He firmly pressed the old wolf's thrashing head down, exposing the vulnerable side of its neck. A glint of cold light appeared. A triangular bayonet, imbued with a resolute intent to kill, silently materialized in Li Weidong's hand. This was a weapon once wielded by their father, Li Dashan, on the battlefield against the Japanese, featuring 3 blood grooves designed to drain vile blood. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Weidong stepped forward, driving his knee forcefully into the old wolf's hindquarters, and plunged the bayonet into the exposed carotid artery with unyielding resolve. The sickening sound of a blade penetrating flesh was followed by the harsh scrape of metal against bone. The wolf's body convulsed violently, its forepaws frantically clawing at the snow, uprooting the frozen earth beneath. The fierce glint in its green eyes, which had not yet subsided, morphed into sheer terror and despair. Li Weidong twisted his wrist, agitating the blade within the wound before yanking it out with vigor. A torrent of hot black blood erupted forth, spraying Li Weidong's face and drenching Li Weiguo. The pungent scent of blood swiftly overwhelmed the pine scent lingering in the forest. "Is it dead?" Li Weidong wiped the warm blood from his face, his tone chilling as though drawn from an ice cellar. He did not rush to rise, instead delivering another thrust of the bayonet into the heart of the now motionless wolf. It was imperative to ensure it was truly dead. In these times, whether human or beast, as long as there remained breath, one could still retaliate. Only when the old wolf lay utterly limp and lifeless did Li Weiguo finally release his grip. The simple man collapsed into the snow, panting heavily as steam billowed from his nostrils like a locomotive. He glanced down at the thoroughly deceased wolf before shifting his gaze to his blood-splattered brother, and the fierce expression on his face receded like a receding tide, reverting to a simple, endearing smile. "Second brother, this dog is indeed tough. It hurt my hand." He seemed to completely forget the wound on his arm, which continued to bleed, and was indifferent to the fact that his recently mended winter jacket had been torn to shreds. What mattered to him was that his younger brother was unharmed. Li Weidong crouched down, grasping Li Weiguo's injured arm. The wound was deep. The wolf's claws were venomous, with flesh torn and rolled back, a gruesome sight. Fortunately, the thick winter clothing had merely resulted in a superficial injury, sparing the tendons and bones. "Does it hurt?" Li Weidong retrieved a clean strip of cloth from his pocket, a remnant piece left over from his sister-in-law's shoemaking. "No, it doesn't hurt." Li Weiguo grinned through gritted teeth, cold sweat trickling down his temples, though he stubbornly insisted. "I have tough skin. It's just like a mosquito bite. Bear with it." Li Weidong did not waste words. He pulled out the nearly finished bottle of strong liquor from his clothes, uncorked it, took a generous swig, and sprayed it directly onto the wound. This time, Li Weiguo could no longer contain himself, letting out a cry more anguished than the wolf's death howl, his face contorting into a grimace. "What are you shouting about? Where did that fierce spirit go?" Li Weidong swiftly bandaged the injury, tying a tight knot while muttering curses, yet his touch was as gentle as if he were embroidering. He raised his head to look at his simple elder brother, whose face was smeared with blood and dirt, appearing as disheveled as a beggar. Yet, his eyes gleamed with an exhilarating light, radiating a sense of pride in having protected his younger brother. Li Weidong felt a pang in the hardest part of his heart, akin to a gentle tap from a small hammer, leaving him with a profound ache. This world was indeed tough. However, as long as this simple brother was around, the hardships of life seemed more bearable. All right, stop grinning foolishly. Li Weidong stood up, wiping the blood from the triangular bayonet on the wolf's pelt before retracting it into his sleeve. Though the wolf skin was a bit tattered, once cured, it could serve as a blanket. Alongside the 3 foolish roe deer, this venture had proven worthwhile. He turned to lift the 3 bound roe deer and pointed towards the wolf's carcass. Brother, can you walk? Absolutely. I can walk just fine. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo felt rejuvenated, his back no longer aching, and effortlessly hoisted the 100-plus pound dead wolf onto his shoulder, treating it as lightly as a sack. Second brother, let us go home. Show father. Show everyone. We not only hunted roe deer, but also took down a wolf. Home it is. Li Weidong tightened his tattered coat and readjusted the earth gun on his back. The wind and snow seemed to have lessened. 2 sets of footprints, one deep and one shallow, trudged along the rugged mountain path, dragging their heavy spoils step by step down the slope. The scent of blood lingered in the air, yet the vitality exuding from their very bones was more potent than the blizzard swirling around them. As they neared the village entrance, Li Weidong suddenly halted. His wolf-like eyes narrowed, surveying the road leading east towards the county town. In the snow beside the path, he discerned the faint imprint of freshly pressed tire tracks and several scattered footprints, which did not resemble those of villagers. Brother, tuck the wolf skin in. Don't be too ostentatious. Li Weidong spat out the grass stick in his mouth, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. It seems that the waters of the Hongxing Brigade have become increasingly muddied due to his stirrings over the past few days. Perhaps this is for the best. Murky waters are indeed easier for fishing. Chapter 27. A military knife shines, and the whole village turns. Zhang Defu admits defeat. The north wind swirled the coal dust spewed from the chimneys, casting a hazy yellow hue over the sky of the Hongxing Production Brigade. Li Weiguo's large feet trampled down the snow-packed path at the village entrance, producing a crunching sound. The yoke on his shoulder was bent, weighed down by a frozen old gray wolf on one side and 3 tied-up roe deer on the other. This display was even more impressive than the legendary Wu song, Slaying the Tiger. Under the gnarled, old locust tree at the village entrance, a few idle men, huddled with their hands tucked in their pockets, gathered together, spitting words while trying to warm themselves with the heat of the crowd against the chill of the waning sun. Hey, who's that sharp-eyed fellow? A shout rang out, abruptly cut short, as if a rooster's neck had been grasped. All eyes instantly darted towards the source. Li Weidong walked ahead, his military coat flapping open, hands still tucked in his sleeves, the grass stick at the corner of his mouth bobbing with his swaggering gait. Behind him, Li Weiguo's towering figure was smeared with dark red blood, particularly his arm, which was torn and tattered, the ragged cloth flapping in the wind, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from a battlefield. My goodness, a wolf and roe deer. This exclamation jolted the lifeless village back to life. In these times, the stomachs of the villagers had long been scraped clean by wild vegetable soup. They could smell the blood from miles away, sharper than any fly. Before long, the Li brothers found themselves surrounded, encircled tightly by eager villagers. Their eyes, glinting with greed, were fixed on the piles of meat. No one cared about Li Weiguo's bleeding arm, nor did they question how the brothers had miraculously returned from the deep mountains. Their hearts were solely focused on 2 words: meat, meat. Suddenly, the crowd parted, the restlessness dampened as if doused with cold water. Zhang Defu, draped in a tattered sheepskin coat, entered, hands clasped behind his back, stepping forward with an air of authority. His triangular eyes scanned the bounty before him, his eyelids twitching in surprise as he swallowed audibly. Weidong. Zhang Defu's face broke into his habitual smile, seemingly kind, yet utterly devoid of sincerity. This is a significant catch. Our Hongxing Brigade hasn't seen such wild game in years. Li Weidong halted, not lifting his gaze, letting out a dismissive grunt through his nostrils. Indeed, it is. One should consider who did the hunting. Zhang Defu did not pursue this line of conversation, stepping closer to pat the dead wolf's head, his tone suddenly rising in importance, exuding a sense of selfless authority. This wolf is a pest. It is indeed a major accomplishment. However, Weidong, you know the rules of our brigade. The resources from the mountains belong to the collective. Every blade of grass and tree is public property. His words hung in the air, the implication clear and cutting. The surrounding members, initially filled with jealousy, now bubbled with excitement. If it belonged to the collective, they would all have a share, wouldn't they? The secretary is right. This is our brigade's mountain. Everyone should have a portion. Who doesn't struggle to put food on the table these days? Lou Maisie, hidden at the back of the crowd, joined in the clamoring, his swollen face no longer feeling the pain as he shouted, "Lier, you can't hog it all. This belongs to everyone." Li Weidong tilted his head, finally spitting out the grass stick. He ignored Lou Maisie's antics, instead fixing a sidelong, half-smiling gaze on Zhang Defu. "Secretary, are you suggesting that this meat should be confiscated?" Zhang Defu rubbed his hands together, adopting a serious demeanor. "It's not confiscation, it's coordination. We have many 5-guarantee households in the brigade, and the youth in the war points are struggling. As a member of our brigade, shouldn't you be more enlightened?" This was a veiled threat. Flattery was employed to manipulate him. If he refused, it would imply a lack of awareness, akin to undermining socialism, a serious accusation in those times. Li Weiguo, upon hearing this, grew agitated, his voice deep and resonant. "This is my brother leading me. Shut up." Li Weidong's 2 words silenced the impending outburst. He slowly withdrew his hands from his sleeves, whether intentionally or not, revealing a blood-stained triangular military knife, tapping it gently in his palm. The crisp metallic sound cut through the noisy crowd, startling the previously raucous men, who instinctively shrank back at the sight of the dark red blood on the blade. Li Weidong stepped forward, exuding a menacing aura that forced Zhang Defu to retreat a step. He seized Li Weiguo's injured arm, pulling up the tattered sleeve. A collective gasp echoed from the crowd. On that arm were 3 deep gashes, exposing bone, the flesh gaping open like a child's mouth, though the bleeding had stopped. The sight of the mangled flesh still sent shivers down spines. This was a life-or-death struggle. Everyone had eyes to see. Li Weidong pointed at the wound, his voice laced with venom. "My brother's arm nearly became wolf fodder. When we venture into the mountains, we risk our lives. Secretary, you think you can just take what we have fought for with a mere exchange of words?" With a swift motion, he plunged the military knife into the dead wolf, the blade sinking deep with a satisfying sound. "Let be known today, if anyone thinks this meat can be easily obtained, let them venture into the mountains and face the wolves. If you return alive, I, Li Weidong, will celebrate your bravery." A profound silence enveloped the crowd. In these times, starvation was common. Being devoured by wolves was a frequent occurrence. Who would dare to go? Who possessed the capability? Zhang Defu's smile froze on his face, his complexion shifting between red and pale. He hadn't anticipated this ruffian would prove so difficult, refusing to accept the flattering rhetoric and instead throwing the bloody reality back in his face. This was a coup. If he attempted to seize the meat by force, he would be pushing this desperate man to fight back. The old cripple from the Li family still possessed a firearm. If things escalated, Li Weidong sensed the moment was ripe. His tense expression suddenly relaxed, a mischievous smile creeping back to his lips. He understood their nature all too well. If he gobbled everything up, he would incite public wrath, and his door would be pelted with stones tonight. Yet if he surrendered at all, he would be seen as a soft target, easily trampled upon. This was a game of strategy. However, Li Weidong shifted his tone, withdrawing the knife and wiping it on the wolf's fur. "The secretary has a point. We are indeed members of the Hongxing Brigade, having grown up drinking from its waters. Everyone is hungry. If I were to shut the door and feast alone, that would be unreasonable." Zhang Defu's eyes brightened, thinking the young man had relented. Li Weidong turned, kicking the dead wolf and pointing at the smallest roe deer. "This wolf is a menace. Today, in its demise, we are serving justice. Though the meat may be tough and sour, it is still a source of sustenance. And this little one, it hardly weighs enough to satisfy anyone." He raised his head, scanning the greedy faces surrounding him, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Defu, proclaiming loudly, "This wolf, and this little roe deer, I, Li Weidong, will donate to the collective. Let it serve as a feast for the 5-guarantee households and the comrades at the youth work points. The remaining 2 large roe deer were procured by my elder brother in exchange for blood to strengthen our father." Secretary, do you see this awareness? This maneuver is called division and disintegration. Indeed, wolf meat is rather unpalatable, both sour and tough. Yet in these times, having anything to eat is a blessing. For the onlooking members of the commune, they had not anticipated receiving substantial portions of meat. Upon hearing of wolf meat soup, their momentary jealousy was swiftly overshadowed by the delight of benefiting from the situation. Weidong is commendable. Old Lier is quite spirited. That wolf meat is indeed a great tonic. Secretary, since Weidong has already made sacrifices, it is only fair to leave two for him. The tide of public opinion swiftly turned. As long as one could enjoy some benefit, who would still care for Zhang Defu's dignity? Zhang Defu was left feeling roasted over a fire, a sense of suffocation akin to swallowing a fly. Initially, he had intended to claim it all, to use it as leverage against the Li family and establish his authority. But now, Weidong had carelessly discarded the tough wolf bones, and he was forced to pinch his nose and praise them publicly. Those two roe deer are truly treasures, richly fatty and valuable for their hides. Yet, gazing at the gleaming military dagger in Weidong's hand and the surrounding members eagerly awaiting their share of wolf meat, Zhang Defu comprehended that today he had indeed drawn the short straw. Excellent. What great awareness. Zhang Defu clenched his teeth, forcing a smile filled with creases, and declared, Weidong is indeed the role model for our brigade. Zhao Ergu, what are you still dawdling for? Carry this wolf and the smaller one to the brigade office. Tonight, let's boil water for the whole village to enjoy soup. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm, dispersing in a rush towards the dead wolf at the brigade office. Fearing they would arrive too late to secure their portion of the broth, Weidong remained still, hands tucked back into his sleeves, observing Zhang Defu's somewhat rigid silhouette. A flicker of barely perceptible coldness passing through his eyes. This old fox, smiling on the surface, was likely sharpening his knives inwardly. Returning home, Weidong nudged the still-dazed Li Weiguo. Li Weiguo, balancing the two large roe deer, grinned foolishly as he followed his younger brother, lowering his voice to ask, Second brother, are we really not keeping the wolf meat? That is merely discarded bones for the dogs. Weidong scoffed softly, his voice low enough for only the two to hear. If we don't throw out those bones, will this pack of starving dogs let us enter peacefully? Moreover, the earthy taste of wolf meat would not sit well with our father's old stomach. When we return home, you shall experience what true roe deer meat hot pot is like. As the two traversed through the empty alley, they pushed open the creaky wooden door. In the yard, Li Dashan sat on the threshold, puffing on a dry tobacco pipe, his unarmed homemade firearm resting across his knees. Upon seeing his two sons return, laden with such valuable goods, the old man's weathered face did not display much joy. Rather, a profound worry glimmered in his murky old eyes. Second, Li Dashan tapped the bowl of his pipe, his voice hoarse. Zhang Defu is not so easily dismissed. Today, you have not only embarrassed him, but also offered him a sweet date. However, this sweet date has a pit. It will be a bother. Li Weidong closed the yard door, the carefree demeanor vanishing completely, replaced by a chilling calm that could unsettle the heart. Father, I understand. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a wild ginseng root he had yet to trade, in the lingering glow of the sunset. The soil clinging to the root shimmered like gold. Merely relying on this meat will not silence these people. Zhang Defu is currently holding back because he has yet to gauge my strength. Once he realizes, this village may very well stir up again. Li Weidong turned to gaze at the tightly shut window of the west room, where the young, educated woman lay. The true chess piece in his grand strategy yet to unfold. It is indeed favorable for the winds to rise. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Li Weidong's mouth as his fingers brushed over the icy blood groove of the military dagger. The stronger the wind, the easier it becomes to navigate the murky waters. Chapter 28. The aroma of roe deer meat wafts across the village. Is Li Weidong preparing the way for Su Qing to become a teacher? Outside, the northern wind howled like a multitude of hungry wolves scratching at the window paper, producing an eerie, rustling sound. Inside, however, it was as warm as early spring, the flames of the coal stove licking the iron sheet, crackling with a loud pop, mingled with a strong scent of liquor. Li Weidong rolled up the sleeves of his tattered cotton coat, revealing a sturdy forearm, gripping a large coarse porcelain bowl filled with half a pound of strong liquor. Bear with it. This will hurt more than a wolf's bite. Li Weidong slanted a piece of dry grass between his teeth, his eyelids drooping as he fixated on Li Weiguo's bloodied arm. Li Weiguo, bare-chested and sitting cross-legged on the edge of the Kong, had muscles like iron, yet the deep gashes on his left arm revealed bone. The blood had ceased flowing, but the sight was still enough to send chills down one's spine. The big fellow grinned foolishly, displaying a set of large white teeth. Second brother. Just go ahead. My skin is tough and my flesh thick. Just now, when the wolf bit me, I didn't even feel the pain. This bit of liquor is nothing. Before he could finish, Li Weidong had already splashed the liquor over him. With a sizzling sound, Li Weiguo's muscles contracted sharply, the veins bulging like worms, his dark red face turning the color of liver, the blood vessels in his neck pulsing. He gritted his teeth tightly, not uttering a sound, merely gripping the straw mat beneath him until 5 finger holes appeared. Li Weidong showed no mercy. He dropped the bowl, seized a clean piece of boiled white cloth, and swiftly wrapped it around the wound, grumbling, "You idiot! That was a wolf, not a dog. Do you think of yourself as a meat shield? If this arm becomes useless, who will carry the load for me in the future?" Li Weiguo, drenched in sweat from the pain, maintained his foolish grin. "As long as second brother is fine, even if this arm is wasted, it is worth it." Li Weidong paused, easing his grip slightly, muttering, "Stop with the emotional stuff. Just eat a couple more pounds of meat to make up for it. If you lose even a pound, I'll punish you." At that moment, the patched blue curtain of the west room was parted slightly. A pale, yet slender hand emerged, cradling a small brown glass bottle not larger than a palm. Su Qing leaned against the doorframe, her face still pale from recent illness, draped in an ill-fitting old cotton coat that made her appear particularly fragile. She gazed at the two brothers on the Kong, her eyes lingering momentarily on Li Weidong's stubbled side profile. This man, just moments ago in the yard, had exuded the demeanor of a strategic leader. Now, as he tended to his elder brother's wound, though his words were harsh, his touch was as delicate as a woman embroidering. "Use this." Su Qing's voice was somewhat hoarse, yet infused with a cold resilience. "It is an anti-inflammatory powder from a major hospital in the provincial capital, more effective than liquor." The air in the room thickened momentarily. Li Dasan, puffing on his pipe, lifted his eyelids to glance at the small bottle. In these times, such an item was more precious than gold, something capable of snatching life from the hands of Yama. This young, educated woman, usually as proud as a peacock, was willing to part with such treasure today. Li Weidong accepted it without hesitation. The bottle was still warm, evidently having been kept close to her body. He uncorked the rubber stopper and sprinkled a layer of white powder over the wound, yet a mocking laugh escaped his lips. "Oh, Su Qing, you're willing to bleed for this? I thought you city folks kept this as a family heirloom." Su Qing bit her lip, her pride almost resurfacing. But recalling the 2 steaming hot eggs and the strength with which he had pulled her from the snow pit, she swallowed her retort. "Using my medicine is equivalent to repaying the favor of those 2 eggs." She turned her face away, unable to look at Li Weiguo's gruesome injury, insisting to herself that she owed no one. "Equivalent?" Li Weidong capped the bottle and casually tucked it into his pocket, raising an eyebrow like a rogue leader. "Those 2 eggs were saved from my own teeth. Do you think half a bottle of this powder can settle the score?" "Su Qing, your calculations are more meticulous than Wang's abacus." Su Qing felt a surge of anger as she widened her eyes. "Enough, go back inside and lie down." Li Weidong did not give her a chance to explode, waving his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. "Don't be in the way. I'll call for you when the meat is ready. Remember, I do not keep idlers." Watching his reckless back, her chest heaved a few times, but ultimately she said nothing, lowered the curtain, and retreated. However, a corner of the high barricade she had built in her heart inexplicably crumbled. This scoundrel, despite his sharp tongue, was remarkably efficient when collecting herbs, showing no reluctance. Did he regard her as half a confidant? In the outer kitchen, a large iron pot bubbled with steam. Chunks of roe deer meat rolled within, the fat melting into glistening droplets, while the lean meat simmered to tenderness, releasing a robust aroma mingled with the scent of wild pepper and spices that wafted through the cracks of the door, enticing the big black dog in the front yard to scratch at the door. Chun Gillen squatted before the stove, fire tongs in hand, adding hardwood while wiping her eyes with her sleeve. It was not the smoke that made her weep, but the reality of her life. Just half a month ago, she had considered jumping into the river over 5 kilograms of cornmeal, feeling hopeless about the future. But now, the pot was simmering with hundreds of pounds of meat, jars filled with quality flour, and a precious can of wheat milk powder in her hands. Stealing a glance at Li Weidong, who sat cross-legged on the Kong, commanding the situation, any residual resentment in her heart had long turned to ash. This good-for-nothing was now the backbone of the Li family. "Big sister, don't let the fire be too fierce. The roe deer meat needs to be simmered on low heat for the flavors to melt," Li Weidong's voice rang out. "Understood. I'll tone it down." Chun Gilin replied briskly, her movements faster than her thoughts, as she quickly removed a couple of pieces of firewood. She had come to realize that her earlier view of her younger brother-in-law as a wastrel stemmed from his lack of means. Now that he could bring back a mountain of meat from the hills, he was undoubtedly a capable man. As long as it ensured that Yiya had meat to eat, she would not hesitate to serve him or even confront the gossips in the village. The dining table was set with a large bowl of braised roe deer meat, glistening in red, with chunks the size of fists steaming invitingly. Beside it sat a large bowl of freshly cooked rice, mixed with lard, so fragrant it made one want to swallow their tongue. The family gathered around the table, none daring to lift their chopsticks, all eyes on Li Weidong. This had become the new custom. Unbeknownst to them, the Li family's rules had shifted. It was no longer about watching Li Dashan's smoking pipe, but rather gauging Li Weidong's mood. Eat, Li Weidong kumanda suksingli. Picking up a piece of the finest hind leg meat, skin and all, and tossing it directly into Yiya's small bowl. Ecstatic, Yiya clapped her hands and greedily grabbed the meat to devour. At this command, Chun Gilin abandoned any pretense and took a large mouthful of rice, shoving meat into her mouth. The moment the meat touched her tongue, it was tender and flavorful, rich without being greasy, and the taste shot straight to her brain, bringing tears to her eyes. Why cry? Pathetically, Dashan chided, tapping his smoking pipe, before also taking a large piece of meat, chewing slowly, the wrinkles on his old face smoothing out. Li Weidong ate leisurely, like a wealthy landlord, observing Su Qing, who was focused intently on tackling a tough tendon. He suddenly spoke, Suzking, how does the meat taste? Su Qing, caught off guard, responded vaguely, it's quite good. That's all that matters. Li Weidong set down his chopsticks, hands tucked into his sleeves, a calculating gleam in his eyes resurfacing. Since you've eaten my family's meat, you are now part of the family. I have a favor to ask of you, Suzking. Su Qing's heart skipped a beat as she looked up warily. What favor? Just so you know, I won't partake in anything illegal. Who needs you for that? Li Weidong scoffed, nodding towards Yiya, who was immersed in her meal. My niece is already 4 years old and cannot recognize a single word. I was thinking, since you are an educated person from a provincial city, you could spare an hour each day to teach her some characters. Su Qing was taken aback. Teach a child to read? In a time when many families pressed their children into early labor for work points, this scoundrel wanted a girl to go to school? Chun Gilin paused, visibly pained, but, old too, wouldn't that require buying writing materials? That costs quite a bit. Short-sighted, Li Weidong snapped at her. The world has changed. Mere strength is no longer sufficient. Intelligence is necessary. Yiya is destined to become a city dweller. How can she not be literate? He turned to Su Qing, his tone still casual. Yet the weight of his words was heavy. You are living in my house, eating my food. I'm sure the village gossip is rife. If you become Yiya's teacher, it would be a legitimate form of mutual assistance in literacy. I could silence the village head's comments. This is your safeguard. You are a wise person. You should understand my meaning. Su Qing tightened her grip on her chopsticks. She certainly understood. This was not merely about finding a teacher for Yiya. It was about securing her own identity in this exclusionary village, finding a support system. With the title of an educator, coupled with the current standing of the Li family, anyone who thought to bully her as an outsider would have to reconsider. This man, seemingly taking advantage of her, was, in fact, paving a path for her, a path she could not refuse. All right. Su Qing set down her bowl and met Li Weidong's gaze, her expression less frosty and more complex. As long as you don't mind if my teaching is slow, I agree to this. Li Weidong grinned, revealing his signature roguish charm. No worries about the pace. If you don't teach well, the next meal might not include your share. The meal concluded in a whirlwind. As night fell, the snow outside ceased, and the moon hung pale above the treetops. Li Weidong remained awake, draped in his coat, standing in the courtyard, listening to the rhythmic snores from within, while rubbing a gray fox fur he had retrieved from his storage. The fur shimmered with a silvery hue in the moonlight, as supple as water. On Su Qing's side, the hook had already been set. This woman was a potential asset. If he could tie her to the Li family's chariot, the connections to the provincial city would open. Yet that was not enough. To thrive in this era of hunger, to live in a way that deterred others from provoking him, a trip to the county was necessary. The wild mountain ginseng in his hand, along with the 2 fox furs, needed to be converted into cash. Moreover, the unfamiliar tracks at the village entrance pricked at his heart, a reminder that the old one-eyed Zhao was not completely gone. This matter was far from over. Li Weidong tucked the fox fur into his coat, a chilling glint flashing in his half-closed wolf-like eyes. If they had come, they would not leave easily. He turned to head back inside, passing by the window of the west room, where he heard a faint sigh. It was Su Qing still awake. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Li Weidong's mouth. Insomnia was advantageous. It indicated that one was contemplating. In these times, those who pondered were the most easily manipulated. Tomorrow morning, he would head into town. Chapter 29. Retaliation against the materialistic village flower. Educator sends wheat milk powder before dawn. The north wind howled relentlessly like a tireless donkey, turning a millstone, echoing through the chimney. Inside the dilapidated cave of the Li family, warmth persisted. Although the coal cinders were scavenged scraps, they could not withstand the relentless burning fueled by Li Weidong's sister-in-law. Li Weidong sat cross-legged on the kong, a half-lit cigarette dangling from his mouth, a remnant from the previous day as pilfering from Lu Meizie's pocket, still not fully smoked. He squinted, listening to the sounds of Li Weiguo's deep voice from the outer room. Second brother, the cart has been borrowed. Wang Dejiao's cart had slightly stiff axles, so I applied some lard, and now it glides smoothly. Li Weiguo lifted the door curtain and entered, his towering figure, like a dark iron tower, brought a chill with him. A simple smile graced his face, and his large hands, as big as fans, were red from the cold. Yet he continued to rub the remnants of lard with a look of affection. What a wasteful item. Li Weidong pinched the cigarette roll behind his ear and muttered a curse. That lard was meant for people, not for feeding the cartwheels. Next time, use your spit. Li Weiguo chuckled foolishly, unperturbed, knowing that as long as his elder brother scolded him, he wasn't truly angry. What is loaded on the cart? Li Weidong stepped down, tightening his tattered military coat. The hemp rope around his waist pulled tightly, exuding a sense of competence. According to your words, it's a cart full of rotten wood and the pile of broken tiles from the backyard. Li Weiguo scratched his head, brother. Are we really hauling this junk into town? How much will the scrap yard give us for this? It won't even cover the wear on our shoes. Li Weidong shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. He certainly was not doing it for the meager money. The two frozen, hard as rock roe deer in the makeshift storage were the real highlight of the day. These were too conspicuous. If they were carried into the town brazenly, even before reaching Gazi Market, they would surely be confiscated by the Red Sleeve Brigade, potentially leading to serious charges of speculation. But in these times, who doesn't have some scrap? Taking a cartload of junk to the scrapyard was a perfectly legitimate excuse. Once out of the village, finding a secluded, shaded spot, a quick wipe would allow for the exchange of junk for roe deer, unnoticed. This was a clever ruse. Enough chatter. Let us get to work. Li Weidong kicked the door threshold and strode out. In the yard, the borrowed cart stood in the center, piled high like a small mountain with rotten wood and broken pottery shards, covered with a layer of dark, tattered straw mats, looking rather shabby. Li Dasan leaned on his cane under the eaves, his copper tobacco pipe unlit, gazing steadily at his second son. Come back early. The old man uttered these 4 words, his voice hoarse, yet imbued with a stabilizing gravity. Li Weidong nodded, avoiding any sentimental display of filial piety, grasped the cart handle, and leaned forward, causing the several hundred-pound cart to move. Li Weiguo hurriedly pushed from behind, exerting his strength, and the wheels made a crisp sound as they crunched over the frozen snow. Just as they exited the alley, they encountered a situation. By the old sweet water well at the village entrance, several young women were queuing to fetch water. In the biting cold, their faces were rosy, exhaling white mist, chattering about whose husband had been criticized and whose wife had failed to lay eggs. Li Weidong intended to pass by quietly, but as the wheels rolled over a piece of ice, a loud clank echoed, prompting a sharp voice from the crowd. Oh, isn't this Li Yi from our village? Early in the morning, hauling a cart full of treasures to make a fortune? The voice was shrill, like someone squeezing it out, resonating with a sharpness that made one's teeth ache. Li Weidong did not stop his stride, his eyelids barely lifting, knowing exactly who it was. Chenhua, the village beauty of the Hongxing production team, indeed possessed a fair share of charm, with big eyes and double eyelids. Though her cheekbones were slightly high, radiating a shrewd cunning. The previous owner, Li Weidong, had often circled around this woman, even stealing eggs from home to win her favor. But Chenhua was exceedingly proud. While enjoying the vanity of being adored, she also looked down on the Li family's poverty, flirting with the commune's fill projectionist. The previous owner had lost half of his grain in gambling, partly in hopes of winning money to buy her a piece of quality fabric for clothing. Chunhua wore a half-new red floral cotton jacket, her finest attire, and a green scarf on her head, resembling a large red chili pepper. Seeing that Li Weidong ignored her, her expression darkened, and the irritation of being disregarded surged within her. She carried an empty willow basket and stepped in front of the cart deliberately. Li Weidong, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Chunhua placed her hands on her hips, chin raised high, nostrils flaring. I heard your family distributed meat yesterday. Oomph. I see it as a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. What's this, selling off your family's possessions today? Is life that unbearable? She glanced disdainfully at the cart full of junk, her contempt growing. Of course, with your lowly status. What else can you do but scavenge? Let me tell you, don't think that 2 pounds of meat will change your fate. A toad aspiring to eat swan meat. You'll never marry in this lifetime. The surrounding women stifled their laughter, their eyes gleaming with malicious amusement. Li Weiguo, pushing the cart from behind, heard this and his dark face instantly flushed crimson, his eyes bulging with anger. Yet, Li Weidong reached out to steady the cart, halting his steps. He leisurely pulled out a box of matches from his pocket, struck one with a sharp sound, and lit the half-burnt cigarette in his mouth. A puff of smoke emerged, directed right at Chunhua's face, which was smeared with cold cream. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Chunhua choked and took a couple of steps back, waving her hand in front of her nose in disgust. Move aside. Li Weidong's tone was flat, devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were shooing away an obstructive green fly. A good dog should not block the path. Who are you calling a dog? Chunhua screeched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Li Weidong, you scoundrel! How dare you insult me? Do you believe I can have my father? What will your father do? Li Weidong suddenly laughed, the smile sinister, revealing a set of white teeth. Let your father come to extort me? Or will you have your film projectionist, Bo, come to defend you? He stepped forward. The aura of menace emanating from him compelled Chunhua to instinctively retreat. Chunhua, I was blind before, mistaking you for something valuable. Now, I see you as no different from the rotten wood on this cart. Li Weidong flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze filled with disdain. Quit your self-importance. Marry you? I'd rather have nightmares at night. You. Chunhua trembled with rage, pointing at Li Weidong, unable to articulate her words. She was accustomed to being adored in the village. When had she ever faced such humiliation? Just then, a faint sound of footsteps emerged from the alley. Weidong, the water has boiled. The one you wanted is ready. The voice was cool, like mountain spring water striking stones, bringing a refreshing clarity to the heart. Everyone turned to look. From a dilapidated wooden door of the Li family, a girl emerged, clad in an old blue cotton coat. The coat was oversized, yet it accentuated her slender figure. She held a porcelain jar, her face devoid of makeup, still recovering from illness, pale to the point of transparency. Yet her eyes shone brightly, like 2 cold stars. It was Su Qing. She stood quietly in the wind and snow, though dressed in rags. The aura of intellect and tranquility emanating from her maid, Chunhua, adorned in red and green, appear as mere dirt in comparison. What is a phoenix? And what is a common chicken? It was evident. Chunhua was taken aback. Of course, she recognized this was the educated youth from the commune, usually so arrogant. Why was she at the Li family today? Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to be specifically delivering water to Li Weidong. The steam rising from the porcelain jar carried a rich scent of milk. Merujing, the surrounding women, who had originally come to watch the spectacle, suddenly widened their nostrils, their eyes popping open in astonishment. That as precious stuff? The old Li family actually offered it to an outsider? Su Qing seemed oblivious to the crowd, walking directly to Li Weidong, extending the jar towards him, her expression indifferent. Drink it while it's hot. It'll warm you up. The path is slippery, so return early. The words were neither soft nor hard, yet carried a sense of concern that could only be understood by those close. Li Weidong took the jar without any hesitation and gulped down a generous mouthful. The sweet aroma flowed smoothly down his throat into his stomach, bringing him comfort. All right, you can head back and take a rest, he said, casually handing the empty jar back to Su Qing, his motions as nonchalant as if he were directing his own wife. If he wakes up, teach her a few characters. Don't spoil her. Su Qing remained silent, merely nodding before turning back toward the courtyard. Her slender, upright figure was a sight to behold. Throughout this exchange, neither of them spared a glance at Xinhua. This blatant disregard stung far more than a slap to the face. Standing in the gusty wind, Xinhua felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, her face alternating between crimson and pale, as if she were an exposed clown. Watching Li Weidong's retreating silhouette and glancing at the gap where Su Qing had vanished, she felt a wave of bitterness rising in her throat. Bah! Vixen! Harlot! Xinhua spat vehemently, her tears welling up, unsure whether they were born of rage or jealousy. Once they had left the village, the wind grew harsher. Li Weiguo pushed the cart from behind, exhilarated by the earlier encounter, his energy renewed as he propelled the cart forward with vigor. Li Weidong sat on the cart's yoke, swaying with its bumps. He tucked his hands into his sleeves. His cigarette had long been consumed, yet the lingering sweetness of the malt milk remained on his lips. Gradually, a figure emerged in his mind, Zhang Ergai. Xinhua's earlier words struck a chord deep within his memory. Why had the original owner ventured to gamble that day? It was a day marked by heavy snowfall, and the original owner was on his way home, clutching 5 pounds of cornmeal for sustenance. Passing by the threshing ground, he encountered Zhang Ergai, the nephew of the village secretary, Zhang Defu. They were accustomed to calling each other brothers, sharing both fortune and misfortune. That day, Zhang Ergai insisted on warming up by the fire, claiming he had some sweet potatoes to roast. After a few drinks, the original owner felt his head grow heavy. What followed was the ill-fated game of Pai Jiu. Initially, the original owner was blessed with extraordinary luck, winning every round. Zhang Ergai, ever the instigator, encouraged him, "Brother, the god of wealth is smiling upon you today. With this luck, you'd be remiss not to win a wife." Caught up in the excitement, the original owner wagered his cornmeal. Then came the fateful hand. He held an exceptional hand, seemingly destined to win. But just as the cards were revealed, he felt a momentary blur. When he refocused, his hand had changed. He lost everything. In shock, he sought to recover his losses. But Zhang Ergai immediately produced a loan agreement, pre-written, awaiting his signature. Looking back now, it was clear this was no mere bad luck. It was a meticulously orchestrated trap. Was there poison in the drink? Or were the cards rigged? A cold smile crept across Li Weidong's lips, his wolf-like eyes glinting with cold resolve. Zhang Ergai and Zhang Defu, this uncle-nephew duo, worked together seamlessly, one setting the trap while the other sought to claim the spoils. They aimed to drive the Li family to ruin. "Brother," Li Weidong suddenly spoke, his voice slightly carried away by the wind. "What is it, second brother?" Li Weiguo shouted back through the gusts. "After we deliver this load, I'll take you to handle something significant." "What significant matter?" "We're going to find Zhang Ergai and settle the score." Li Weidong pulled his hand from his sleeve, feeling the cold steel of the triangular military dagger hidden within. "What you've taken from me, you will return." It was time to revisit old accounts and settle the score. The outline of the county town loomed under the dim sky, menacingly gray. This trip to the city was not merely to sell stolen goods, but to sharpen the blade of revenge. In Chapter 30, at the junkyard, a broken wooden box revealed 2 hefty yellow fish. Xinhua's face, smeared with snowflake cream, was now flushed as if she had been struck hard. Alternating between red and white, she stared at the enamel jar, exuding the aroma of milk, while glancing at Su Qing's upright figure. Clad in an old cotton coat, yet exuding an air of grace. It felt as if a burning ember was lodged in her throat. The surrounding women fell silent, their heads retracting as their eyes darted between Su Qing and Li Weidong. This malt milk was a precious commodity, akin to a family heirloom. How could this educated young woman so casually present it to Li Er? There was something amiss between these two. Li Weidong returned the empty jar to Su Qing without even glancing in Xinhua's direction, carelessly flicking the remnants of his cigarette into the snow, extinguishing the sparks with a hiss. "Brother, why are you dawdling?" "Push the cart," he said lazily, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Li Baiwu, already seething with frustration, reacted to his brother's command. With his towering frame, he gripped the cart handle tightly, causing it to creak. "All right, let us go." The cart's wheels rumbled over the frozen dirt road, raising clouds of snow that splattered against Xinhua's trousers. She yelped and stumbled backward, nearly twisting her ankle, yet could only watch helplessly as the brothers strode confidently out of the village. The wind was biting, scraping against her face like sandpaper. Once outside the village, with no one around, Li Weidong glanced back to confirm the gossips had not followed. He then reached in his coat and pulled out 2 homemade grain cakes, prepared by his sister-in-law that very morning, infused with lard. "Brother, have some." Li Weiguo took the cakes without hesitation, biting into one and mumbling, "Second brother, that Shenhua is just a wild chicken trying to climb the social ladder without success. No need to pay her any mind." Li Weidong stood with his hands at his sleeves, swaying slightly with the cart's movements, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing a calculating glint. Su Qing intrigued him. Her willingness to present malt milk in such a setting was not merely an act of gratitude, but a silent pledge of allegiance. It appeared that the meal he had provided her had not gone to waste. This fallen phoenix knew precisely where to seek refuge. Upon reaching Haishui County, the sun had just begun to rise above the treetops. The streets of the county were wider than those of the village, yet they felt even more desolate. Red slogans adorned the walls, and rousing melodies blared from loudspeakers. Passers-by hurried along, most clad in gray, blue, or black cotton coats, their movements cautious, faces pale. Li Weidong instructed his brother to park the cart in a secluded alleyway on the west side of the town. "Brother, keep an eye on the cart. Don't let anyone touch the scrap wood. I'll go take a look around." Li Weiguo clenched a jujube with stick in his hand, sitting atop the cart like a guardian deity. "Rest assured, second brother, even if the king of heaven himself comes, he won't lay a finger on our firewood." Li Weidong nodded, turning to navigate the labyrinthine alleys. He didn't head for the supply and marketing cooperative or the state-run restaurant, but rather meandered to an abandoned brick kiln nearby. This area was the largest black market in Haishui County, colloquially known as the Pigeon Market. However, as daylight broke, the pigeons had long since scattered, leaving behind only the true predators of the underworld. Li Weidong lowered his dogskin hat to conceal much of his face, concealing within his coat several pieces of frozen roe deer meat, each cut from the finest hindquarters, their rich red hue tantalizing. He squatted in a sheltered corner, arms folded, observing quietly. Before long, a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses approached stealthily. His complexion was fair, suggesting he was not accustomed to manual labor, but rather resembled an office worker from a factory. "Brother," he whispered, his eyes darting toward the bulging contents of Li Weidong's coat. "Do you have goods?" Li Weidong lifted his eyelids slightly, remaining silent as he tugged the collar of his overcoat apart, just enough to reveal a glimpse of vibrant flesh pink. Against the drab backdrop of winter, it was more alluring than any maiden's visage. The Adam's apple of the middle-aged man convulsed violently, the sound of him swallowing audible in the stillness. He scanned his surroundings and gestured with a hand, indicating a number. Li Weidong scoffed and shook his head. The man, growing anxious, added another finger. "Tickets." Li Weidong uttered a single word, his voice as frigid as ice shards. "Industrial vouchers, universally applicable grain coupons. Nothing else will suffice." The man hesitated, gritted his teeth, and produced a stack of colorful tickets from his inner pocket, counting out several 10-yuan notes. His elderly family member was ill, and this meager amount of meat was desperately needed for sustenance. The man thrust the tickets into Li Weidong's hand, almost snatching away the hefty piece of roe deer meat. Clearly fearful of a change of heart, Li Weidong did not count the tickets. With a swift motion, they vanished into his personal storage. He did not spare the man a glance, turning promptly to slip into another alley. Such transactions relied on swiftness, a quick exchange of goods for money, with neither party bearing any acquaintance. After several exchanges, the roe deer meat in his storage had diminished by nearly half, replaced by a thick stack of tickets and a handful of cash. In an era where even 5 cents could procure a hearty meal, revealing this amount of money could incite treachery among even the closest of kin. Once these trivial matters were settled, Li Weidong leisurely ambled toward the northern part of the city, where a scrap collection station awaited. The familiar, dizzying sensation returned to him, reminiscent of the morning when he awakened, the red characters on the old calendar vividly etched in his memory. Zhongji, noon at the eastern corner of the scrap collection station. Beneath the pile of worn tires lies a red lacquered wooden box discarded by a capitalist fleeing for his life. The red lacquer box. Standing at the entrance of the scrap collection station, Li Weidong took a deep breath. The area was expansive, surrounded by walls made of broken bricks, with heaps of refuse resembling small mountains. Broken copper, old newspapers, dilapidated furniture, and even numerous copper Buddha statues, missing limbs lay neglected in the corners, gathering dust. The watchman, An old man with a single eye sat in the reception room by a fire, a small stove before him with an aluminum lunchbox bubbling away, emitting a pungent aroma of pickled vegetables. Old man, if you need kindling for your stove, feel free to take some scrap wood inside. Li Weidong pulled out a large cigarette and casually handed it over. The old man glanced at Li Weidong with his remaining eye, took the cigarette to tuck behind his ear, and waved him in, cautioning, just don't rummage through, especially those iron scraps. They belong to the state. One missing screw could land you in trouble. Understood, understood, Li Weidong replied with a forced smile as he entered the yard. Once inside, the smile vanished entirely, replaced by a wolf-like alertness. He did not head directly to the eastern corner, but first rummaged through the piles of old newspapers, selecting a few battered children's books and several old newspapers. One must play the part thoroughly. Rushing to the main point was the folly of a novice. After lingering for a quarter of an hour, he nonchalantly strolled toward the eastern corner. There lay a heap of worn tires, dark and covered with a thick layer of snow. Li Weidong kicked the bottom tire with his toe. It was hollow. He probed further, his hand brushing against something hard. It was not iron but wood. His heart raced, yet his movements remained discreet as he shifted the tires aside, pretending to gather firewood. A palm-sized wooden box emerged. The red lacquer had mostly peeled away, revealing the darkened wood beneath, its corners rounded, resembling a battered toy box kicked around by children. The lid was smeared with a layer of grimy oil mud, filthy to the core. Is this it? Li Weidong wondered, though the old calendar had never disappointed him. He stealthily tucked the box into a pile of scrap wood, binding it with twine before heading toward the exit. Old man, how much for this bundle? The old man glanced at the heap of scrap wood and replied without hesitation, 20 cents. Li Weidong promptly produced the 20 cents, tossing it onto the table, and hoisted the wood to leave. Upon exiting the scrap collection station, he did not hurry back to his vehicle, but instead sought out a deserted alley. This place had once been a dilapidated temple, half collapsed, seldom visited even by stray dogs. Li Weidong dropped the bundle of wood to the ground and retrieved the filthy red lacquer box. Within the 3 cubic meters of his personal storage, wild ginseng, gray fox fur, and a multitude of tickets lay quietly. Now, there would be one more addition. He lacked the patience to wipe it carefully, instead drawing out the 3-edged military dagger he had recently bloodied, thrusting the sharp tip into the box's seam with a sudden force. Crack! The decayed copper lock snapped in response. The lid of the box sprang open, releasing a musty odor into the air. Contrary to expectations, there were no gleaming treasures or imperial seals within. Inside lay a thin layer of oil paper, wrapping several folded sheets of paper. The pages had yellowed and become brittle, their edges singed. Li Weidong frowned. What was this? Waste paper? He persevered, carefully unwrapping the oil paper. As the sheets unfolded, too heavy, golden objects unexpectedly slipped from the layers of paper, landing with a thud on the snow-covered bricks, producing a sound that resonated deeply within him. They were 2 gold bars, not the kind sold as decorative pieces in modern banks, but genuine, high-purity gold from the Republic era. Each weighed 10 taels, heavy and solid in hand. Under the dim winter light, their golden sheen outshone even the midday sun. Li Weidong's heart tightened, as if gripped by an iron fist. This was hard currency. In chaotic times, gold was the ultimate rule. With these 2 bars, even if the heavens were to collapse, he, Li Weidong, could provide for his family. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the exhilaration swelling within him, flipping his palm to make the gold bars vanish into the safest corner of his personal storage. This was the real treasure. His gaze returned to the yellowed papers. In the faint light, he discerned their contents. They were neither treasure maps nor martial arts manuals, but rather a series of schematics and data annotated with highly specialized terms in Russian and traditional Chinese. The top line, though somewhat blurred, was still legible. Assembly diagram of core hydraulic valve group from Model 750 horizontal forging press. Another sheet depicted a complex firearm structure, labeled Draft for Improved Semi-Automatic Rifle Firing Mechanism. Although Li Weidong had previously been involved in commerce, he was no stranger to machinery, particularly such vintage industrial blueprints. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. This was no mere waste paper. This was a blueprint. It represented the most urgent and scarce industrial machinery schematics in the country. How many technicians had labored tirelessly for a single blueprint like this? How many factories had remained idle due to a lack of core technology? The value of these few sheets surpassed even that of the 2 gold bars. That fleeing capitalist had likely staked his life and fortune on this box. The gold bars were means of survival, and perhaps the blueprints were intended as a token of allegiance to the new nation, though they had inadvertently been discarded among the refuse. A fine treasure. The withered blade of grass at Li Weidong's lips quivered subtly, a gleam flickering in his eyes, a spectral light only a wolf beholding flesh can possess. He could not reveal the blueprints now. To do so would be a thunderclap that might shatter him to fragments. Yet, as long as they remained locked away in the warehouse, they served as a trump card. When a moment ripened, playing this card would yield more than mere pork and flour. It would become the talisman that allowed the Leaf family to stride boldly through this crimson era unscathed. Seizing the moment, he concentrated, and the blueprints, along with the tattered wooden box, vanished instantly. Li Weidong brushed the dust from his hands, adjusted his collar, and resumed his casual, roguish demeanor before turning to leave the alley. "Brother, let us go home and feast on meat." Li Weiguo, dozing atop the cart, jolted awake at the sound. Seeing his brother return empty-handed, he asked nothing, instead chuckling foolishly as he grasped the reins. "Second brother, shall we bring back this rotten wood?" "Not a chance. Toss it." Li Weidong leapt onto the cart, idly flipping a cracked brick he had just picked up from the ground. His gaze fixed toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Now that he held the trump card, it was time to confront Lin Zioen. This batch of flawed cloth was surely secured today. The waters of Haishui County were about to be stirred. Chapter 31. Zhao Jianxi's Desperate Flight. Weidong obtains the key to a past life. Though the sun had climbed high over Haishui County, it struggled beneath a heavy veil of cold dust clouds, hanging pale and faint in the sky, casting a bone-chilling pallor that seeped into the marrow. Li Weidong exited the scrap collection station, casually discarding the bundle of sham wood beneath a wind-sheltered wall by the roadside. He brushed sawdust from his hands, and the dry blade of grass at his mouth quivered anew. The 2 large yellow croakers and several blueprints pressed heavily against his chest, yet his blood burned with fervor. In these times, possessing grain and gold was the foundation of one's backbone. He did not hurry to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange the cloth with Lin Zioen. The deal was as good as done and could not be avoided. Instead, freshly enriched, he contemplated what gifts to bring to the little girl at home who only drooled while calling him second uncle. Rural children found little joy beyond playing in the mud or raiding bird nests. Though young, Yaya's eyes sparkled with intelligence, inherited from her shrewd mother. Bringing back a few vividly illustrated comic books might delight her to the point of bursting with tears and snot. Just then, a Xinhua bookstore stood by the roadside. 3 large tiled houses, their facades painted bright red, glass windows gleaming with scholarly pride. Li Weidong tightened his worn military coat, hands tucked into sleeves, and swaggered across the threshold. Inside, a stove blazed warmly, infusing the air with a distinctive scent of paper and ink. Few patrons lingered, only a handful of gentlemen in Zhongshan suits and glasses, perusing wooden shelves with stealth akin to thieves. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with thick, bottle-bottom spectacles dozed, his snores rising and falling rhythmically. Li Weidong did not disturb the peaceful slumber, but proceeded directly to the children's literature section. Sparse volumes of The Monkey King, Feathered Letter, and Little Soldier Zhang Jie lined a shelf. As he reached for the Monkey King book, his peripheral vision caught a sudden stiffening figure in a blue cotton jacket in the corner, a startled rabbit. "Ah, a familia face." Li Weidong withdrew his hand and melted into the shadow of a nearby shelf, his half-lidded wolfish eyes peering through the gaps. The man wore broken black-rimmed glasses mended with white tape, his greasy hair and sallow complexion betraying his anxiety. Clutching an old, blackened book tightly, the other hand fumbled furtively in his pocket while his gaze darted nervously toward the counter. That was Zhao Jianxi, a male-educated youth sent to the countryside alongside Su Qing at the Red Star Brigade. Known for his aloofness in the village, walking with his chin raised disdainfully, he barely spoke except when flattering Su Qing. What had him skulking like a thief today? Li Weidong's steps were silent as he closed the distance. Zhao Jianxi produced a crumpled wad of Mao notes, counting them repeatedly with visible reluctance. He glanced painfully at the book, bit his lip, steeled himself, and moved toward the counter clutching it. At the critical moment when Zhao turned, Li Weidong caught a glimpse of the book's cover corner. traditional Chinese characters arranged vertically, emblazoned with a large foreigner-esque portrait, beneath which curled a line of Cyrillic script. How the steel was tempered. No, though still sought after. That book would not warrant such furtiveness. Closer inspection revealed beneath it a thinner booklet edged in blue. Radio Principles? Li Weidong's heart leaped. In these times, technical knowledge was perilously sensitive. While ordinary folk might indulge in curiosity, the wrong elements delving into such matters could spell disaster. He recalled Su Qing, still convalescing at home, when rescuing her from the snowy hollow of Eagle's mouth. The auspicious intelligence had explicitly revealed, within her tattered cloth bag lay a half-torn old photograph and a copper key. A copper key, a broken photograph. And now this furtive comrade, Zhao Jianxi, purchasing technical books, Li Weidong's mind snapped taut. Su Qing and her circle were no ordinary educated youths. Common families struggling to earn work points and meals had no time for such intrigues, unless they awaited something or plotted a scheme. Zhao Jianxi's unwavering obedience to Su Qing and her subtle care for him suggested a shared fate. There were grasshoppers on the same vine, deeply entwined at the root. A fallen magnate from the provincial capital, a Bidoblevegasmila Kurba Li Weidong Ishalips. He had thought his family harbored only a fallen phoenix. Now it seemed it was a golden phoenix bearing a golden key. This investment warranted escalation. As Li Weidong pondered, Zhao Jianxi reached the counter and slapped his pile of mound notes down, voice trembling. "Comrade, I'd like to pay." The drowsy shopkeeper rubbed his bleary eyes and glanced at the book with scant interest. 1 yuan 20 fun. Where's the receipt? This is a discounted second-hand book. No receipt. Sao estamedith. The shopkeeper snorted, not inspecting further, and slid the money into the drawer. Just as Zhao exhaled relief and tucked the book under his arm, a rough hand suddenly clapped heavily on his shoulder. "Zhao Qing, buying something good? Let me have a look." Zhao Jianxi stiffened as if electrified, nearly leaping, the book clattering to the floor. He turned in terror to meet Li Weidong's half-smiling, inscrutable visage. Li Erita, Li Weidong. His voice, strangled and shrill, drained of color. "What are you doing here? What is the matter? Is this bookstore your family's? If you can come, so can I." Li Weidong bent leisurely to retrieve the fallen book. Desperate, Zhao lunged to snatch it back. "Give it to me. It's mine." Li Weidong dakhli yabada. Flicking a finger over the book's cover without opening the concealed contents, his gaze meaningfully locking with Zhao's. Radio Principles? "Zhao Qing, you harbor lofty ambitions indeed. The intention to establish a radio station at the Hongxing Brigade and communicate with higher authorities?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jianxi's calves tightened in anxiety. In this era, the mere mention of creating a radio station could be a perilous accusation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to learn some technical skills. To repair radios." "Yes, repair radios." Cold sweat cascaded down Zhao Jianxi's forehead as he stumbled through his defense. Li Weidong scoffed, tossing a book into Zhao Jianxi's arms. "Enough. Look at your pathetic demeanor. Repairing radios is a fine craft. If the loudspeaker in our village goes silent, we will rely on you." Zhao's hiking. Flustered, Zhao Jianxi clumsily caught the book, akin to grasping a searing hot potato, and dared not utter another word. He clutched the book and fled, leaving behind the small change he had retrieved, his retreating figure resembling that of a stray dog. As Li Weidong observed Zhao Jianxi's hasty exit, the amusement on his face gradually faded, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. This reaction indeed suggested he harbored guilty knowledge. These educated youth were undoubtedly remarkable. The key in Su Qing's possession might just unlock an extraordinary door. This debt of gratitude must be impressed upon her, ensuring she feels indebted to the utmost degree, yet also perceives it as worthwhile. Turning around, he aimlessly scanned the bookshelf. Suddenly his gaze fixed upon a set of books with gray covers titled Self-Study Series in Mathematics, Physics, and Chemistry. 17 neatly arranged volumes lay in the corner, covered in a thin layer of dust, evidently untouched for years. In an age where the notion of studying was dismissed as futile, these volumes were considered mere waste paper, less desirable than a comic book. Yet, to Li Weidong, a businessman with a soul from a future era, these were not mere books. They represented a ladder leading to the next epoch. Years later, when the thunderous sound of college entrance examinations resonated once more, this collection would be valued at an exorbitant price, with countless individuals going to great lengths to acquire it. Su Qing, being from a prominent family, undoubtedly possessed a profound yearning for knowledge and a deep-seated desire to return to the city. Presenting her with these books would resonate within her heart far more than offering a substantial quantity of pork. Moreover, this would effectively bind Su Qing beneath the roof of the Li family. Educating her in literacy? That was only the beginning. She must feel as though she was amassing energy, preparing for an eventual ascent to greatness. Only then would she willingly serve the Li family, perhaps even regarding them as her sole refuge. Comrade, I desire that set of books, Li Weidong stated, pointing to the gray-covered collection with a calm demeanor, as though purchasing a few pounds of cabbage. The shopkeeper paused, staring at Li Weidong as if he were a fool. That set? It cannot be sold separately. It costs over 10 yuan. What would a country bumpkin like you need such a thing for? Even as firewood, it would be deemed worthless. Li Weidong pulled out a crumpled stack of cash along with 2 large banknotes, slapping them onto the counter. These were freshly acquired from 2 unfortunate souls in the black market, still warm to the touch. What's the matter? Afraid the money is tainted? Li Weidong leaned casually against the counter, his audacity returning. We are short on toilet paper at home. This paper seems rather soft. Wouldn't it suffice for that purpose? The shopkeeper rolled his eyes, realizing he was dealing with a reckless spender, yet was too apathetic to argue over money. He swiftly accepted the payment, bundling the thick stack of books in brown paper and slamming them onto the counter. Take it and go. Don't linger here. Li Weidong heft the hefty bundle, which weighed over 10 jin, and casually tossed 2 small comic books on top, declining any change, striding out with confidence. Once outside, the biting cold wind compelled him to spit out the remnants of a cigarette. With this set of books, coupled with Su Qing's unavoidable role as a teacher, the line had been effectively lengthened. When the time came for the fish to bite, it would be akin to reeling in a grand prize for the Li family. However, at present, he needed to settle matters with the snobbish Lin Zioan. That batch of flawed fabric was essential for winter clothing and represented his further investment to win the hearts of the villagers. Li Weidong tightened his coat collar, tossing the heavy bundle of books onto the cart and calling out to his brother, Li Weiguo, who was still idly guarding the cart like a wooden post. Brother, perk up. Let us head to the supply and marketing cooperative. We're getting new clothes for Desaw, and yeah. Upon hearing new clothes, Li Weiguo's frostbitten face immediately lit up with joy, and he grinned foolishly while grasping the cart handles, his feet moving with newfound energy. As the wind and snow intensified, a cart laden with tattered hopes and ambitions creaked its way through the streets of Haishui County towards the cooperative. This journey was destined to stir the waters of the county even further. Chapter 32. Rusty Knife Transforms into Divine Weapon. Cutting bricks like slicing tofu, 5 yuan profit. The wind in Haishui County was indeed fierce, cutting into one's face like a shoemaker's awl. Emerging from the scrap purchasing station, Li Weidong tugged his coat collar tightly, nearly burying his entire face within the oil-stained fabric. The 2 large yellow fish and several blueprints tucked under his arm pressed heavily against his ribs. The chills seeping through his clothing only fueled the fire within him. Yet at this moment, he lacked a crucial item. The boning knife in his hand sufficed for dealing with troublesome relatives. But should he encounter a desperate outlaw like One-Eye Zhao or a bear transformed into a demon in the mountains, this tool would prove woefully inadequate, lightweight and brittle. In a direct confrontation, this killing knife would scarcely withstand even the barrel of an old gun. In these times, acquiring a good weapon was as challenging as ascending to the heavens. The supply and marketing cooperative had a few kitchen knives made from manganese steel, but they required industrial coupons and were only suitable for chopping garlic. As for regulated knives, those were strictly off-limits. Anyone caught attempting to purchase one would find themselves behind bars. Li Weidong meandered into the blacksmith alley, where the air was filled with the rhythmic sound of hammering and the acrid scent of burning coal, making it especially pungent in the biting wind. Master Liu, do you have any sturdy goods? He inquired, squatting outside an unnamed shop, a piece of straw perpetually lodged between his teeth. The blacksmith Liu was bare-chested, wielding a heavy hammer as he struck down on a glowing piece of iron. Hearing the commotion, he glanced at Li Weidong's ragged attire and snorted disdainfully. What sort of hardness are you seeking? If you wish to split mountains or cleave stones, turn left at the exit. The stonemason shop is there. If you need to chop vegetables or meat, all that hangs on the wall is for that purpose. Unperturbed, Li Weidong reached for a freshly tempered firewood knife hanging on the wall, flicking it with his fingers. The sound echoed dull and lifeless. Master Liu, your skills seem to have regressed. He tossed the knife onto the counter, a smirk dancing on his lips. This edge? It wouldn't just struggle with bone. Even a frozen cabbage stalk would likely dull it. The impurities within the iron had not been properly forged out. Were you attempting to pass off scrap metal as something substantial? Liu halted his hammer, his eyes widening in disbelief. You little brat, what do you know? Nowadays, good steel is sent to the steel furnaces. It's a miracle to salvage this bit of iron for farming tools. Buy it or leave. Li Weidong shuklat, brushing off the dust from his pants. He understood Liu's words were rooted in truth. In these times, steel was the lifeblood of the nation. The leftover scraps that trickled down to the public could scarcely be called steel, more like pieces of iron. To find a decent knife for self-defense here was merely a dream. Having exited the blacksmith alley, Li Weidong did not rush to the supply and marketing cooperative to seek out Lin Zioan. Instead, he meandered along the edges of the walls, weaving through the chaotic alley known as Pigtail Lane. This place was even more disorderly than the pigeon market. The pigeon market, at least, adhered to some semblance of order. Even the black market, it was primarily devoted to the trade of food and fabric coupons. But Pigtail Lane was akin to a chaotic graveyard. The vendors peddling their wares are but forlorn souls unable to find their place in the city, offering an eclectic array of goods, broken-legged stools, chipped porcelain bowls, and even garments of the deceased, as if plundered from the grave. Libaidor umblad laizureli. His hands tucked within the sleeves of his coat, while his half-lidded eyes resembled hooks, skimming through the heaps of discarded items. Suddenly, a yellowed, old calendar surfaced unbidden in his mind, flipping a page without warning. Auspicious, trading, sifting for treasures benefiting the West. Avoid, excessive talk flaunting wealth. Minor fortune, at the hour of the pig beneath the western wall of Zeba Lane, in front of a nearly frozen beggar. There lies a piece of scrap, iron resembling a fire poker. It is not merely iron. It is a specially crafted officer's dagger from the 20th year of the Republic. Tempered steel, stained with blood, imbued with a heavy aura of death, adept at breaking through the defenses of martial arts. Li Weidong continued his stride, yet his gaze discreetly flicked towards the western wall's base. There crouched an old man. Though termed an old man, he appeared merely in his 50s. His face lined like the skin of a desiccated orange, his disheveled hair tangled like dry straw. His cotton coat had long lost its color, and the exposed cotton had hardened into black clumps. Before him lay a tattered piece of blue cloth, upon which were scattered a few rusty coins and an object resembling a metal rod. This rod, about a foot long, was encrusted with bumps devoid of a handle, resembling debris salvaged from a construction site. Li Weidong ambled over, not directly inspecting the rod, but rather squatting to toy with the coins. How much for these coins? He inquired lazily. The old man raised his eyelids, his murky eyes reflecting a stillness akin to stagnant water. 2 cents each. Too expensive. Li Weidong tossed the coins onto the cloth, dismissing their worth, as they were no longer currency, too cumbersome even for his child to use for playing. The old man remained silent, lowering his eyelids once more, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Unhurried, Li Weidong's fingers fidgeted restlessly over the tattered cloth, eventually brushing against the rusted rod. It felt exceedingly heavy. At that moment, a shudder coursed through him. The weight was certainly not that of an ordinary metal rod. Typically, this volume of iron would weigh at most half a pound, yet this object felt no less than 1.5 pounds. This indicated a remarkable density. Undoubtedly a refined piece of workmanship. Is this fire poker for sale? Li Weidong lifted it, disdainfully shaking it as if to dislodge the rust. It must be thoroughly corroded. I fear it might break if used to poke through ashes. The old man did not even lift his eyelids this time, merely uttering coldly, $5. What? $5? Li Weidong's voice soared, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his expression morphing into one of incredulity. Have you lost your mind, old man? $5? I could buy half a pound of pork for that. Do you think this scrap metal is a magical staff? Finally, the old man lifted his head, his clouded eyes locking onto Li Weidong, a smirk of derision curling his lips. If you recognize its worth, take it. If not, be gone. Don't perform your theatrics here. The old man's voice was hoarse. This steel can sever your fingers. Li Weidong's heart tightened. This old man was a practitioner of martial arts. his gaze sharp as a hawk's. The facade of bravado on Li Weidong's face faded, replaced by the shrewdness of a merchant and the scrutiny of a hunter. He refrained from further chatter, extending his thumb to scrape against the thick rust. A harsh, grating sound erupted, akin to nails on a chalkboard. Instead of the anticipated iron-gray color, a deep, almost black sheen emerged. The gleam was not blinding, yet it exuded a chill that sent shivers down his spine. A splendid piece. This was indeed true tempered steel, and judging by its hue, it appeared to contain a special alloy, possibly a high-grade item crafted in Fengtian. This knife did not need to be excessively sharp. With such hardness and resilience, it was a true weapon for piercing armor. $5, I'll take it. Li Weidong did not haggle. He pulled out the $5 bill he had just acquired from Wang's Suin Pan, slapping it onto the tattered blue cloth. The old man glanced at the money, his bony hand not rushing to seize it, but instead studying Li Weidong intently. This blade harbors a lethal aura. If you cannot control it, do not wield it, lest it turns against you. With this cryptic warning, the old man swiftly pocketed the money, his movements so quick they were nearly imperceptible. Then, astonishingly, he ceased his stall, rolling up the tattered cloth and preparing to depart, his legs appearing surprisingly nimble. Starkly contrasting with his earlier frozen demeanor, Li Weidong held the cold, heavy rusted knife, watching the old man's silhouette vanish at the alley's mouth. A wry smile playing upon his lips. Lethal aura? I have never feared such a thing. He casually picked up a half brick from the ground, using it to press down the edge of the cloth, gripping it in his left hand while wielding the knife in his right. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he struck. There was no metallic clang, but rather a muffled sound akin to a blade slicing through tofu. The hard brick crumbled like a cake, the cut smooth as a mirror, even generating a slight warmth from the friction. An excellent knife. The glimmer in Li Weidong's eyes intensified. This $5 was worth every penny. With this weapon, should he encounter the old wolf again, he would not even need his brother as a shield. One strike could cleave its skull. With a thought, the rusted knife vanished into the void of his personal storage, taking the prominent spot it had occupied before. Li Weidong brushed off the rust from his hands, tightened his coat, and looked up at the sky. The sun had begun its descent, the gray clouds hanging low, threatening snow once more. It's time. Spitting out the grass stick in his mouth, his gaze deepened, with the knife secured and money in hand. It was time to pay a visit to Miss Lin of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. The batch of flawed cloth that did not require fabric tickets was a true New Year's gift he intended to bring home. Besides, Lin Zioen, that scatterbrained woman, must be utterly terrified after this morning's calamity, eagerly awaiting his arrival like a lifeline. Li Weidong turned, striding purposefully toward the county supply and marketing cooperative, his figure stretching into the cold wind like a lone wolf preparing to feast. Chapter 33. The whole family eats pure fuxiang flour buns. The scoundrel prepares steel needles to establish rules. The night enveloped the Red Star production brigade like a tightly sealed cauldron. The door to the dilapidated Li family's cave creaked open slightly. Li Weiguo, a towering figure of iron, squeezed through, the wheels of the cart crunching over the frozen earth. Emitting a dull thud, steam billowed from his nostrils like two white dragons, his face frosted with white, yet his bright eyes gleamed fiercely as he grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of teeth capable of crushing stones. Father, second brother has brought the cart back. Li Weidong followed closely, his hands still nestled in the sleeves of his tattered military coat, a grass stick replaced by a thin iron wire salvage from the scrapyard. Idly fidgeting between his teeth. Inside, Li Dasan sat cross-legged on the warm kong, puffing on his copper pipe. Hearing the commotion, he did not rush to rise but paused momentarily, ears twitching to confirm there were no unfamiliar footsteps before calling hoarsely. Gillen closed the door and bolted. Chun Gillen was in front of the stove, roasting frozen corn cakes for a family. Upon hearing a sound, she tossed the fire tongs aside and darted out like a rabbit, deftly propping the thick jujube would bar the courtyard door closed. She then crouched down, peering through the crack for a long while, ensuring no one was following, before retreating with a hand on her chest. What rubbish is loaded on that cart? Why does it smell so fishy? Li Dasan inquired through the paper window. Li Weidong lifted the heavy cotton curtain, and a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing the small flame of the kerosene lamp to flicker violently. All treasures, Li Weidong declared, pulling out a firewood stick he had acquired for 5 yuan from his pocket and slamming it onto the table. The dull sound resonated heavily. Li Dashan's murky old eyes glanced at the rusty iron bar without lifting his eyelids. You brought this back from a trip to the county? It's worthless scrap metal. Too short to even poke at the ashes. Father, your eyesight seems to have diminished, Li Weidong retorted, sitting down on the edge of the Kong without removing his shoes. He rummaged out a rough stone from the corner used for sharpening sickles, pouring a ladle of cold water over it. Without further ado, he grasped the unremarkable iron bar firmly and applied force with his wrist. The first sound of friction was ear-piercing, making one's teeth ache. Li Dashan, who had been casually tapping ash from his pipe, suddenly tightened his grip upon hearing the noise. Old soldiers possess an instinctive sensitivity to the sound of metal clashing with stone. This sound was off, too hard, too brittle, akin to hard bones grinding against stone. Li Weidong remained unhurried, striking again and again with steady motion. Having wielded many fine knives in his past life, he knew how to care for such dusty weapons. A dark sheen, almost black, gradually seeped through the rust. It was not the bright white of ordinary steel, but an absorbing dark gray, cold and ominous, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Dashan could no longer remain seated. He inserted his pipe into the sole of his shoe, leaned forward, and grasped Li Weidong's wrist. Stop! His bony, claw-like finger lightly touched the freshly sharpened blade. Without applying pressure, the callus on his fingertip was instantly sliced open, though the blood had no time to seep out before the cut closed. Quick! It's extremely sharp. Li Dashan's weathered face twitched involuntarily. He seized the knife, holding it under the kerosene lamp for a closer inspection. Near the guard of the blade, where the rust had faded, a minuscule, polished cherry blossom steel stamp faintly emerged. Made in Fengtian, Li Dashan's voice trembled slightly, revealing excitement upon encountering an old adversary, and a sense of reverence for the lethal tool. This material was once used for the Japanese officer's knife, later modified by our arms factory. This weapon contained a special alloy with a hardness that was frighteningly high, designed to penetrate our thick blade swords. The old man suddenly raised his head, fixing an intense gaze on his second son. Where did you acquire this? This is a bloodied weapon, imbued with a murderous aura. Ordinary people cannot wield it. 5 yuan, sold by a beggar in Zueba Lane, Li Weidong replied casually, reclaiming the knife and picking up a thick piece of hard oak from the ground, typically used for kindling. He did not swing it forcefully, but merely flicked his wrist, allowing the blade to slice along the wood grain. With a soft thud, the hardwood fell silently, the cut smooth enough to reflect one's silhouette, even radiating a slight warmth from the friction. The room fell into a hushed silence. Li Weiguo, squatting on the ground, rubbing his frozen hands, nearly gawked in astonishment. He was so captivated by the scene that he did not even notice the drool dripping from his mouth. Goodness, if that were to strike a wolf's head. Cutting a wolf's head is no different from slicing a watermelon. Li Weidong wiped the blade on his shoe, tossing it to his elder brother. Here, take it. This is more useful than that empty gun barrel when we go into the mountains. If anyone dares to attack you, use this to reason with them. Li Weiguo clumsily caught it, as though cradling a scalding treasure, his simple face flushed with embarrassment. For me? This is too precious. It cost 5 yuan. Take it. Your life isn't worth less than 5 yuan, is it? If you encounter wolves again, don't use your arm as bait. Use this. After admonishing his brother, Li Weidong did not linger, but turned back to drag over a burlap sack filled with scraps. As he lifted the curtain of the west room, Su Qing emerged, draped in an ill-fitting old cotton coat. Her complexion had improved somewhat compared to the past few days, though still pale. There was a hint of vitality in her cool eyes. Su's hiking just in time, Li Weidong exclaimed, pulling out a bundle of books tied with straw from the sack and carelessly tossing it into Su Qing's arms. Here, I found some teaching materials for you. If you're going to teach Yaya to read, you need proper resources. Don't let her scribble on the ground with twigs. It makes our family look shabby. Su Qing instinctively reached out to catch it. The weight of the books was substantial, a tangible reminder of their paper essence. In the dim light, she discerned the topmost book's cover, Algebra. Su Qing's hand trembled violently, as if struck by lightning, rendering her momentarily frozen. Unbelievably, she hastily untied the straw, revealing physics, chemistry, and geometry beneath. This was an entire set of self-study books on mathematics and science. In this peculiar era, even the Xinhua bookstore in the city might not be able to assemble such a collection. Many have been discarded as toxic waste or used for menial purposes. For someone like Su Qing, who hailed from an intellectual family and had not abandoned her dream of returning to the city despite being sent to the countryside, these were not mere books. They were her lifeline, the only glimmer of hope she could see in the despairing darkness. She abruptly raised her head, fixing an intense gaze on the man sitting cross-legged on the Kong. This man, with his crude speech and brutish demeanor, who threatened to break legs at a whim. How could he have purchased such books? If it were mere coincidence, it was too coincidental. If it were intentional, a chilling sensation crept over Su Qing, followed by an uncontrollable fervor. She looked at Li Weidong's seemingly careless face, for the first time feeling utterly unable to decipher this man. Where did you get these? Su Qing's voice came out hoarse, her fingers tightly gripping the spine of the book. Bought them by weight at the scrap station. Said they were pulled from some toilet pit. Too smelly for anyone to want, Li Weidong replied nonchalantly, without raising his eyelids. He had initially thought to buy them for Yaya to use for wiping, as the paper was quite soft. Since you want to teach, you can borrow them for a few days. Just remember to return them. I still need to use the outhouse. Wipe with them. Su Qing nearly choked on his outrageous words. Wiping with such books? It was akin to burning a chain to cook a crane. But she was a clever woman. She gazed into Li Weidong's eyes, seemingly murky, yet concealing a sharp brilliance, and instantly understood his intent. He recognized the value of these books, yet he was indifferent. Or rather, he was using this method to convey to her, what you cherish, to me, is nothing more than scrap paper. If you wish to view it, you must abide by my terms. This was a blatant exertion of control, a silent transaction. Thank you. Su Qing took a deep breath, forcing down the mingled emotions of humiliation and gratitude. I will teach Yaya well. I will protect this book as if it were my life. Do as you wish. Li Weidong waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Just don't damage the cover. I'm poor, and even this paper costs money. At that moment, a rich aroma of wheat suddenly filled the room. Chun Gilin entered with a large bamboo basket, her face blooming with joy. Time to eat. It's time to eat. Today is New Year's Day. As the lid of the basket was lifted, a wave of steam escaped. Inside, neatly arranged, were a dozen or so plump, white steam buns, crafted from premium wheat flour, devoid of any cornmeal or sweet potato flour. Each bun was as large as a child's head, with a smooth surface resembling a peeled egg, capable of springing back when pressed. Beside it lay a bowl of tender stewed pork with vermicelli, made from leftover wild boar meat and freshly purchased noodles, glistening with a thick layer of grease, fragrant enough to entice one's very soul. Li Weiguo swallowed audibly, the sound resonating like thunder. Li Dasan gazed at the basket of white buns. His hand trembled around his pipe. Having lived for more than half a century, he had only tasted such delicacies during celebratory feasts in the army. How many years had it been since he last encountered this? Is this truly for us? The old man's voice quivered slightly. Father, eat, Li Weidong exclaimed, thrusting a bun into Li Dasan's hands. The bun was scorching to the touch, yet warmed the heart. As long as I survive, we shall enjoy such days every day to come. He seized another bun and roughly handed it to the still-dazed Su Qing. What are you waiting for? Eat your fill to have the strength to teach. Don't faint from hunger and blame my family for mistreating the educated youth. Su Qing cradled the warm bun, its comforting heat radiating through her palms. Upon taking a bite, the long-forgotten aroma of wheat enveloped her senses, bringing a sudden sting to her eyes. This was no home of a scoundrel. It was clearly the only ark amidst the famine of this era. Silence reigned at the dining table, save for the sounds of ravenous chewing. In this age, the greatest respect for food lay in consuming every morsel. Sated, Li Dasan leaned back against the pile of quilts, contentedly burping, his stern visage softening into a visage of kindness. Yet Li Weidong did not pause. He tidied the table, then unfurled a blueprint he had retrieved from a wooden box onto the Kong mat. Of course, he revealed only a small corner, showcasing intricate mechanical connections. Brother, take a look, Li Weidong urged, pointing at the clever mortise and tenon structure. Can you carve a model out of wood? Though Li Weiguo was barely literate, having learned some skills from the village carpenter in his youth, he possessed an innate sensitivity to such structures. He leaned in, scrutinizing it for a long time, his brow furrowed, fingers gesturing in the air. What is this? It looks like a large clamp, but the stress points are all wrong. Li Weiguo murmurat. If this button is made, it will indeed be sturdy. It can be done, though it will take effort. It must be crafted from hard jujube wood. As long as it can be done, Li Weidong replied, a smile creeping onto his lips, ambition glimmering in his eyes. For the next few days, aside from guarding the home, focus on this. If it is completed, it will be of great use. This is the seed of industry. In a nation where heavy industry was just beginning, this blueprint symbolized future productivity. Li Weidong did not expect his brother to manufacture a machine, but he aimed to familiarize him with such structures. Just as the family savored the comfort of a full belly, a low growl from the large yellow dog in the yard pierced the tranquility. Not a bark of frenzy, but a cautious whimper. Li Weidong's smile vanished instantly, a glint of murderous intent resurfacing in his eyes. He restrained Li Das' hand, who was reaching for the hunting rifle, and swiftly drew out a long, slender steel needle he had prepared earlier, initially meant for wicks, now resembling a deadly weapon in his grasp. Someone had caught a whiff and was approaching. Lowering his voice, Li Weidong spoke coldly, "Brother, grab your knife. Tonight, we must establish some rules for these greedy souls." The wind howled, rattling the paper windows as if countless ghostly hands were beating against them. Just as their good fortune had begun, it seemed the wild dogs eager to share the feast could no longer remain still. Li Weidong stood, shaking off his military coat, striding towards the door. If someone wished to disrupt his peaceful new year, he would ensure they had a troubled one instead. Chapter 34. Practice killing techniques to deter intruders. Tomorrow, enter the city to collect debts and undertake major matters. The paper windows of the Li family's cave home rattled in the wind. The flickering flame of the kerosene lamp casting Li Weidong's elongated shadow upon the mottled earthen wall. Having just indulged in a lavish meal of pure wheat buns paired with braised pork, their bellies were now brimming, each face adorned with the rosy hue and dazed expression characteristic of a well-fed meal. Li Das' hand sat cross-legged at the head of the Kong, his copper pipe gleaming with polish, his squinting eyes betraying a smile that could not be concealed, reminiscent of a victorious general. Li Weidong had no time to relish the moment. Wrapping his military coat around himself, he tempered his reckless demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with deeper calculations. He beckoned to his brother, still dipping a bun skin into the oil at the bottom of the bowl. "Brother, stop licking, come with me." Just as Li Weiguo was about to savor the last morsel of oil, he heard his brother's call. His response was quicker than reflex, placing the bowl down, wiping his mouth, and descending from the Kong with a hearty, "Hey, I'm coming." Outside, the cold wind sliced into the collar of his coat. The large yellow dog, initially huddled in the woodpile for warmth, peeked out, whimpered softly, and retreated. Li Weidong approached a pile of discarded materials brought back from the county town. To others, it appeared as mere firewood and broken tiles, but to him, it concealed the capital that could elevate the Li family. He crouched, rummaging through the disordered pile of books. The expensive self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry had already been handed to Su Qing. Now, he grasped a brittle, yellowed booklet. This unremarkable item was nestled among old newspapers, so inconspicuous that even the scrap collector deemed it kindling. By moonlight, he could barely discern the faint handwritten title on the cover, Essentials of Capture and Combat. Below it, a smaller line of text was barely legible, hinting at something related to reconnaissance. Li Weidong flipped through a couple of pages, a cold smile creeping across his face. It was indeed material that had circulated from the military during those years. The crude illustrations depicted figures with stiff movements and simple lines, accompanied by brutally direct instructions, gouging eyes, choking throats, striking groins, and joint locks. There was no embellishment, only lethal techniques meant to take lives. This was not a martial art for health, but a manual for killing. In his previous life, although a wealthy tycoon surrounded by countless bodyguards, he had learned a crucial lesson from the cutthroat world of business. When it comes to life and death, all techniques are but illusions. The only truth lies in bringing the opponent down. Though this body was somewhat weaker, the nourishment of recent days, combined with the original owner's honed reflexes from years of brawling, meant that with this ruthless repertoire of skills, he could hold his own even against seasoned fighters like the one-eyed Zhao in the surrounding villages. "Second brother, why are we not sleeping at this late hour? Poring over this old book?" Li Weiguo, shivering and with hands tucked into his sleeves, was sniffling from the cold, his expression one of confusion. Li Weidong tucked the booklet into his personal storage, shedding his coat to reveal a lean frame lacking in flesh. He flexed his wrists and ankles, the joints cracking audibly. Brother, put down your knife. Tonight, we practice how to incapacitate someone. Li Weidong assumed a stance reminiscent of a technique drawn from a book, The Black Tiger Prying Hard. Albeit with modifications to stabilize his lower half, his arms not feigning, but firmly guarding the center line. Come here, embrace me with strength. He gestured to Li Weiguo with a nod. Li Weiguo hesitated, then chuckled foolishly. Second brother, don't mess around. I possess a strength you are well aware of. Should I truly exert myself, how would you cope with the possibility of your slender frame being shattered? Would our father not take his smoking pipe to shatter my skull? Why utter unnecessary words? If I summon you, you must come. Li Weidong's brow furrowed, and a fierce aura surged within him. If you do not put forth effort, tomorrow's sumptuous black fish soup shall not include you. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo felt a surge of urgency. In his heart, his younger brother's words were akin to imperial edicts, yet the allure of the meat soup was life itself. Oh, dear second brother, please endure a little. Li Weiguo, with the clumsiness of a great black bear, spread his massive hands wide and lunged forward without a hint of strategy. Although his attack lacked finesse, the sheer weight of hundreds of pounds, coupled with his innate strength, generated a wind that howled mightily. As his iron-like hands approached the hem of Li Weidong's garment, Li Weidong sprang into action. He did not resist head-on. Instead, he deftly slid aside like an eel, evading Li Weiguo's grasp. In a fleeting moment of their bodies crossing paths, Li Weidong's right hand shot out not to push, but to hook. His index and middle fingers curled into a claw, firmly clutching the gap beneath Li Weiguo's third rib, an area vulnerable and densely packed with nerves. Li Weiguo felt a sudden numbness wash over half of his body. Before he could comprehend, Li Weidong's left foot had sneakily ensnared his ankle, pulling him backward with a sudden jerk. A resounding thud echoed, shaking the snow from the courtyard. Li Weiguo's towering figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, crashed onto the frozen ground with a resounding impact. This fall, although not fatal, was indeed painful. Li Weiguo lay on the ground, momentarily incapable of rising, his dark complexion turning a shade akin to liver. Yet his expression remained one of bewilderment. What kind of trick is this, second brother? How is it so formidable? Li Weidong stood beside him, catching his breath. This exertion had taken a toll on him. His current physique was still too weak. Had he been in peak condition from his previous life, he could have easily dislodged his elder brother's ribcage. This is called using strength against strength. Li Weidong extended his hand to help Li Weiguo up, disregarding the dirt that clung to him. Brother, remember this. In this world, mere brute strength is futile. It is foolish strength. When you encounter ruthless characters like One-Eyed Zhao, the harder you try, the sooner you shall perish. He pointed to his own joints, then to his brother's throat and groin. Fighting consists of 3 essentials: speed, precision, and ruthlessness. Forget about any notions of chivalry. If someone seeks our lives, we must take theirs first. Aim for the eyes, choke the throat, strike the groin. Any tactic that brings an opponent down is fair game. Li Weiguo listened, somewhat comprehending, yet adhering to his stubbornness. His younger brother had toppled him. Thus Li Weidong must be the superior. He scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. Am I too clumsy to learn this? You need not learn these clever maneuvers. Li Weidong patted his elder brother's chest, as solid as stone, stating, This is your greatest asset. I will teach you a few straightforward techniques. Our Li family must have an invincible wall that cannot be breached. For the next hour, the courtyard of the Li family transformed into a training ground for martial arts. There were no elaborate routines, only the most fundamental strength training. Lower your shoulders. Drop your elbows. Constrict all your power at your waist. Charge. Come at me like a wild boar. Strike without wind. The sound of wind is for the dead. It must be muffled. It must be heavy. Li Weidong wielded a slender willow branch. Should Li Weiguo's posture falter, he would receive a firm correction. Li Weiguo, tough-skinned and robust, gritted his teeth and persevered, sweat cascading down his spine, soaking his old cotton coat. Although this foolish elder brother was slow-wit, he had a remarkable physical instinct, and once his relentless tenacity kicked in, he resembled a human tank. As they trained, Li Weidong hesitated to allow him to unleash his full strength. When this brute struck a jujube tree, the trunk, as thick as a bowl, trembled, shedding a layer of withered branches and leaves. Enough, let's take a break. Li Weidong tossed aside the willow branch and plopped down on the threshold, retrieving a half-burnt cigarette from his pocket. Taking a deep breath, the acrid smoke swirled in his lungs before he exhaled, alleviating his fatigue. At that moment, an exceedingly faint creaking sound emerged from beyond the courtyard wall. The sound of footsteps on the snow. It was so subtle that under normal circumstances, it would have been drowned out by the wind. Yet Li Weidong, with his senses heightened from recent exertion, became acutely aware. His eyelids twitched, and the relaxed demeanor he had while teaching his brother vanished, replaced by a wolf-like alertness. He gestured for his brother to be silent, keeping the cigarette but in his mouth, while deftly retrieving a slender steel needle meant for lighting the lamp from his waist. Outside the wall, Zhang Defu, bundled in a tattered sheepskin coat, hunched down, pressing himself against the dilapidated earthen wall of the Li residence. Lured by the tantalizing aroma of meat, he had intended to eavesdrop, hoping to uncover any illicit activities for leverage. However, instead of the expected scent of cooking, he heard the sounds of shouting and the dull thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground. Such sounds were not those of farming, but rather resembled martial training. Particularly, Li Weidong's words, aim for the eyes, choke the throat, strike the groin, sent chills down Zhang Defu's spine. Could it be that this second son of the Li family was a concealed martial artist? Previously, he was merely a rascal, at most a troublemaker. Yet the changes he had undergone in recent days were indeed unsettling. Hunting, doing business, and now practicing such lethal techniques at home. Zhang Defu swallowed hard, feeling as though the wall concealed not a family of peasants, but a den of wild beasts sharpening their fangs. Just as he felt a chill creeping in, preparing to sneak away, a cold laugh echoed from above. Zhang, why are you, in the dead of night, not embracing your wife, but lurking at my wall? Such peculiar interests you possess. Zhang Defu froze, abruptly looking up to see Li Weidong perched on the wall, draped in a tattered military coat that flapped in the wind. In his hand, he held the slender needle glinting ominously in the moonlight, his expression one of mockery. Those eyes held no warmth, as though gazing at a pig destined for slaughter. What a misunderstanding. Zhang Defu felt a sudden urge to relieve himself, his calves cramping. I was merely passing by. Just passing by. Passing by is splendid. Li Weidong flicked his wrist, the steel needle whizzing through the air, grazing the tip of Zhang Defu's ear before embedding itself into the bark of an old elm tree behind him, piercing deeply, its tip vibrating. In the future, be mindful of your path. Do not squeeze into narrow alleys. In the dark, should this needle stray and find your eye, it would not be a pleasant sight. Zhang Defu, terrified beyond measure, dared not even glance at the needle lodged in the tree, clutching his ears as he scrambled into the shadows of the alley, even losing a shoe in his frantic escape. Watching Zhang Defu flee in such disarray, Li Weidong slowly descended from the wall, retrieving the steel needle and wiping it on his clothing as if to cleanse it of non-existent blood. Brother, who was that? Li Weiguo approached, brandishing a large dagger, his face a mix of foolishness and ferocity. Just an old dog eager for meat, yet fearful of the beating. Li Weidong sheathed the needle, patting his elder brother's shoulder, his gaze directed towards the county town. Let us return to rest. We must gather our strength. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the city. There are debts owed to us that require collection. And regarding Lin Zioan from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, it is time to cast my net for her batch of flawed cloth. The night deepened. Li Weidong turned and re-entered the house, his silhouette growing ever more resolute against the swirling snow. The waters of the Hongxing Brigade had already stirred, and next, he would venture to Haishui County, to establish order among those self-righteous city dwellers. Chapter 35. 15 bolts of cloth net a profit of 350. This maneuver by Li Weidong directly ushered him into the realm of financial freedom. The 16th day of the 12th lunar month, in the depths of winter. The north wind howled mournfully like a forsaken ghost throughout the night, its sound echoing through the chimney. Li Weidong suddenly opened his eyes, and as the familiar dizziness faded from his mind, an old calendar, yellowed and frayed at the edges, flipped open of its own accord within his consciousness. Hualong calendar. Year 1960, December 16th. Favorable, travel, wealth acquisition, trade, land development. Unfavorable, bed installation, marriage, gossip. The previously obscure, small script at the bottom now appeared as vibrant as fresh blood from slaughtered pig, exuding an exhilarating sense of festivity that quickened the heartbeat. Good fortune at the hour of the snake beneath the blue curtain at the back door of the supply and marketing cooperative in Haishui County. Someone is anxiously waiting for you. It is a frightened quail. If you provide enough rice, she will bring you the grass from her nest. Great fortune at noon head west. The Hongxing coal mine in the neighboring Tailu city is bustling today. The coal miners, clutching warm tickets, are troubled by the lack of fabric to make new clothes for the new year. Go there. It is a field ripe for harvest. The grass stick that Li Weidong had not spit out the previous night twitched at the corner of his mouth, and a glimmer reminiscent of an old wolf spotting a lone lamb flickered in his eyes. Intriguing. Just yesterday, he had managed to subdue Lin Zioen, and today, this meat was delivered right to his lips. Furthermore, the news of the coal mine's activity was a divine blessing. It would be a shame not to seize this opportunity. He sprang up with agility akin to that of a raccoon, wrapping himself in a tattered military coat, frayed and revealing tufts of cotton. He tightened the hemp rope around his waist, instantly shedding his lethargy in favor of a decisive demeanor. Brother, rise. Li Weidong kicked his snoring brother, Li Weiguo, who groggily sat up, his bovine eyes still unfocused, instinctively reaching for a knife beneath his pillow. Is Lu Maisie here? Nonsense. Li Weidong rummaged through a chip cabinet and pulled out a patched old cloth bag, tucking it into his clothes. I want tea take you today. Guard the house. Remember, that large oil drum and the flour in the cellar. Do not let anyone in. If Lu Maisie dares to show himself, no need for words. Just splash him with boiling water and scald his skin. Li Weiguo, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, as if receiving an imperial decree. Rest assured, I'll keep watch by the stove. Whoever dares to touch our meat, I'll twist their head off and use it as a ball. Li Weidong ceased any further discussion, pushed open the door, and plunged into the biting cold wind. Haishui County, back alley of the supply and marketing cooperative. This area, perpetually shaded, seldom basked in sunlight. The snow had turned into a muddy slush, frozen hard, crunching underfoot. Lin Zioen huddled at the door of a storeroom marked no admittance. Dressed in a nondescript gray cotton coat and a shabby blue scarf that concealed her relatively pretty face. Her hands were tucked into her sleeves as she paced nervously, her gaze darting towards the alley entrance like a thief. Since being caught by Li Weidong regarding Zhao Gang's minor scandal, she had not slept a wink. Every time she closed her eyes, Li Weidong's half-smiling eyes seemed to hover above her like a dagger. Just as her anxiety reached a boiling point, a figure staggered into view at the alley's mouth, dressed in a tattered military coat, a dogskin hat perched atop his head, and a grass stick clenched between his teeth. His shoulders swayed with a nonchalant swagger. There was no mistaking it. Only Li Weidong could carry such an air. Lin Zioen's heart skipped a beat, yet inexplicably, she felt a sense of relief and hurriedly stepped forward, whispering, "Why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. What's the rush?" "It's my money, not your life," Li Weidong retorted, casting a sidelong glance at her, devoid of any tenderness. His icy gaze seemed to pierce through her thoughts. "Where is it?" Lin Zioen felt momentarily choked, but did not dare to protest. She swiftly turned and opened the heavy wooden door of the storeroom a crack. "It's inside. The director just approved it. It's considered processing material. No tickets required." Li Weidong sidled inside. The storeroom was dark, illuminated only by a few beams of light streaming through a high window, illuminating swirls of dust. In the corner, a dozen pieces of blue khaki fabric lay piled up. Li Weidong approached and touched them. The fabric felt substantial and tightly woven, clearly high-quality goods from a reputable factory. In these times, such fabric was considered hard currency, durable and resilient. A single outfit could last for years, making it a favorite among farmers and workers. Its only flaw was the dyeing process. Apparently, the dye had not been properly calibrated, resulting in uneven white streaks across the fabric, resembling a mangy dog. Yet to the urban dwellers, this was a defect. To the rural folk and coal miners, it was nothing. Wearable, warm, and sturdy. That was what mattered. "How many?" Li Weidong asked succinctly. "A total of 15 pieces, each 3 zhang long," Lin Zioen replied, extending 3 fingers, her voice trembling slightly. "The director said at a 3-fold discount. Each piece is 6 yuan. 6 yuan?" Li Weidong quickly calculated in his mind. In these times, the regular price for blue khaki fabric at the supply and marketing cooperative was 7 to 8 jiao per zhang, and fabric tickets were required. Each piece measured 3 zhang, equating to 30 zhang in total, normally costing over 20 yuan plus 30 zhang of fabric tickets. 6 yuan per piece was not a discount. It was practically a giveaway. It seemed the director of the supply and marketing cooperative had been pocketing a fair share, and this label of defective goods was likely a ruse to balance the books. Fine. Li Weidong said nothing further and directly reached into his clothes, in reality, from his spatial storage, pulling out a large wad of cash. He counted out 9 crisp 10 yuan bills, thought for a moment, then added another, slapping it into Lin Zion's hand. 90 yuan is the payment. The remaining 10 is your commission for running errands. Use it to buy some cream for your face. Don't go around looking like a beaten dog. Lin Zion stood there in shock, clutching the 10 yuan. 10 yuan. Her monthly wage as a temporary worker was only 18 yuan. Li Weidong had just casually bestowed upon her half a month's salary. This was too much. She couldn't accept it, though she verbally declined. Her grip on the money tightened. This is human nature. In the face of absolute benefits, all pride and dignity must take a back seat. Take it. Li Weidong had no time for her protests, waving his hand dismissively. Remember, this matter stays between us. If word gets out, Zhao Gang's affair will be plastered across the streets of the county by tomorrow. Lin Zion shivered at his words, nodding vigorously. Rest assured, I want to say a word, even if it kills me. Good. Now turn around and guard the door. Li Weidong dismissed her. And the moment Lin Zion turned her back, he waved his hand. With a mere thought, the heavy fabric vanished without a trace, instantly disappearing into the stillness of his spatial storage. When Lin Zion sensed something was amiss and turned back, the storeroom was empty, save for the dust that lay thick upon the ground. Her eyes nearly bulged out of her head, her mouth agape in disbelief. A dozen pieces of fabric, hundreds of pounds, had just vanished? Was Li Weidong performing some sort of magic trick, or was there a supernatural force at play? Li Weidong brushed the dust from his hands, observing Lin Zion's astonishment with a cryptic smile that hinted at unfathomable depths. Do not inquire into what should not be asked, nor look into what should not be seen. The more you know, the faster you perish. Understand? Lin Zion was so terrified she nearly knelt, nodding frantically. At this moment, Li Weidong appeared to her as a figure far more terrifying than the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, embodying both a dread of the unknown and a submission to strength. Upon exiting the county seat, Li Weidong did not return to Hongxing DUI. Following the guidance of the lunar calendar, he flagged down a large truck bound for the coal transportation in Zilla City. In these times, drivers often acted like lords, typically reluctant to pick up passengers. However, being a shrewd individual, Li Weidong handed the driver a significant bribe and offered a handful of roasted soybeans from his personal stash. The driver, grinning broadly, allowed him to climb into the truck bed without hesitation. The journey was bumpy, with the cold wind slicing through like a knife. By noon, they arrived in Zilla City. Unlike Haishui County, which was predominantly agrarian and drab, Zilla City was an industrial hub, its sky perpetually darkened by towering smokestacks. The air thick with the scent of coal dust. As Li Weidong disembarked, he tightened his coat, lowered his dogskin hat, revealing only his piercing eyes. He sought an abandoned alleyway, ensuring no one was around, and with a flick of his mind, conjured several bolts of blue canvas from his tattered bag. He did not take them all. He selected 3 for reconnaissance. At this hour, the entrance of the Hongxing coal mine was bustling with workers finishing their shifts. Thousands emerged, dressed in dark work attire and clutching aluminum lunchboxes, surging forth like a tide. Despite their grimy appearances, they exuded vitality, their voices loud, brandishing freshly received wages. With their backs straight, this was the chive field referred to in the intelligence reports. Li Weidong wisely avoided shouting at the entrance. That would be courting disaster, as the security guards were not to be trifled with. He slipped into a small grove behind the miners' housing area, which had organically evolved into a market for contraband. The black market. At this moment, a crowd was gathering, some selling eggs, others dried sweet potatoes, all discreetly, fearful of drawing attention. Li Weidong found a conspicuous tree stump and laid out one of the blue canvases. The vibrant hue stood out starkly against the drab surroundings, more conspicuous than a maiden's red undergarment. Before long, A group of just-off-work women surrounded him. "Young man, how much for this cloth?" One woman in work attire exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon touching the fabric, recognizing its quality. Li Weidong, undeterred, raised his stick and declared, "No tickets required. It's 1 yuan 50 per foot." The crowd gasped in unison. The supply and marketing cooperative only charges 7 or 8 dimes. This kid is greedy. Too expensive. What a robbery. How much does the supply and marketing cooperative charge? Li Weidong remained calm, slowly rolling up the fabric as if to leave. The cooperative is cheaper. But do you have tickets? This piece can make 2 adult outfits and a pair of pants for a child. Today, the mine issued bonuses. Why not seize the opportunity to outfit your men and children? Once this village is passed, this shop will be gone. This is genuine factory-made material. Aside from a slight color difference, it's superior to what the cooperative offers. This remark struck a chord with the crowd. "No tickets" was the collective lament of every household. Furthermore, the fabric was indeed sturdy, and the color variation would be unnoticeable in the coal mine. "Don't leave. I want 5 feet," one woman exclaimed, biting her lip as she pulled out a roll of warm bills from her pocket. "Give it to me." With one leading the charge, the business took off. "I want a whole outfit. I need a yard for my grandson's cotton pants." Li Weidong wasted no time. He drew out a finely crafted dagger, slicing through the fabric with ease, producing clean edges as though cut by a machine. This display intimidated a few local toughs who had been eyeing him with suspicion, causing them to retreat. In less than half an hour, he had sold all 3 pieces, leaving no scraps behind. Not greedy, he decided to leave while ahead. He retreated deeper into the grove, taking advantage of the cover to conjure 3 more pieces. After 3 such exchanges, he had sold all 15 pieces he had brought, stuffing his tattered bag full of scattered bills and coins. Finding an abandoned mine shaft, he squatted in a sheltered spot and began counting his earnings. His hands trembled, not only from the cold, but also from excitement. 1 yuan, 2 yuan, 5 yuan, 10 yuan. Ultimately, he had made 450 yuan. After subtracting the 100 yuan owed to Lin Zioen, including a hush fee, he netted a profit of 350 yuan. 350 yuan. In an era where a worker's monthly salary was 30 yuan and a pound of pork cost 78 cents, this was an astronomical sum. It represented an entire year's income for an ordinary worker. Li Weidong inhaled the cold, coal-laden air deeply, neatly stacking the thick wad of cash and placing it in the safest corner of his personal stash, next to 2 large yellow fish. This was the beginning of his primitive accumulation. With this money, his family would be regarded as invisible tycoons in the surrounding region. Figures like Lu Meizi and Zhang Ergata would soon be relegated to nothingness in his eyes. Yet, he remained grounded. He glanced down at his tattered military coat and his worn-out shoes exposing his toes, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Wealth must be concealed. This was an ironclad rule. In this world, the wealthier one became, the more one needed to act humble. Only by hiding oneself in the mud could one deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. As dusk approached, Li Weidong tucked his empty bag under his arm and strode purposefully towards Haishui County. It was time to return home. He wondered if his foolish elder brother had kept an eye on the oil barrel and what Zhang Ergata was up to. Li Weidong felt the dagger concealed within his clothes, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The 5 pounds of life-saving grain lost by the original owner, and that scheme needed to be settled. Now that he possessed the means, money, it was time to reclaim the debt with interest. The wind howled, whipping snowflakes against his face. Li Weidong faced the wind, his silhouette gradually disappearing into the vast twilight, resembling a lone wolf preparing to patrol its territory. Chapter 36. A Banquet of Betrayal? I shall force poison down the throat of my enemies. On the 16th of the 12th lunar month, the weather was so cold that even sparrows were reluctant to chirp. Just after noon, the rickety gate of the Li family courtyard was knocked upon with great fervor. Li Weidong sat cross-legged on the warm kong, a lit cigarette dangling from his lips, leisurely flipping through an old, tattered lunar calendar, the vermilion characters glaring ominously. Hualong calendar, 1960, December 16th. Good for marriage, breaking ground, slaughtering pigs. Bad for attending banquets, drinking. Ominous sign. At the hour of the monkey, a banquet of betrayal conceals daggers. The cup does not hold wine, but rather poison for the heart. Is a concoction prepared to ruin your reputation. Li Weidong tucked the cigarette behind his ear, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The door swung open, revealing Zhang Defu, the secretary of Hongqing DUI. Today, he was not wearing his shabby sheepskin coat, but instead donned a seemingly new Zhongshan suit, the buttons fastened tightly, his face wrinkled with a smile resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Weidong, still lounging on the Kong? Zhang Defu stepped inside, hands behind his back, surveying the room with his triangular eyes. Finally landing on the remnants of oil scraps on the stove, swallowing hard. Li Weidong remained seated, lazily clasping his hands together. Ah, secretary, what brings you here? All the pork in my house has been confiscated. If you're looking to extract more grease, you'll need to boil down my 100 or so pounds of meat. Is that how you see me? Zhang Defu remained unfazed, even taking the liberty to sit on the bench, declaring that today was a fortuitous occasion. The projection team from the commune had arrived, and they would be screening Daideo Zhan at the grain yard of the brigade headquarters that evening. He reflected on your recent commendable performance and elevated awareness, which had brought honor to the brigade. Therefore, he had reserved a prime seat for you at the film screening. Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he added, "There is another matter. The brigade warehouse is in need of a watchman, and the work points are substantial. Tonight, while we enjoy the film, we can finalize this arrangement." Li Weiguo, overhearing the mention of work points, widened his eyes in astonishment and was about to break into a foolish grin when Li Weidong shot him a warning glance. "Enjoy a drink?" Li Weidong observed Zhang Defu with a smirk. "Comrade secretary, our relationship has yet to reach the level of brotherhood." Zhang Defu rose, patting Li Weidong's knee, insisting that this was an opportunity not to be missed. "My nephew, Erga, will also be present. Let's have good chat," he instructed. "At the third watch of the day, I will be waiting for you in the backyard of the brigade headquarters. Do not be ungrateful." With that, the cunning old fox departed, humming a tune. Once he was gone, Li Weiguo fretted, "Second brother, that is the warehouse manager. A lucrative position. With this job, our family will. Why not go?" Li Weidong interjected, jumping from the Kong and slipping on his worn shoes, his previous nonchalance replaced with a steely glare. "Does he intend to lock me in the warehouse?" Li Weiguo scratched his head, uncertain. "Should we go?" "Of course. Why would we not?" Li Weidong retrieved the dagger he had purchased the previous day and tucked it into his waistband. He adjusted his collar, musing that the stage had been set, and it would be remiss not to perform a duet in response to the old man's efforts. He turned to Li Weiguo, his tone somber. "Brother, remember, tonight, we enter a den of tigers and dragons. Once we arrive, do not drink a drop of water. Just stand behind me like a guardian. If you see me drop my cup, regardless of who it is, seize them and strike with all your might." Li Baiwu Shivarat, not entirely grasping the concept of a hungman banquet, but understanding the directive to strike hard. He touched the new knife Li Weidong had given him, nodding resolutely, his eyes flashing with a fierce protectiveness. At the third watch, in the backyard of the brigade headquarters, a rectangular table was set up, adorned with 4 cold dishes, a plate of fried peanuts, a plate of pig ears, a plate of salted duck eggs, and a plate of smashed cucumbers. In the center, an unopened bottle of Fenjiu and several coarse porcelain bowls awaited. Zhang Defu occupied the main position, with a young man with a bandaged arm sitting beside him, his inept nephew, Zhang Erga, the very adversary who had previously set up a trap to swindle the original owner of 5 pounds of cornmeal. Upon seeing the brothers Li Weidong and Li Weiguo enter, Zhang Erga did not even lift his eyelids. Fiddling with a lighter that had been left behind by Lu Maji during a botched chicken theft at the Li household. "You're here? Seat?" Zhang Defu greeted warmly, even rising to pull out a chair for Li Weidong. Li Weidong plopped down casually, hands tucked into his sleeves, and crossed his legs. "Comrade secretary, is it just us here? The food looks quite hearty, but this wine, this is a true treasure I seldom indulge in." Zhang Defu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Erga, who promptly uncorked the bottle, releasing a rich aroma. He filled his own bowl first, then Zhang Defu's, and finally poured a generous serving for Li Weidong. "Weidong, in the past, there was some misunderstanding between you and Erga. Today's wine serves as an apology and a welcome." Zhang Defu raised his bowl, a knowing smile on his lips, suggesting that once this drink was consumed, they would be like family. "You will start your duties as the warehouse manager tomorrow." Li Weidong lifted the bowl to his nose, detecting a faint hint of bitter almond intertwined with the fine liquor. Had he not been well versed in such matters from past life, he might have missed it. This was laced with a potent sedative. Consuming it could mean missing the film entirely and waking up in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a circle of militia. This was a treacherous ploy. Since the secretary held him in such high regard, he resolved to drink in respect. Li Weidong flashed a bold smile and tilted the bowl back, downing it in one go. Zhang Defu and Zhang Erge exchanged glances, a glimmer of triumphant malice in their eyes. With a loud gulp, Li Weidong swallowed the entire bowl of liquor. Yet the moment the liquid touched his lips, he felt an invisible portal to the warehouse open within him. The drug-laced liquor vanished without a trace, absorbed into a still space, floating alongside 2 gold bars. Good wine. Li Weidong slammed the empty bowl on the table, wiping his mouth, his face flushing, his gaze becoming unfocused. Secretary, this wine is potent. That's splendid. More is better. Zhang Defu exclaimed joyously, quickly filling another bowl. Cool me. Let us double our good fortune. Li Weidong accepted without hesitation, consuming bowl after bowl until he had downed a staggering amount, 1.5 gin of liquor. Even the most seasoned drinker would find themselves under the table by now. Li Weidong lay sprawled on the table, mumbling incoherently. Secretary, why does the room seem to be spinning? Erge, why do you have 3 heads? Zhang Erge stood, a lewd grin plastered on his face. Uncle, this fool is as good as a dead pig. Should I gather the militia to catch him in the act? Not so fast. First, arrange him in a compromising position. Zhang Defu instructed, standing and brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. I'll make an appearance at the grain yard to oversee the screening. It will serve as my alibi. Ensure you handle this smoothly. With that, Zhang Defu hummed a tune as he left, casting a disdainful glance at Li Weiguo, who stood there looking lost, thinking to himself that this dim-witted giant posed no threat. Inside, only Zhang Erge, Li Weiguo, and the inebriated Li Weidong remained. Zhang Erge stepped forward, intending to slap Li Weidong's face, cursing, Bah, what are you? You dare challenge my uncle? Just as his hand was about to connect with Li Weidong's cheek, the seemingly motionless figure suddenly lifted his head. His eyes, once dulled by drink, now gleamed with a piercing clarity reminiscent of a wolf. Zhang Erge recoiled in shock, unable to utter the words, not drunk. Li Weidong acted swiftly. Remaining seated, he extended his right hand with lightning speed, a lethal precision honed through survival in the cutthroat world of commerce, and a skill forged for this very moment. With a sharp crack, Zhang Erge's wrist was seized in a vice-like grip, dislocating it with ease. Immediately, Li Weidong pressed Zhang Erge's head with his left hand and forcefully slammed it onto the table. Bang! Zhang Erge's face made intimate contact with a plate of smashed cucumbers, and blood gushed from his nose. Big brother, take care of him. At this moment, Li Weiguo finally realized that his younger brother was merely pretending. The fierce protective instinct surged within him, and he stepped forward, lifting Zhang Erge as if he were a mere chick. Just as Zhang Erge was about to scream in agony, Li Weidong stood up, brandishing a large ceramic bowl that he had somehow acquired. You wish to pour this down my throat? With a toothpick dangling from the corner of his mouth, Li Weidong's eyes sparkled with mockery. Since it's good liquor, let's not waste it. Brother Erge, you shall drink it for me. With a thought, a bottle of potent spirit materialized in the bowl, filled to the brim without spilling a drop. No. Zhang Erge's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight of the lethal liquor, struggling desperately. However, in the hands of a naturally strong Li Weiguo, his feeble attempts were akin to an ant shaking a tree. Li Weiguo firmly held his chin open, resembling someone administering medicine to livestock. Li Weidong, without further ado, poured the 1.5 gin of potent liquor down Zhang Erge's throat. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Erge was choked, tears and mucus streaming down his face. Wanted to vomit, but was silenced by Li Weiguo's hand over his mouth. In less than 3 minutes, the effects of the drug kicked in. Zhang Erge's face turned as red as a monkey's backside, his gaze became dazed, and his body began to slump like a rag doll. He uttered nonsensical words, his hands misbehaving as he tugged at his belt, his demeanor becoming utterly repugnant. This was a case of self-inflicted suffering, deserving of his fate. Li Weidong smashed the empty bowl onto the ground, shattering it to pieces. He straightened his clothes and patted Li Weiguo's shoulder. Brother, carry this fellow. Hasn't Secretary Zhang arranged the stage? The lead can change, but the show must go on. Where to? Li Weiguo asked in a deep voice. Where else? Li Weidong pushed open the back window, pointing to a solitary earthen house in the distance. That was the home of Lu Guafu, who was currently away at the threshing ground to watch a movie, providing the perfect opportunity to toss Zhang Gaga into the hay shed behind her house. Remember, pull his pants down halfway. We must do this properly. Outside, the wind howled eerily, akin to a wailing ghost. The Lee brothers, under the cover of night, carried the already dreaming Zhang Gaga, disappearing into the darkness. This feast of intrigue, who was truly setting it for whom, would ultimately depend on how this drama concluded. Chapter 37. Counterattack. Zhang Defu's plan fails, leading to his nephew's social downfall. The night in the Hongxing production brigade should have been silent, yet was shattered by the chaotic sounds of footsteps and the clanging of gongs. Catch the hooligan! Catch the hooligan! This piercing cry emanated from the direction of Lu Guafu's house at the eastern end of the village. Following closely, the gongs clanged loudly, causing the snow on the rooftops to tumble down. Lights in every household flickered on one after another. In those days, there was little entertainment. Aside from making effigies or eavesdropping, the announcement of a hooligan drew everyone from their beds, their spirits more vibrant than during the New Year's dumpling feast. As they threw on tattered cotton jackets, some even half-clothed, rushing outside, Zhang Defu led the charge, holding a still smoldering torch, his face adorned with a righteous expression, his steps brisk. Behind him followed Zhao Ergu and several militia members brandishing sticks and ropes, all exuding an air of intimidation, as if setting out to eradicate bandits. Zhang Defu felt exhilarated. He had just finished screening a film at the threshing ground, and, estimating that the drug's effects were about to kick in, swiftly headed toward Lu Guafu's home. If he could drag Li Weidong, that good-for-nothing, from Lu Guafu's bed, even if it were from a pile of firewood, there would be no way for the scoundrel to defend himself. In that case, not only could he rightfully confiscate those two deer, but he could also take the opportunity to seize the Leaf family's dilapidated cave dwellings, forcing them to live in a cattle shed. Quick, block both the front and back doors. Not even a fly should escape. Zhang Defu waved his hand grandly, taking on the demeanor of a commander. Who dares to engage in such disgraceful acts in our Hongxing brigade? I shall have their skin. Zhao Ergu, fueled by adrenaline, was eager to release the pent-up frustration from being held captive by Li Weidong previously. He kicked open the half-collapsed gate of Lu Guafu's yard, bellowing in a hoarse voice. Listen, anyone inside, confess and receive leniency. Resist and be harshly punished. Get out now. The yard was silent, save for a dog tied to the grinding stone barking furiously. The door to the shed where Lu Guafu stored fodder was ajar, emitting a series of sounds that would make anyone blush. No cat in heat could make such a ruckus. Well, there really is someone. Zhang Defu's eyes lit up with excitement, unable to contain himself as he turned to the increasingly gathered villagers, declaring, "Everyone, behold, this is the parasite of our brigade. Today, I shall uphold righteousness and show no mercy, regardless of who it is." The onlookers craned their necks, whispering among themselves, saliva flying. By the sound of it, someone is quite eager. Tisk, tisk, Lu Guafu's figure. Most would struggle to resist. Could it be that good-for-nothing from the Li family? That lad has been quite arrogant lately. Hearing the chatter, a smile nearly broke free from Zhang Defu's lips. He abruptly waved his hand. Ergu, charge in. Drag those two out. Zhao Ergu responded and led two militiamen, crashing through the already precarious wooden door. The torchlight instantaneously illuminated the dim, cramped fodder shed. Every gaze was fixated like nails piercing the scene. Amidst the chaotic hay, a man lay drooling, incoherently shouting, "Come on, come on," before Zhang Defu's smile could fully bloom. His triangular eyes widened in shock, nearly popping out of their sockets. That figure, the black birthmark on his back. How familiar it appeared. This. Zhao Ergu, holding the torch, trembled, nearly dropping on his foot. The familiar stench of liquor assaulted his senses. This is Gaga. At that moment, the man engaged in such outrageous behavior turned, momentarily blinded by the bright light. His face was as red as a monkey's backside, his eyes glazed over, drool hanging from the corners of his mouth, blood from the earlier scuffle still trickling from his nostrils. Upon seeing the crowd, he not only felt no fear, but grinned foolishly, his demeanor utterly repulsive. "Uncle, you can't play too." Boom! That single word, uncle, was like a thunderclap, exploding in Zhang Defu's mind. An eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Then, an eruption of suppressed laughter and whispers broke out, as someone could no longer contain themselves. "Oh my goodness! Isn't that Zhang Gaga, the secretary's nephew? Oh wow, this act of upholding justice against one's kin is quite the performance. The secretary truly embodies high moral standards. Zhang Gaga, who usually appeared dignified, was revealed to be so depraved behind closed doors. Can he really achieve such acts while hugging a wooden post? Zhang Defu's face transformed from red to white, ultimately turning as dark as soot. He felt a buzzing in his head, blood rushing to his temples, his legs growing weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. This script was all wrong. The one supposed to be lying there was that little rascal Li Weidong. How did it become Gaga instead, and in this state? At that moment, the curtain of the main house was lifted, and Lu Guafu rushed out with her hair disheveled, clutching a firewood stick in her hand. She wept and cursed. Which vile beast dares to intrude into my thatched hut? Though I am a widow, I am innocent. Those who bully orphans and widows shall meet their demise. Her outburst only added to the chaos. Zhang Defu trembled, pointing at the still grinning Zhang Erga, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word for an extended moment. Goodness, in the dead of night, our party secretary is putting on a show? A languid voice interjected unexpectedly from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see Li Weidong, hands shoved into the sleeves of his tattered military coat, still clutching an unlit dry grass stick in his mouth, while Li Weiguo, resembling a black iron tower, stood beside him, though the brothers were dressed in rags. They appeared particularly clean and sprightly at that moment. Li Weidong leisurely made his way through the crowd, observing the farcical scene in the thatched hut with exaggerated astonishment on his face. Oh, is that not Brother Erga? Did we not agree to accompany the secretary for drinks and a movie tonight? How did we end up in a widow's thatched hut? Quite the unique setting. He turned to the ashen-faced Zhang Defu, smacking his lips. Secretary, is this the righteousness you speak of, sacrificing kin for the greater good? Impressive. You are willing to air such family grievances. We in the entire brigade must learn from your awareness. This remark was akin to pouring salt into Zhang Defu's wounded heart. Zhang Defu glared at Li Weidong, his gaze sharp enough to kill, wishing he could stab him with 1,000 knives. Even he, despite his dullness, realized at this moment that he had been played. This rascal was not drunk at all. Moreover, he had poured the toxic liquor down Erga's throat. However, could he voice this? No. To admit it would mean acknowledging that he had plotted against his own comrades, a label that would spell the end of his tenure as secretary. Thus, he was left with a bitter loss, forced to swallow the bitter pill of humiliation. This was merely a misunderstanding. Zhang Defu ground his teeth and managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched jaws, claiming that Erga was merely drunk and had stumbled into the wrong door. What are you all staring at? Disperse. Get out of here. He charged forward and slapped the still grinning Zhang Erga across the face, the crisp sound echoing through the night. You imbecile, pull up your pants. What a disgrace. Zhang Erga was stunned by the blow, covering his face and bawling, his pants tangled around his ankles as several militia members awkwardly helped him up, his appearance more ludicrous than that of a circus monkey. Although the villagers were being ushered out, their smirks and hushed laughter felt like daggers, slicing into Zhang Defu's pride. On this night, the Zhang family's dignity had been thoroughly tossed into the cesspool. Li Weidong did not leave. He remained where he was, observing Zhang Defu's disheveled back, the grass stick at the corner of his mouth curling slightly upwards, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Brother, is this how it ends? Li Weiguo watched in astonishment, feeling a sense of vindication, yet still struggling to comprehend the situation. This is just the beginning. Li Weidong withdrew his hand from his sleeve, patting his brother's coarse hand, which had just grabbed Zhang Erga. Brother, remember, to deal with a wolf in human skin, merely breaking its legs is not enough. We must force it to peel off its own skin and trample it into the mud, so it loses the courage to look anyone in the eye again. He turned and surveyed the villagers reluctant to disperse, his voice laced with an unyielding fierceness. The Li family does not seek trouble, but we do not fear it either. Anyone who attempts to ensnare us must be prepared to fall into their own trap. The wind howled more fiercely, stirring up the snowflakes on the ground. Li Weidong tightened his coat collar and led his brother back home, their silhouettes elongated in the residual glow of the torches. No one dared to regard him as a mere trifler any longer. After this night, the skies over Hongxing Brigade had changed. Upon returning home, the dim lights still flickered in the dilapidated cave dwelling of the Li family. Li Dashan sat cross-legged on the Kong, with a polished earthen gun in front of him. Though he had not ventured outside, his old eyes were fixed on the window. Seeing both his sons return safely, the tension in his body finally relaxed. Was it handled? Li Dasan inquired simply, tapping his pipe bowl. Handled. Li Weidong took off his shoes and warmed his frozen hands by the stove. Knowing Zhang Defu had suffered a significant blow and would not dare to trouble them again anytime soon. That's good. Li Dasan nudda. Refraining from asking further about the unfortunate Zhang Erge. An old soldier who had survived on the battlefield understood well that mercy towards the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Li Weidong gazed at the flickering flames in the stove, his thoughts drifting towards tomorrow. Though the toxic fang of the Zhang family had been extracted, this was merely the first step. Their family now had grain and meat, but that was insufficient, far from enough. To establish a firm foundation in these turbulent times and to ensure a life of dignity for his family, they required more formidable assets. He reached into his pocket, feeling the wild ginseng he had hidden close to his body, along with the industrial blueprints he had retrieved from the recycling station. Tomorrow, another trip to the city is essential, Li Weidong murmured to himself. The fabric for Lin Zion's project needed to be harvested, and the books for Su Qing should also be dispatched. This game of chess had only just begun. Chapter 38. The dagger pierces the hardwood stake. Tomorrow, into the city to harvest from the supply and marketing cooperative and Zhang Erge. The night was thick and inky, the north wind howling through the chimney, causing the window paper to flap wildly. Inside, an oil lamp flickered with a tiny flame, casting a wobbly shadow of Li Weidong sitting at the edge of the calm. In the west room, Su Qing's shallow breaths were intermittent, indicating she was still sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, his elder brother Li Weiguo was fast asleep, snoring rhythmically like a bellows. Showing no concern about the dust raining down from the ceiling, Li Weidong was not asleep. He pulled out the red-painted wooden box he had salvaged from the recycling station. The two hefty yellow croakers and the few perilous industrial blueprints had long been tossed into the safest corner of his personal storage. Yet, he felt something was amiss with this box. His palm rubbed over the peeling red paint, his fingertips grazing the rough wood texture. The box appeared aged, crafted from camphor wood, and while devoid of intricate patterns, it felt substantial in his hand. Something was off, the weight was too much, even emptied of its contents. The wooden shell was excessively heavy. The corner of Li Weidong's mouth curled slightly as he produced the officer's dagger, which he had purchased from the old beggar for a hefty sum of 5 yuan. After 2 nights of meticulous care, the thick layer of red rust had been polished away. Under the dim light, the blade was not shining silver, but instead exuded a dark gray hue that absorbed light, resembling an ominous pool of stagnant water, cold and eerie, sending shivers down the spine. The tip was exceptionally thin and sharp. Li Weidong did not apply brute force. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the blade slipped into the seam at the bottom of the wooden box. A faint crack echoed in the quiet. The tightly woven grain of the camphor would prove fragile against the blood-drinking edge. With another twist of his wrist, the blade pried gently, causing what appeared to be a single piece to split, revealing a seam. The base was not a solid piece of wood, but rather 2 thin boards glued together, with a barely discernible layer in between. This craftsmanship, if not seen with a discerning eye, would remain a mystery, even if tossed into the fire. He pinched the edge of the baseboard with 2 fingers, exerting a slight force to peel off the top layer. There lay a square, thin object, as delicate as a cicada's wing, quietly nestled in the groove of the lower wooden board. It was not paper, but rather sheepskin, treated through a special tanning process. This sheepskin had been pressed to an extreme thinness, exhibiting a faint, withered yellow hue, and felt slick to the touch, imbued with a scent reminiscent of aged grease. Li Weidong did not rush to unfurl it. First, he tossed the wooden box aside, then carefully pinched a corner of the sheepskin, gradually spreading it flat upon the Kong mat. The sheepskin was merely the width of a palm, with intricate lines drawn using an exceedingly fine brush. Although the ink had faded somewhat, it remained distinctly legible. It was a map depicting not distant lands, but the terrain surrounding Haishui County. Winding curves represented rivers, among which a robust line denoted the Haishui River, while a thinner branch led into the deep mountains, precisely the direction they often hunted. Names of locations, inscribed in minuscule script, made Li Weidong's eyelids twitch. He was familiar with places like Laoing Ziwai, Yanwangbai, and Erdao Liangzi, Yet the routes marked on this map were far from the main paths frequented by local hunters, consisting instead of perilous trails that required climbing steep cliffs. Following the secret dotted line northward, it traversed Dao Liangzi, crossed the treacherous Gui Jianshou, and ultimately stopped in a valley surrounded by mountains. There, a minuscule red that was marked in vermilion. Beside the red, there were merely two characters, Feng Ko. Li Weidong squinted, gently tapping the red dot with his finger. Feng Ko. This area was considered taboo among local elders. It lay deep within the Daxing Ridge's foothills, where two knife-like peaks faced each other, leaving a narrow gap through which fierce winds howled year-round, said to deter even birds from passing through, with no one who ventured inside ever returning unscathed. This map was hidden with utmost secrecy and placed alongside the sheepskin, far from being a mere tourist guide. Bandits? Spies? Before liberation, this mountainous region was rife with outlaws. And although the military had conducted several purges, some may have evaded capture, hiding the treasures or arms they had plundered in these deep woods as a means for future resurgence. It could also have been a former spy contact point left over from the retreat. Regardless of its origin, the red dot undoubtedly represented a fortune capable of driving one to madness. It might be crates of precious goods or arms potent enough to upheave Haishui County. Li Weidong's throat tightened, and his heart quickened involuntarily. In these times, the timid starve while the bold thrive. If he could secure this stash, however, he swiftly suppressed this surge of excitement. He turned to gaze out at the pitch-black night. It was the 12th month, with heavy snow sealing the mountains. To say nothing of the mythical Feng Ko, even the current heir Dao Liangzi could freeze a person solid with a moment's inattention. If there were indeed something hidden there, it would not be easily obtained. One could only imagine how many traps and mechanisms surrounded it, or what ferocious beasts might guard it. Venturing out now would be akin to delivering a meal to the king of hell. Li Weidong was not the sort to recklessly pursue danger at the sight of meat. He believed that true skill lay in consuming one's meal and digesting it peacefully. Good things come to those who wait. Li Weidong muttered softly, flipping his palm, causing the sheepskin map to vanish instantly, securely resting in his personal storage. As long as it remained in his possession, it would not escape. When spring arrived, the snow melted, and he would venture to uncover what secrets Feng Ko truly held. With the map secured, sleep eluded Li Weidong. He decided to rise from the calm, once again gripping the officer's dagger in hand. The room was cramped, limiting his movement. So he donned a worn military coat, pushed open the door, and stepped into the yard. The cold outside was biting, breathing out could freeze on the spot. Yet Li Weidong seemed impervious, standing firmly with feet apart, the dark gray dagger in his hand carving strange arcs in the night. After days of nourishing himself with meat, combined with his deliberate training based on the combat techniques from his past life, this once frail body now felt like an inflated balloon, gradually bulging with strength. The sensation of power coursing through his muscle fibers intoxicated him. He practiced no flashy moves, only lethal techniques, thrusts, upward slashes, and reverse cuts. Each swing of the dagger emitted a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air. Suddenly, Li Weidong darted forward with the speed of a hunting cheetah, the dagger plunging unceremoniously into a hard wooden post piled in the corner of the yard. There was no resistance whatsoever. That sturdy elm post felt soft as butter before this dagger, forged in Fengtian. The blade sank halfway in, up to the guard. What a remarkable weapon! Li Weidong withdrew the dagger, gazing at the cold gleam of the blade, his confidence bolstered. This was the true instrument of a man. With his skill, this blade, and the supplies hoarded in his storage, it was high time for Haishui County to undergo a transformation. Brother, who are you causing trouble for at this late hour? A drowsy voice came from behind. Li Weiguo, draped in a shabby coat exposing cotton stuffing, stood at the door, rubbing his eyes, clearly awakened by the recent commotion. He looked at the figure standing in the yard with the dagger, first bewildered, then filled with an unmistakable admiration. Although he could not comprehend what his brother was practicing, he felt that the posture and aura were leagues beyond the village's boisterous militia leader, Zhao Ergu. Did I wake you? Li Weidong sheathed the dagger with swift precision. No, just needed to relieve myself. Li Weiguo chuckled foolishly, glancing at the wooden post that had been pierced through, retracting his neck. Brother, that dagger is incredibly fast. Just witnessing that earlier move made him dizzy. Fast is good. Li Weidong approached and patted his elder brother's broad shoulder. With speed, we can protect our family's meat, and no one will dare to bully us. Li Weiguo nodded solemnly, his honest demeanor appearing particularly genuine in the darkness. You're right, brother. Whoever dares to steal from our family, I'll take a stick to them. All right, finish up and hurry back to sleep. Li Weidong urged his foolish brother back inside. For the next morning, they would need to head into the city. Lin Zion from the supply and marketing cooperative owed their family money, and it was time to collect. Not to mention the mess left by Zhao Ergu that they had to check out. At the mention of going into the city, Li Weiguo's eyes lit up. Going to the city meant good food and new clothes. All right, I'll sleep right away. Tomorrow I'll pull the cart and let you ride. That night, tranquility returned to the Li family's dilapidated cave dwelling. Yet beneath this calm lay a surge of impending eruption. Li Weidong reclined back on the Kong, listening to his elder brother's renewed snoring, his palm tightening gently under the covers. Jean Defoe, that old fox, had suffered a silent loss this time and would surely not let it rest. Although Zhao, the one-eyed man, had fallen from grace, one must always remain cautious around such unscrupulous individuals when they went mad. Since you do not wish for me to live peacefully, I shall dismantle your bones first. As dawn began to break, Li Weidong opened his eyes punctually. The familiar dizziness flashed through his mind, and new pages of the imperial calendar turned in his consciousness. However, he did not rush to look. He kicked Li Weiguo, who was still dreaming of marrying a wife, awake. Get up. Time to work. Today is the day for harvesting. The flawed cloth from the supply and marketing cooperative, which did not require a ticket, and the aftermath left by Zhao Ergu were all awaiting his meticulous attention. Certainly, the most significant assets in his possession were the 2 large yellow fish and the treasure map, which provided him with the utmost confidence to navigate through this era of hunger and chaos. Li Weidong donned his military coat and placed his dogskin hat firmly upon his head, striding purposefully out of the door. His silhouette exuded a fierce determination to dominate this tumultuous world. Chapter 39. The veteran father unleashes his skills. The Li family army begins to take shape as the county town sees some reckoning. Stop. The 2 syllables halted Li Weidong's foot midair as he was about to step outside. The voice emanated from the column behind him, low and raspy, carrying an oppressive weight that sent chills down his spine. It was the unique aura of a seasoned soldier, usually concealed beneath the smoke of a pipe, now surfacing prominently. Li Weidong retracted his foot, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as he turned around. The room was dimly lit, the morning light yet to penetrate the papered window. Li Dasan sat cross-legged at the end of the column, his weathered face partially shrouded in shadow, but his eyes gleamed ominously, like a hawk stalking its prey in the depths of a forest. Father, the day has dawned. The fabric won't wait for anyone. Li Weidong had his hands tucked into his sleeves, leaning casually against the doorframe, exuding an air of nonchalance, though his eyes betrayed no impatience. He understood that when his father spoke at this hour, it was for a reason. The fabric will not escape, but if a life is lost, what would be exchanged for it? Li Dasan tapped his copper pipe against his palm, producing a sharp, resonant sound that seemed to solidify the air in the room. The old man shifted his rigid leg, leaning forward, replacing his previous languor with a tense readiness akin to facing a formidable foe. Last night, I pondered long. Jean Defoe is like a venomous snake. Retreating is not out of fear, but to gather enough venom to strike. Liu Meizi is akin to a mangy dog, forgetful of pain, destined to come back for more. And that one-eyed Zhao, Li Dasan scoffed, if the roots are not eradicated, the spring breeze will bring them back. Li Weidong raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. His father's instincts were sharper than those of the wolves in the mountains. Second son, your mind is sharp, and your heart is fierce. This is advantageous. However, in this world, intellect alone is insufficient. Li Dashan gestura towards Li Weiguo, who stood beside them with a simple-minded expression. The eldest has brute strength, but that is merely raw power. In a real encounter with someone seasoned in bloodshed, they could easily disarm him, likened to snapping a cucumber. Li Weiguo instinctively rubbed his sore elbow from last night's training, offering a foolish chuckle. Father, the few moves my second brother taught me, for eye gouging and groin kicking, are quite effective. Nonsense, Li Dasan retorted, spittle flying. That is the sort of thing used by ruffians in brawls. In a life-or-death struggle, will they allow you to close in? Will they grant you the chance to kick? The old man seized a jujube with stick, typically used to chase away chickens, and rose from the ground. All of you come to the yard. If I don't tighten your skins today, I fear you may return sideways. In the yard, the biting cold wind and the frozen snow crunched underfoot. A large yellow dog peered from a pile of firewood. Seeing the three men, it remained silent, tucking its tail and retreating, its eyes darting as if sensing the shift in atmosphere. Li Dasan stood in the center of the yard, a single hand resting on the stick, his stature erect like a flag planted on a battlefield. His remaining leg was slightly askew, not displaying any sign of despair, but rather enhancing his resilience and fortitude. Eldest son, you attack me with all your might. Li Dasan tilted his chin. Li Weiguo scratched his head, glancing at Li Weidong. What are you looking at the second for? I am your father. Attack when I say so. Use that strength of yours like a charging wild boar. Li Dasan's thunderous command reverberated through the air. Li Weiguo, startled by the roar, felt a surge of blind loyalty. He bellowed, akin to an out-of-control tank, charging toward his father. With this impact, not even the old man, but a mud wall could be toppled. Li Weidong squinted, refraining from intervening, eager to witness the hidden prowess of his father. As Li Weiguo's massive form was about to collide, Li Dasan moved, motionless as a mountain, swift as a hare. The old man's leg pivoted like an axis, his body sliding sideways with uncanny agility. The stick, which had been used for support, suddenly jabbed forward. Not to strike, but to prod. The stick's tip precisely jabbed at Li Weiguo's knee, at a point known as the Weizhong acupoint. With a thud, Li Weiguo fell to his knees without a sound, his hefty body collapsing like a limp shrimp, creating a sizable indentation in the snow. The momentum propelled him forward, and his face buried into the snow, tasting the icy shards. This maneuver, executed with finesse, was akin to using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Li Weidong's pupils contracted. This was not mere rural skill. It was a lethal technique honed from the depths of life and death encounters. Simple, direct, devoid of any embellishments. It aimed solely to take life. Get up. Li Dasan offered no leniency. The stick poised. If this were a dagger, you would have lost that leg. What good is raw muscle? It merely serves as a target. Li Weiguo spat out the snow, rising not in anger, but with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Father, that move was incredible. My leg went numb, and I could exert no strength. Remember, eldest, Li Dasan said, his tone stern yet instructive, your large frame is both an advantage and a disadvantage. In future encounters, do not charge in blindly. Learn to use your body as a wall, not as a battering ram. Once you are close, your shoulders, elbows, and even your backside can serve as hammers. Turning to Li Weidong, he instructed, second son, retrieve your knife. Without hesitation, Li Weidong produced the foamed Tian-made dagger. The dark gray blade glinted in the morning light, radiating an unsettling chill. Good weapon, Li Dasan remarked, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. This was once the bane of our Daidao team. However, this knife is short. It offers only slight advantages in close combat. What if you face longer weapons? What if you're surrounded by 2 or 3 adversaries? Li Weidong toyed with the dagger, countering, Father, what do you suggest? Employ the 3-3 formation, Li Dasan replied, articulating the classic infantry tactic of that era, the secret to their military's sweeping success. He drew 3 points in the snow, forming a triangle. You, eldest, represent 2 points. We need another. His gaze landed on Chun Gilin, who was peeking through the window. Eldest daughter-in-law, stop hiding. Come out. Startled, Chun Gilin hurriedly pulled back the curtain, emerging with a handful of freshly washed chopsticks, a look of panic on her face. Father, I'm going to cook. Cook nothing. Li Dashang gladat. From today onwards, you are also a weapon in this household. Dazed, Chun Gilin instinctively looked towards Li Weidong, who nodded encouragingly, a smile gracing his lips. Sister-in-law, if father instructs you to train, then train you shall. In this day and age, if a woman cannot be fierce, how will she protect her children? At the mention of children, Chun Gilin's demeanor shifted. The fiery spirit typical of a rural woman surged forth, dispelling her earlier hesitation. Father, how should I train? Do I need to kneel? Being pragmatic, she assumed it was another loyalty demonstration. Kneel for what? That is the act of servant. The Li family does not partake in such nonsense. Li Dasan pointed at the chopsticks in her hand. Use them as if they were daggers. If anyone intrudes while the second and eldest are absent, you guard that door. For the next half hour, the Li family's courtyard transformed into a training ground. Although Li Dashan struggled to move, his insight was sharp, dispensing invaluable wisdom with every word. He instructed Li Weiguo on how to leverage his physical advantages to shield Li Weidong, demonstrating how to block the enemy's retreat at the very moment Li Weidong struck. This encapsulated their simplified tactical duo. Eldest brother, you are the shield and also the wall that drives the enemy into a corner. You need not kill. Your task is to pin them down, to hold and pressure them. Second brother, you are the nail. The instant eldest brother pins them, your blade must strike at their vital points. The neck, the heart, the soft ribs. Aim for wherever they are vulnerable. Do not hesitate. This was not merely practice. It was an explicit rehearsal for slaughter. Li Weidong possessed remarkable insight, having previously engaged in such hunting tactics in the business world, albeit now with genuine weapons. After several collaborations with his elder brother, their synergy felt innate. Although Li Weiguo was slow-witted, he was resolute. He followed the younger brother's commands without question, executing precisely as directed. As for Chun Gilin, Li Dashan assigned her a simpler task, guarding the home. Eldest daughter-in-law, remember this. Li Dashan fixed his gaze on his daughter-in-law's eyes. From now on, during meals, you must eat an extra half of a steamed bun. Do not be stingy with the food. It is to build your strength. Should anyone dare to scale the wall and intrude, regardless of who they are, so long as they are not of our family, wield that fire poker, the kitchen knife, or boiling water, and strike them fiercely. Transform this yard into a cauldron that can scald the skin off a person. Chun Gilin felt a surge of adrenaline, her hands trembling not from fear, but from excitement. Since marrying into the Li family, she had never felt more like a warrior capable of holding her own. Father, understand, if anyone dares to lay a finger on Yaya, I will gouge their eyes out and use them as soup. Chun Gilin gritted her teeth, filled with determination. Witnessing this scene, Li Weidong felt an even greater sense of confidence. This was what he desired. Relying solely on himself would merely be the courage of a lone warrior. Only by arming the entire family and transforming them into a pack of ravenous wolves could the Li family truly establish their footing in this cannibalistic era. Enough, Li Dashan concluded, setting down the stick, a sheen of perspiration on his forehead. He took a breath, recognizing the importance of not overextending. Today, they would simply practice this coordination. Every morning henceforth, regardless of the weather, they would train for half an hour. The old man's gaze swept over his two sons, finally resting on Li Weidong, filled with a recognition and trust he had never bestowed before. Second brother, when you are out in the world, keep your wits about you, and do not hesitate to act decisively. But remember, this light in our home must be protected. Li Weidong nudda sulamli, sheathing his Fengtian-made dagger at his waist and tightening his tattered military coat once more. Do not worry, father. As long as I am here, this light shall not extinguish. He patted his elder brother's shoulder, a carefree smile returning to his face, though a glint of murderous intent lingered in his eyes. Brother, let us go. It is time to collect debts in the county town. Some scoundrels are getting too bold. We must loosen the soil for them. Li Weiguo Shuklad, no longer feeling the ache in his arm, seizing the handle of the cart, brimming with unspent energy. Right? Second brother, let us depart. The morning light broke through the clouds, illuminating the duo of brothers. Their silhouettes, one robust and the other lean, one simple and the other fierce, strode directly toward the chaotic town of Haishui. Behind them, the once derelict farmhouse now resembled a fortified bastion. A limping veteran stood guard at the entrance. A fierce woman wielded a fire poker at the stove, and even the large yellow dog stood tall, baring its fangs toward the outside. The Li family army began to reveal its sharp edges on this frigid morning. Chapter 40, A Dire Warning. The blind wolf leads its pack down the mountain, Weidong shouts. The battered wooden door of the Li family opened early, yet without a sound. Li Weidong stood bare-chested, clad only in a thin pair of coarse trousers. His bare feet planted on the stone slab in the yard, frozen solid like cast iron. He remained still, his arms forming a circle, knees slightly bent, spine straight as an arrow. This posture had been instilled by his father, Li Dashan, with a stick before their trip to the town. The previous day's excursion had successfully bolstered both the family's reputation and resources. That batch of flawed fabric had been sold, and the warmth of unity filled his pockets. Along with the token of allegiance, passed to him by Lin Zioen from the supply and marketing cooperative. Each item had been earned through life and courage. Yet, Li Weidong remained keenly aware of the reality. With increased wealth came increased envy. In these lean times, the family's portable warehouse was their trump card. But his own strength was the final barrier to safeguard it. The original owner's body was too worn, having been hollowed out by years of gambling and drinking. If confronted with a formidable opponent, relying solely on the Fontion dagger would likely lead to dismemberment before he even got close. A breath of mist, like a white ribbon, burst forth from Li Weidong's mouth and nose, exploding in the frigid air, forming a lingering white fog. It was cold, bitterly cold. The chill seeped through his pores, piercing his bones like countless steel needles. The warmth from his skin had long been whisked away by the wind, leaving behind purplish frostbite marks and subtly trembling muscle lines. Li Weidong gritted his teeth, the sound echoing in the silence. He did not seek warmth from the provisions in his portable warehouse, nor from the tattered military coat. He was enduring, testing the limits of his body, battling the remnants of lethargy still clinging to his bones. In his past life, he had survived the business world with intellect. In this life, amidst the wilderness, he required not only intellect, but also a body of iron and bronze. Second brother, what are you doing? Li Weiguo, wrapped in a too-short old cotton coat, grasped a freshly sharpened dagger, peering out from beneath the eaves. Watching his brother stand in the yard like a statue of ice, his bovine eyes filled with concern and confusion. To him, after earning so much money and feasting, life seemed exceedingly good. Why must he endure such hardship? No more chatter, Li Weidong replied, without lifting his eyelids, his voice cold and hard as if forged from stone. Have you practiced your bear hug? Have you completed 500 repetitions? Hearing this, Li Weiguo shrank his neck, not daring to retort, quickly turning around to crash into the old jujube tree in the yard. The impact was thunderous, causing snow to tumble from the branches. Not enough. Your strength has dissipated, Li Weidong called out, urging him to concentrate the energy in his core and strike with his entire back. Consider yourself a collapsing wall. Yes, Li Weiguo growled, his gaze sharpening as he charged into the tree trunk once more. In the yard, the only sound were the brothers' heavy breathing and the thudding impacts, creating an eerie atmosphere in the stillness of the morning. A window in the west room had been patched with an old newspaper, and at that moment, a corner of the paper fluttered, revealing a pair of cool, piercing eyes. Su Qing sat on the Kong, wrapped in a blanket, intently observing the man in the yard through the gap. That bare-chested silhouette was lean, yet not emaciated. Each muscle was taut against the extreme cold, resembling a bow drawn to its limit. As sweat emerged, it quickly froze into icy shards, clinging to his brows and lashes, making him appear as a solitary wolf emerging from the tundra. Su Qing's fingers clutched the blanket tightly. Was this truly the second-rate scoundrel whom the villagers reviled? Was this the same man who had once swaggered about with a grass stalk in his mouth, spouting foul language? She could not decipher him. The fierce determination he exhibited while treating her elder brother's leg the previous day lingered in her mind, as did his assertion that if a woman could not be fierce, she could not protect her children. As she observed him suffering in self-imposed torment amidst the wind and snow, Su Qing found her previously held pride as a city dweller to be utterly laughable. In an era where mere survival was a luxury, it was only such a man, merciless to himself, who could establish a foothold in this chaotic world and protect his family, even safeguarding her. An unprecedented sense of security, intertwined with an elusive sentiment, quietly cracked open a fissure within Su Qing's once frozen heart. Taking a deep breath, she drew the curtains, retrieving the book Shu Li Hua Zi Shui, Song Shu, from beneath her pillow. Utilizing the faint morning light, she turned to a page. Since that man was out there fighting for their survival, she too could not afford to be a mere burden. This book was the weapon he had given her, the only leverage she possessed in this household. Time passed slowly. Li Weidong felt his consciousness beginning to blur, an ominous sign of dangerously low body temperature. Yet he remained motionless, replaying the combat techniques from his past life in his mind, dissecting each point of force and every lethal move. At that moment, the yellowed old calendar in the depths of his mind suddenly began to flutter without warning. There was no sound, yet it sent a shiver through his soul. This was not the usual sluggish prompt. Instead, a crimson light, tinged with a scent of blood, abruptly filled his consciousness. The word xiangsha, 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 blared in vibrant red, as if freshly painted with blood. Li Weidong's eyes snapped open, his pupils constricting violently, the haze brought on by the cold instantaneously dissipating, replaced by a heart-stopping clarity and murderous intent. The writing on the calendar twisted and morphed before settling into a shocking line of small script. De Xiong, Qinsher, the white-haired wind in the depths of De Xingling, has cornered the wolf pack. These are not just a few solitary spirits. They are a premeditated army. The lead wolf is a one-eyed old beast. Having caught the scent of the blood from the pigsty of the Hongxing Brigade and the lingering grease from the Li family courtyard, they are ravenous and ready to descend. With the first course being the flesh of the Li family, a wolf pack, and they were coming for the Li family. The muscles at the corner of Li Weidong's mouth twitched slightly, and he spat out the frozen straw he had been chewing on. Gather, he silently urged. As warmth surged forth from his personal storage, the heat from the ginger syrup he had prepared earlier flooding through him. Though it couldn't be directly manifested, the heartfelt warmth restored sensation to his stiff limbs. He felt no panic. Instead, his eyes ignited with fervor. This was the thrill of a hunter spotting prime prey, as well as the rage of a protector witnessing an imminent threat to his wealth. Brother, stop, Li Weidong called out sharply, seizing the worn military coat resting on the grinding stone and wrapping it around himself with the agility of a poised predator. Li Weiguo, caught in the throes of practice, immediately halted upon hearing him, rushing over, sweat glistening on his forehead. What's wrong, second brother? We've only practiced 300 times. Stop it, we have trouble, Li Weidong replied, fastening his coat as he swiftly moved indoors. Wake father, and have him load the old musket with iron shot. Tell the saw to barricade all the doors and windows, boil a pot of scalding water, and anyone who dares to pry open a window should be doused mercilessly. Li Weiguo paused for a moment. Then a fierce glint appeared on his honest face as his hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his back. Second brother. Who is it? Is it that old dog, Jean Defoe again? Not human. Li Weidong stopped at the doorway, glancing back into the depths of the snow-covered mountains, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's a pack of beasts coming to feast on our household. Having entered the home, the malevolent aura emanating from him caused even the boiling kettle to bubble ominously. Everyone on guard. Prepare to slay wolves. With this command, the once tranquil Li family courtyard transformed into a fortified bastion. Veteran soldier Li Dashan sprang up from the Kong, his injured leg no hindrance. As he swiftly grabbed the old musket from the corner and began loading it with powder, his movements so practiced they dazzled the eye. Chun Gilin trembled in fear. But upon seeing her younger brother's grim countenance, she said nothing, swiftly gathering her sleeping child Yi and tucking her into the blanket. Before turning to stoke the fire in the kitchen, her usually meek expression was now filled with the ferocity of a mother wolf protecting her young. From behind the curtain, Su Qing listened to the commotion outside, her heart pounding like a drum. She was unaware of the specifics, but sensed that their home was once again on the brink of violence. The wind grew fiercer, whipping snow against the window panes like countless sharp claws. Beyond the tempest, pairs of green eyes were locked on this abode, lured by the scent of flesh. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 41. Slaying wolves to establish authority. The entire village watches as Yi faces the wolf corpses. The wind carried snowflakes relentlessly into their collars. The Li family courtyard lay in ominous silence. Only the wisp of warmth rising from the kitchen chimney, which was soon torn apart by the northern gale, broke the stillness. A howl echoed, not from deep in the mountains, but from the west of the village, no more than 2 miles distant. Instantly, every dog in the village erupted into chaos. Initially, the barking was frantic, but before long, the tone shifted, culminating in a short, piercing scream that came from Zhao Ergo's home. This beast knew how to pick soft targets. Li Weidong stood at the center of the courtyard, his bone knife pressed against his forearm, sharpening his focus. He remained still, ears perked, capturing every whisper in the wind. The red characters Xiong Sha burned faintly in his memory. This calamity could not be evaded. He had to brace himself. Father, did you hear that? Li Weidong asked, not turning around, his voice low and steady. Inside, Li Dashan sat cross-legged on the Kong, the old musket resting on his knees, its dark muzzle aimed at the door. The old man's bony finger rested lightly on the trigger guard. I heard it, Li Dasan replied hoarsely. There are no fewer than 10, and they are coming for our hearts and lungs. The big black dog from the Zhao family has likely met its end. Li Weidong skufa disdain fudi, spitting out the nearly chewed straw. Just then, the village gong rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Its sound was chaotic and uncoordinated, revealing the tremors of the person striking it. Then came Zhao Ergo's altered, frantic voice. Wolves. The wolves have come down the mountain. Quickly close the doors. Everyone back indoors. This cry was devoid of the authority expected from a militia commander, filled instead with a childlike wail. Accompanying it were the sounds of gun bolts being pulled. Yet the noise was abruptly cut short, stuck due to trembling hands that could not properly load the weapon. Pathetic. Li Weidong's eyelids did not flutter at this sorry display. Relying on such a character to protect the village would mean the entire populace would fall prey to wolves. Brother, Li Weidong called out. Li Weiwu, crouched against the west wall, gripped the dagger tightly, his body taut like a drawn bow. Though he trembled slightly, it was not from fear, but anticipation. An instinct to protect. Hearing his brother's call, the sturdy figure raised his head, responding with a simple, earnest, yes. Second brother, I'm here. If those beasts scale the wall, do not concern yourself with their heads or tails, stab them in the kidneys. They may have hard heads and iron bones, but once their waist is broken, they will be nothing but dead dogs. Understood. Li Weiguo nodded vigorously, his eyes wide and fixed on the earthen wall that stood less than 2 meters high. In the kitchen, Chun Gilin crouched by the stove, desperately covering Yiya's mouth with both hands, fearful that the child might cry out. The large iron pot was boiling, releasing bubbles and steam. Her waxy face was drenched in cold sweat, gripping a long-handled iron ladle, the veins on her hands bulging. Should anything dare to intrude through the broken wooden window, she would hurl that pot of boiling water, even at the cost of her own life, to protect Yiya from harm. In the west room, Su Qing sat huddled in the corner of the Kong, clutching the book's self-study series on mathematics, physics, and chemistry. She could clearly hear the commotion outside. This scene she had only ever encountered in books, and now she was caught in the midst of such chaos. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat, yet she remained silent and did not cry. Through a hole in the window paper, she gazed at the man standing on the grinding stone in the courtyard. His figure was not particularly robust, even somewhat gaunt, clad in a tattered military coat that appeared frail against the wind and snow. Yet this silhouette stood firm like an unyielding pillar. He was unperturbed. Even as the village descended into turmoil and the chilling howls drew nearer, he did not even shift his heels. This calmness was more reassuring than any soothing words. Su Qing took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Was this the source of his confidence? Was this what enabled him to slay wolves on Erdeo Liangzi and rescue lives in Qingyuan? Suddenly, the wind outside the courtyard ceased. The suffocating silence was more terrifying than the earlier clamor. It was here. Li Weidong's lips curled into a cold smile. His gaze locked onto the crooked, old jujube tree on the eastern wall. A foul stench wafted in with the wind, not from a pigsty, but from the wild beast itself. A faint rustling sound, almost imperceptible. Yet to Li Weidong, it was a harbinger of doom. Over the eastern wall, a massive head emerged without warning. Its gray fur was coated with ice shards. One ear was missing a chunk, a testament to past injuries. Particularly striking were its eyes, one glimmering with ferocity, the other a milky white, a haunting sight. This was the one-eyed alpha wolf. The old legends did not lie. This beast had indeed come to their doorstep. It did not rush to leap down, but instead perched on the wall, surveying the courtyard from above, its single eye greedily scanning every person, finally fixing on Li Weidong. It had caught the scent. This man exuded a murderous aura, along with an enticing smell of flesh that drove it wild. Soon, 2 more heads popped up beside the alpha wolf, 1 on each side. 3 in total, a family of elite predators here to feast. Li Weiguo let out a low growl, ready to charge forward. Don't move, Li Weidong barked, freezing his brother in place. This was the alpha wolf, cunning and shrewd. It was testing them. The first to act would reveal their fear. Li Weidong slowly withdrew his hand from his sleeve, the bone knife gleaming coldly in the moonlight. He regarded the one-eyed wolf, a reckless smile breaking across his face. I prepared a feast for you. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. The one-eyed wolf seemed to understand the provocation, emitting a low, thunderous growl. With that command, The two robust male wolves leaped off the wall with powerful hind legs, a rush of foul wind accompanying their attack aimed at Li Weidong's throat and lower body. Their movements were as swift as lightning. The battle erupted in that confined space. "Father, strike that one-eyed beast." As Li Weidong's shout echoed, he was already in motion. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a bold step toward the vicious wolf lunging at his throat. Was this a death wish? No. Just as the wolf's gaping maw was about to seize his neck, Li Weidong crouched low, slipping beneath the wolf's airborne belly. This was the softest part of the wolf, its fatal weakness. The bone knife plunged upward with force. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was muffled. Warm wolf blood erupted from the wound, splattering Li Weidong's face. He did not flinch. With a twist of his wrist, he stirred the blade within the wolf's belly and yanked it back. The wolf's entrails spilled onto the ground while it still hung in midair. Simultaneously, a burst of fire erupted at the window of the main room. Li Dasan's homemade gun fired. The one-eyed wolf, poised to pounce from the wall, had no time to react before being struck squarely by the shot. A chilling howl of agony filled the air. The wolf plummeted from the wall, half of its skull shattered, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. The remaining wolf, which had been targeting Li Weidong's lower body, was startled by this sudden turn of events, its movements faltering. That brief hesitation was enough. Li Weiguo, who had been biding his time at the wall's base, charged forward like a black iron tower. "Get out of my way." Without any fancy maneuvers, his 200-pound frame slammed into the wolf's midsection. The sound of breaking bones was crisp and clear. The wolf was sent flying, crashing against the wall, sliding down like a painting, its hindquarters limp on the ground. Unable to rise again, its spine was broken. In mere moments, 3 ferocious wolves had met their fates. One dead, one crippled, and one eviscerated. Li Weidong wiped the blood from his face, revealing a grin more ferocious than the wolf's. He brandished the still-dripping knife, advancing step by step toward the twitching one-eyed wolf on the ground. "See, I told you not to leave." He lifted his foot and savagely stomped on the mangled wolf's head, bringing down the knife to end its life completely. This was the fate of those who dared to prey on the Li family. The chilling sound carried an unsettling coldness. Su Qing, watching through the window, covered her mouth, her heart racing as if it might burst from her chest. So ruthless, so swift. This was the carefree rogue she had known. This was the man who only ever engaged in petty theft. He was clearly a beast in human guise. Yet strangely, as she looked at the man standing amidst the pool of blood, her initial fear slowly dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of security. In this predatory world, perhaps only such a beast could protect those around him. Li Weidong turned, his gaze sweeping over his panting brother and their father, who held the smoking gun at the window. "Are you all right?" "We're fine." "Second brother, that was exhilarating," Li Weiguo exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, realizing the strength of his own body as he had incapacitated a wolf merely by charging. Li Dasan remained silent, quietly reloading his weapon, his cloudy eyes gleaming with intensity. This battle had not only showcased the Li family's prowess, but also solidified the camaraderie within the Li family army. "Clean up," Li Weidong instructed, kicking the wolf's corpse aside. Though the pelt was tattered, it could still fetch some money. The meat, while sour, could be stewed to stave off hunger. He lifted his head, gazing toward the direction of the village. The barking of dogs had not ceased. In fact, it had grown even more chaotic. Clearly, besides the 3 elite wolves that had infiltrated, the pack outside continued to rampage. "Father, once the gunshot echoes, the entire village will be aware of our commotion." Li Weidong squinted, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. Since the situation has escalated, why not amplify it further? He knew that, after tonight, his status in the Hongxing Brigade would be unassailable. Even that Zhang Defu, who has always sought to provoke him, would likely be trembling with fear. "Brother, hang these 3 wolves from the old elm tree at the entrance of our courtyard." Li Weidong dragged his knife through the snow, displaying it for all to witness the fate of those who dare to enter the Li family's residence, be they wolf or man. This tactic serves as both a warning and a lesson. No, it is a lesson for men through the slaughter of wolves. The night's performance has only just begun. While chaos continued to reign in the village, the small Li courtyard had returned to an imposing silence. The 3 wolf carcasses swayed in the cold wind, blood dripping down, frozen into crimson icicles. Li Weidong stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the distant, panicking crowd. His mind was calculating another transaction. The Wolfpack's incursion would undoubtedly lead to livestock losses. By dawn, there would surely be wails of despair, and many would seek him out for assistance. Particularly the village secretary Zhang Defu, who was too scared to emerge from his home. This was an opportunity, a chance to seize complete control over the discourse within the Hongxing Brigade. We must not only have meat, but also wield influence. Li Weidong murmured to himself, his voice carried away by the wind, heard only by him. In this world, he who possesses strength and provisions reigns supreme. As dawn broke, the snowstorm finally subsided. The Hongxing Brigade resembled a recently awakened casualty, filled with cries of lament and curses. Yet, at the entrance of the Li family, beneath the old elm tree adorned with 3 dead wolves, a throng of villagers gathered in circles. Their gazes were filled with fear, envy, and above all, reverence. Li. This title, from this day forth, had been firmly established. The door creaked open. Li Weidong, draped in a tattered military coat, a fresh matchstick clenched between his lips, strode out leisurely. He observed the shivering villagers before him, including the pale-faced Zhang Defu lurking behind the crowd, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, secretary, up so early? Have you come to congratulate me?" Zhang Defu's aged face was a mottled purple. Initially, upon hearing the gunshot, he had thought that the Li family had been ravaged by wolves, and he could seize the opportunity to rescue class brothers under the guise of gathering the dead. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Beneath the old elm tree, the biting wind howled. The 3 wolf carcasses hung limply from the branches, akin to preserved meat for the new year. The center one, reputed to be the alpha wolf, had its skull blown apart. The left one was grotesquely twisted at an angle, a testament to sheer brute force. What truly made Zhang Defu's heart race, however, was the rightmost one. A slender line marked its neck, so fine that it was nearly imperceptible unless one drew close. Yet the blood flowed from that line, drain dry. A swift, precise kill, devoid of hesitation. "Secretary?" Li Weidong, hands tucked in his coat sleeves, collar raised to obscure half his face, queried, "Why the silence? Do you find my celebration too modest?" Zhang Defu cleared his throat, struggling to maintain his authoritative demeanor. "Weidong, did you do all this last night?" "Well, as could it be?" Li Weidong stepped forward, his grass shoes crunching in the snow. He casually gestured toward the wolf carcasses hanging from the tree. "Last night, these esteemed guests insisted on entering to offer their early New Year greetings. I figured, since our Hongxing Brigade is a place of etiquette, we cannot let our guests leave empty-handed. Thus, with my father's old musket, my brother's strength, and this foot knife in my hand, we managed to retain our guests." He spoke nonchalantly, yet every individual present had risen from the struggles of the dead. Who among them had not witnessed blood? It was precisely this understanding that sent chills down their spines. Zhao Ergo, Zhang Defu's sycophant, usually boastful in the village, now shrank back, yet felt compelled to defend his master. Summoning his courage, he crept forward and touched the throat-slit wolf carcass. Upon contact, his hand recoiled as if electrified. "My goodness," Zhao Ergo stammered, "Uncle, look at this cut. It severed the windpipe." This wolf didn't even have time to cry out. He glanced back at Li Weidong in terror. How swift must one's hand be? How ruthless their heart? This is no mere ruffian. This is clearly a butcher who kills without a second thought. The surrounding villagers gasped collectively. "I told you, that Li family boy is uncanny. Look at that knife skill. Clearly, he is a practiced master. How do we not see this before? He is no mere ruffian. He is a hidden talent. Look at Li Weiguo. He seems like a celestial being descended. The wolf's spine is broken." The tide of public opinion shifted instantaneously. Previously, they regarded the Li family with disdain, waiting for them to perish. Now, they looked upon them as guardians, fierce spirits. Who would dare provoke this family? At that moment, Li Dasan emerged, leaning on his cane. The old man appeared particularly vigorous today, standing tall, as if he were a military banner. "Secretary," he rasped, "the intrusion of these beasts into the village is a plague. Today, our Li family has eliminated this menace for the village. Does that not constitute a contribution to the brigade?" With these words, Zhang Defu found himself cornered. Initially, he intended to accuse the Li family of illicitly hunting collective property, but now, witnessing the scene and the approving murmurs around him, he realized that if he pressed charges, Not only would he fail to ensnare the Li family, but he would also dig his own grave. Naturally, Zhang Defu's face contorted into a grimace that resembled a laugh more than a smile, his heart bleeding. Uncle Das hand is still sharp. Brother Weidong is indeed a youthful hero. This is the honor of our Hongxing brigade. Turning back, I will have the accountant note your work points. The wolf pelts and meat, that is, he schemed, his eyes darting. 3 wolves. What a substantial bounty in these times. If only I could get this to the brigade headquarters. Li Weidong was not blind to the cunning thoughts of the old fox. With a sly grin, he suddenly turned, grasping the bloodied hand of Li Weiguo and raising it high. Villagers, his voice resonated, silencing the surrounding clamor. Look at my brother's hand. Observe this blood. Li Weidong's tone grew fervent. Last night, the wolf pack howled beyond our walls. Had it not been for my brother risking his life, we would be lying here today. This wolf meat was earned with our lives. Li Weiguo was taken aback by his brother's unexpected gesture, his honest, dark face betraying a sense of bewilderment. Yet, he could perceive the warmth emanating from his brother's palm, a surge of pride swelling within him, compelling him to stand tall. The surrounding villagers gazed at Li Weiguo, smeared with blood, most of which was that of a wolf, and recalled the terrifying howls from the previous night, their expressions shifting to a complex amalgam of admiration, sympathy, and envy. The eldest of the Li family was indeed a man of valor. This meat rightly belonged to them. Anyone who felt envious was devoid of conscience. Indeed, Zhang Zibu. After all, Li Weidong had risked his life. Could you really consider confiscating it? Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a wave of fervor. Zhang Defu's countenance darkened ominously. He realized that Li Weidong was not only ruthless in action, but also sharp in words. With just a few phrases, he had positioned himself on the moral high ground. If Zhang dared to utter a word about confiscation, he would certainly face dire consequences. No way, no way. Zhang Defu quickly waved his hands, cold sweat beading on his forehead, clarifying that although wolf meat was unpalatable, it was indeed a rarity. Since it was Li Weidong who had hunted it, it naturally belonged to the Li family. The brigade would never take from the community. His words were laced with gritted teeth. The village head was vexed. Li Weidong shuklad. His mischievous spirit resurfacing, yet he refrained from pushing his luck. Instead, he shifted the conversation, reminding everyone that they were, after all, from the same village. The wolf's howls had disturbed their sleep last night. He contemplated that the wolf, a fierce creature, posed a threat to their children. However, the wolf meat and entrails could be boiled into a hearty soup. Ergo, he suddenly called out to Zhao Ergu. Zhao Ergu, startled, stood at attention. Yes? Go. Take the smallest wolf down and deliver it to the educated youth station. Li Weidong waved his hand grandly, expressing his generosity. Those young city dwellers had it tough. Far from home, struggling to stay warm and fed. Though the wolf meat was tough, it would provide them with sustenance. A small token of goodwill from the poor and lower-middle farmers. This was a clever ploy to gain favor, ensuring the educated youth, despite their ineptitude in labor, would be loyal allies in shaping public sentiment. Moreover, Su Qing was listening from inside the house. This was a gesture meant for her eyes. Indeed, behind the paper of the broken window, Su Qing's silhouette stirred slightly. And these entrails, Li Weidong pointed to the colorful mass of wolf innards. Egu, make one more trip and deliver them to Grandpa Wang, the elderly man without family. In this bitter cold, a warm soup would do him good. If he were to perish from hunger, that would be a burden on our village head's conscience, wouldn't it? Zhang Defu's eyes twitched. This lad was exceedingly cunning. The wolf meat was the least desirable, sour and tough, something Li Weidong himself did not relish. Yet, he sent it as a favor, all while gaining a reputation for caring for the elderly and the educated youth. The most crucial aspect was that he had deftly placed the responsibility of caring for the elderly on Zhang Defu's shoulders. If something were to happen to Grandpa Wang, it would reflect poorly on the village head's leadership. Yet, he must grin and bear it. Good awareness. Zhang Defu forced a smile, clapping his hands. Weidong's thought process is commendable. Let's all take a page from this. Egu, hurry up. Zhao Ergu trudged away, burdened by the heavy wolf carcass and a string of foul-smelling entrails, glancing back with resentment, regretting ever joining this commotion. The remaining 2 wolves had the most succulent meat. Li Weidong, unrestrained, signaled to Li Weiguo, "Brother, take those two down and skin them for father. The wolf pelts are valuable. They can make him knee pads to ward off the cold from his aching joints." Li Weiguo nodded, promptly moving to untie the ropes with efficiency. This was genuine practicality. The wolf pelts could be sold, and although the meat was unpalatable, in these times having any meat was a blessing. Salted, it could last through the winter, or even sold on the black market, it would still hold value. Zhang Defu observed the two pristine wolf pelts, his greed evident, yet he dared not act. Despite Li Dasan's rustic gun not being aimed at him, its dark muzzle suggested it could unleash fire at any moment. Furthermore, he had seen Li Weidong's glimmering dagger earlier when Zhao Ergu examined the carcass. It was lethal. The Li family was now akin to a porcupine. Anyone who dared approach would face sharp consequences. All right, enough. Disperse. With the wolves dealt with, everyone should return to their tasks. Zhang Defu waved his hand, dismissing the crowd and retreating, shoulders slumped in defeat. This battle was a loss, and a more humiliating one than before. Previously, he had merely lost face. This time, he had lost all dignity. The entire village had witnessed how he, the village head, was bested by a mere scoundrel. Watching Zhang Defu's hunched figure retreat, Li Weidong's smile gradually faded, replaced by a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "Father, did you see?" Li Weidong lowered his voice, audible only to his family. "This is the way of the world. If you're like a sheep, wolves will devour you, and men will too. But if you become a tiger or a wolf, even the most savage of demons will show you respect." Li Dasan tapped his pipe, the remnants of dry tobacco long extinguished, leaving only ash. "Here, my boy." The old man gazed at his son's youthful face, filled with mixed emotions. "Your path is wild, yet it is a means of survival." However, this notoriety could attract unwanted attention. Today, Zhang Defu was humiliated. He must be seething with malice. "Let him be." Li Weiguo skillfully skinned the wolf while gruffly interjecting, "Brother, I noticed that old fool was trembling. If he dares to provoke us again, I won't need a knife. I'll crush his skull with this wolf's bones." Li Weidong patted his elder brother's broad back, feeling the strength akin to iron. "Brother, killing is a last resort." Li Weidong squinted, his gaze directed toward the county town. To instill fear in him, he must be made to fear from the depths of his being. Mere brute strength will not suffice. This is also necessary. He rubbed his fingers together, mimicking the motion of counting money. The 3 wolf pelts, in addition to the stockpiles in the cellar and the debts owed by Lin Zioen. It was time to make a significant move in the county town. Only with genuine hard currency in hand, with resources that would ignite envy throughout the county, would Zhang Defu, this local tyrant, kneel before him, stripped of the courage to even look up. "Let's go back home." Li Weidong turned. "Sister-in-law, boil some water. Today, we shan't eat wolf meat. It stinks. Cut the leftover roe deer meat from yesterday. Let us have a nice meal at noon to replenish our elder brother." Inside the house, Chun Gilin had already boiled the water, steam wafting through the door. She peered through the window at the trio in the courtyard, tears welling in her eyes. Life indeed held promise now. Meanwhile, in the west room, Su Qing gripped her algebra book tightly, listening to the commotion outside, her heart finally settling. This man could not only hunt wolves, but also manipulate the hearts of men, even if he was the most despicable rogue. As long as he could protect this little haven, he would be the king in this chaotic world. The sun rose higher, the snow reflecting a blinding light. The Li family's courtyard returned to tranquility, yet the atmosphere throughout the entire Hongxing brigade had shifted. Those who had come to witness the spectacle now tread lightly past the Li family's door. Though the ancient elm tree stood bare, it served as a reminder to all. Li Eryi was not to be trifled with. Li Weidong sat on the Kong, beginning to contemplate the list for his upcoming trip to the city. This time, he not only intended to collect debts, but also to prepare a grand gift for the cunning and sinister one-eyed Zhao, who had been lurking in the shadows. Since he had not perished in the jaws of the wolves, he might as well meet his end at the hands of men. It was time to tighten the net. The room was filled with the warmth of the burning coal, casting flickering shadows on Li Weidong's sharply defined face. As he sat on the Kong, his fingers caressed the luxuriously smooth gray fox fur, while his mind was preoccupied with the heap of debts in the county town. The old dog, One-Eyed Zhao, was resilient, but if he were allowed to remain alive after this venture into the county, then this second chance would have been in vain. Just as he was lost in thought, a deliberate, soft footstep echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by a few moderate knocks on the door. "Who is it?" Li Weiguo bellowed from the yard, still gripping the axe in his hand. "Weiguo, it's your Uncle Zhang," came the distinctive voice of Zhang Defu, though it was subdued. It still carried an unmistakable tone through the crack of the door. Li Weidong raised his eyelids and allowed a sly smile to curl at the corners of his lips. This old fox had arrived sooner than anticipated. "Brother, open the door." Li Weidong tucked the gray fox fur behind him into the tattered quilt, leisurely stepping down from the Kong, slipping on a pair of worn cloth shoes that exposed his toes, and straightening his military coat, which still bore the scent of wolf blood, a fitting aroma to ward off spirits. With a creak, the courtyard door swung open. Zhang Defu stood at the threshold, hands clasped behind his back, dressed not in his ostentatious sheepskin coat, but in a somewhat shabby Zhongshan suit, presenting a rather humble appearance of a public servant. However, the net bag he carried was conspicuously eye-catching. Inside were 2 parcels of red paper, clearly the lowest grade of brown sugar from the supply and marketing cooperative, along with 2 bottles of sweet potato liquor marked with red paper labels. This was a significant investment. "Ah, a rare guest." Li Weidong leaned against the doorframe, not making way, casually pulling out a stick of dry grass to nibble on, gazing at Zhang Defu with a bemused expression. "Has the secretary lost his way? The brigade headquarters is at the east end. This dilapidated temple of mine has no official seal for you." Zhang Defu's face creased as he forced a smile. "Weidong, why do you say such things? I pondered over last night's incident all night, and I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. You risked your life for our Hongxing brigade. As the secretary, is it not only right for me to come and pay my respects to the hero?" Without waiting for Li Weidong to respond, he sidled past Li Weiguo into the yard. Li Weiguo, still holding the axe, hesitated, glancing at his brother, and seeing that Li Weidong remained silent, he refrained from intervening, his stern gaze fixed on Zhang Defu's back. Upon entering the house, a lingering aroma of meat rushed to Zhang Defu's nostrils. His nose twitched, and his throat emitted a low rumble, clearly enticed by the scent. However, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly suppressed his greedy instincts, placing the net bag on the Kong table and adopting a demeanor of a benevolent elder. "Brother Dasha, are you still resting on the Kong?" Zhang Defu greeted Li Dashan, who sat cross-legged on the Kong, smoking a pipe. Li Dashan did not lift his eyelids, his copper pipe clinking against his shoe, producing a couple of sharp sounds as he replied nonchalantly, "My legs are not good. I fear the cold." "Secretary, please sit. We have no good tea, but we have plenty of boiled water." This remark was rather biting. In the past, Li Dashan would rise to offer his seat to the secretary. Yet this time, he did not even shift his position. This was confidence bestowed by the 3 wolves from last night. Chun Gilin entered with a chipped coarse porcelain bowl, pouring a cup of boiled water for Zhang Defu and nimbly retreating to the stove, her gaze occasionally flickering toward the 2 men. She had learned well, knowing who held the authority in the household. No matter how high the old secretary ranked, he could not surpass her brother-in-law, who provided meat for the family. Li Weidong plopped down on the edge of the Kong, unceremoniously shoving aside the 2 parcels of brown sugar, scoffing, "Brown sugar, a fine treat. I presume this requires a ticket? Secretary, have you exhausted our brigade's mobility tickets? How can I accept this? Isn't this akin to digging into the collective's resources?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Defu's hand, which was raised to drink, trembled violently, nearly spilling the water on his trousers. This boy's tongue was too sharp. Accusing him of pilfering from the collective could cost him his position as secretary. "Cough, cough. You shouldn't speak such blunt truths, my boy. This is money saved for my own household. It is for replenishing your strength. Seeing you fighting desperately against that pack of wolves last night, I felt pained." "That sounds good." Li Weidong tossed the brown sugar into Chun Gilin's arms. "Sister-in-law, put this away. Let Yaya have it to drink. The secretary dotes on children, and we must not undermine his kindness." Zhang Defu watched as the 2 parcels of brown sugar, which he had intended as a mere formality, were instantly confiscated, his lips twitching, feeling a pang in his heart. However, he had come with serious business today. Withholding this small sum would hinder his greater plans. "Weidong." Zhang Defu cleared his throat, leaning forward and lowering his voice. "About last night's incident, there has been quite a bit of discussion in the village. Everyone says you are now the second master of our Hongxing brigade, with more influence than I, the secretary. What do you think?" Here it came. The hidden dagger was revealed. This was a test, a form of pressure. if Li Weidong dared to climb the ranks, even displaying the slightest ambition. Zhang Defu could swiftly label him a troublemaker, a threat to unity. Li Weidong understood this game all too well. He was acutely aware of the mindset of these local tyrants. They were not afraid of greed or malice, only of defiance. As long as he continued to act like a foolish underachiever, they would be at ease. Secretary, you flatter me. Li Weidong leaned back, hands tucked into his sleeves, adopting a demeanor of a carefree rogue. Me? The second master? That is merely a raucous shout from the sidelines. I am but a trifling figure, merely wishing for a warm home with my wife and children. Oh wait, I have no wife. I simply desire a hearty meal and a couple of drinks. As for prestige, can it be eaten? Can be traded for pork? As he spoke, he deliberately sniffed audibly, embodying a grotesque image. Zhang Defu squinted his eyes, scrutinizing Li Weidong. Observing his greedy and lackluster demeanor, the weight in his heart lightened considerably. It seemed this fellow was still the same unremarkable character, merely cornered into a desperate situation. As long as he harbored no ambitions, things would be manageable. If he can think like this, then that is for the best. Zhang Defu resumed his authoritative posture, his tone softening considerably. However, you are now a hero of our brigade. In the future, when moving about the village, be mindful of your influence. Do not associate too closely with those underachievers. Instead, align more with the organization. Alignment is essential. Li Weidong chuckled, suddenly leaning forward, his wolf-like eyes fixed intently on Zhang Defu. Since the secretary has declared me a hero, may I make a small request of the organization? Zhang Defu's heart skipped a beat, instinctively retreating slightly. What request? Principles cannot be compromised. Not at all. We are highly aware. Li Weidong rubbed his hands together, a feigned look of bashfulness crossing his face. You know about my family's rations. My brother eats like 3 oxen. I was wondering, could we possibly raise 2 more chickens in our little plot? Just 2. The old hen lays eggs, which is a contribution to the nation. We cannot simply disregard that, can we? Zhang Defu nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. He initially thought this young man was asking for a significant position in the brigade, but it turned out to be merely for 2 chickens. This exemplifies a narrow-minded perspective. Ultimately, the mud remains mud, only able to see the tip of a chicken's tail. However, this matter is on the surface against the rules. Nowadays, there are regulations stating that each household can only raise up to 3 chickens. Exceeding that limit is deemed a capitalist tail that must be severed. Zhang Defu adopted a bureaucratic tone, his brows furrowed like a knot, stating, you know the policy. 3 is the limit. If I grant you an exception, the entire village will follow suit. That would create chaos, wouldn't it? Secretary, you are mistaken. Li Weidong's expression darkened, the playful demeanor vanishing. Am I raising them for myself? I do it for the village's 5 guarantee households. Last night, when that wolf meat was delivered, Old Man Wong was in tears. I thought, if he eats wolf meat one day and not the next, what will happen to his health? By raising a couple more chickens, I intend to provide eggs for the 5 guarantee households. This is a show of support for the military families and mutual assistance. What is this? Secretary, do you not support our village's 5 guarantee household efforts? This heavy accusation weighed more than the previous attempt to undermine him. Zhang Defu was left speechless. This young man was sharper than a monkey. This was not merely about raising chickens. He was using the 5 guarantee households as a shield. However, if this matter were to leak out and Zhang Defu refused, it would appear as though he was unsupportive of the 5 guarantee households, lacking in compassion. Moreover, it was only 2 chickens. Zhang Defu pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. It was not worth it to jeopardize his relationship with this fierce man who had just killed a wolf over 2 chickens. It would be better to do a favor, showcasing his compassion as the secretary. All right. Zhang Defu feigned a troubled sigh and waved his hand. Since you are doing it for Old Man Wong, this is for the collective. I approve this matter. If any higher authority comes to investigate later, I will take responsibility for you. But you must remember, do not be too ostentatious. Do not shout it from the rooftops. Got it. Secretary, you are indeed our beacon. Li Weidong immediately donned a fawning smile and pulled out a handful of roasted soybeans he had obtained from the county, placing them into Zhang Defu's hand. Here, Secretary, try these. They are excellent. Zhang Defu grasped the warm soybeans, feeling a sense of vanity satisfied by the flattery. He stood up, dusted off his trousers, and felt that this visit was not in vain. He had reprimanded Li Weidong, showcased his benevolence, and asserted his authority. All right, I have matters to attend to. I need to go to the brigade office for a meeting. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Defu strode out, turning back to remind, work hard. Do not bring trouble to the brigade. Take care. Sister-in-law, see the secretary off. Li Weidong stood at the door, his smile radiant like a sunflower. Once Zhang Defu's figure disappeared around the corner, Li Weidong's smile vanished without trace. He spat out the straw he had been chewing, his gaze deepening. Brother, are we just letting him go? Li Weiguo approached with an axe, his face filled with reluctance. That old man surely has ulterior motives. I noticed how he kept glancing towards our meat vat. What? Are we supposed to keep him here for dinner? Li Weidong patted his elder brother's sturdy arm and turned to walk inside. Brother, you do not understand. This is akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Li Weidong was acutely aware. Zhang Defu believed he was merely coveting 2 chickens, unaware that he was driving a nail. Once this door was opened, it would be Zhang Defu himself who violated the rules. If someone were to investigate later, it would serve as undeniable evidence of Zhang Defu's misconduct. Moreover, he had displayed in front of the entire village his ability to extract privileges from the secretary, which would entice more individuals to consider their own motives, gradually eroding Zhang Defu's once unassailable authority. This is what one calls a death by flattery. It elevates you to heights, making you believe you are invincible when you become complacent. The fall will be painful. More importantly, this acquisition was not merely 2 chickens, but a signal. In Hongxing Brigade, as long as one followed Li Weidong, they could obtain benefits that others could not. This was his groundwork for undermining the brigade office in the future. Father, keep the brown sugar for yourself. Li Weidong said to Li Dashan as he entered the house. Do not drink that sweet potato brew. It's low-grade alcohol mixed with water, harmful to your health. I will get you a proper bottle of Fenjiu from a county. Li Dashan tapped his pipe, glancing at his second son, a flicker of shrewdness flashing in his murky old eyes. You, my boy, are more cunning than a sieve. Zhang Defu is like a stubborn band-aid. Once stuck, it is hard to peel off. You have taken advantage this time, but he will surely seek compensation. Compensation? That depends on whether he has the ability, Li Weidong scoffed. By the time I return from the city, the sky over Haishui County will likely change. As Li Weidong reached the entrance of the West Room, he called through the curtain, Sue's hiking, tidy up. I am heading into the city soon. If you have any letters to send, I can help take them with me. Or do you want to come with me? There was a moment of silence from within the West Room before Su Qing's cool, slightly trembling voice replied, No, just buy me 2 pencils. Li Weidong raised an eyebrow, impressed by her composure. He did not say more and returned to the main room to begin packing. The 2 beautifully preserved gray fox pelts and the wild ginseng he had obtained from the underworld were carefully wrapped in oil paper and tucked close to his chest. This trip to the city was not solely for disposing of stolen goods. The lead from the scrap station and that woman named Lin Zion from the supply and marketing cooperative were all pieces on his chessboard. Brother, let us get the cart. Li Weidong pulled his dogskin hat over his head, his swagger returning. Today we are heading to the county for something big. In the biting wind and snow, Li Weiguo whistled, and the skinny donkey pulling the cart once again creaked as it exited the Li family's big door. This time, the car tracks were deeper. Li Weidong's half-squinted eyes burned with a fierceness fiercer than the wolf pack from last night. The one-eyed Zhao Zhang Erga, and the injustices of this world awaited him to slice through them with the knife in his hand. It was time to cast a net. Moreover, loading gunpowder and packing sand was an arduous task. After firing a single shot, one had to rest for a considerable time. In moments of dire necessity, such a firearm was no more than a mere torch stick. Besides, venturing into the city with a rustic musket invited swift apprehension by the vigilant red armbands. What was truly required was a weapon both silent and lethal, capable of rapid successive shots in critical moments, namely, a bow and arrow. In contemporary rural life, it was commonplace for children to fashion bows from willow branches and shoot sparrows without anyone deeming these as regulated arms. Yet, if a bow were crafted sturdier and paired with specially made arrowheads, its lethality within 30 meters would rival that of the musket. Crafting arrowheads was straightforward. Later, one could procure scrap steel from the city's recycling station and fashion them with ease. However, the feathers for the arrows demanded meticulous selection. Without fine plumage, the arrows would flutter erratically like drunken wanderers, utterly lacking precision. As Li Weidong pondered this, The yellowed old imperial calendar in the depths of his mind seemed to resonate with his thoughts. The previously obscure small script suddenly became lucid at the hour of sea. In the fold called Wyoming Valley ahead, several gluttonous long-tailed pheasants forage on the leeward side, their tail feathers resilient and upright, the finest material for arrow fletching. Obtaining them would require no great effort. A faint smile curled the withered reed lodged between Li Weidong's lips, a glimmer of keen insight flickering in his eyes. "Brother, stop a moment," he said, gently kicking the rump of Li Weiguo, who was busily pulling the cart. Li Weiguo reacted swiftly, pulling the reins taut. The lean donkey exhaled white vapor, its hooves slipping twice on the snow before begrudgingly halting. "What is wrong, second brother? Need to relieve yourself?" "Almost." Li Weidong leapt down nimbly, stretching his stiff waist, and pointed to a narrow, snow-covered path by the roadside. "I'll scout the ditch over there. You stay here and guard the cart. Remember, ignore anyone who tries to engage you, and keep your eyes wide open on what's in the cart." The cart contained several gray fox pelts and wild ginseng, all securely covered with tattered wood and burlap sacks. Precious commodities and the Li family's capital for a prosperous year. Not to be lost under any circumstance. That way, Li Weiguo craned his neck to glance at the sinister ravine, shrinking back. "Second brother, isn't that the wild ditch near the mass grave? I heard there is a yellow immortal there. Yellow immortal in the dead of winter? It'd be frozen solid by now." Li Weidong scoffed, tightening the hemp rope around his waist. "I'm going to fetch some wild pheasant feathers and make you something interesting. If I don't return within half an hour. Don't come looking, just wait here till I'm back." "All right, be careful, second brother," Li Weiguo chuckled, gripping the whip firmly and leaning against the cart's shafts. Without further ado, Li Weidong plunged into the narrow path strewn with dead grass and snow. Beyond the trees, the howling wind was muffled by the dense branches, yet the air remained chilling. His pace was slow but steady. Each step left a clear imprint in the snow without producing much noise. These were techniques he had learned only the previous night from the old man in the yard, still unfamiliar but highly effective for stealth. Wyoming Valley was essentially a fold between two mountains seldom visited, with wild grass taller than a man. The heavy snow had flattened the grass, opening up the view considerably. Li Weidong halted, holding his breath, pressing his body against an ancient crooked willow tree. His eyes scanned the leeward thicket ahead. There they were, beneath a cluster of crimson wild jujube trees. Several colorful shadows swayed, the long-tailed pheasants. These creatures were strikingly handsome, their vibrant plumage stark against the grayish winter landscape. The male boasted a crest of golden feathers atop his head, a shining purple collar around his neck, and an array of multicolored feathers draped over his body. Most conspicuous were his long tail feathers, nearly 2 feet in length, adorned with horizontal bands of dark brown, a perfect choice for arrow fletching, ensuring unwavering flight, impervious to the wind. There were 3 in total. 1 male stood sentinel, raising his head and turning it vigilantly, while 2 females pecked at wild jujubes scattered on the snow. Approximately 30 meters away, Li Weidong narrowed his eyes and slowly reached toward his waist, not for a blade, but into an invisible personal cache. With a subtle thought, 3 smooth, egg-sized river stones appeared in his hand, perfectly rounded and weighty, ideal for use as concealed projectiles. Having feasted well these days, the frailty within his body had diminished considerably. Though not yet restored to his former peak, striking a stationary target at 30 meters was no challenge. Speed was paramount, however. Pheasants were exceedingly alert. Once startled, their swift flight rivaled that of rabbits, disappearing into the woods like shadows. Li Weidong inhaled deeply, allowing the cold air to circulate within his lungs, steadying his heartbeat to a calm rhythm. His gaze locked onto the vigilant male pheasant. With a sharp flick of his arm, a faint breeze whispered as the first stone shot forth, tracing a straight path toward the pheasant's head. Without pause, his wrist twisted, sending the second stone hurtling immediately after, an execution of rapid consecutive shots. A crisp, satisfying crack echoed. The male pheasant froze instantly, collapsing rigidly onto the snow, its splendid tail feathers fluttering once before lying still. The startled females flapped their wings, preparing to flee. Crack! The second stone struck one female at the base of her wing. A pained squawk erupted as she staggered, flapping helplessly in the snow, unable to take flight. The third female reacted quickest, darting into the nearby dry grass, leaving only a fleeting silhouette behind. Li Weidong refrained from pursuit, the reed between his lips tilting upward in satisfaction. This was sufficient. He lingered briefly, ensuring no other movement disturbed the silence before emerging leisurely from behind a tree. This was not mere hunting. It was a test of his body's coordination and the ruthless vigor emanating from his very bones. His recovery seemed promising. Approaching the unfortunate male pheasant, Li Weidong bent down and lifted it. The bird weighed a solid 4 to 5 jin, plump enough for his sister-in-law to stew a hearty soup. The long-tail feathers were indeed exquisite, hard and resilient to the touch. Without hesitation, he grasped and plucked the longest, straightest feathers with deft fingers, murmuring an apology to the fallen creature. Swiftly, he tidied the remaining plumage and, along with the injured female, still struggling, stored everything into his personal cache. Living beings placed within this space perished instantly, sparing even the struggle, a perfect means to conceal contraband. Clutching the fine pheasant feathers, Li Weidong's mind began calculating anew. The arrow shafts could be fashioned from bamboo or the sturdy red willow branches nearby, both readily available. As for the arrowheads, he recalled the scrap iron and the pickled vegetables simmering on the stove of the one-eyed old man at the recycling station. If one could procure a few slender steel rods, sharpen them, and carve a blood channel, then apply some substance within that channel, Li Weidong's eyes flickered momentarily. Such insidious tactics, if discovered by the upright veteran Li Dasan, would likely provoke a violent reaction. However, in this world, to survive longer and protect one's family, one must possess a heart that can be ruthless. The one-eyed Zhao, that old dog, having survived the wolf's jaws, would eventually come knocking. Rather than waiting for him to strike unexpectedly, it would be wiser to prepare a grand gift in advance, a gift that could silence him from several dozen meters away. Having tidied up, Li Weidong kicked a bit of snow with his toe, erasing the bloodstains and footprints from the ground before turning back. This trip, originally meant to procure game for the sacrificial feast, had unexpectedly solidified his resolve to engage in an arms race. Upon returning to the roadside, he found his elder brother Li Weiguo still standing there, a thin layer of snowflakes resting upon him, his posture unchanged. Upon seeing his younger brother return, a smile broke across Li Weiguo's face, stiffened by the cold, and he strode forward. "Second brother, how did it go? Did you encounter anything unsavory?" Li Weidong waved the colorful feathers of a pheasant before Li Weiguo's eyes, offering no explanation for their purpose, merely smiling. "What unsavory things could I have encountered? I merely plucked a few feathers from those wild chickens." Li Weiguo stared at the vibrant plumage, somewhat bewildered. "Is that all? Can these feathers be eaten?" "Eat? Nonsense. These are for ensuring our family's safety in the future." Li Weidong tucked the feathers close to his body, leapt onto the cart's yoke, and from an unknown source, produced a warm roasted sweet potato, specially baked by his sister-in-law before he left, still steaming in his hand. "Here, hold this to warm your hands. Eat as we go." Li Weiguo accepted the sweet potato, fumbling with it, a goofy smile spreading across his face. "Second brother, you're incredible. How is this sweet potato still so hot?" "Because your second brother's heart is warm." Li Weidong refrained from elaborating, slipping his hands back into his sleeves, his gaze directed toward the distant gray silhouette of the county town. There, he had people he must meet and debts to settle. "Brother, let us get moving. We need to pay a visit to Miss Lin and retrieve our new clothes for the new year." The donkey cart resumed its journey, creaking as it traversed the snow-covered terrain. Leaning against the cart, Li Weidong gently stroked the cold blade of the dagger hidden within his sleeve. He had secured the arrow feathers. Next, it was time to find a bow in the county town. Chapter 45. Li Weidong sets a trap for a counterattack. The game begins. The two frozen wooden wheels of the donkey cart squeaked loudly as they carved deep ruts into the hard-packed snowy road. Li Weidong sat on the yoke, most of his body enveloped in an old military coat, his hands busy. He held the tail, feathers, plucked from the wild chicken, carefully scraping the oil from the quills with the back of a dagger made in Fengtian. "Second brother, do you really think these wild chicken feathers can be made into arrows?" Li Weiguo cracked the whip with a flourish, urging the thin donkey to quicken its pace. Although he didn't understand what his brother was doing, he had faith in his ability to conjure wonders. Arrow feathers are the soul of the arrow. Li Weidong did not look up, his grass stalk bobbing as he spoke. "Without these feathers, An arrow shot will be as aimless as a drunken man, likely to strike anyone. With these, one can hit the mark. He currently possessed no proper bow. Earlier in the woods, he had casually cut a flexible red willow branch, warmed its ends over fire, bent it into a crescent shape, and tied it with a piece of cow tendon he had saved from slaughtering a pig, originally intended for his sister-in-law to use in making shoe soles. Now it proved useful. This makeshift bow was quite rudimentary, boasting only about 20 pounds of draw weight, and its arrows were merely sharpened sticks, looking no different from children's toys except for the hardened arrowhead. Yet Li Weidong understood that within 5 paces, if aimed correctly, it could incapacitate a person. Just then, as he continued scraping the feathers, a sudden sensation washed over him. It was a prickling awareness, a sense of being watched, emanating from the direction of the overgrown graveyard. The stillness of the air indicated that it was not a natural disaster, but rather the threat of human malice. He squinted, discreetly scanning the left rear side where a patch of half-human-high, dead grass swayed. The desolate scene appeared devoid of life, save for a few snow-laden grave mounds. However, Li Weidong's keen eyes caught an incongruous color nestled behind a cluster of withered thorn bushes, a patch of fabric, a grayish blue, identical to the tattered cotton pants of Lu Meizi. This persistent nuisance was indeed haunting him. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Li Weidong's mouth as he swiftly concealed the dagger in his sleeve and tucked the simple red willow bow and 2 wooden arrows into the warmth of his coat against his ribcage. "Brother, stop." Suddenly, Li Weidong clutched his stomach, having rushed his breakfast of sweet potato porridge, feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Li Weiguo promptly reined in the donkey. "What's wrong? Did you catch a chill in your stomach? I have hot water." "No need. It's just an urgent call of nature." Li Weidong waved his hand, clumsily leaping down from the cart, but stumbled as his feet hit the ground, causing him to tumble into a snowbank by the roadside. "Second brother." Li Weiguo gasped in shock, tossing the whip aside, ready to jump down. "Don't move. Watch the cart." Li Weidong called out from the snowbank, his voice slightly trembling. "I'm fine, just took a spill. Keep an eye on things. Don't let anyone sneak up on us." Li Weiguo obediently stayed put, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Ha ha ha, let us see where you run this time." A grating, sinister laugh erupted from the dead grass. 3 figures, bundled tightly against the cold, sprang forth, with Lu Meizi leading the charge. This fool, having been terrified by Li Weidong's axe last time, was now consumed by jealousy at the sight of the Li family feasting. He had gathered 2 local ruffians, trailing Li Weidong, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Seeing Li Weidong tumble into the snow, Lu Meizi felt as if the heavens had handed him a gift. Brandishing a kitchen knife, a greedy expression plastered across his face, he shouted, "Brothers, go. Block that big fool, this one is mine. Today, we'll not only rob the goods in the cart, but also make him bleed, so he knows the wrath of Ma Wanjai." The 2 ruffians charged toward the donkey cart, brandishing wooden clubs, attempting to surround Li Weiguo, while Lu Meizi approached the snowbank, knife raised, ready to strike down upon the prone Li Weidong. "Lier, your day has come. Hand over all your money." The knife glimmered ominously in the gray light, mere inches from Li Weidong's back. Just as Lu Meizi envisioned his victory, Li Weidong, still on the ground, suddenly moved. He had not been knocked out. His position was that of a tightly drawn bow, ready to unleash its power. With a swift motion, Li Weidong flipped over, agile as a hunting weasel. Propped up by his waist and abdomen, the hidden red willow bough sprang into tension. A faint twang echoed, mostly drowned out by the howling wind and falling snow. There was no need for aim. At such a close distance, he could even smell the stale tobacco on Lu Meizi's breath. Lu Meizi suddenly felt his vision blur for a moment. Before the kitchen knife in his hand could descend, an excruciating pain pierced through the root of his thigh. A blood-curdling scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberated across the wilderness. The crude wooden arrow, hardened by fire and charcoal, propelled with the force of a close-range shot within 5 steps, pierced straight through Lu Meizi's cotton trousers and deeply embedded itself into the muscle of his thigh, penetrating about an inch. The kitchen knife in Lu Meizi's hand clattered to the ground. Gripping his thigh, he writhed frantically in the snow, his agonized cries shaking the snow accumulated on the treetops, causing it to fall in cascades. Nearby, 2 petty thugs preparing to ambush Li Weiguo were stunned by the sudden turn of events. Turning back, they saw the once imposing Lu Meizi now sprawled in a pool of blood, while Li Erlozi, who had fallen earlier, knelt coldly in the snow, already knocking a second arrow. The arrow tip was unflinchingly aimed at the two men's foreheads. Li Weidong still had a blade of grass in his mouth and wore a rogue-esque smirk, one that made one want to punch him. Yet his eyes held no mirth, only icy steel. "You run fast," he said leisurely, rising to his feet, the arrow tip shifting in tandem with the movements of the two men. "Let us see whose speed wins, your legs or what I hold in my hand." The two thugs, unaccustomed to such a formidable display, were merely following Lu Meizi for easy pickings. They were used to bullying the honest folk, but when faced with a deadly opponent, their calves cramped instantly. "It's a misunderstanding, sir. We were just passing by," one cried, tossing down his wooden club and fleeing at a speed surpassing that of a rabbit. The other, seeing his companion flee, abandoned Lu Meizi without hesitation, scrambling into a chaotic graveyard, losing a shoe in the process but not daring to glance back. In the blink of an eye, the once menacing gang had vanished, leaving only the wailing Lu Meizi on the ground. Only then did Li Weiguo fully register what had transpired. The moment was too swift. He had just clenched his fist, ready to strike, when the fight abruptly ended. Relief at his brother's safety instantly morphed into fury. Leaping down from the cart, his massive frame landed with a tremor that shook the ground thrice. Striding to Lu Meizi, Li Weiguo seized his collar with a palm as broad as a fan. "How dare you lay a hand on my brother? I'll kill you." His eyes bloodshot, the gentle farmer's demeanor vanished entirely. He raised his fist, aiming to crush Lu Meizi's broad face. Had the punch landed, Lu Meizi's nasal bone would surely have shattered. "Brother, let him go," Li Weidong said calmly. Li Weiguo's hand froze mid-air, puzzled, and glanced back at his brother. Yet his grip on Lu Meizi's collar did not weaken. Li Weidong withdrew his bow and approached slowly, each step crunching in the snow. Standing before the sweat-drenched, agonized Lu Meizi, he extended a foot and pressed it firmly on the arrow-pierced thigh, gradually increasing the pressure. "Ah, sir, Li, I was wrong, truly wrong. Spare me." Lu Meizi's features contorted in pain, tears and mucus smearing his face as he struggled futilely against Li Weiguo's iron grip. Li Weidong ground his foot on the wound, savoring the twitching flesh beneath, his smile broadening. "Does it hurt?" "Yes, it hurts terribly." "Good, that is how you learn." Leaning down, Li Weidong produced a dagger, the same that had recently scraped chicken feathers, and lightly tapped its cold blade against Lu Meizi's sweat-soaked cheek. "Pain teaches memory." He sneered. "Lu Meizi, aren't you just shameless? Living a good life, yet recklessly charging at my gun barrel. Seems that axe last time didn't leave enough impression. I won't dare again. Truly won't. I'll avoid you from now on. I'll kowtow to you." Lu Meizi was utterly broken. He had thought Li Weidong merely a strong but petty thug, never imagining he wielded such cruel weapons and would strike so mercilessly, crippling his leg. Li Weidong Skufa rummaged through Lu Meizi's pockets and pulled out a crumpled sum of money, about 2 or 3 yuan, and half a pack of crushed Sheng cigarettes. "Is that all you've got?" Li Weidong sneered, pocketing the money as a fright fee for his brother. "And this leg," he added, "is the interest." Then, nodding to Li Weiguo, he said, "Brother, toss him into that snow pit. Let the cold sober him up." Without a word, Li Weiguo flung the 100-kilogram Lu Meizi into the snow hollow where Li Weidong had just lain. With a splash, Lu Meizi landed precisely in the pit. "Go back and tell your uncle Zhang de Fu," Li Weidong said coldly from the roadside, looking down on the trembling figure in the pit. "This game has only just begun. Don't rush. We'll take it slow." Turning, Li Weidong climbed onto the donkey cart, wrapping his tattered military coat tighter. "Brother, let us go. This red willow bough lacks power. Once we reach the county, we'll have to find some truly formidable weapons. Next time, these scoundrels won't even dare show their faces." Li Weiguo chuckled, his fierce aura dissipating, reverting to the simple farmer. Shaking the reins, his whip cracked sharply. "All right, second brother, let us head to the county for some good gear." The donkey cart creaked onward toward the county, the howling wind and snow swiftly covering the bloodstains and traces of struggle on the ground, leaving only Lu Meizi's desperate cries emanating from the snow pit. But to Li Weidong, it was but a trivial episode. He touched the 2 large yellow fish and the blueprint in his possession, his gaze fixed on the distant gray outline of the county, the true battlefield. The batch of cloth from the supply and marketing cooperative and the encounter with Lin Zioan awaited his harvest. Chapter 46. The Wolf King did not kill Lu Meizi, but instead issued me a challenge. Li Weiguo's whip cracked loudly as the old donkey exhaled a plume of white breath. The wind flapped Li Weidong's tattered military coat collar. He hunched his shoulders on the cart's shaft, half closing his eyes, chewing the grass stalk in his mouth until it was tasteless, yet not spitting it out, rolling it between his teeth. Second brother, that shot was truly remarkable. Li Weiguo turned with a simple smile, admiration playing on his broad face. That arrow shot straight into that bastard's leg, like it had eyes. If we go hunting in the mountains in the future, we'll scare all the beasts away. Li Weidong did not respond, merely tucking his hands into his sleeves. That arrow had indeed been satisfying and had established his reputation. Yet he knew this matter was far from over. By the snow pit, he had not immediately discarded Lu Meizi, but questioned him twice. What favor did Zhang Defu promise you? Were those wolves last night deliberately led to our village? Lu Meizi, thoroughly terrified, confessed everything. Zhang Defu had promised him 2 pairs of labor shoes and 5 jean of sorghum flour to keep watch on the Li family's activities. As for the wolf pack, a shadow of gloom passed over Li Weidong's eyes. Lu Meizi revealed that the 3 wolves last night were mere scouts. The true pack remained deep within Daxingling, led by a cunning one-eyed wolf king, as large as a calf and holding a grudge fiercely. In recent years, there was an old hunter in the village who killed his own cubs. As a result, within half a month, the old hunter and his family of 3 all perished in the mountains, leaving no trace but bones. Last night, among the 3 wolves that Li Weidong had slain, one was the offspring of the Wolf King. This enmity has now become irrevocable. Brother, stop. Li Weidong suddenly spoke, his voice tight with tension. Li Weiguo was taken aback and instinctively tightened the reins. What happened, second brother? Did something fall? No. Li Weidong jumped down from the carriage, landing silently. He tightened the hemp rope around his waist and cast his gaze toward the direction they had just passed. The area of graves appeared particularly eerie under the dim sky. You wait here, do not move or make a sound. If I do not return, do not respond to anyone. Li Weiguo, observing his brother's grim expression, dare not question further. He simply nodded obediently, understood. I will guard the carriage and go nowhere. Li Weidong turned and crouched low, stealthily making his way back along the roadside ditch filled with dry grass. He did not intend to return to kill Lu Meizi. To slay such a useless being would dirty his hands and attract unnecessary trouble. Instead, he sought to borrow a blade. More precisely, he aimed to confirm whether that blade had truly arrived. When he departed earlier, an instinctive sense of danger brought by his rebirth had been pounding in his mind. Since Lu Meizi mentioned that the Wolf King bore a grudge, and now that blood had been shed, with the scent of it carried by the wind for miles. If that creature had indeed become cunning, it was impossible that it would remain silent. The wind howled fiercely, whipping the snow into his face like sharp needles. Li Weidong reached the vicinity of the snowdrift once more. He did not reveal himself, but instead crouched behind a gravestone covered in withered moss, burying himself deeply in the snow, leaving only his eyes visible. In the snow pit, Lu Meizi was still groaning. Oh, it hurts. Leah, you devil. Just wait until I get back. As Lu Meizi cursed, he attempted to crawl out, dragging his injured leg behind him. At that moment, the wind around him suddenly ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the area, as if someone had abruptly pressed the pause button. Even the previously raucous crows fell silent. Li Weigos pupils constricta sharply. It had arrived. There were no footsteps, not even the sound of dry grass being crushed. From the thicket behind Lu Meizi, a massive grayish figure emerged, silently materializing. It was a wolf. Yet this wolf was enormous. Its shoulders stood as high as an adult's waist, its gray fur bristling like steel needles. Most alarming was its face, marked with several terrifying old scars. Its left eye was a murky dead gray, while the right glowed with a ghostly green light. The one-eyed Wolf King. Lu Meizi continued to curse, completely unaware that death stood looming behind him. As he pushed himself up, he suddenly felt a warm, bloody scent wafting from behind his neck. Instinctively, he turned. The scream escaped his throat, but was abruptly stifled. Lu Meizi's eyes bulged, and the little urine stain in his pants instantly expanded. The Wolf King did not leap forward to sever his throat, nor did it even open its mouth. It simply stood there, towering above the trembling human. Its solitary, eye reflecting not hunger, but an almost human-like mockery. It lowered its head slowly and sniffed at Lu Maji's bleeding leg. Lu Maji convulsed, his eyes rolling back, on the verge of fainting. Just as Li Weidong thought the Wolf King would strike, the creature unexpectedly lifted its head, looking directly toward Li Weidong's hiding place. Their eyes met across several meters. It knew he was there. It also recognized that he was the one who had injured this man and left blood behind. The Wolf King's lips curled slightly, revealing 2 yellowed fangs. Then, it turned away, too lazy to give Lu Maji another glance, its bushy tail swiping across Lu Maji's body, sending him rolling twice on the ground. With a silent and graceful stride, it vanished into the depths of the dense forest. It had spared Lu Maji's life because it deemed him unworthy prey. What it sought was a worthy opponent. In the snow pit, Lu Maji collapsed in utter terror, his chest heaving violently, foam escaping his mouth. Li Weidong remained crouched in the snow, motionless for a long while. Only after confirming that the oppressive atmosphere had dissipated did he slowly exhale the pent-up breath from his chest. What a creature! Not only had his attempt to borrow a knife failed, but this beast had also thrown down a challenge by sparing Lu Maji's wretched life. It seemed to convey to Li Weidong, this game has only just begun. Let us play slowly. Intrigued, Li Weidong gradually straightened, brushing the snow off his coat. The straw stick at the corner of his mouth perked up once more, and the glint in his eyes turned even sharper than before. He paid no mind to the nearly lifeless Lu Maji. The wretch's current state was more advantageous than if he were dead. Let him crawl back to the village, reeking of urine and dragging that useless leg. That would serve as the best reprimand for Zhang Defu. Li Weidong turned and strode back to the donkey cart. Second brother, how'd it go? Li Weiguo rushed to greet his brother upon his return, his expression tense. Nothing, just watch the show. Li Weidong jumped onto the cart and cracked the whip. Let us go, brother, to the county town. We have a big business to attend to. He glanced back at the increasingly distant graveyard. Wasn't that old hag from Zhang Defu's family always ailing? It was said that she relied on the meager rations Zhang Defu extracted from the commune to survive. This was indeed a clever move. Since the Wolf King did not kill Lu Maji, this mad dog could be left to bite its master. The donkey cart creaked over the icy surface, making a crunching sound as it slowly made its way toward the cold, dust-laden, and desire-filled county town of Haishui. Haishui County, the supply and marketing cooperative. This place was forever the most bustling yet desolate in the county town. It was bustling due to the throngs of people eager to buy goods, yet desolate because of the scarcity of supplies, with the counters perpetually bare and the sales clerk's faces cold as ice. Yet today, for Lin Zioan, the space behind the counter felt like an ice cellar. She absent-mindedly dusted the enamel basins with a feather duster, her eyes frequently darting toward the entrance. Each time someone lifted the curtain to enter, she shivered involuntarily. Ever since that day, when Li Weidong caught her with Zhao Gang's petty matter and took away that batch of defective cloth, she had not slept a sound night. Whenever she closed her eyes, she saw Li Weidong's smirking face and heard his words, "This matter stays buried." She was afraid. Afraid that Li Weidong would come looking for trouble again, and even more terrified that Zhao Gang would discover she had offloaded that batch of cloth. If this were to be exposed, it would be deemed speculation, punishable by death. Comrade, I'd like 2 bars of safeguard soap. A man dressed in a Zhongshan suit knocked on a glass counter. No stock. That's reserved for someone. Lin Zioan instinctively shouted, realizing her outburst only after it escaped her lips. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to organize the shelves. At that moment, the voice that haunted her nightmares drifted in from the entrance. "Oh, Lin, you're quite fiery today. Seems like breakfast and tea fill you up?" Lin Zioan dropped the feather duster with a thud. She looked up abruptly, meeting the figure in a tattered military coat at the door. What were you doing here?" Lin Zioan's voice trembled. "Why, not welcoming an old classmate?" Li Weidong strode in with a confident gait, disregarding the astonished gazes of those around him, and headed straight to the counter. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice, speaking through the glass. "The goods have sold out, but I have brought the money." He paused, his expression suddenly sharpening. "I heard that your supply and marketing cooperative has recently received a batch of discounted safety shoes. That old fox Zhang Defu has been eyeing them for quite some time. This fine item, shouldn't we also consider getting our hands on it?" Lin Zioan, gazing at Li Weidong's ambitious visage, felt her vision darken. This was not a visit to deliver money. It was clearly an attempt to strip her of her resources, But could she refuse him? Watching the fingers that rhythmically tapped on the glass counter, Lin Xiaoan bit her lip and shook her head in despair. Chapter 47. Manipulating the temporary workers of the supply and marketing cooperative. A rascally character stealing 30 pairs of safety shoes in the dead of night. Lin Xiaoan felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, her feathered duster clattering to the ground. Her face, pale from the application of snowflake cream, drained of color, her lips trembled, rendering her speechless. He has come, this harbinger of doom. He is back. Weidong, with his hands still tucked in the sleeves of his tattered military coat, lazily strolled to the counter, a straw stick bobbing between his lips, completely oblivious to the prying eyes around him. Lin, it has been a while. You seem to have lost some weight. His voice carried an unmistakable air of casualness. Is your significant other too busy with work to take you for a stroll in the park? You mustn't say such things. Lin Xiaoan stepped back in fright, her lower back colliding with a shelf, causing a row of enamel jars to clatter. Curious glances were cast by several customers, including an aunt in a cotton work outfit who smacked her lips and whispered to her companion, "This girl usually has her nose in the air. Why does she look like a mouse caught by a cat today?" Weidong was unperturbed, leaning closer, his voice dropping even lower as his warm breath nearly brushed Lin Xiaoan's face. "I never speak without reason." His smile faded slightly. "I have heard that your supply and marketing cooperative recently brought back a batch of discounted suede safety shoes. They have sturdy soles that could crush stones." Lin Xiaoan's heart sank. This matter was a secret within the cooperative. These shoes, due to minor defects, were not supposed to be sold at the counter. The director intended to distribute them internally among a few connected officials. How could he possibly know? There is nothing of the sort. That is merely a rumor. Lin Xiaoan held her head high, her last act of defiance. Those are benefits reserved for permanent employees, requiring industrial vouchers and recommendation letters. I do not possess them, but others do. Weidong interrupted her, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the glass counter, producing a steady sound. He no longer looked at her, but turned to gaze out at the bustling street beyond the cooperative's entrance. I wonder what size shoes Comrade Zhao Gang wears. His wages support his wife and children, and also you. Is it sufficient? Should I inquire with Zhao Gang's wife on your behalf? I am rather inept with words. If I accidentally let something slip, that would be unfortunate. Boom! Those few words, Zhao Gang's wife, were a death knell. If he truly confronted her, not only would she lose her temporary job, but Lin Xiaoan would also be the subject of scorn throughout Haishui County. Lin Xiaoan felt as though the ground had vanished beneath her. Her vision darkened, her legs weakened. Had she not grasped the counter for support, she would have collapsed. "Please, don't go." Her voice was barely a whisper, tinged with a sob. Her eyes, which had once sparkled with life, now filled with endless fear and desperation. "I have told you everything, Lin." Weidong's smile returned. "I enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. It simplifies matters." Trembling, Lin Xiaoan retrieved a cloth from beneath the counter. "There are 30 pairs of shoes locked in the number 2 warehouse in the backyard. The key is with Director Sunday. He has a meeting at the commune at 7. The warehouse will be unguarded." "Excellent." Weidong nodded in satisfaction, standing upright as his voice returned to its normal volume. He pulled out 2 cents from his pocket and slapped it on the counter, pointing at a box of matches. "Comrade, I would like to purchase a box of matches." This maneuver left the onlookers utterly bewildered. After all that, this rascal merely came to buy a box of matches? Lin Xiaoan, dazed, accepted the money and handed over the matches, her fingers trembling so much she could barely hold the matchbox steady. Weidong pocketed the matches with a flourish, and before leaving, turned back, flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. "Lin, thank you. I shall treat you to some candy another day." With that, he whistled a discordant tune, swaggering out of the cooperative under the bemused stares of the crowd. Once the heavy cotton curtain fell, shutting out the cold wind, Lin Xiaoan slumped onto the small stool, her back drenched in cold sweat. She realized that her life had been irrevocably ensnared by this man. Weidong did not rush to seek out his elder brother, Weiguo, with a toothpick casually clenched between his teeth and his hands buried in his sleeves. He wandered along the wall until he soon turned into the garbage dump behind the blacksmith's alley. This place was even more dilapidated than Zoeba Lane. In his mind, the yellowing old calendar quietly revealed new inscriptions. Auspicious, treasure hunting, alchemy, sharpening, taboo, entering the east gate, encountering officials. Moderately auspicious, Shinshi at the southern wall of the scrap collection station, beneath a pile of rusted scrap metal, lies a roll of steel wire wrapped in oilcloth. This high-strength alloy steel wire, acquired from the Bear Country during the transport of supplies to the military factory, is meant for making bowstrings and could snap a person's neck. Slightly auspicious, Shinshi in the backyard of Liu Quez's blacksmith shop, there are a few steel files he discarded after failing to temper them properly. The steel of these files is 100 times superior to the knives at the supply and marketing cooperative, sharpened into arrowheads, they could pierce through wild boar hide. Li Weidong's lips curled into a grin. Fortune favors the prepared. This business is worth pursuing. He first made his way to the backyard of Liu Quez's blacksmith shop. Liu, shirtless and hammering vigorously in the shop, was completely oblivious to the thief rummaging through the trash in the backyard. Li Weidong sifted through the piles of coal slag and scrap, and soon discovered several entirely blackened steel files. These items were cold and heavy to the touch. He pressed his nail against one, leaving a white mark but no scratch. Good steel, Li Weidong chuckled, and with a thought, the steel files vanished into his sleeve, entering his personal storage. Next, he strolled over to the scrap collection station. The elderly proprietor was huddled inside the booth, warming himself by the fire. Entirely ignoring the ragged ruffian, Li Weidong made no pretense of politeness, directly diving into the mountain of treasure. Following the calendar's guidance, he headed straight for the southern wall. There he found a pile of dilapidated army cots and old spring mattresses, all rusted beyond recognition. After rummaging for a while, he finally uncovered a heavy cloth bundle beneath a mattress that was little more than a skeleton. Unwrapping the oilcloth, he discovered a roll of steel wire gleaming dully. This wire was hardly thicker than human hair, yet possessed remarkable tensile strength. Li Weidong exerted all his might to bend it, but it merely curved slightly before snapping back to its original shape. If fashioned into a bowstring, paired with arrowheads sharpened from those steel files, Li Weidong could almost envision the one-eyed wolf king falling to his knees, pierced through the throat by his arrow. He rolled the steel wire and several tattered newspapers he had picked up along the road together, and then he hoisted a few rotten pieces of wood from the garbage pile onto his shoulder before swaying slightly as he exited the scrap station. Old man, how much for these firewood sticks and this pile of waste paper? He tossed the items towards the doorway, wearing a smug expression as if he had gained a significant advantage. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, extending 2 bony fingers. 2 cents. Take it or leave it. All right. Li Weidong readily paid, shouldering his treasures, and headed towards the donkey cart where he had agreed to meet Li Weiguo. The bow was ready, the arrows were ready, and the string was also ready. Everything was in place. All that was left was a hapless victim for him to test his knife on. As night deepened, Li Weidong, accompanied by Li Weiguo, quietly approached the wall at the back of the supply and marketing cooperative with the donkey cart. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the mournful sound of the cold wind passing by the telephone poles. Brother, you stay here and watch the cart. Don't make a sound if anyone comes. Li Weidong lowered his voice and unloaded an empty burlap sack from the cart. Understood. Li Weiguo replied in a deep voice, gripping the Fengtian-made dagger tightly. Li Weidong crouched low, darting into the shadows at the wall corner. He didn't knock on the door, but instead circled around to the back window of warehouse No. 2. The window was nailed shut with a few wooden slats and covered with thick window paper. Li Weidong pulled out the newly acquired dagger from his pocket, gently inserting the blade into the gap between the wooden slats and applying a slight twist with his wrist. With a soft crack, the frozen wooden slat snapped. He repeated the process and quickly removed the entire window frame. With a swift movement, he slipped into the pitch-black warehouse. The air inside was thick with the odor of low-quality leather and preservatives. Thanks to the faint moonlight filtering through the window, Li Weidong spotted stacks of cardboard boxes piled in the corner. He approached and sliced open one with his dagger. A pungent rubber smell wafted out, revealing neatly stacked pairs of brand-new suede safety shoes inside. Upon inspection, he found that indeed, these shoes had minor defects. Either the stitching on the uppers was slightly crooked or there were slight color discrepancies between the pairs. But in this day and age, who cared about that? Having a pair of shoes that didn't expose one's toes was a tremendous blessing. With a thought, the box of shoes vanished before his eyes. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes. In less than 10 minutes, The mountain of 30 boxes of safety shoes had been completely looted and stored in his portable warehouse. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he pulled out 2 tattered burlap sacks he had prepared long ago and filled them with bricks and rotten what he had picked up from the scrap station. The act must be complete. When he emerged from the window, carrying 2 bulging sacks that didn't quite match their contents, he heard Lin Zion's trembling voice at the alley entrance. "Li Weidong, is that you?" Li Weidong tossed the sacks onto the ground and leaned against the wall, leisurely observing the shivering figure huddled in the corner. "Comrade Lin, you're not being very considerate. It was agreed we would trade at 7 o'clock, and it's nearly 8 now. I thought you might have run off with my money." "I didn't dare," Lin Zion stammered, nearly in tears. "Director's son had something come up and couldn't leave. I waited until he fell asleep before sneaking out." "Did you get it?" "I did." Li Weidong kicked the burlap sack at his feet. "It's all here. Here's the 20 yuan we agreed upon. You can count it." He pulled out 2 large bills from his pocket and tossed them over. Lin Zion fumbled to catch them, the warmth of the money providing a slight comfort to her cold hands. "Is this it? Is it really over?" She still found it hard to believe that it was finished. There was no need for her to steal the keys or coordinate any schemes. "What else?" Li Weidong chuckled. "Comrade Lin, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to collaborate in the future. Remember, obey, and there will be rewards." "Disobey." He didn't finish, merely flashing the Fengtian-made dagger in his hand. Lin Zion shivered, clutching the money tightly in her palm, nodding repeatedly. "I will obey. I promise I will." Li Weidong hoisted the 2 sacks filled with junk and headed towards the donkey cart. Watching him disappear into the darkness, Lin Zion suddenly felt that collaborating with this man might not be a bad thing after all. At least, the 20 yuan was genuine. Meanwhile, on the donkey cart, Li Weidong began contemplating where to sell this batch of shoes. The mining area? The construction team? Or perhaps to the workers eager to prepare for their weddings? The waters of Haishui County were becoming increasingly intriguing. He glanced back at the distant supply and marketing cooperative building. "Director's son, once I sell this batch of shoes, you will be next." Chapter 48. Safety shoes sold out in an instant. Coal miners gone wild. The Wolf King leads his pack to the doorstep. The donkey cart rolled out of Haishui County under the night sky, the wheels crunching over the frozen, hard dirt road. Li Weiguo sat at the front, wrapped in a half-worn cotton coat he had just snatched from Li Weidong. Although the sleeves were still a bit short, it was warm enough to shield him from the biting wind. He chewed on a hard cornmeal pancake, occasionally glancing back at his younger brother, who was huddled in the cart, surrounded by a pile of tattered burlap sacks. Inside the cart, Li Weidong leaned against a sack of bricks, bundled tightly in his military coat. He didn't look at his brother or the road. His entire focus was immersed in the depths of his mind, picturing the portable warehouse that only he could see. In the corner of the warehouse, 30 pairs of brand-new suede safety shoes were neatly arranged. On the other side lay a pile of colorful large bills, roughly estimated to be at least 400 yuan. Just half an hour earlier, in a small grove behind the family quarters of the Hongxing coal mine in Tailu City, when Li Weidong produced the first pair of suede safety shoes from his ragged bag, the eyes of the coal miners fresh off work turned red with excitement. "Damn, this is genuine factory merchandise." A man whose face was mostly obscured except for his white eyes and teeth grabbed the shoes, digging his fingers into the thick rubber sole and bringing them to his nose to savor the pungent rubber scent. "Young man, how much for these?" "No tickets needed. 15 yuan a pair, no bargaining." Li Weidong's voice resonated through the atmosphere charged with suppressed excitement in the black market. 15 yuan. The price caused several people to gasp. It's worth noting that a regular miner earned just over 30 yuan a month for backbreaking work. This meant shelling out half a month's wages. But thinking it over, the shoes at the supply and marketing cooperative cost 12 yuan, not to mention requiring a precious industrial coupon that was hard to come by all year round. Without suitable shoes, winter mining could freeze one's toes solid in the icy water. "I'll take a pair. Size 42. Someone in the crowd immediately pulled out a roll of bills dampened by sweat. "I want one. Get one for my husband, too. His feet are all frostbitten." "Me? I have money." The scene erupted instantly. This group of men, accustomed to risking their lives for money underground, were generous with their spending. They weren't afraid of high prices. They feared not being able to buy anything with their money. Li Weidong wasn't hesitant either. He exchanged shoes for cash without hesitation. He even couldn't be bothered to check the sizes, merely tossing a box of shoes onto the ground with a thud. "Pick for yourselves. Try them on. Money goes in the basket. Don't even think about shortchanging me." His impatient tone, combined with the Fengtian-made dagger subtly visible at his waist, rendered the once fearless coal miners hesitant to act. In less than an hour, all 30 pairs of shoes were gone, not a single shoe box left. As Li Weidong counted the money, his hands remained steady. 450 yuan. With the remaining 350 from the cloth sale, along with the 50 from selling ginseng, the cash he carried in his makeshift warehouse exceeded $800. $800. In an era when millionaires were yet to be born, this sum was sufficient to purchase 4 or 5 grand-tiled houses in Haishui County. Li Weidong took a deep breath of the cold air tinged with coal dust, forcibly suppressing the excitement that surged within him due to his newfound wealth. Money is merely a number. In these chaotic times, only money that can be exchanged for food, weapons, and power truly holds value. Ertie, shall we return now? Li Weiguo asked, chewing on the pancake, rubbing his frozen, reddened hands, his voice deep and resonant. He felt that after all the mysterious dealings his younger brother had done in the county, ending up with such a load of junk was rather unprofitable. What are we waiting for? Should we sit around waiting for the supply and marketing director to treat us to a late-night snack? Li Weidong straightened up from the cart, dusted off his clothes, and casually pulled out 2 still warm roasted sweet potatoes from his pocket, tossing one to his elder brother. Eat. Shut your mouth. No questions. Li Weiguo caught the hot sweet potato, a silly grin spreading across his face, his frostbitten, dark visage filled with joy. He didn't care what his younger brother had done. As long as there was food, as long as he was with him, he feared nothing, not even the sky falling. The donkey cart swayed its way into the entrance of Hongxing Brigade. Just past the crooked old locust tree, Li Weidong's eyelids suddenly twitched. An inexplicable anxiety caused every hair on his body to stand on end. He abruptly lifted his head, gazing towards the direction of their cave dwelling. The night was heavy and dark, concealing everything. Yet, he felt an overwhelming sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. This was not the murderous aura of men. At that moment, the ancient calendar in his mind, which had been silent all day, abruptly burst forth with a vivid flash of blood. Great calamity. A portent of great misfortune. At midnight tonight, a pack of wolves will come knocking. The blind spirit wolf brings its offspring to greet us. It will not end until death. The writing was as crimson as blood, twisted like a ghostly script, each stroke imbued with a vengeful desire to devour life whole. The blind spirit wolf. Li Weidong's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpricks. He recalled the moment he had locked eyes with a one-eyed wolf king in the snow pit of the graveyard. That beast had indeed come for him, and not alone, but with a pack. Yea, hurry, faster, Li Weidong shouted, leaping from the cart to the yoke, seizing the reins from Li Weiguo's hands and fiercely whipping the donkey's rear. The lean donkey, feeling the sting, brayed in pain and bolted across the snow. In a Li family courtyard, the flame of the kerosene lamp flickered violently for some unknown reason. Li Dasan sat cross-legged on the Kong, polishing his old shotgun until it gleamed. Beside him lay a row of paper-wrapped gunpowder bags and a small sack of iron sand. The old man didn't smoke. He merely closed his eyes while his ears attuned to the sounds outside. Chun Gilin was in the kitchen sharpening a knife, the chipped vegetable knife scraping against the whetstone, producing a piercing and eerie sound. Yi was swaddled in an old quilt, nestled in the corner of the Kong, sleeping soundly. Only the west room radiated a distinct atmosphere. Su Qing was awake, sewing something by the dim light. It was a piece of cowhide she had unearthed from Li Weidong's pile of junk, meticulously stitched into a wrist guard with coarse hemp thread. The leather was tough, and the needlework rough, pricking her fingers multiple times, but she persisted. She didn't understand why she was doing this. Perhaps it was to repay the warmth of that steaming egg, or perhaps to repay the bowl of fragrant, hot pig lard scraps. Or maybe it was when she glimpsed that man, with a rough but undeniable demeanor, thrusting a set of self-study series on mathematics and physics into her arms. His seemingly muddled, yet overwhelmingly commanding gaze causing her frozen heart to crack ever so slightly. Just then, the big yellow dog in the yard suddenly let out a low whimper, followed by a short, piercing scream. Not good. Li Dasan's eyes shot open as he seized a shotgun and leapt off the Kong. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door of the cave dwelling was kicked open. Li Weidong rushed in, enveloped in a chill, his face dark with foreboding. Father, barricade the doors and windows. The wolf pack is coming. Before he could finish, an echoing howl, filled with infinite malice, pierced the night sky over Hongxing Brigade. A whoop. This was not the lonely howl of a single wolf. It was a chorus of responses from all directions. One howl followed another, rising and falling, as if intent on drowning the small village in a tide of death. Quick! Brother, raise the wall with some wood. Sister-in-law, boil water. Bring out all our buckets of pig lard. Li Weidong's commands were calm and swift, devoid of panic. The more perilous the situation, the faster his mind, honed by past business battles, worked. He understood that this was no ordinary wolf disaster. This was the revenge of the one-eyed wolf king, a meticulously organized hunt, and the Li family was the most succulent morsel on the menu for these ravenous beasts. He grabbed the red willow bough from the corner that had not yet been put away and rummaged through his makeshift warehouse for a roll of shining Soviet steel wire. Time was of the essence. He needed to craft a true weapon before the wolves launched their full assault. He didn't bother with the discarded steel files, which required time to sharpen. Instead, he pulled out several slender iron rods used for clearing the stove ash. Although not particularly strong, they were sharp enough. Sitting on a small stool, he remained steady as the wolf howls echoed outside, his Tianjin-made dagger firm in hand. The dagger swiftly carved through the iron rod, sending sparks flying. A rudimentary arrowhead, complete with barbs, quickly took shape in his hands. He had no time to concoct poison, but he had something even better. With a thought, a small vial of dark liquid appeared in his grasp. It was quenching oil pilfered from the scrap pile of Lou the Lame's blacksmith shop, mixed with various metal shavings and toxic substances, a true weapon of lethality. He dipped the sharpened arrowhead into the quenching oil, instantly turning it black, exuding a foreboding aura. Su Qing rushed out from the west room, her face pale, tightly clutching the freshly sewn cowhide wrist guard that still bore her warmth. She gazed at Li Weidong, who was intently focused under the lamp, watching the arrow emitting a sense of death. For a moment, she forgot her fear. What other facets did this man possess? Was he the foul-mouthed scoundrel, the quick-wit trader on the black market? Or was he now, under the encirclement of wolves, the calm warrior forging weapons for slaughter? Here, she extended the wrist guard, her voice trembling slightly. Without lifting his head, Li Weidong accepted the wrist guard, slipping it onto his left arm, fitting perfectly. He merely grunted in acknowledgement. Then, he stood up, knocking the poisoned arrow onto the bowstring, now taut as a drawn bow. The outside world was filled with the wolves' howls, drawing closer. Even the sound of claws scraping against the courtyard wall could be heard. Li Weidong's body tensed, like a bowstring drawn to its limit, aimed at the window, tightly secured with wooden planks. Come, beasts. Tonight, you shall learn what it means to face the harsh realities of the human world. Outside, a wolf's head, marked by a single eye, silently appeared against the shadow of the window paper. Chapter 49. Midnight Howls and Gunfire. Li Weidong, with a flick of his wrist, turned the yellow bird into prey. The window paper, tinged with age, trembled as a massive wolf head silhouette pressed against the thin layer of pulp. The shadow nearly filled half the window frame. The remaining single eye, under the interplay of moonlight and the flickering of the kerosene lamp inside, did not glimmer. Chen Gilin, while adding firewood to the stove, suddenly trembled, causing the sticks in her arms to clatter to the ground. Her eyes widened as if they might shatter from their sockets, her mouth agape, ready to emit a sharp scream. Yet only a brief gasp escaped her throat. Do not move. Li Weidong's voice was soft. Yet as soon as those two words left his lips, Chen Gilin swallowed her impending cry, freezing in place, too afraid to even shiver. Li Baiwu, who was in the midst of propping a beam against the doorframe, turned upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the wolf's shadow on the window, his eyes instantly filled with blood. The instinct to protect surged within him. He grasped the beam, preparing to charge towards the window. Brother! Li Weidong did not turn around. He merely tapped the bowstring lightly with his fingers, producing a faint sound. Li Weiguo, trained by his younger brother's words etched deep in his bones, abruptly halted, his heels scraping against the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, his face reddening with suppressed rage, the beam creaking in his grip. Li Weidong did not glance at his family. His eyelids slightly drooped, fixating through the dark, gleaming arrowhead on the center of the wolf's silhouette against the window paper. He was waiting. Should the beast dare to intrude, the arrow would penetrate its eye at the moment it shattered the window, turning its brain into a mushy pulp. Yet the wolf remained still, pressed against the window, its hot breath moistening a small patch of window paper, gradually revealing a shade of dark gray. The wind outside had inexplicably ceased. The courtyard was eerily silent. The wolf was sniffing, searching for the scent of gunpowder or the odor of terror that humans exude when paralyzed with fear. Li Weidong's grass stick at the corner of his mouth quivered slightly. This was no mere beast. It was clearly a cunning old hunter. It was listening to the sounds within, assessing the level of danger it faced. A soft scratching sound echoed as the wolf's claws gently scraped against the wooden frame of the window. It was not heavy, akin to a gentle knock at midnight. At this moment, Chun Gillen's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the pile of firewood beside the stove, covering her mouth tightly, tears welling in her large eyes. Yet she dared not let them fall. Li Dashan, gripping the earthen gun, had knuckles protruding, his index finger resting on the trigger. The old man squinted, holding his breath. A silence cultivated through years of experience in the trenches. Li Weidong remained motionless, even the rhythm of his heartbeat unchanged. He was engaging in a contest of composure with the beast. Whoever moved first, revealing their fear, would lose half the battle. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Suddenly, the shadow on the window paper shifted. There was neither a roar nor a crash. The massive wolf's head slowly moved away from the window paper, and the heavy weight pressing upon their hearts seemed to ease just slightly. Has it gone? Li Weiguo gasped, his voice lowered, still holding the beam aloft. What naive thought! Li Weidong lowered his bow slightly, but maintained its tension. He listened intently to the sounds outside. The sound of paws crunching through the snow, followed by gentle scrapes against the earthen wall, began to emanate from all directions. It was not just one, it was a pack. They were not rushing to attack, but slowly surrounding the dilapidated cave. The one-eyed wolf king leading its progeny while simultaneously pressuring the Li family. It aimed to wear down their spirit before striking at their throats when they were most disoriented. Father, guard the back window, Li Weidong commanded sharply. Eldest brother, go to the door and position the water-filled iron buckets. If you hear scratching at the door, do not hesitate, douse whatever makes noise. Sister-in-law, stop sitting there. Add more firewood. Make the flames blaze. This beast fears fire. With this series of unequivocal orders from Li Weidong, the stagnant atmosphere of fear within the house was shattered. The family sprang into action. Yet Li Weidong remained still, slowly inching towards the door, pressing his eye against the crack. Outside was a realm of darkness. The moon was half obscured by clouds, casting a pallid glow upon the snow. Beyond the courtyard wall, silhouettes flickered, pairs of green eyes glinting in the shadows. Li Weidong counted. There were at least 7 or 8 pairs. The Wolf King had brought its entire pack, intent on exterminating the family. But he did not rush to shoot. His gaze transcended the shadows of the wolves, reaching out towards the distant darkness, where the village's threshing grounds lay. A pile of haystack meant for storage. That area, sheltered from the wind, was typically a sunbathing spot for the village idlers. At this moment, something unnatural shifted within the shadow of the haystack, not stirred by the wind, but rather indicative of deliberate movement. Li Weidong sa pupils contracta sharply. His eyes, honed by the trials of life, were keenly perceptive. That was not a wolf. The wolves were circling the courtyard, their scent evident. Moreover, should a wolf hide, it would be crouching. That movement was too upright. It was a person. Someone was observing this unfolding drama. A chill colder than the winter night surged from his feet upward. In the dead of night, with wolves surrounding the village, every household would wish to burrow into their cellars. Who would dare to wander outside, especially concealed beneath the very noses of the wolves? There were only 2 possibilities. Either this person possessed something that instilled fear even in wolves, such as a gun or some specific drug, or they shared an inexplicable understanding with the pack. Zhao the One-Eyed, that old man, hadn't he perished? On that day at Erdeo Liangzi, Li Weidong distinctly heard the cries and gunfire. He had assumed that old fool had been torn apart by the wolves. Could it be that his life was so resilient? If it was indeed him, trouble would ensue. This old hunter possessed a gun and had a heart as dark as his hands were ruthless. If he lay in wait to fire from the shadows or to cause havoc during the wolves' assault, perhaps by setting a fire, Li Weidong glanced at the thatched eaves of his home. If a fire were to ignite, those inside would be like rats smoking out of their holes, either to feed the wolves or perish in the flames. A dire strategy indeed. The grass stick that had nearly been chewed to bits was spat forcefully onto the ground. Did he think to watch the tigers fight from the mountain? To play the yellow bird? He would have to see if he possessed the teeth for it. Li Weidong kept his thoughts to himself. Revealing to his family that there was a gun-wielding figure outside would only incite a panic. He turned and observed his eldest brother and sister-in-law busily tending the stove, then glanced at his father, whose demeanor was tense as if facing a great enemy. "Brother," Li Weidong called out. Li Weiguo, holding a bucket of boiling water, with his face taut, instantly turned upon hearing his name. "What? Are you going to charge out?" "Charge out? Nonsense." Li Weidong gestured for his elder brother to approach. He leaned closer to Li Weiguo, lowering his voice to a whisper only they could hear. "Outside, besides the wolves, there is someone who wishes us dead." Li Weiguo's eyes widened, ready to curse. Li Weidong swiftly covered his mouth. "Do not shout. That's for them to hear." Li Weidong fixed his gaze upon his elder brother's eyes, a fierce determination emanating from his expression. "Soon, I shall pry this door open just a crack. Pay no heed to anything else. Armed with your knife, stand firmly behind the door. I intend to stage a performance. Should anyone dare to peek in or attempt to hurl a torch inside, you must charge out without hesitation, irrespective of who it is, even if it is the emperor himself. Show no mercy." Though Li Weiguo may not possess his brother's quick wit, he comprehended the intent behind the words of not allowing them to live and to strike ruthlessly. He nodded gravely, a hint of a terrifying savagery breaking through his otherwise simple demeanor. "Rest assured, second brother," gripping the Fontion dagger in a reverse hold. The veins on the back of his hand bulged. "Whoever dares to harm you, I shall crush them to dust." Li Weidong patted his elder brother's broad shoulder. He was both his most trusted shield and sharpest spear. With the elder brother prepared, Li Weidong returned to the window. He needed to lure out the hidden rat or compel the wolves to hunt it down. Since the Wolf King was so cunning, he would engage in a little game of using a knife to strike. Taking a deep breath, Li Weidong suddenly raised his voice, calling into the room with an air of feigned panic and despair. "Father, this is terrible. We are running low on oil. If the fire goes out, those beasts will surely break in." His voice tore through the stillness of the night, echoing far and wide. Li Daxian hesitated for a moment, glancing at the half-full vat of pig oil, about to ask, but then noticed his second son's back turned towards the window, making exaggerated facial expressions and a gesture to press down. The old man, having seen much in his time, quickly grasped the implication. "What shall we do, second? Think of something." Li Daxian's voice joined in, trembling with urgency. Although Chan Gilin did not comprehend the situation, the simultaneous cries of her father-in-law and husband startled her, prompting her to cry out, "Oh dear, what shall we do?" This wailing became the finest accompaniment to the unfolding drama. He pressed his eye close to the crack of the door, fixated on the distant woodpile. Indeed, a shadow stirred. The figure concealed in the darkness had evidently heard the despair within. It seemed to straighten up slightly. At that moment, Li Weidong abruptly drew back the red willow bough. The arrowhead, soaked in poison, no longer aimed at the wandering wolves, but slightly elevated, pointing towards the night sky above the woodpile. He did not intend to shoot a person. At such a distance, and in the dark, it would be nearly impossible to hit. Instead, he aimed to guide the wolves. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air, tracing a parabolic arc, not towards the wolves, but with a thud. It embedded itself precisely in a protruding piece of wood atop the woodpile. The tail feathers of the arrow trembled violently, emitting a buzzing sound. This sudden commotion in the stillness of the night was particularly jarring. The wolves circling the courtyard instantly perked up their ears. Those pairs of green eyes swiftly turned towards the source of the unusual noise emanating from the woodpile. Wolves are inherently suspicious creatures. Even the slightest disturbance can capture their attention. Moreover, that direction now exuded a scent they recognized and loathed. Human. The individual concealed behind the woodpile clearly did not anticipate such an occurrence. Startled by the arrow that had suddenly lodged above him, the shadow shrank back, inadvertently stepping on a dry twig, producing a sharp crack. This was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. A wolf, tasked with perimeter vigilance, emitted a low growl, launching itself towards the woodpile. Compared to the tough shell of the courtyard, the exposed bipedal creature seemed a far easier target. A gunshot rang out. The sound of gunfire erupted from behind the woodpile. It was the characteristic muffled sound of a homemade gun. The wolf, leaping through the air, let out a shriek before tumbling to the ground. "You old fool, Doing Zhao. I knew it was you." Li Weidong muttered under his breath, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Now that the gun had fired, the chaos had commenced. The gunshot sent the entire pack of wolves into a frenzy. The wolves that had previously been circling the courtyard, stimulated by the shot and the scent of blood, shifted their focus away from the lifeless courtyard and turned their fangs toward the audacious individual daring to disturb their domain. A furious howl erupted from the one-eyed wolf king, signaling the charge. However, this time the target had changed. A dozen dark figures converged from all directions towards the lone woodpile. Observing this spectacle, Li Weidong gradually lowered his bow, yet a colder smile crept across his lips. The show was about to begin. He turned to his still-dazed elder brother. Brother, do not rush in. Let us first witness the dogs turn on each other. Once that old fool exhausts his ammunition, we shall emerge to collect the corpses, be they of wolves or men. This night, the snow-covered ground of the Hongxing Brigade was destined to be stained with an indelible layer of red. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire and wolf howls, Li Weidong turned back to sit on the edge of the Kong, leisurely retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with the flame of the oil lamp. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled with a contemptuous snort. You wish to be the yellow bird? Today, I shall show you what it means to have no souls beneath the slingshot. Chapter 50. The Wolf King is stabbed to death by a lowly scoundrel. Leaving the pack dumbfounded, the echoes of gunfire had yet to dissipate in the vast snowy night, the scent of gunpowder carried by the wind. The green eyes that had encircled the Li family courtyard had vanished without a trace. All the beasts surged toward the woodpile, ablaze with light. A mournful howl, fierce and chilling, signaled the sighting of blood. This was soon followed by the anguished cries of a human, that of Du Ying Zhao. The old fool's voice, honed from years of hollering in the mountains, now called for help with an eerie resonance. Someone, the wolves are eating people. Help! Another gunshot boomed, the sound still emanating from that same direction, yet far more muted than before, suggesting either a misfire or damp powder. Inside, Li Weiguo tensed, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he gripped the Fengtian dagger. His eyes widened, staring through the crack in the door. Second brother, does that old fool still have a gun? Li Weiguo's voice was low and gravelly, yet his feet remained firmly planted, remembering his brother's unyielding command to guard the door. Li Weidong sat on the edge of the Kong, halfway through a cigarette. He did not glance at his elder brother, his gaze fixed through the door crack upon the chaotic shadows in the distance. A gun is just a firewood stick. Li Weidong exhaled a smoke ring. That old fool Du Ying Zhao takes half a tea session to reload that antique cannon, having fired just once. Even if he were the legendary Nezha with 3 heads and 6 arms, he could not prepare another round in time. Moreover, would those beasts grant him such a luxury? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Li Weidong's mouth. He understood wolves all too well, vengeful, greedy, and quick to prey on the weak. Their attack on the Li family had stemmed from their inability to find a vulnerable target. Now that Du Ying Zhao had exposed himself, he had become the ripe morsel presented on a platter. Father, do you hear that? Something seems amiss. Li Weidong suddenly turned to look at Li Daxian, who had been silently holding his gun. Li Daxian's weathered face, etched with deep creases, flickered in the dim light of the kerosene lamp. The old man tilted his ear, his crippled left leg gently tapping against the edge of the Kong. Something was amiss. Li Daxian squinted, a glimmer of insight flashing in his murky old eyes. This one-eyed Zhao was no novice. Though his last shot had been silent, it had struck true. The anguished howls of the wolves indicated that either a leg or a waist had been injured. Yet the pack did not disperse. Instead, their assault intensified, for the lead wolf was rallying them. Li Daxian tightened his grip on the earth gun. This lead wolf is no ordinary foe. It seeks to use one-eyed Zhao as a sacrificial banner, avenging the pups that perished at your hands. Li Weidong nudda, discarding his cigarette but onto the ground and extinguishing it with his toe. A sacrificial banner? That depends on whether I, the creditor, consent. Li Weidong rose, adjusting the tattered military coat draped over him. He approached the stove, dipping his hand into the earthen jar filled with poisoned fire oil. The specially crafted iron-tipped arrows glimmered with an eerie blue hue under the dim light. Brother, open the door. Li Weidong's voice carried a commanding intensity that brooked no disobedience. Li Weiguo hesitated, instinctively reaching for the door bolt. Open it fully? Just a crack wide enough for me to slip through. Li Weidong slung the red willow bough over his shoulder, clutching 3 poisoned arrows in his hand. Father, Remain inside, and keep your gun aimed at the window. If that blind wolf king dares to approach, put a bullet in its head. Li Dasan wasted no words, nodding as he steadied the earth gun on the windowsill. Li Weiguo gently withdrew the bolt and opened the door just wide enough for a single person to pass. The frigid wind, laden with snowflakes, rushed in, instantly dropping the room's temperature to freezing. Without hesitation, Li Weidong darted outside. Close the door, he barked from outside. The door creaked shut, sealing the warmth of the room away from the impending carnage outside. Li Weidong pressed against the wall, not rushing toward the woodpile. He crouched low, concealing himself in the shadow of the grinding stone. Outside, the chaos of the scene reached a fever pitch. At the woodpile, a tumult of wolves was fiercely tearing at a haystack. One-Eyed Zhao had lost his earlier bravado. The earth gun in his hand had become a mere club. This old man indeed possessed some skill. Backed against the haystack, he wielded the gun to keep a few wolves at bay. Yet one of his legs was clearly injured, dragging along the ground, blood staining the surrounding snow crimson. Get away, beasts! Get away! One-Eyed Zhao howled, his voice cracking with despair. He showed no fear of humans. He had blood on his hands. Yet now, facing this ravenous pack, his defiance was swallowed by terror. On the periphery of the fray, the one-eyed wolf king sat perched on a raised stone, motionless. Its solitary eye coldly surveyed the carnage below, waiting for One-Eyed Zhao to exhaust his strength, for this human to crumble completely before it would relish the final taste of warm blood. Li Weidong gazed at the wolf king, the murderous intent in his eyes colder than the biting wind and snow. You think to reap the rewards of this chaos? You are not worthy. Li Weidong slowly raised his bow. This time, his aim was not at One-Eyed Zhao or the attacking pups. The poisoned iron-tipped arrow, spanning the distance of several meters through the night, locked firmly onto the lofty wolf king. The distance was considerable, and the wind was fierce. The power of the red willow bough was insufficient. Yet Li Weidong was undeterred. He gambled on the arrogance of the wolf king, which believed itself the hunter, convinced it alone held dominion over the chaos. It had forgotten that within this territory roamed a hunter even more ruthless. Li Weidong took a deep breath, holding it as he tensed the muscles in his arm, pulling the bowstring to its limit, emitting a faint creak. Just as the wolf king seemed to sense something amiss, its remaining eye darted towards him. Twang! The bowstring released. The black arrow merged into the darkness, its sound drowned by the screams echoing from the other side. In the next moment, Howl, the wolf king, once seated upon the stone, suddenly lurched. The poisoned arrow, though it did not penetrate its skull, found its mark deep within its uninjured left eye. This arrow had sealed its fate. The wolf king let out a piercing wail, tumbling from its perch and thrashing on the ground, its front paws desperately clawing at the arrow protruding from its face. This sudden turn of events sent the wolves attacking One-Eyed Zhao into disarray. With their leader wounded, the pack was left without direction. A few of the male wolves ceased their assault and turned back to investigate. One-Eyed Zhao, now on the brink of exhaustion, leaned against the haystack, gasping for breath. He witnessed the downfall of the wolf king that had driven him to desperation. He also saw the silhouette of a figure emerging from the shadows, a young man clad in a tattered military coat, brandishing a bone knife. Li Weidong did not flee. He slung the bow across his back, grasped the Feng Tian-made dagger with his other hand, and stepped steadily through the thick snow. The wolves regarded him, growling threateningly, yet instinctively recoiling. They sensed it. This man emanated a ferocity surpassing their own. It was the scent of kin's blood, the aura of the one who had just felled their king. Li Weidong paid no heed to the lesser wolves. He approached the writhing wolf king on the ground. I told you, once you come, there is no leaving. Li Weidong stood beside the wolf king, lifting his foot, the tattered shoe exposing his toes, and stomped down hard on the wolf king's neck. The wolf king struggled, its gaping maw attempting to bite at his leg. But Li Weidong did not grant it the opportunity. His dagger plunged downward, aimed directly at the wolf king's heart. Thud! The blade pierced flesh, driving straight through to the heart. The wolf king convulsed violently, its limbs stiffening, before it slumped lifelessly to the ground. A once mighty ruler of the mountains met its end beneath the foot of a mere lowly figure. Li Weidong withdrew his knife, wiping the blood on the wolf's corpse. Then he slowly raised his gaze, locking eyes with the terrified One-Eyed Zhao, who was leaning against the haystack. Uncle Zhao, did you enjoy the show? One-Eyed Zhao trembled, his earth gun clattering to the ground. Why you are not human? I am human, Li Weidong replied, brandishing the knife as he stepped over the wolf's carcass. Advancing toward One-Eye Zhao. I am here to collect a debt. That arrow was merely interest. Now we must settle the principle. He stood before One-Eye Zhao, looking down at the once mighty old hunter. That shot was quite accurate. Li Weidong crouched, lightly tapping the bloodied wound on One-Eye Zhao's leg with the knife's tip. Shall we see how it feels? Before his words finished, Li Weidong swiftly twisted his wrist. The blade sliced through, not killing directly, but precisely severing a major tendon in One-Eye Zhao's wrist. A scream pierced the night sky once more. Li Weidong rose, observing One-Eyed Zhao writhing on the ground, his eyes betraying no emotion. He turned his gaze towards the direction of his own cave, where his elder brother, Li Weiguo, was peering through the door crack. Taking in the scene clearly, Li Weidong waved his hand. Brother, bring the rope. These pelts are quite good, and we need to treat this old fellow properly. This night, the snow of the Hongxing Brigade would undoubtedly be stained a deeper red. The name Li Weidong would forever haunt the minds of certain individuals like an indelible nightmare. He stood amidst the swirling snow, a knife in hand, his feet pressing down upon the Wolf King and his foes. Such was his rule. Anyone who dared to cross him would find their teeth shattered by his wrath. Move faster, Li Weidong urged, his gaze piercing beyond the One-Eyed Zhao, fixed upon the distant darkness, the direction of the county town. The debts here had been settled. Now it was time to pave the way ahead. Chapter 51. The Disappearance of One-Eyed Zhao. Li Weidong's wildfowl theatrics. The wind swept fiercely, tearing the night apart with a piercing scream. Beneath Li Weidong's boots lay the weathered, creased visage of One-Eyed Zhao, the soul eye bloodshot and wide with terror, unable to utter a sound under the crushing weight. Li Weiguo clenched a coarse hemp rope, squeezing through the door crack, his face hardened with a chilling resolve. Second brother, what now? He asked hoarsely, eyes darting to Zhao's neck, contemplating where to strike swiftly. What for? We are decent folk, Li Weidong scoffed, flicking his foot to nudge Zhao's discarded rustic firearm toward his elder brother. Put this away. Good stuff regarding the home. Squatting down, he tapped Zhao's face with the dagger, the cold blade causing the man to shiver uncontrollably. Uncle Zhao, in this bitter cold, instead of staying home with your wife, you choose to feed the wolves by my wall. Such hardship you endure. Li Weidong's voice was light, almost mocking. Since you cherish this place so much, why not stay? One-Eyed Zhao frantically shook his head, eyes pleading for mercy. Fear consumed him, a fear profound and genuine. This was no mere rogue. He was a living demon. Ignoring the pleas, Li Weidong slammed the knife's back against Zhao's skull with a dull thud. Zhao's eyelids fluttered before he collapsed like a heap of mud, completely unconscious. Brother, bag him, Li Weidong ordered, rising and wiping his dagger on his sleeve before sheathing it. Before dawn, we'll toss him into that dry well in the back mountain. Remember, don't kill him. Leave a breath. This old fox still has some use. When we're free, we'll interrogate him slowly. Without further ado, Li Weiguo wrapped the rope around his waist and hoisted one of Zhao's legs. Nearby was a cellar entrance, usually used to store sweet potatoes, perfectly concealed. Once the task was done, Li Weidong glanced skyward. The eastern horizon was tinged with the pale light of dawn. The snow had ceased, but the wind persisted. The night's commotion had been considerable. Few in the village had found restful sleep. Father, sweep the blood in the yard and cover it with fresh snow, Li Weidong called inside. I'll take a walk to the back mountain and fetch 2 wild pheasants. We can't have wolf carcasses and blood staining our doorstep at dawn. No way to explain it to the onlookers. Li Dashan, leaning on his cane, emerged and nodded approvingly at the meticulously cleaned yard. The old soldier understood well. Less knowledge was better at times like these. As the sun peaked over the horizon, the Red Star Production Brigade was in uproar. The previous night's chaos had been terrifying. Wolf howls, gunshots, and a piercing scream of despair. Anyone with functioning ears knew trouble had struck. Huddled under quilts, villagers trembled through the night, only gaining some courage as dawn broke. Small groups of peasants, clad in threadbare cotton coats, craned their necks toward the eastern edge of the village, eager to discover which household had suffered misfortune. Approaching the threshing ground, they spotted a solitary figure ambling down a mountain path, wearing a tattered military coat and a dogskin hat, a dry grass stalk hanging from his mouth. None other than Li Weidong himself. Contrary to expectations, He was neither maimed nor taken by wolves. He appeared robust and spirited. Most conspicuous were the two vividly colored long-tailed pheasants he carried, their feathers gleaming with an oily sheen in the morning light, freshly hunted and plump. "Hey, all gathered here?" Li Weidong lifted the birds high, flashing a wide smile revealing gleaming white teeth. "Up early, lining up to pay me New Year's respects?" The crowd stirred. Lu Maisie, his uninjured foot scraping the snow, fixed his triangular eyes on the pheasants, swallowing hard. Damn it, how did this scoundrel get so lucky? After all that commotion last night, not only did he survive unharmed, but he also returned with 2 wild pheasants. These birds were far more valuable than domestic chickens, worth a pretty penny on the black market. Weidong. Zhang Defu emerged from the crowd, his face dark and bruised from a sleepless night, especially troubled by rumors that One-Eyed Zhao had been lurking nearby last night. A formidable adversary, armed and dangerous. If he learned Zhang hadn't come to his aid, Zhang's unease deepened. He scrutinized Li Weidong with a bitter, forced smile, his eyes practically wishing to tear the ragged coat from Li's back. Last night's wolf uproar was no small matter. Heard gunshots near your place too? Why weren't you home, but roaming the back mountain at dawn? His tone was an interrogation, a probe. Zhang suspected Li Weidong's involvement in the shooting, hoping to uncover illicit arms or evidence of injury. If found, Li would be finished. Li Weidong flung the pheasants onto his shoulder, blinking innocently. Secretary, that's quite an accusation. Wolves howling like mourners last night. Who could sleep? I thought, with the heavy snow sealing the mountains, the wolves must be starving and coming down. Surely the wild pheasants were frozen, unable to fly. So at first light, I took a chance at Erdigu on the back mountain. Guess what? Those 2 foolish birds had their heads buried in the snow, minding their business. I simply picked them up. That's what you call the early bird catching the worm. Or, in this case, the early riser getting the pheasants. As for gunshots, I was too busy crawling through the snow to notice. Are you implying I'm in cahoots with wolves? Li Weidong's words were half joking, flowing smoothly. Coupled with the undeniable proof of the pheasants, his tale was convincing. Erdigu was known for abundant wild pheasants, and scavenging during heavy snow was common. The villagers listened, envy and admiration gleaming in their eyes. Fools have their fortune. 2 pheasants, enough to stew a hearty pot. If only I'd gotten up earlier instead of shivering under my quilt. The public sentiment swiftly shifted, the mysterious gunshots forgotten as all attention centered on the prized game birds. This was precisely the effect Li Weidong intended. In times of hunger, food was the paramount concern, capable of overshadowing all bloodshed and suspicion. Zhang Defu was left sputtering, his face darker still. He distrusted Li Weidong's cunning tale. No one was that lucky by chance. As he gazed at the 2 wild chickens, he found no flaws to exploit. Moreover, Li Weidong appeared unscathed except for a few flecks of snow, hardly resembling someone who had just fought for their life. Could it be that the gunshots last night were truly the result of a confrontation between the One-Eyed Zhao and the wolves? But where was the One-Eyed Zhao? Enough. As long as everything is fine. Zhang Defu waved his hand, feeling somewhat irritated, wishing to disperse the crowd, since it was a stroke of luck to find them. One should take them home without flaunting it here. He was eager to send someone to search the vicinity for any sign of the One-Eyed Zhao. One must see the living, and the dead must be accounted for. If that old fellow truly perished on the territory of the Hongxing Brigade, the ruffians from the neighboring village would surely come to stir trouble. At that moment, a sudden wailing filled the air from the village road. Where are you, my husband? Zhang Defu, come out. Hand over my husband. The shriek was as piercing as the cries of a slaughtered pig. The crowd parted in a rush, clearing a path. A robust and fierce woman, her hair disheveled and wielding a kitchen knife, rushed forward, weeping loudly. Following her were 7 or 8 burly men, each holding a hoe or a shoulder pole, their expressions menacing. They were none other than the family and kin of the One-Eyed Zhao from the neighboring brigade. The woman confronted Zhang Defu, grabbing his collar without a moment's hesitation, spitting in his face as she yelled, "Last night, my husband said he was coming to discuss matters with you. He hasn't returned yet. Someone just claimed they heard gunshots from this direction. Did you harm him? If anything happens to him, I swear I'll set fire to your brigade's headquarters." This woman had a notorious reputation as a fierce tiger. Even wolves feared her wrath. Zhang Defu struggled to breathe as she clutched him tightly. "Let go. Release me. Zhao Daja, what are you doing? Let's speak calmly. I haven't seen Brother Zhao at all. I'm searching for him too." The scene erupted into chaos. The members of the Hongxing Brigade, witnessing the commotion, dared not linger, fearing they might be inadvertently harmed by that knife, and began to retreat. Only Li Weidong remained on the outskirts of the crowd, still holding the 2 wild chickens, a straw stick dangling from his lips, a mocking expression adorning his face as he observed the farce. The show had begun. The one-eyed Zhao was missing. His family was in an uproar. Zhang Defu was in a state of disarray. The muddier the waters became, the safer Li Weidong felt. The more fervently they burned with anger, the less anyone could uncover the truth of last night. He even let out a cheerful whistle. "Oh, Andy, why wield a knife?" At this moment, Li Weidong was unafraid of the escalating situation, leisurely interjecting, "Uncle Zhao is an experienced hunter, skilled indeed. Perhaps he got lost while tracking some game in the mountains." However, he paused deliberately, casting a glance towards Zhang Defu. "Last night, the wolves were indeed unnerving, and I heard they were a pack. If Uncle Zhao truly encountered a pack of wolves, then that would complicate matters." Upon hearing this, the fierce woman cried even louder, her grip on Zhang Defu tightening. "Zhang Defu, you owe me my husband. You owe me a life." Zhang Defu trembled with fury, casting a fierce glare at Li Weidong. This little rascal was clearly fanning the flames of chaos. But he had no time to settle scores with Li Weidong. He could only struggle and shout for help. "Ergu! Zhao Ergu! Where have you gone? Hurry, gather people. Go search the back mountain. We must see the living and account for the dead." Zhao Ergu rushed out with a few militia members, a pained expression on his face, forcing the woman away. The village was in disarray. Li Weidong observed this scene with a glimmer of cruel amusement in his eyes. "Search away. Take your time. Even if you turn the back mountain upside down, you would not find a single hair of Uncle Zhao, for that old fellow was currently lying in my cellar, awaiting my inquiry into his well-being. Brother, let's go." Li Weidong waved to his bewildered elder brother amidst the crowd. "This performance was tiresome. Let us return home to stew the chicken. Today, we shall have pancakes and stewed wild chicken to ease everyone's shock." Li Weiguo paused momentarily, then broke into a grin and eagerly followed suit. Though he did not grasp why his younger brother could still smile at such a time, he understood that as long as he followed his brother, there would be meat to eat. That was sufficient. The 2 brothers swaggered through the chaotic crowd towards their dilapidated cave home, leaving behind a group still embroiled in shouts and disputes, along with a flurry of feathers. Upon returning home, they closed the courtyard door, instantly severing the cacophony from the outside world. Li Weidong casually tossed the 2 wild chickens to his sister-in-law, Chun Gilin. "Sister-in-law, take care of these, stew them for lunch." Chun Gilin's eyes widened at the sight of the plump chickens, her earlier fear from the gunshots forgotten. Oh, I'm on it." She clutched the chickens and dashed towards the kitchen, as if fearing they might fly away if she hesitated. Li Dashan sat on the doorstep, tapping his smoking pipe, casting a keen glance at his second son. The old man's gaze was sharp. He had noticed the dark red stain on the hem of Li Weidong's coat that had not been cleaned. Yet, he asked nothing, merely stating with a hint of indifference, "If he isn't dead, then leave no loose ends." Li Weidong paused, turning back to flash a grin at his father. "Father, rest assured, I will not only eliminate the loose ends, but will also prepare them as a dish to accompany our drinks." With that, he lifted the cellar's cover, a cold, musty odor wafting up to meet him. Li Weidong descended the ladder. In the darkness, the one-eyed Zhao's breath was shallow. Li Weidong retrieved a ladle of cold water from his supplies. Splash! The water cascaded down onto the one-eyed Zhao's bruised face. "Uncle Zhao, wake up. Daylight has come. It is time to settle accounts." The one-eyed Zhao jolted, groggily opening his remaining eye. Upon seeing the smiling face before him, his pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. It was a gaze more terrifying than that of the Wolf King from last night. It was the look of a hunter preparing to skin their prey. Li Weidong toyed with the Fengtian-made dagger in his hand, its tip glinting ominously in the dim cellar. The performance from last night had not concluded. Today, we shall continue. Now tell me, shall I sever your left leg first, or your right? Or perhaps I should extract your remaining eye as a dish to accompany our drinks. A muffled whimper echoed in the cellar, muffled by the rags stuffed in his mouth. This reckoning was only just beginning. Duyan Zhao shook his head fervently, tears and snot mingling with the icy water that smeared his face. He yearned to plead for mercy, to admit his mistakes, to mention the hidden Yuan Deitu and Lushanshan at home. Yet, That rag was tightly stifling his pleas. Li Weidong did not hasten to remove the obstruction from his mouth. The tip of the blade glided slowly down Dian Zhao's neck, tracing over his collarbone and halting at the hollow of his chest. There was no need to pierce the skin. Dian Zhao's heartbeat faltered momentarily. "I won't kill you," Li Weidong suddenly chuckled, his smile under the dim light of the lantern colder than the earlier splash of water. "To kill you would be too merciful. You fancy wolves, don't you? Those wolves from last night were still hungry. I was thinking of chopping your old bones into pieces and mixing them with their feed. When the wolves return, they will surely feast heartily." Dian Zhao's pupils constricted to the size of a pinhead. Throughout his life in the mountains, he had taken countless lives and skinned many creatures. Yet he had never encountered such a gaze. It was not the gaze of a human. "But I'm a reasonable man," Li Weidong said, flipping his wrist as the blade struck Dian Zhao's face with a crisp sound. "I will ask you to nod or shake your head. If you dare to play tricks, the blade will plunge down. With a swift thrust, the dagger embedded itself into the muddy ground beside Dian Zhao's ear, mere millimeters from the base of his ear. A few strands of gray hair were severed, drifting down. Dian Zhao's eyes rolled back, and a large patch of moisture quickly spread across his pants. "'Tis how uncouth," Li Weidong remarked, wrinkling his brow in disdain as he withdrew the dagger and wiped it on the clean side of Dian Zhao as clothing. "Is there something hidden in that old bear cave on the back mountain?" Dian Zhao's body stiffened as he fixed his gaze on the knife, hesitating for a moment. Li Weidong remained silent, merely gesturing the blade towards the root of his thigh. Dian Zhao nodded frantically, nearly breaking his neck in the process. "Only money?" He shook his head. "Do you have a gun?" He nodded. "Is there anything else?" He nodded vigorously, his head bobbing up and down. Li Weidong's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, this old man, having spent a lifetime as a hunter and emerging from a den of bandits, surely possessed more than just this meager fortune. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. That place must be hiding his life vest savings, and perhaps even more valuable items. "Ye!" Li Weidong called without looking back. At the cellar entrance, a towering figure blocked most of the light. Li Weiguo, holding a thick hemp rope, responded in a deep voice. What is the plan?" "Watch him," Li Weidong instructed, rising and brushing off the dirt from his coat. "Do not let him die, nor allow him to sleep. Douse him with a ladle of water every half hour. I will return." "Understood," Li Weiguo replied promptly, though he did not comprehend his brother's intentions. He sensed that this old fellow had provoked dirty. Li Weidong climbed out of the cellar. The daylight was bright, the wind had ceased, and the sunlight glared off the snowy ground, causing dizziness. He inhaled the crisp air deeply. In the courtyard, Li Dashan sat on the threshold, meticulously cleaning an old earthen gun with a rag. The old man did not raise his head, but merely glanced at his second son who had just emerged from the cellar. "Did you find out?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "About that," Li Weidong replied, squatting beside his father and retrieving an unopened pack of decuman from his pocket, offering a cigarette. Li Dashan accepted the cigarette, but did not light it immediately, tucking it behind his ear. "That old man is tough." "Tough?" "Hardly. He was terrified." Li Weidong struck a match and lit his own cigarette, taking a deep drag, squinting through the pale blue smoke. "Father, I haven't gone into detail about last night. I explained how I used the almanac's information to predict Dian Zhao's location, how I forced him to reveal himself with arrows, and how I led the wolves to attack him, ultimately seizing the opportunity amidst their mutual destruction. He shared it all without omission. There was no need for concealment. In this household, his father was the only one who could comprehend such a desperate strategy." Li Dashan listened, the cloth in his hands gradually coming to a halt. The murky depths of his aged eyes began to glimmer with a spark, suddenly ignited by the wind, revealing a piercing red light. In that illumination, there was astonishment, scrutiny, and, most importantly, a sense of acknowledgement upon encountering a kindred spirit. Using a blade to kill and driving wolves to devour tigers, Li Dashan mouthed, taking the cigarette from his ear and lighting it with Li Weidong's match. He took 2 vigorous puffs, exhaling a long stream of smoke rings. Your method is lethal." This was not an insult. In the lexicon of veterans, lethal was the highest praise for tactical acumen. Those who had not been ruthless enough in battle against the enemy would have perished long ago. At that moment, Li Weiguo poked his head out of the cellar, intending to ask what was for lunch, and overheard the conversation. He froze on the ladder, watching the duo engulfed in smoke. though it was broad daylight. He felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. Erdi is using wolves to kill, commanding wolves like weapons? Li Weiguo, though slow-wit, was not naive. He recalled the blood-curdling howls of the wolves from the previous night and Dian Zhao's severed tendons. So it was all part of Erdi's elaborate scheme? In his eyes, Erdi had always been clever, a resourceful person capable of procuring food. Yet, at this moment, he truly realized the depths of his younger brother's ruthless nature, a ferocity that surpassed that of wolves. Li Weidong, undeterred by his elder brother's reaction, continued, "Father, that old man is now incapacitated. I have severed his tendons. He will struggle to even hold chopsticks, let alone fire a gun. I plan to spare his life initially, extract everything from him, and then—" He gestured as if to cut his own throat. Li Dasan remained silent. The old man tapped his smoking pipe, extinguished the cigarette he had just lit, and carefully placed it back in the box. Then he lifted his head, his weathered face devoid of hesitation. "What if you cannot extract it completely?" Li Dasan's voice was soft. "What if that old fellow has a backup plan? Or if his wife knows something?" Li Weidong paused, realizing he had not contemplated such depths. He believed Dian Zhao was now akin to flesh on the chopping block, incapable of causing further turmoil. Cutting the grass without uprooting the roots will allow it to sprout again in spring. Li Dasan stood, his injured leg stomping against the ground. "Erdi, you are clever. I do not worry about that. But you have never truly witnessed the rivers of blood in battle." The old man turned, staring towards the neighboring team. Such an old hunter, accustomed to licking blood from a blade, would undoubtedly have precautions in place. If his wife became suspicious, reported to the authorities, or sought out accomplices. Li Dasan paused, turning back to fix a steely gaze upon Li Weidong. "There will not be a matter of just one Dian Zhao dying. If we do not extract the truth tonight, or if we sense he has left something behind." The old man made a downward, slicing motion with his hand. "Then we shall pay a visit to the neighboring village. We will take care of his wife and that half-grown boy as well." "Huh?" Li Baiwu Gaspat, nearly slipping from the ladder. "Kill the whole family? Father, have you gone mad? Those are living lives." Li Weidong narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the old man, who typically only smoked his pipe. At this moment, he truly saw the depths of Li Dasan's character. It was a murderous aura forged in the crucible of blood and death, to protect this family, to ensure the survival of his descendants. This old man would pierce the heavens if necessary. Even if it meant becoming a demon, he would accept it. A surge of warmth flooded Li Weidong's heart. This was his father, the steadfast anchor of the Li family. "Father, rest assured," Li Weidong grinned. "I am capable of handling matters. Are you not aware? That old fellow is now quite dampened in his trousers, asking anything and everything. As for his household," Li Weidong stroked his chin, "and I will turn back to investigate further. If there indeed arises any indication, you need not intervene. I shall take care of it. When it comes to business, one must be resolute." Li Dasan nodded, seemingly pleased with his son's response. In this world, those with a soft heart do not survive long. At that moment, the curtain of the door was lifted. Chen Gilan stepped out, cradling Yaya. "Second uncle," the little girl timidly called out, clutching a half-eaten piece of bread. "What is it, Yaya?" The murderous intent on Li Weidong's face vanished instantly, replaced by a beaming smile as he hurried over and scooped Yaya into his arms. "Second uncle, I want a shuttlecock." Yaya pointed towards the 2 wild chickens in the corner of the yard that had yet to be gathered, her eyes sparkling. "Those feathers are truly beautiful. Want a shuttlecock? No problem." Li Weidong plucked 2 of the longest feathers from the wild chicken's behinds, teasing Yaya by brushing them against her nose, causing her to giggle with delight. "Second uncle will make it for you. Would you like anything else? How about a feather duster?" Li Dasan also set aside his earlier demeanor and sat back down on the doorstep, looking at his granddaughter with a benevolent expression. "Yaya, come here to Grandpa. I will find some coins for you." Li Weiguo, peering from the cellar, observed this scene with a buzzing head. Just moments ago, it seemed they were plotting to wipe out an entire family. Hadn't they just been discussing how to destroy evidence? How could it change so quickly to such a scene of paternal warmth? He looked at the smile on his brother's face and then at their father's wrinkled visage. Suddenly, he grasped the essence of survival. In this world, mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards family. To protect Yayao's smile and safeguard the family, one must embrace darkness and harden their heart. "Brother, why are you dawdling? Come help," Li Weidong called out. Coming." Li Weiguo scrambled up, not daring to ask further, and diligently began plucking feathers from the wild chickens. Yet, his hands were steadier than usual, and his gaze held a newfound determination. Father, let us keep one of these wild chickens for soup, and I will take the other into town. While Weidong fashioned a shuttlecock for Yaya, he casually remarked, Zhang Defu is surely out searching for one-eyed Zhao right now. We must give him something to do. What do you propose? Li Dashan, without lifting his head, concentrated on sharpening a coin against the sole of his shoe. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the brigade office. Li Weidong smirked coldly. I will say that I saw one-eyed Zhao on the back mountain last night. He was battling wolves to protect collective property. He is a hero. Isn't Zhang Defu fond of establishing models? I shall present him with a grand example. If we elevate one-eyed Zhao to the status of hero, claiming he perished alongside the wolves, then the disappearance will be sealed. Even if anyone questions it later, they will only doubt Zhang Defu's failure to safeguard the hero's remains, which has nothing to do with our family. Li Dashan paused momentarily, raising his head to regard his son intently. This maneuver is cunning, to slay with intent. We must have Zhang Defu clean up after us. Li Weidong tossed the completed shuttlecock into the air. The colorful wild chicken feathers danced under the sunlight, a splendid sight. Father, this is called seizing the moment. Since this world does not allow us to live well, we shall rise above others and live in a manner worthy of respect. Li Dashan remained silent. He turned and retreated indoors, returning shortly with a red cloth bundle. Unwrapping it layer by layer, a menacing-looking triangular military dagger lay quietly within. The blade shimmered with a ghostly blue light, a testament to the countless blood it had tasted. Take this, Li Dashan handed the dagger to Li Weidong. Sharpen it. Tomorrow, take it into the city. Li Weidong accepted the heavy dagger, his fingers grazing its sharp edges. This was the old man's lifeblood, a symbol of his glory earned on the battlefield. Now, this blade was entrusted to him. It was not merely a weapon. It symbolized the transfer of power. From this moment forth, this family, this dagger, would all be under Li Weidong's command. Rest assured, Father. Li Weidong slid the dagger into his waistband, his gaze directed towards the county seat. There, an even larger venture awaited him. Brother, sharpen the dagger swiftly. Li Weidong patted his elder brother's shoulder. Tomorrow, we shall go to the county and make a significant impact. Chapter 53. The Scheming Man's Setup. One-eyed Zhao disappears. The secretary is doomed. Before dawn had fully arrived, the rickety wooden door of the Li household was pounded upon with a thunderous clamor. It was not a polite knock, but rather a frantic demand for debts, accompanied by the sharp cries of a woman, mingling with the wind, sending shivers down one's spine. Li Weidong opened his eyes as the familiar dizziness subsided. A tattered yellowed page of the old lunar calendar floated into his mind. The ink was crimson, the 18th of the 12th lunar month, cold wave. Suitable for breaking ground, framing someone, watching a show. Avoid being timid, revealing wealth. Moderately auspicious, at the hour of the snake under the eastern pine woods. The group of beasts from last night is now well fed and resting. Not a living creature dares to stir within a 5-mile radius. That ragged cotton coat hangs on the thorn bush, waiting for someone to claim it. Li Weidong smirked slightly. This is perfect. He was not in a hurry to get out of bed, leisurely donning the tattered military coat that bore a hint of foul odor, and securing the wild chicken feather duster he had crafted overnight at his waist. This item was not for dusting, but rather for show. Who is it, wailing so early? Li Weidong called out as he pushed the door open. In the courtyard, Li Dashan sat on a small stool, sharpening a bone knife, the grating sound drowning out the cries from outside. The old man did not lift his head, his eyelids drooping. That Zhao woman has been causing a ruckus all night. She claims she hasn't seen her husband, and today she demands an explanation from the brigade. Li Weidong chuckled, walking over to the well to draw a bucket of icy water, splashing it onto his face, invigorating himself. Father, you rest. Today it is up to me, Li Yi, to take center stage. The threshing ground was already teeming with people. The large iron bell, usually used to summon the collective members, rang out with a resounding clang. Zhang Defu stood atop the grinding stone, his sheepskin coat no longer imposing, with the collar having been torn open, revealing the dark cotton lining underneath, and his face bore fresh bruises, evidently just sustained. Zhao's wife, with her hair disheveled, sat on the ground, brandishing a shoemaking awl, weeping with snot and tears. Zhang Defu, you heartless wretch! My husband Zhao went missing while working for you. If you do not bring him back today, I shall hang myself at your doorstep." Her shriek caused the nearby timid members to retreat a few steps. Everyone had heard the wolf howls last night, akin to ghostly wails. Who would dare venture into the mountains now? That would be tantamount to delivering a meal to the wolves. Jean Defu trembled with rage, cursing One-Eyed Zhao's ancestors in his heart. That old fool was utterly useless. He had promised to use the wolves to kill, yet he ended up losing himself. Now, the blame fell squarely on the shoulders of the secretary. Enough with the wailing. Jean Defu stomped his foot, pointing at the surrounding members. "Listen up. One-Eyed Zhao went missing while protecting collective property. We, the Hongxing Brigade, cannot turn a blind eye. Every household must send out a strong laborer. We shall search the mountains." Upon hearing these words, the scene fell into a profound silence. People exchanged glances, yet none dared to move. "I won't go. I still need my son to carry on the family line." The village chief, with the heavy snow sealing off the mountains, mused whether the wolves had not strayed too far. "If one must venture forth, let it be you. I shall not go." Even the militia members lowered their heads, feigning ignorance. Zhao Ergu cowered at the back of the crowd, wishing to bury his head in his trousers. He had witnessed the demise of the three wolves just the night before. Entering the mountains now would be akin to courting death. Jean Defu's face turned pale. While he was usually loud and commanding, in such dire circumstances, these country folk proved to be exceedingly shrewd. Just as the tension mounted and Jean Defu found himself at a loss, a languid voice drifted in from the outskirts of the crowd. "I'll go." The crowd turned to see Li Weidong, hands tucked into his sleeves, a straw stick clenched in his mouth, ambling in with his characteristic gait. Following closely was Li Weiguo, resembling a formidable black iron tower, wielding an axe that looked fearsome. "Chief, must we really pressure everyone like this over such a trivial matter?" Li Weidong approached the grinding stone, ignoring Jean Defu's stricken visage, and instead flashed a grin at Zhao's wife on the ground. "Auntie, please rise. Uncle Zhao is an esteemed hunter in our community, skilled indeed. Perhaps he has merely wandered off while pursuing the wolves. As compatriots, how can we stand idly by?" His words rang with righteousness. Were it not for the villagers' awareness of Li Weidong's true nature, they might have almost believed him to be a living bodhisattva. Jean Defu narrowed his triangular eyes, fixating on Li Weidong. Could this lad truly possess such altruism? Just last night, they had had a falling out. Today, he was volunteering to search for someone. What trickery was this? "Weidong," Jean Defu replied with a forced smile, "it's commendable that you feel this way. However, this venture into the mountains is no trifling matter." What if what? Li Weidong interrupted, brandishing a dagger from his waist and twirling it in his hand. "I have a knife, and my brother possesses strength. Besides, it's broad daylight. Can the wolves truly be that cunning?" He surveyed the crowd with a gaze that sent shivers down spines. "However, just the two of us cannot go. Strength lies in numbers. We need to enlist a few more helpers." His fingers suddenly pointed at the cowering Zhao Ergu at the back. "Brother Ergu, as the militia captain, you've been receiving rations and allowances. You cannot shirk your duty to protect the villagers now, can you?" Zhao Ergu's body tensed, his complexion draining of color. "I don't want to what-s that. Do you wish to be labeled a coward?" Li Weidong's expression darkened as he thrust the dagger into the frozen earth beside Zhao Ergu's feet. "This is a matter of life and death. If you refuse to go, I shall report you for dereliction of duty." The weight of such an accusation was heavier than the mountains themselves. Zhao Ergu stared at the trembling dagger and the gleeful expressions of the surrounding villagers, gritting his teeth in reluctant compliance. "Fine, I'll go. That's the spirit." Li Weidong chuckled, withdrawing the dagger and pointing at another sycophant, Wang Lazy, who often flattered Jean Defu. "And you, Wang Lazy, I saw you quite lively during the meat distribution yesterday. Why the long face today? Come, join me in the mountains. I'll treat you to some meat." Wang Lazy's legs quivered in fear, yet under the gaze of Li Weidong's seemingly playful eyes, he dared not protest. Jean Defu observed the unfolding scene, his foreboding premonitions intensifying. Li Weidong was clearly seeking to ensnare others in peril alongside him. Yet, he could not intervene. Should the one-eyed Zhao perish in the mountains, the village chief would bear responsibility. If Li Weidong was willing to be the scapegoat, let it be so. Should calamity strike, he would kill two birds with one stone. Very well. Since Weidong has this initiative, let it be settled. Ergu, Wang Lazy, arm yourselves and follow Weidong into the mountains. Ensure that you bring the person back. Thus, a party of 5 trudged through the snow, sinking into the drifts with each step. Li Weidong led the way, wielding a branch he had broken from the roadside. Whistling a tune he had picked up somewhere. Close behind him was Li Weiguo, his robust frame blocking much of the wind and snow, keenly alert with his axe. The remaining trio, Zhao Ergu, Wang Lazy, and a reluctant nephew of the one-eyed Zhao, resembled wilted eggplants, shoulders hunched, clutching makeshift weapons, trembling at the slightest rustle. Can we not venture deeper? Zhao Ergu quivered, his voice tinged with desperation. That area ahead is the Old Crow Ridge. They say the wolf den is just beyond. Fear not. Li Weidong halted, glancing back at him. What are the wolves? They too are flesh and blood. Last night, my brother felled one with a single blow. Did you not see? Zhao Ergu swallowed hard, recalling the 3 gruesome wolf corpses displayed at the Li family's door. Furthermore, Li Weidong leaned closer to Zhao Ergu, lowering his voice. If you do not go, and the one-eyed Zhao truly meets his end, his ghost will seek you first, not me, but your uncle Zhang Defo. Zhao Ergu nearly wet himself in fear. Let us move. Onward. Li Weidong's expression hardened as he resumed leading the way. The path he chose was no random route. According to ancient wisdom, it led directly to the hollow where the one-eyed Zhao had been besieged by wolves. The further they ventured, the denser the forest became, and the dimmer the light grew. An oppressive atmosphere loomed. Except for Li Weidong, who walked steadily with sharp eyes, the rest appeared unsettled. Stop! Li Weidong suddenly raised a hand, halting the group. Silence enveloped them, save for the mournful winds whispering through the pine trees. What's wrong? Wang Lazy chattered his teeth. Li Weidong remained silent, merely pointing his branch toward a thicket several meters ahead. There lay a scene of chaos. The snow was marred with disarray of claw marks and trampled dry grass. Most striking was a piece of blackened cloth fluttering in the breeze, hanging from a thorny, wild jujube tree. The fabric bore a striking resemblance to the tattered quilt worn by the one-eyed Zhao. Beneath the cloth lay a pool of blood, frozen and darkened, a ghastly sight. That Zhao Ergu with keen eyes recognized it instantly, his tone shifting. Uncle Zhao's coat. Li Weidong approached, using the branch to lift the cloth closer to his nose for a sniff. Turning back to the now petrified group, his expression became grave, even tinged with sorrow. It appears we have arrived too late. Li Weidong sighed. His acting skills would have earned him an Oscar in another life. The scene was harrowing. Look at this blood. There's so much. The person must. He did not finish his thought, but the implication hung heavy in the air. The nephew of the one-eyed Zhao erupted into tears, collapsing into the snow, unable to rise. Zhao Ergu and Wang Lazy turned ashen, supporting each other to remain standing. Their minds conjured horrifying images of the one-eyed Zhao being torn apart by wolves. This was precisely the effect Li Weidong sought to achieve. Stop dawdling, he bellowed, startling the others into action. Quickly, search the area. Even if we find a bone, we must bring something back. This is about ensuring the living see the living and the dead see their remains. Li Weidong's voice startled the group of cowards into silence. Though they were frightened, they were even more terrified of the knife in Li Weidong's hand. Under his command, they began to search the snow-covered ground, devastated by the wolf pack, with trepidation. Li Weidong stood by, hands in pockets, observing coldly. He knew they would find nothing, for the old dog, one-eyed Zhao, was currently lying in his cellar, awaiting his return for a slow preparation. This performance was designed to leave no witnesses. Once it was established that one-eyed Zhao had been devoured by wolves, his fate, whether dead or alive, would have no bearing on the Hongxing Brigade or the Li family. More importantly, this heavy burden would fall squarely on Zhang Defo. Second Master, I found a hat. Wang Lazy suddenly shouted, holding up a half-tattered dogskin hat, a treasured possession of one-eyed Zhao. Li Weidong approached, took the hat, examined it, and nodded gravely. Enough searching. He gazed at the abyss of the valley, his tone somber. What remains is likely in the wolves' bellies. He turned to the pallid faces of his companions. Let us return and report. Remember, you must know what to say when we get back. This is a tragedy for our brigade and a dereliction of duty on Secretary Zhang's part. The last statement was delivered lightly, but to Zhao Ergu's ears, it was a clear directive to return and cast aspersions on Zhang Defo. Yet, Looking into Li Weidong's icy eyes, Zhao Ergo understood he had no choice. This second son of the Li family was fiercer than the wolves. The wind and snow intensified, obscuring the traces on the ground and concealing this meticulously crafted conspiracy. The group began their journey back. Li Weidong lingered at the rear, glancing back at the desolate valley. Zhang Defu, you must brace yourself for this grand gift. This is merely the beginning. When we return to the village and you find yourself on the hot seat, that will truly be the spectacle. He touched the hard dagger concealed in his clothing, contemplating how to pry open the old mouth in the cellar that night, to extract all the treasures hidden within the old bear cave. Brother, what do you want to eat when we get back? I'll stew some big bones for you tonight. Li Weidong patted his brother Li Weiguo on the shoulder. Li Weiguo turned, grinning foolishly, his smile particularly hearty amidst the wind and snow. As long as it's made by you, anything will taste good. Li Weidong laughed heartily and strode down the mountain. Upon returning home, the warmth from the kitchen enveloped the doorway. Sister-in-law Chingilin was busy adding firewood to the stove, while a large iron pot, with a chipped edge, bubbled with boiling water. 2 freshly cleaned long-tailed pheasants had already been chopped into pieces, with only a few slices of old ginger and a handful of salt added. Brother, this aroma is truly enticing. Li Weiguo sniffed, his wind-chilled face flushed with a hearty smile. Li Weidong tossed his tattered military coat onto the edge of the Kong and sat cross-legged. Enticing indeed. He picked up his father's pipe, playing with the brass bowl without lighting it, knowing that they needed a hearty meal before another night of work. Li Dasan sat at the head of the Kong, slightly lifting his eyelids but remaining silent, merely cradling the polished flintlock in his arms. The night deepened. The wind and snow subsided, and the moon was shrouded by clouds, leaving the entire Hongxing brigade silent. Even the dogs were quiet. Li Weidong tossed aside his bedding. He nudged his elder brother, who was sleeping soundly. Li Weiwu starlet awaka. Without asking questions, quickly donned the cotton coat from the Kong. The 2 brothers stealthily exited the house, heading straight for the dry well that had been converted into a cellar. The old dog, One-Eyed Zhao, had been so thoroughly tormented that it was unrecognizable. Its limbs stripped of sinew, lying limply in a heap, with only the faint rise and fall of its chest indicating it was still alive. Brother, shall we take it away? Li Weiguo asked in a hushed tone, holding a length of rope. Take it away, Li Weidong replied coldly, casting a glance at the pile of flesh. Let it return whence it came, since the whole village believes I fed it to the wolves. We shall help him complete this act. Without a word, Li Weiguo stepped forward and hoisted the limp body onto his shoulder. That night, the wind on the back mountain of Hongxing Brigade was particularly fierce. The next day, as dawn broke, the familiar dizziness struck Li Weidong's mind. In the depths of his consciousness, a yellowed, old calendar fluttered open, turning pages until it landed on a torn sheet. The red characters read, 19th day of the 12th month, great cold, auspicious for sacrifices, burials, and laying to rest. Inauspicious for long journeys and breaking ground. Great auspiciousness at the rabbit hour in the shadowy slope of Logwar Ridge, where last night a starving pack of beasts held a feast. One-Eyed Zhao's life has been completely accounted for, with the remains and the chewed-up flintlock hanging on the thorny jujube tree, awaiting collection. This scheme has been flawlessly executed. The corner of Li Weidong's mouth curled into a cold smile. Everything is in order. He methodically donned the musty, tattered military coat, tucked the pheasant feather duster into his waist, and stepped outside. Father, you need not wait for me to eat. Li Weidong called to Li Dasan, who was squatting at the door smoking. I'm going to inform his secretary and wrap up the unfinished performance from yesterday. Li Dasan nodded without looking up, merely grunting in response. At the threshing ground, the atmosphere was even more oppressive than the day before. Zhao's wife had spent the night on the ground at the brigade office and was now sitting disheveled on the grinding stone, her eyes swollen like overripe peaches, her voice hoarse and unable to speak. Zhang Defu paced in the snow, his sheepskin coat missing a patch of fur from where he had tugged at it in frustration. He was troubled, knowing that if One-Eyed Zhao was truly missing, Zhao's wife would unearth his ancestral grave. Seeing Li Weidong approach, Zhang Defu hurriedly stepped forward. Weidong, what is going on? Was there any movement last night? Li Weidong, with his hands stuffed in his sleeves, sniffed and appeared to be still waking up. What movement could there be? Just the strong wind and heavy snow. However, he deliberately elongated his tone, casting a glance toward Logwar Ridge. Last night, When I got up to relieve myself, I thought I heard wolves howling quite merrily over there. It sounded like they were fighting over food. At these words, Zhao's wife stiffened, letting out a cry as she attempted to rush up the mountain. "Stop her! Quickly stop her!" Zhang Defu exclaimed, startled, and hurriedly directed several militia to restrain her. "Let us go, secretary." Li Weidong tilted his head, suggesting they delve deeper since they had not found anything yesterday. "We must see the living, and we must see the dead. We need to provide Zhao's wife with an explanation, do we not?" The same group from yesterday was assembled, Li Weidong leading, Li Weiguo bringing up the rear, flanked by the terrified Zhao Ergu, Wang Lazy, and Zhang Defu, along with a few brave militia members. They trudged through knee-deep snow, alternating between deep and shallow steps as they ascended Logor Ridge. The higher they climbed, the stronger the scent of blood became. That odor mingled with the cold wind, invading their nostrils and causing their stomachs to churn. "Stop!" Li Weidong suddenly raised his hand, halting behind a massive black rock. This was the site known as Ghost Shaving Head, a barren rocky outcrop where even wild rabbits seldom ventured. At that moment, chaos reigned on the rocky slope. The snow was trampled, scattered with paw prints shaped like plum blossoms, sending chills down their spines. The originally pristine white snow was now a glaring red, darkening ominously. And at the center of this blood-red expanse, ugh, as Zhao Ergu, who followed closely behind, cautiously peeked out, an unsettling cry escaped his throat, prompting him to turn and violently retch against a tree trunk, expelling even the bitter bile. Lu Meizi, his legs trembling, collapsed directly into the snow pit, his trousers instantly soaked. The scene was utterly grotesque. It was too horrific to even resemble a human form. A tattered cotton jacket, torn into strips, dangled from a withered branch, swaying in the wind. Scattered on the ground were a few stark white bones, still bearing remnants of unchewed flesh. Most conspicuous among the remains was a severed thigh clad in tattered felt boots, reduced to a mere half. The jagged break was not the result of a clean cut, but rather a brutal tearing by sharp teeth, with a fragment of the white leg bone jutting upright into the frozen earth. Beside the severed leg lay a broken old soil gun, its stock shattered and marked with bite impressions. Zhang Defu, covering his mouth, turned pale, his calves cramping, nearly losing his balance. Although he had committed many misdeeds in his life, he had seldom witnessed such a graphic dismemberment by wolves. This was the infamous one-eyed Zhao. Libaidor apruaka expresión Leslie. The Ula straw sandals crunching on the blood-soaked snow, emitting a creaking sound. He bent down, picked up the broken soil gun, and lightly flicked it, producing a clear metallic resonance that echoed through the silent valley. I recognized this gun, one-eyed Zhao's prized possession, which he seldom allowed anyone to touch. Li Baidong, holding the broken weapon, turned and cast a cold, sweeping gaze over everyone present. His eyes were more chilling than the surrounding wolf corpses. It seemed this old fellow had indeed encountered formidable foes last night. Even his gun had been shattered, and yet he had not survived. He spoke with a dismissive air. Lu Meizi, huddled in the snow pit, glanced from the broken gun in Li Weidong's grasp to the severed leg on the ground, and suddenly remembered the day Li Weidong shot an arrow at him in the unmarked graveyard. Fear gripped his heart tightly. This was no wolf attack. It was clearly the disaster summoned by this harbinger of doom, Li Weidong, but he dared not utter a word, afraid that a single syllable might see him hanging from the trees next. "Let's wrap this up," Zhang Defu stammered, his voice trembling. "At least bring back a memento." A few militia members cautiously approached, none daring to touch the severed leg, until finally, Li Weiguo strode forward, pulled out a tattered sack from his pocket, and without a second thought, stuffed the severed leg and several bones into it. His movements were swift, and his expression remained calm. The bystanders watched this scene, their fear deepening. What fortitude must one possess to remain unfazed in the face of such horror? Upon returning to the village, the moment Zhao's wife caught sight of the blood-stained sack in Li Weiguo's hands, as well as the broken gun held by Li Weidong, she was so overwhelmed that she could not even cry, rolling her eyes back and fainting. The threshing ground fell into a profound silence. No one spoke or whispered. The brutality of nature, coupled with the fierce aura emanating from the Li brothers, struck all into a state of shock. "Secretary." Li Weidong tossed the broken gun at Zhang Defu's feet with a clatter. "The person has been found, albeit in this state. Is this matter settled?" He gazed into Zhang Defu's eyes, a cold smile playing at his lips. This is fate. When the beasts of the mountains become desperate, they recognize no one. Even One-Eyed Zhao, an old hunter, has fallen victim. Henceforth, if any of you have the chance, refrain from venturing into the mountains, lest you become a feast for the wolf pack. The implication was clear. Zhang Defu understood. This was both a warning and a threat. How had One-Eyed Zhao truly met his end? Was it indeed solely the work of wolves? Zhang Defu glanced at the broken gun, then back at Li Weidong's fathomless eyes. A chill coursing down his spine. The coincidences were too striking. Just days after the two families had a falling out, One-Eyed Zhao had fed the wolves. Yet he had no evidence. The scene was littered with wolf paw prints, and the body had been devoured. Even if the police arrived, they would find no clues. This was a perfect accident. This bitter pill was one Zhang Defu would have to swallow, pinching his nose as he did so. It's concluded. Zhang Defu gritted his teeth. This is a wolf disaster, a natural calamity. Everyone disperse. Disperse. He waved his hand and turned, stumbling back toward the brigade office. This time, he had lost completely, utterly. With no excuses left to salvage his defeat, Li Weidong watched Zhang Defu's hunched figure retreat, the smile at his lips slowly fading. He bent down to scoop up a handful of snow, vigorously rubbing it in his hands to wash away the trace of blood that had stained his fingertips. Brother, let's return home. Li Weidong tucked his hands back into his sleeves, his voice returning to its languid tone. Sister-in-law is still at home making chicken soup. It won't taste good if it cools off. Li Weiguo chuckled, tossing the sack containing the severed leg onto the ground. That is for the Zhao family. I won't bring home any bad luck. Let us return home for soup. The two brothers, one after the other, walked confidently through the snow towards their home. Chapter 55. Is the educated youth to be dispatched to the lumberyard? Li Weidong directly carried her off in the vehicle. Two long-tailed pheasants had been chopped into pieces no larger than finger joints, bubbling in a battered iron pot, with mushrooms soaking up the savory broth. The unique wild flavor wafted, enticing the souls of villagers passing by the Li family's courtyard. Inside, warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Li Weiguo held a rough porcelain bowl larger than his face, slurping the soup with abandon, too hot to let go. Drink slowly. No one is competing with you. Chun Gilin admonished her husband while feeding Yaya meat, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Since marrying into the Li family, her life over these past few days had been more fulfilling than the sum of all her previous years. Li Weidong sat cross-legged at the Kong head, a polished chicken leg bone held in his mouth, squinting with little inclination to use his chopsticks. In the depths of his mind, an old, yellowed calendar gently rippled like water, revealing fresh notations. On the 20th day of the 12th month, auspicious for travel, wealth-seeking, and marriage, inauspicious for disturbing the earth or burial. Minor auspicious. During the hour of the snake in front of the transport team's gate in the county, someone discarded half a pack of damp Hunter Mountain cigarettes. If dried, they could still be smoked. Moderate auspicious. During the hour of the horse beneath the old locust tree in the backyard of the Black County Revolutionary Committee. A silver bracelet from the Republic era is buried, left behind when the concubine of the previous dynasty fled. Great auspicious. All day the forestry officer at the supply and marketing cooperative has recently been having a rough time. She urgently needs a batch of flawed cloth without tickets to cover the embezzled public funds. Whoever delivers the cloth at this time will be her savior. The corner of Li Weidong's mouth curled slightly at the mention of flawed cloth. He had some on hand, having acquired it from Lin Zioan last time, and had not yet fully disposed of it. As for Lin Zioan's embezzlement, it seemed this woman had more audacity than he had imagined, which made things all the more interesting. However, the most pressing matter was a subtle line of text in the corner of the calendar. Ominous omen. During the hour of the rat, the director of the Educated Youth Office accepted a bribe. Tonight, the transfer orders will be issued, dispatching that restless, sickly female educated youth to the deepest lumberyard in Daxingling for logging. Once she goes, she may never return. Suing. Li Weidong's eyelids twitched. This woman was now a long-term investment for him. If she were truly sent to that desolate place, wouldn't all his previous efforts, from the few eggs to that set of books, and the care he had provided over the past few days, be for naught? Brother, are you full? Li Weidong spat out the bone and rolled off the Kong. Full. Full. Li Weiguo licked the bottom of his bowl clean, wiping his mouth with satisfaction. What shall we do, second brother? To the brigade office, to borrow a vehicle. Li Weidong donned the tattered military coat stained with wolf's blood, still unwashed, preparing for a significant venture into the city the following day. Within the brigade headquarters, a haze of smoke lingered. Zhang Defu, fraught with worry, felt as though his hair might soon be pulled out. On the table lay a document recently retrieved from the commune, detailing a county-wide crackdown on speculation during the harsh winter months. While this presented a splendid opportunity for action, his mind was preoccupied with other troubles. His mother's asthma had flared up, causing her to cough with excruciating intensity. The village doctor advised that she needed nourishing foods, particularly fine grains and meat. Yet in these times, even landlords had no surplus grain. Although he wielded authority, it could not conjure meat from thin air. In the village, those fortunate enough to possess a chicken guarded it like a precious gem. Zhang Defu's thoughts drifted to Li Weidong's smirking face and the dead wolves hanging at the Li family's entrance. That was indeed meat. Though wolf meat was said to be tough, it was still sustenance. Rumor had it that the Li family had recently enjoyed a bountiful feast of wild game and fish, provoking envy among the villagers. "Secretary, are you there?" The door flap lifted, ushering in a gust of cold air mingled with the tantalizing aroma of meat. Li Weidong sauntered in, hands tucked into his sleeves, followed closely by the towering Li Weiguo. Zhang Defu's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, he covered the document on the table, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Ah, Weidong, why aren't you keeping your father company for a drink at this late hour? The wine lacks flavor. I have no desire to drink." Li Weidong plopped down into the chair opposite, crossing his legs, his tattered shoes swaying just beneath Zhang Defu's gaze. "Secretary, I've heard our brigade's donkey cart will be idle tomorrow." Zhang Defu's eyelids twitched. "We need it for hauling manure tomorrow. When is there a day we don't haul?" Li Weidong interjected, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice. "Secretary, let's be straightforward. I intend to venture into the city tomorrow for personal matters. You know my character. If I am delayed, it will weigh heavily on my mind. If I am troubled, I might recall certain matters about some villagers and their indiscretions with widows." This was a blatant threat. While the incident involving One-Eye Zhao had been temporarily resolved, Zhang Defu was acutely aware that the events of that night could not withstand scrutiny, especially since his foolish nephew was still in possession of incriminating evidence. Zhang Defu's complexion shifted multiple times before he clenched his jaw, retrieving the car keys and a permit from his drawer, slamming them onto the table. "Take it. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Don't stir up trouble for the brigade." "Understood. Secretary, you're quite generous." Li Weidong seized the keys without a word of thanks and stood to leave. At the door, he abruptly halted, glancing back at Zhang Defu, pulling out an oil paper package from his pocket and tossing it onto the table. "I notice your aunt has been coughing severely these past few days. This is a piece of aged honeycomb I brought from the mountains. It's excellent for soothing coughs. Do not reject it. Consider it payment for the use of the cart." Without waiting for Zhang Defu's response, he departed, accompanied by Li Weiguo. Zhang Defu stared dumbfounded at the oil paper package, opening it to reveal a piece of dark red honeycomb exuding a sweet aroma. This item would not come cheap at the apothecary. He gazed at Li Weidong's disappearing figure with mixed emotions. Was this lad a ghost or a deity? He certainly knew how to deliver a sweet reward after a harsh blow, employing tactics even more adept than his own. The night deepened, the moon obscured by clouds. In the west room of the Li household, Su Qing sat on the edge of the Kong, tightly gripping the algebra book, unable to absorb a single word. Earlier that afternoon, she had overheard a conversation between Zhao Jianxi and others near the threshing ground. The Youth League office had finalized a list to reassign a batch of youth with poor backgrounds and lackluster performance to an even more remote logging site. Her name was on that list. The logging site was a true wilderness, perpetually blanketed in snow, with wolves and wild beasts roaming freely. Given her frail constitution, going there would surely spell her doom. She did not wish to leave, even if the Li household was a den of wolves. And even if Li Weidong was a rogue, this place offered a warm Kong, nourishing meat soup, and an invaluable sense of security free from fear. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone gently tapped on the window. Su Qing jumped, her body tensing instinctively as she hugged her book to her chest. "Who is there? Open the window, it's me." The voice was low and familiar. It was Li Weidong. Hesitating for a moment, she slowly approached and opened the window a crack. A rush of cold air rushed in, and Li Weidong's face appeared, a cigarette still smoldering in his mouth, the flickering light illuminating the playful glint in his eyes. Still awake at this hour? Can't sleep because you're thinking of me? Su Qing's face flushed with anger. Li Weidong, can't you behave yourself? Climbing into a widow's window at such an hour, what will people think? Can a face fill one's stomach? Li Weidong skufa, cutting to the chase as he thrust a warm baked potato into her hands. Take it, eat while it's hot. After eating, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, accompany me into the city. Su Qing stared at the hot potato in her hands, momentarily stunned. Into the city? I cannot go. I have no money, nor an introduction letter. I have the introduction letter, and I have the funds. Li Weidong reached through the window, tooling her slightly disheveled bangs. Stop pondering your petty thoughts. The orders from the Youth League office will be issued tomorrow. If you don't want to end up in the logging site feeding wolves, you'd best come with me. This matter, I will resolve for you. Su Qing's body stiffened. How'd he know? This news was something she had just eavesdropped on. How could this idle rogue be privy to the secrets of the County Youth League office? She raised her gaze, striving to see the depths of his eyes. Why are you helping me? Helping you? Li Weidong exhaled a puff of smoke, the cloud irritating her throat and provoking a cough. Don't get ahead of yourself. Su Seeking, I am a businessman and never engage in unprofitable ventures. The knowledge you possess, along with the potential benefits you can bring me, far outweigh this minor inconvenience. He leaned closer, his face nearly touching hers. Remember, from the moment you ate my egg, your life is in my hands. Wherever I wish you to go, you shall go. No one else has the right to transfer you away. Do you understand? His words were domineering, unreasonable, and almost thuggish. She bit her lip, gazing at the man with a fierce demeanor before nodding, almost involuntarily. I understand. Then sleep. Li Weidong Widreo, satisfia. Dress warmly tomorrow, if you catch a cold. I have no spare change for medicine. The window shut once more. Su Qing leaned against the wall, cradling the baked potato in her hands, tears suddenly streaming down her face, not from grievance, but from a profound sense of relief at being rescued from despair. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken and the village rooster had crowed its first call, the brigade's donkey cart outside the Li household was already harnessed. Li Weiguo was busy loading items onto the cart, which included several pieces of gray fox fur and wild ginseng hidden in burlap, along with a pile of hay and tattered quilts prepared by Li Weidong. Brother, what are those quilts for? We're not sleeping on the cart, Li Weiguo asked, scratching his head in confusion. For the passengers. You may be tough enough to withstand the cold, but the delicate young ladies from the city want tea fare as well. Li Weidong chewed on a stalk of grass, casting a glance toward the yard. Before long, Su Qing emerged. She wore an old cotton monkey jacket and a somewhat frayed scarf, wrapping herself tightly, leaving only her clear and cold eyes visible. In her hand, she carried a small cloth bag, which contained all her worldly possessions. She lowered her head, attempting to stealthily climb into the vehicle without attracting the attention of the villagers. At that moment, it was the time when the members of the collective were heading out to work, and passers-by noticed a vehicle parked in front of the Li family home, each one craning their necks to steal a glance. Oh, isn't that Sue's hiking? Where could she be heading this early in the morning? It seems she is heading to the city with Li Erlao. The idle gossip of this lone man and woman buzzed around like flies. Su Qing paused, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. She contemplated retreating or perhaps offering an explanation. Just then, a large hand suddenly reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. The palm was rough and strong. What are you dawdling for? Get in the car. Li Weidong disregarded the curious gazes around them, directly pulling Su Qing to the side of the vehicle, encircling her waist with both hands and lifting her into the truck bed lined with cotton blankets. Su Qing gasped, caught off guard, as she found herself seated on the soft blankets. Almost immediately, a tattered military coat, imbued with warmth and the scent of tobacco, enveloped her entirely. Crouch down. Don't stick your head out. The wind outside is fierce. If your head gets blown wrong, I'll have to pay for treatment, Li Weidong ordered, patting his hands before turning to cast a cold, sweeping glance at the villagers still pointing and whispering. He said nothing, merely curling his lips into a sinister smile and flicking the hilt of his dagger at his waist, the sharp metallic sound ringing out in the crisp morning air. The crowd fell silent at once, each remembering how Li Erlao had hung 3 wolves from a tree the day before, and none wished to invite the ire of such a formidable presence. Brother, let us go. Li Weidong leaped onto the cart's yoke and whistled. Li Weiguo cracked the whip, and the donkey cart creaked into motion, crunching over the frozen ground as it made its way toward the village entrance. Nestled within the military coat, Su Qing listened to the sound of the wheels rolling and the man humming an unknown tune. Her face burned, and she could still feel the lingering warmth of his hand on her wrist. The sensation of being forcibly protected and possessively claimed left her heart in turmoil. "Si tight," came Li Weidong's languid voice from the front. Su Qing instinctively grasped the edge of the cart and through the gap in the coat. She caught sight of the silhouette of Haishui County gradually taking shape beneath the overcast sky. Chapter 56. Picking up cigarettes, digging for bracelets, and selling fox fur. Weidong earns 200 yuan in industrial coupons. Li Weidong sat at the cart's yoke, the collar of his tattered military coat turned high, obscuring most of his face, revealing only a pair of drooping eyelids that gave the impression he was dozing, yet his eyes sparkled with alertness. Deep in his mind, the yellowed remnants of an old imperial calendar flickered like a revolving lantern, each line of text appearing and vanishing. The time has come, suitable for picking up bargains. "Brother, stop the cart by that wall," Li Weidong suddenly spoke, tilting his chin toward the county transport team's yard not far ahead. Li Baiwu, cracking the whip to urge the donkey, without hesitation tightened the reins, and the lean donkey obediently halted beside the wind-sheltered roadside. "What's wrong, second brother? Aren't we going to take care of business first?" Li Weiguo asked, placing the whip on the cart's edge and rubbing his frostbitten hands, his voice gruff with curiosity. In the cart, Su Qing, curled up in a tattered blanket, revealed a pair of clear, cold eyes, looking at the man in front who seemed to be plotting something. "What business? Nothing is more important than picking up money." Li Weidong jumped down from the cart, stamping his somewhat numbed feet. "Just watch here, don't frighten the donkey. I'll be right back." With his hands tucked into his sleeves, he sauntered toward the pile of coal ash at the entrance to the transport yard. The elderly man guarding the entrance was huddled in the dispatch room, warming himself, completely uninterested in this clearly provincial vagabond. Li Weidong skirted around the coal pile and headed straight to an inconspicuous corner where a heap of discarded cardboard and rags lay, covered in a light dusting of snow. Following the calendar's guidance, small fortune lay right here. He crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and picked up a twig, rummaging through the refuse. Indeed, beneath a crushed tin can, he uncovered half a slightly misshapen cigarette box, red and white, with a striking tower design. Hunk a mountain. In these times, this was a fine cigarette, unaffordable for the average person, let alone discarded. Li Weidong picked up the cigarette box, squeezed it, and found it hard. It must still contain more than half a pack. Perhaps it was carelessly tossed by a driver or an official, or simply dropped unnoticed and dampened. What a waste. Li Weidong smirked, unconcerned about the dirt, tucking the cigarette box into his sleeve. With a thought, the absorption effect of his personal storage activated, and in less than 2 seconds, when he retrieved it, only the rich aroma of tobacco remained. He pulled out a cigarette, sniffed it under his nose. Still the same robust scent. Returning to the cart, Li Weidong tossed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes into Li Weiguo's arms. "Here, this is a good thing. Save it for later." Li Weiguo fumbled to catch it, his eyes widening in surprise as he read the box's label. "Goodness. Humped a mountain? Second brother. Where did this come from?" "Found on the ground." Li Weidong climbed back onto the cart without further explanation. "Let us go to the Revolutionary Committee." Li Weiguo chuckled foolishly, carefully pulling out a cigarette to tuck behind his ear, treating the rest like a treasure, marveling at his second brother's uncanny ability to unearth golden nuggets from a trash. Su Qing watched this scene, her astonishment evident despite her silence. This man seemed to possess an uncanny knack for extracting unseen advantages from this barren world. The donkey cart swayed into the back street of Haishui County's Revolutionary Committee. This area was quieter than others, with high walls and large courtyards, shards of glass embedded on the wall tops, exuding a forbidding air. "Brother, drive the cart to that alley and keep an eye out for people. I need to relieve myself," Li Weidong instructed, pointing to a nearby dead-end alley. "Relieve yourself again?" Li Weiguo scratched his head, puzzled at his second brother's frequent needs, yet obediently complied. Li Weidong slipped into the alley, ensuring no one was around, and nimbly scaled the low wall. Beyond the wall lay the back courtyard of the Revolutionary Committee, which used to belong to a wealthy local family before being nationalized. Following the calendar's guidance indicating Zongji, beneath that old locust tree lay something valuable. The courtyard was quiet, as everyone was dining in the front canteen at midday. Li Weidong quickly made his way to that old locust tree, its trunk thick enough for 2 people to embrace. The earth around the roots was freshly turned, barely obscured by snow. He took out his dagger, carefully digging at the spot indicated by the calendar. The frozen ground was as hard as stone, but under the blade's prowess, it yielded like soft tofu. After digging about half a foot deep, the tip of the knife struck something hard. Li Weidong brushed aside the loose soil, revealing a rusty tin box. Upon opening it, he found a silver bracelet wrapped in oiled paper. The bracelet had an ancient design, intricately engraved with complex patterns. Despite the tarnish of age, it felt heavy, weighing at least 2 taels. Most importantly, the craftsmanship clearly indicated the work of skilled artisans from the Republican era, making it a relic in future times, and in the present, it represented hard currency. The life-saving money left by a past concubine of the previous dynasty has now become my windfall. Li Weidong chocolat, tossing the bracelet along with the box into his personal storage, then refilling the hole with soil, compacting it, and scattering a layer of fresh snow to cover his tracks seamlessly. Just this bracelet alone was worth half a year's salary for an ordinary worker. Upon returning to the cart, Li Weidong's mood had significantly improved. The money comes too easily, so easily that it becomes addictive. Let us go to the first shop. In Haishui County, there is only one first shop. Its facade is modest, yet in these times, any establishment of this sort must possess some hidden depth. The proprietor is an elderly man wearing a melon-shaped hat, squinting as he dozes behind the counter. Upon hearing the curtain rustle, he lazily lifts his eyelids. Here to sell pelts? Without further ado, Li Weidong pulls out an oiled paper package from his pocket and slaps it onto the counter. Take a look, shopkeeper. The old man slowly unwraps the package, and the moment he glimpses the vibrant red fur within, his once dull eyes widen with excitement. It is a pristine red fox pelt. The fur is lustrous as fire, without a trace of blemish, and the leather is both supple and resilient. Remarkably, there is merely a tiny wound at the neck, a remnant of a lasso that caused its demise, leaving the integrity of the fur largely intact, in a place where the only options are gray wolf or weasel pelts. This exquisite red fox fur is truly a rare find. The old shopkeeper's hand trembles slightly as he reaches out to touch it, hesitating before withdrawing. He hurriedly retrieves a pair of reading glasses from beneath the counter, then leans in for a closer inspection. What a splendid item, he exclaims, gently brushing his fingers over the silky fur. This color, this quality, where did you acquire it? Found it in the mountains, Li Weidong casually replies, leaning forward and lowering his voice. Let us speak plainly, shopkeeper. I want cash for this along with a receipt. Offer me a fair price. Don't try to deceive me with empty words. The old shopkeeper raises his gaze, reassessing Li Weidong, though the young man's attire is tattered. His demeanor and gaze reveal a depth that belies his appearance. 100, he says, extending a finger. This price is unmatched in Haishui County. 100? Li Weidong scoffs, reaching to wrap the pelt back up. Are you underestimating my knowledge? This pelt could fetch at least 300 in the provincial capital, though we may be remote. The difference shouldn't be so stark. I suspect you lack sincerity. Perhaps I should seek my fortune in the provincial city instead. With that, he pretends to leave. Wait. The old man panics, quickly grasping Li Weidong's hand. He cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. An item like this could be sold to Soviet experts or the wives of high-ranking officials, forging significant connections. 150. That is truly my utmost offer. The old man grits his teeth. Li Weidong halts, a smirk playing on his lips. Shopkeeper, include 2 industrial coupons as well. I've heard that in your line of work, such sought-after goods should be plentiful, no? The old man's face twitches, feeling a pang in his heart. Industrial coupons are scarce and can only be obtained with great difficulty. They can purchase bicycles or sewing machines. This young man has a ravenous appetite. Yet, gazing at the red fox pelt, he finds himself reluctant to part with it. If fashioned into a scarf, how many would clamor for it? Fine. Consider it a gesture of friendship, the old man exclaims, stomping his foot before retreating into the back room. Moments latte. He emerges with a bundle of cash and 2 crumpled coupons. 200 yuan, along with 2 industrial coupons. Li Weidong accepts the money and tickets, meticulously counting them before nodding in satisfaction, suppressing the exhilaration of newfound wealth. 200 yuan. In this era, it is sufficient to construct 3 spacious tiled houses in the countryside and even marry a beautiful bride, coupled with the 2 industrial coupons. He has exceeded his initial goals for this trip to the city. Exiting the first shop, Li Weidong feels as though he is walking on air. Outside, Li Weiguo, shivering from the cold, rushes to greet his brother. Second brother, how did it go? It's done, Li Weidong replies, patting his bulging money pouch. Though he does not disclose the exact amount, the look in his eyes assures Li Weiguo. Just then, a sudden ripple of sensation courses through Li Weidong's mind, as though an ancient calendar has stirred within him. Out with the old, in with the new, prosperity is on the horizon. Moderate fortune. In a dilapidated mountain god temple in the southern part of the city, an impoverished old hunter awaits death, guarding a secret formula passed down through generations. It is a formula for a beast lure that can attract a multitude of creatures. Great fortune. Beneath the old, abandoned theater in the Eastern District, a makeup box left behind by a theatrical troupe still lies hidden within the cracks of the foundation stones, containing treasures from a bygone dynasty. Li Weidong pausas abruptly. A beast lure? Although he now possesses money and materials for a bow and arrow, hunting requires more than brute strength. It necessitates skill. With a beast lure in hand, would not the wild creatures deep within Daxing Ridge line up willingly to fill his pockets? Not to mention the treasures from the ancient dynasty. Brother, are you hungry? Li Weidong gathers his thoughts, glancing at the sky. Let us go. I'll treat you to a nice meal today. Upon hearing this promise of a feast, Li Weiguo nearly drools. Really? Second brother, I want big meat buns. Not today. Li Weidong chides playfully. We're having braised pork. Eat as much as you want. He hops onto the donkey cart, steering it towards the state-run restaurant. The restaurant is bustling, filled with the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. Li Weidong finds a corner table, helping Su Qing down from the cart and leading her inside, though still somewhat weak and pale. Her cool demeanor stands out in the noisy restaurant. She sits awkwardly on a stool, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, clearly uncomfortable in such a setting. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen so many people dining before? Li Weidong plops down opposite her, casually propping his feet on the stool, his casual demeanor causing Su Qing to frown slightly. Waiter, 1 serving of braised pork, 1 serving of stir-fried intestines, 10 big steamed buns, and a bowl of egg drop soup. He shouts towards the window, slamming his money and ration tickets onto the table with a resounding thud. Surrounding diners turn to gawk at the scruffy duo displaying such extravagant hospitality, their eyes filled with envy and curiosity. Su Qing lowers her head, her cheeks flushing slightly. She knows this meal is bound to be expensive and realizes she is dependent on Li Weidong for her sustenance, an uncomfortable feeling of being beholden creeping in her heart. What's wrong? Are you too shy to eat? Li Weidong leans forward, his face uncomfortably close to Su Qing's, allowing her to see the fine hairs on her face. Are you worried that if you eat my food, you'll feel embarrassed to scold me for being a rogue later? Su Qing recoils slightly, her eyes wide with shock. You, stay away from me. I want tea. Li Weidong replies with a mischievous grin, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her. So seeking, if you don't nourish your frail body, you might starve before you even reach the logging site. Then what will become of my few eggs? Though his words are harsh, they carry a twisted logic. Su Qing bites her lip, remaining silent. Soon, the dishes arrive. The braised pork is a brilliant red, marbled with fat, sizzling enticingly. The stir-fried intestines exude a mouth-watering aroma. Unable to contain himself, Li Weiguo grabs a bun and shoves it into his mouth, devouring half in a single bite, relishing the flavor. Li Weidong picks the largest piece of braised pork and places it directly into Su Qing's bowl. Eat. Su Qing gazes at the glistening piece of meat in her bowl, her throat involuntarily swallowing. The instinctual hunger of her body ultimately overcomes her meager reserve. She picks up the meat and takes a small bite. The tenderness, the sweetness, the sensation of the fat bursting on her tongue nearly brings her to tears. This is perhaps the most delicious thing she has ever eaten. Observing Su Qing's expression of longing yet hesitance to indulge, Li Weidong's eyes flickered with warmth. Though his words remained teasing, eat slowly, no one is competing with you. You look as thin as a monkey, one might think I, Li Weidong, am mistreating my child bride. Su Qing, momentarily caught off guard, felt her face flush crimson, casting a fierce glare at Li Weidong, yet refraining from retorting. This scoundrel, incapable of uttering anything kind. Nevertheless, this meal indeed enveloped her in warmth, and her wariness towards Li Weidong seemed to dissipate, almost imperceptibly. After they had eaten their fill, Li Weidong instructed his elder brother to take Su Qing back to the car, to wait while he feigned a need to shop and strolled towards the southern part of the city. The southern district was a slum, filled with dilapidated shanties and crumbling earthen walls. Nestled in a corner was a decrepit mountain deity temple, open to the elements, lacking even a proper door. As Li Weidong approached the temple entrance, he was met with a strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Inside, a frail old man was curled up in a pile of straw, occasionally erupting into a fit of wheezing coughs. Before him sat a broken earthen pot, simmering with a dark concoction. Who goes there? The old man's demeanor shifted from weakness to alertness at the sound of footsteps. Just passing by, Li Weidong replied, unperturbed by the dirt, stepping inside the temple and finding a relatively clean stone to sit upon. Good sir, this aroma is quite potent. What is being brewed here? It smells akin to animal feed. The old man's expression darkened, his bony hand instinctively reaching for a nearby hatchet. Get lost. You're a nuisance. There's no need for such hostility. Li Weidong pulled out a pack of Hunkta Mountain cigarettes, offering one. Care for a smoke? The old man's throat bobbed, his fierce demeanor softening slightly as he accepted the cigarette, lighting it with the flame from the pot and taking a deep drag. What business do you have? Li Weidong replied, I am a scavenger. He pointed at the earthen pot. Given your frail condition, I fear you may not survive this winter. It would be a pity to take this recipe to the grave. The old man's hand trembled, ash falling onto the straw. You know nothing. This is a family recipe for attracting game. Li Weidong interrupted, directly naming the recipe from memory. The old man was genuinely taken aback, sitting up straight and staring intently at Li Weidong. How do you know? I not only know this, but I also understand that you lack the funds for medicine to save your life. Li Weidong produced a 10 yuan note, waving it slightly. 10 yuan for your recipe. Do we have a deal? 10 yuan. The old man's breath quickened. In these times, where even a single cent could thwart a hero, 10 yuan could purchase a substantial amount of cornmeal or life-saving medicine. Yet he hesitated, for this was indeed a family heirloom. Make it 12, and throw in 2 gene of pork. Li Weidong dropped another bombshell, freshly cut streaky pork, rich and fatty. Deal. The old man nearly shouted. What use was a dead recipe? Would it fill his belly? Would it save his life? The transaction proceeded smoothly. Li Weidong exchanged 10 yuan and a piece of pork from his supplies for a yellowed recipe written on sheepskin. A glance revealed a plethora of herbs and their ratios, along with preparation methods. Though some ingredients were rare, they could be gathered with effort. With this knowledge and his soon-to-be-released powerful crossbow, the mountains of Daxingling would become Li Weidong's personal playground. Exiting the dilapidated temple, he glanced back at the old man devouring the pork ravenously, feeling no pity, only the thrill of a lucky find. In this world, survival was the ultimate truth. Next, he would pay a visit to Lingon, the supply and marketing officer. According to the intel from Daji, she was in dire need of a batch of flawed fabric without receipts. This was akin to handing him leverage and a financial opportunity on a silver platter. Li Weidong caressed the blueprints and gold bars in his pocket, then surveyed the abundant supplies in his storage. Lin Zioen, this time you cannot escape. He turned, striding purposefully towards the supply and marketing cooperative. At the entrance of the cooperative hung a heavy cotton curtain. Li Weidong flicked the cigarette but into the snow, grinding it underfoot, a roguish smile spreading across his face as he pushed through the curtain. Inside, a stove crackled with warmth. Behind the counter, Lin Zioen was engrossed in her ledger, the beads of her abacus clicking furiously, yet her usually meticulously painted eyes were puffy and bruised, dark circles beneath them that even snowflake cream could not conceal. She was anxious, so much so that she did not even notice someone approaching until a large, knobbly hand tapped rhythmically on the glass counter. You seem quite focused, Officer Lin. The sound detonated in Lin Zioen's ears. Her hand jolted, sending the abacus beads scattering in disarray. Looking up abruptly, she was met by Li Weidong's ambiguous gaze. What do you want? Lin Zioen's voice trembled, instinctively shrinking back. The sight of his tattered military coat made her legs feel weak. The memory of the 30 pairs of safety shoes still weighed heavily on her conscience. Leaning forward, Li Weidong rested his elbow on the counter, his eyes pinning her pale face. Your complexion suggests you had a poor night's rest. Or perhaps, he lowered his voice, audible only to the two of them. Are you troubled by that unfillable hole in your accounts? Boom! Lin Zioen felt her mind explode. Her body weakened, nearly collapsing. How could he know? How could he possibly know? Driven by the unscrupulous Zhao gang. She had foolishly misappropriated public funds to secretly sell a batch of flawed fabric, only for the money to be lost in gambling. Now, with year-end audits approaching, there was no way to cover the deficit. If this were to come to light, not only would she lose her job, but she could also face imprisonment. "Do not say such things," Lin Xiaoan stammered, desperately trying to resist. "Say what?" Li Weidong scoffed, tracing a circle on the counter. "That batch of flawed fabric. A total of 15 bolts was accounted for at the processing price. But where's the payment? Did Zhao Gang, that useless fool, tell you he could turn a profit?" Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoan's face. It was all true. This man was indeed a devil. He knew everything. "Weidong, please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. I implore you." Lin Xiaoan completely broke down. Had it not been for the counter between them, she might have knelt before Li Weidong, knowing that if she were caught, her life would be ruined. Li Weidong looked at the once arrogant city girl, now devoid of composure, feeling no sympathy. In this world, greed demanded a price. However, that price could conveniently turn into his bargaining chip. "Why cry? I'm not the police." Li Weidong retrieved a stack of 10 yuan notes from his pocket. The crisp sound of the bills akin to music to Lin Xiaoan's ears. He counted out 3 notes and slapped them on the counter. 30 yuan. "Is this sufficient to cover your deficit?" Lin Xiaoan stared fixedly at the 3 notes, breath quickening. 30 yuan. Not only could this cover the public funds deficit, but it also meant she could sustain her living expenses for the month. "Is this for me?" She could hardly believe it. "A loan from you." Li Weidong tucked away the remaining cash. "Lin Xiaoan, take this money, and you will be wholly in my service. From now on, any news or hot commodities at the cooperative must be reserved for me first. Do you understand the rules?" Lin Xiaoan gazed at the money, then at Li Weidong's face, which was brimming with ambition. She realized that she had just escaped the wolf's den, only to step into the tiger's lair. However, this tiger was, at least for the moment, saving her life. I understand. Lin Xiaoan seized the money and clutched it tightly in her palm. "From now on, whatever Weidong says will be the law. If I, Lin Xiaoan, dare to entertain any treachery, may the heavens strike me down. Enough with the oaths. I don't believe in that." Li Weidong waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, ensuring all accounts were settled and his tracks were clean. "I will return in a few days. Do not let me down then." Stepping out of the supply and marketing cooperative, a cold wind blew, causing Li Weidong to exhale a puff of white vapor. He had secured a valuable asset. From now on, he had a firm grip on the flow of goods in Haishui County. Upon returning to the donkey cart at the street corner, Li Weiguo was holding a whip. Seeing his brother return, he immediately broke into a broad grin. "Did you finish it, second brother?" "Yes, it's done." Li Weidong jumped onto the cart, his gaze sweeping over Su Qing, who was huddled in a pile of hay, wrapped in a tattered quilt. Only her thin, pale face was visible as she tightly clutched a cloth bag to her chest. She looked at Li Weidong with a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. While he was inside, her mind had been racing. This man had not only saved her life, but had also given her books and was now taking her into the city. Though he was rough and unruly, each step he took seemed to be in her best interest. "What are you staring at? Do I have something on my face?" Li Weidong noticed her gaze and teased her casually, tossing her an oil paper bag containing a snack he had bought on the way. Su Qing caught the warm bag, but hesitated to eat, biting her lip. "Li Weidong, what? You're going to that abandoned old theater in Dongguan, right?" Li Weidong's hand, which was reaching for a cigarette, abruptly halted. He squinted at Su Qing as she spoke. The old almanac had revealed, under the foundation stones of that abandoned theater in Dongguan, there lies a prop box that a theater troupe left behind when they fled, containing treasures from a previous dynasty. It requires a specific copper key to unlock. He had not disclosed this to anyone. "How do you know?" Li Weidong's voice grew colder. The same oppressive aura he had towards Lin Xiaoan returning. Swing mandun de terith. Taking a deep breath, she produced a polished copper key from the hidden compartment of her cloth bag. The key was old-fashioned, the handle adorned with auspicious patterns, clearly an antique. "Because I have this." She opened her palm, presenting the key to Li Weidong. "It was left to me by my grandmother. She said it was the family fortune she saved from her days as an actress, hidden beneath the old theater in Haishui County. If I ever found myself in dire straits, I should come and retrieve it." Li Weidong stared at the key, the words of the almanac in his mind becoming vividly clear. Was it fate or mere coincidence? Initially, he had only intended to leverage Su Qing's background, but he had not anticipated this unexpected surprise from her. Are you not afraid I would take the key and abandon you? Li Weidong looked at her with a smirk, aware that the place was currently sealed off. If anyone discovered her attempting to dig into the capitalist's secrets, it would be a grave offense. I am afraid. Su Qing replied straightforwardly, her eyes shining with clarity, but I fear death even more. Besides, I believe you are not that kind of person. What kind of person? Li Weidong was intrigued. Though you are wicked, cunning, and ruthless, Su Qing fixed her gaze upon him, enunciating each word. You are also protective. Since you have given me books to teach Yaya, you regard me as family. I trust you. With that, she not only pressed the key into Li Weidong's hand, but also retrieved a small cloth roll from the bottom of her bag. Unrolling it revealed 2 slender yellow fish and several silver dollars. This too was left to me by my grandmother. Su Qing thrust the items toward Li Weidong. I know you have grand plans today, and I have little to offer. Consider this my contribution to the cause. I will stay at your home, and my expenses will be covered. Li Weiguo, watching from the side, was astonished. Goodness, this Su's hiking, though appearing frail, is quite the little fortune maker. She is handing over gold bars? Li Weidong examined the gold bars and the key in his hand, then glanced at Su Qing's pale, yet defiant face, and suddenly smiled. This girl was quite intriguing. She had completely staked her life and fortune on him. This was akin to a declaration of loyalty, as well as a remarkably astute means of self-preservation. She understood the dangers of possessing such treasures. In her hands, they were a curse, but in Li Weidong's, they became resources. Very well. Li Weidong firmly grasped the gold bars and the key, placing them in his pocket. Since you trust me so much, I will accept you into my venture. However, let me be clear. Once you board my ship, disembarking will prove difficult. I won't leave. Su Qing's lips curled into the first smile she had shown in days. Besides, leaving the ship would mean drowning. Weiguo, head to the southern apothecary. Li Weidong was in high spirits, waving his hand. Today, not only shall we seek treasure, but we must also gather the materials for the bait fragrance. The donkey cart turned, heading straight for the most secluded medicinal herb black market in Haishui County. Li Weidong was well acquainted with this place. In his past life, he had frequently interacted with the traders of herbal remedies. As he entered the alley filled with the scent of traditional Chinese medicine, Li Weidong felt as if he were a fish returning to water. He left Su Qing and Li Weiguo at the alley's entrance and ventured deeper alone. Dahuang, Baizi, Langdu Hua. Li Weidong held the prescription he had purchased from the old hunter, browsing various stalls. In those days, such toxic substances were unobtainable from legitimate pharmacies, but in the black market, anything peculiar could be acquired with sufficient funds. How much for this Langdu Hua? Li Weidong squatted in front of an elderly farmer's stall, pointing to a bundle of dried herbs. 1 yuan per bundle. The old farmer did not even look up. 5 mao for the whole lot. Li Weidong cut the price in half without hesitation. Are you trying to ruin my business? The old farmer glared. I suspect you want to keep some for your own soup? Li Weidong replied with a cold laugh, gesturing toward a few figures patrolling nearby with red armbands. If you don't sell, those people will come over, and you'll end up in trouble. The old farmer's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. Take it, take it. Consider me unlucky. Li Weidong tossed a few bills, sweeping the bundle of Lang Du Hua into his sack. In less than half an hour, he not only acquired all the herbs needed for the bait fragrance at a bargain, but also exchanged a few of the bright-colored printed fabric from a nearby cloth vendor using the silver dollars Su Qing had given him. Back at the cart, Li Weidong tossed the pieces of flowered fabric into Su Qing's arms, and then threw a dark blue piece to Li Weiguo. This is for me? Su Qing was taken aback, feeling the soft fabric. The pattern was rare, even in the provincial capital. For your sister-in-law and Yaya, and one for you. While sorting through the herbs, Li Weidong casually remarked, It's New Year's. I can't have you dressed like a beggar. You are, after all, our family's teacher. It would be a disgrace to me. Su Qing looked down at the fabric in her hands, her eyes slightly moist. This man always managed to say the coarsest things while doing the warmest deeds. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Quickly change out of that tattered quilt and into this. Li Weidong pulled out 2 sets of patched old work clothes he had prepared earlier from under the cart and tossed them to Su Qing and his elder brother. We are heading to a place where dressing too well would attract attention. Disguised as coal workers, no one will notice us. Su Qing did not hesitate. She swiftly donned the oversized work attire, tucking her hair beneath a tattered cap and even smearing a handful of coal dust across her face. Li Baiwu akwali. applied the grime to his own visage, transforming himself into a veritable coal miner freshly emerged from the depths. "Let us proceed to Dongguan," he declared. Li Weidong surveyed his companions, nodding in satisfaction. The old theater stood at the terminus of a dead-end alley in Dongguan. Once, it had been the liveliest locale in Haishui County, a gathering place for renowned performers known as the Qingshun Troupe. However, following a political movement, it had been shuttered, left to decay. The paint peeled away, and weeds thrived amidst the ruins. The large vermilion doors bore remnants of a weathered seal, now merely a faint white outline. Li Weidong instructed his elder brother to park the vehicle at a distance, sheltered from the wind, and stealthily guided Su Qing along the wall's edge. "Do not be afraid. Stay close to me," he whispered, one hand concealed within his sleeve, gripping a Fontian dagger. Sui Nadif, clutching the hem of Li Weidong's clothing tightly. Returning to this place imbued with her grandmother's memories, she felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As they approached the narrow entrance to the theater's side alley, a sharp quarrel erupted from within. "Let go of me, you scoundrel!" A woman's voice trembled with fear and distress. "What pretense of virtue is this? It is your fortune that I take an interest in you. If you singue fei zy jo to my satisfaction, I shall ensure you enjoy a life of luxury in Haishui County." A man's voice boasted brazenly. Li Weidong halted, his brow furrowing as the tone sounded vaguely familiar. He cautiously peered into the alley and observed several young men clad in military-style coats, confronting a woman in a traditional green costume, cornered against the wall. The leader, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and a face full of excess, held a portable radio. Tugging at the woman's costume collar, Zhao Jiangguo, the only son of Zhao Deipeo, the director of the Haishui County Revolutionary Committee, was notorious for his debauchery and had a reputation as a local tyrant. "Ah, is that not our esteemed Zhao Gongzi?" Li Weidong retracted his head, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Fate, it seemed, had a peculiar sense of irony. Su Qing, witnessing the scene, instinctively tightened her grip on Li Weidong's arm. "That is a county rebel. We must avoid trouble." Her fear was palpable. These men were reckless and wielded power. Provoking them could lead to far greater complications than dealing with mere thugs. "Trouble?" Li Weidong reassured her, patting her icy hand, his gaze glinting with resolve. "I never instigate conflict. However, should anyone obstruct my path to fortune or vex my sensibilities..." He paused, observing the disheveled woman being harassed and the arrogant demeanor of Zhao Jiangguo. "Then it is merely unfortunate for them. The treasure within the theater lay just beyond, and these ruffians obstructed the entrance. Quietly infiltrating appeared increasingly impossible. Moreover, Li Weidong possessed a peculiar aversion to such bullies. Particularly, the woman being mistreated bore a resemblance that tugged at his memory. "Wait here and remain silent," he instructed Su Qing, gently pushing her into the shadows. He adjusted his ragged work attire, picked up a piece of brick from the ground, weighing it in his hand. "Brother, it is time for action." Without turning, he signaled to Li Weiguo, who had been watching intently. The previously amiable expression on Li Weiguo's face transformed into one of fierce determination as he seized a stout wooden club from the vehicle and strode toward them. A confrontation was inevitable. Li Weidong prepared to use the haughty Zhao Gongzi as a sacrificial offering for his freshly unsheathed Fontian dagger. After all, confronting such scum was not only cathartic, but occasionally yielded unexpected rewards, perhaps even that portable radio. Li Weidong licked his lips, a fleeting glimmer of greed shining in his eyes. In these times, such an item was rarer than gold bars. "Hey, you in the green attire. Remove your filthy hands from her,"